Because the customers who come to the Chila store every day are always strong. In other words, the proportion of the strong among them is relatively large. After all, among the customers of Chila store, there are young masters like Hanming who have no cultivation qualifications. The long-term stay of a large number of strong people has a huge influence. Especially heroic powerhouses like Xuanhuan. Thinking about it carefully, there are only 2 hero-level powerhouses in the entire Xuanhuan Empire. And most of the forces, not even a hero-level powerhouse. But in Yunwu City, there are often several hero-level powerhouses appearing at one time. This will undoubtedly make a large number of practitioners think about it. In addition, Yunwu City is already economically prosperous. This time is just right, and even the force value is not lacking. Therefore, the development of Yunwu City can be regarded as an inevitable result. And the biggest hero among them is Qi Xiaodian. It can be said to be a miracle that he has driven the prosperity of an enterocity state by himself. After activating the membership card, you can do your own activities. After the Blood Wolf dismissed the members of the Blood Wolf team, he bought a bottle of cold beer and a bacon sandwich and returned to the counter. However, I haven't seen you standing here, boss, for so long. When I look at it today, I really miss you. When the Chila store had only a small storefront, the Blood Wolf was a regular customer in the store. It can be said that watching the Chila shop gradually develop into the scale it is today, Xuanhuan felt deeply in his heart. It's changing with each passing day. The strength really can do whatever you want. Don't worry, you won't be able to see it in a few days. Chila returned calmly. When Yusiar comes back, Chila will be able to be as lazy as before. Hey, boss, the way you talk is still as irritating as before. The Blood Wolf was already used to Qi Li's way of speaking. Loser for loss. But Qi Lu is just talking about it, and his personality is still very easygoing. As long as you don't violate Qi Li's bottom line, under normal circumstances, there will be no danger to life. By the way, boss, there is news from the Mercenary Guild that there is a strange movement in the Great Wasteland. After the Blood Wolf took a sip of cold beer, he spoke again. The Great Wasteland is to the south of the Xuanhuan Empire, and further so this the ruins of the dragon. However, the Great Wasteland and the dragon ruins are basically dead places. Inaccessible and uninhabited. The Great Wasteland may still find living creatures. However, there is basically no sign of life in the ruins of the dragon. Especially after the last bone dragon incident, the ruins of the dragon were determined to be unsuitable for survival. The residual dragon curse is terrible. And this time there is a strange movement, which is a matter of concern in itself. Dragon ruins? Although these things generally have no effect on Qi Lu. But Qi Lu usually knows about these things. After all, as a store manager, it is impossible to really only care about 1/3 of 1 acre of land. The external situation also needs to be understood. Probably. Although there is no clear location in the news, I think it should be the ruins of the dragon. The Blood Wolf thought for a while, before saying it out loud. Compared with the Great Wasteland, although the ruins of the dragon appear more desolate, it is, after all, the place where the human race and the dragon race fought. The place where the dragon race and the human race fought, who knows if there will be any good things left in the ruins of the dragon. If you really want to hunt for treasure, the dragon ruins is undoubtedly a good place. Then what is the movement? Qi Lu then asked. Only knowing the location and guessing it makes no sense at all. Magic power is huge magic power. According to the mercenaries who went to the Great Wasteland to carry out the mission, they sensed extremely huge fluctuations in magic power in the direction of the dragon ruins, and they were very active. And this magic power fluctuates, and the breath is very cold, not like normal magic power fluctuations at all. The Blood Wolf described it emotionally, as if he had seen it with his ownies. Actually not bad. Yesterday, when Blood Wolf and his team members were drinking in the mercenary tavern, they saw a rather well-known mercenary team stumble into the tavern. The number was less than half. This is what I heard from their mouths. After that, news came from the mercenary guild one after another, saying that there was a strange movement in the direction of the Great Wasteland near the Dragon Ruins. Several factions have already issued missions. Get someone to investigate the situation over there. The huge magic power fluctuations must not be formed by one person's magic power. Even a hero-level powerhouse has a limit to the magic power that can be mobilized. It is still far from reach, and across half the Great Wasteland, those mercenaries who are not very sensitive can still perceive such huge fluctuations in magic power. The most likely situation is the magic circle. So Qilu also raised this point. Yes, many people speculate that this is a magic circle, but this is not reasonable. The Blood Wolf pointed out the key points. Such a huge fluctuation of magic power is really not like a magic circle can achieve. What's more, this is not in line with the purpose of the magic circle. Most of the magic circles are used to attack, defend, or trap the enemy. Only a very small part are those special magic circles. But no matter what kind of magic circle it is the first priority to ensure that the magic power does not leak out, so as to maintain the stability of the magic circle. After all, the magic circle is maintained by a large amount of magic power. If the magic power leaked out, it would be a huge waste. Especially if this huge fluctuation of magic power is caused by the magic power leaked by the magic circle. It can only be said that this is too extravagant. Then how huge is this magic power fluctuation? Qilu is now interested. If the estimate is correct, it should be beyond the heroic level. The Blood Wolf said this sentence with a solemn expression. Beyond hero level. Qilu's brows furrowed slightly. In the eastern wilderness, luck is lost. It is impossible to break through the hero level and be promoted to the power level. Unless you can restore the luck of the East Wilderness. However, this kind of fortunate secret, in the entire Eastern Wilderness, I am afraid that only a few people know about it. So it is not surprising that the Blood Wolf would say such things. But Qilu knew this fortunate secret, so he would naturally think more about the Blood Wolf. If it is really just to create a magical fluctuation that exceeds the hero level, it is not impossible. Putting the magic core into the magic circle, regardless of the cost, can indeed trigger such a huge fluctuation of magic power. However, the hero-level magic cores consumed may require dozens or even hundreds of them. No force would do such a stupid thing. Unless profitable. Wait, cold magic fluctuations? Qilu suddenly remembered the words of the Blood Wolf. Yes, the guy who came to the tavern said so. The Blood Wolf's eyes floated up, as if recalling something. Then he nodded and said very confidently, he said that the magic fluctuation is extremely cold, and just feeling it makes people horrified and shuddered. And on that guy, I also felt a trace of abnormal breath. The Blood Wolf has been studying in the Qilu shop for so long, and his perception is a lot stronger than many master-level powerhouses. It was not surprising that he could perceive a trace of abnormal breath. What breath? Qilu immediately asked. Blood, like a faint smell of blood. But I can be sure that it is definitely not a normal bloody smell, but it is like a bloody smell mixed in the breath. There is a lingering feeling. The Blood Wolf continued to recall and spoke slowly. After being a mercenary for such a long time, the Blood Wolf is naturally battle-hardened. No stranger to the smell of blood. But this kind of bloody smell mixed in the breath was the first time I saw it. The smell of blood mixed in the breath. With the magic power of a cold breath, it seems to be right. Qilu suddenly understood. This peculiar aura is possessed by only one force. That is the Shadow Hall. Hidden Family, Moonlight Power, Dragon Ruins. There are traces of the Shadow Palace in these 3 places. This situation made Qi Lu have a very bad feeling in his heart. The purpose of the Shadow Palace is probably not as simple as Bailey Fenghuan the others thought. Just want to unify the sect forces, there is no need for such a big battle. Unless, Shadow Palace wants. It is the entire eastern wasteland. Just hope they'll be okay. Qi Li's eyes looked outside the store and looked in the direction of the moonlight forest. There is nothing Qi Li can do about this kind of thing. Because after leaving the store, Qi Li's strength is not as good as that of ordinary hero-level powerhouses. Unless the system is willing to help. But there must be a price to pay. Qi Lu claims to be no savior. What's more, Qi Lu is also more than enough for the power of the Shadow Palace that can threaten the entire eastern wilderness. Better to wait and see. Blood Wolf, you'd better not get involved in this matter. In the end, Qi Lu couldn't help but give a warning. A grandmaster like the Blood Wolf, mixed into the competition between the Shadow Palace and the major forces, is just a stronger charioteer. Dare to touch the entire eastern wilderness, if there is not enough power, that is to find a dead end. However, a force capable of self-destructing the sect, turned from light-taught arc, endured for decades, and buried dark suns among various forces. I'm afraid it's not something that a self-seeking force can do. Boss, do you know something? The Blood Wolf was keenly aware of something. No, I really don't know what to say. It's just that you shouldn't be able to get involved in a battle with such magical power fluctuations. Qi Lu looked at the Blood Wolf and said seriously. This is advice. Sometimes, the more you know, the more you panic. The Blood Wolf didn't dodge, and after looking at Qi Lu for a few seconds, he was sure that Qi Lu was not joking before he let out a sigh of relief. I see, I won't take this mission. After confirming that Qi Lu was not joking, the Blood Wolf let out a sigh of relief and said slowly. Qi Li's strength is beyond doubt. Sometimes, taking advice is not a bad thing. Xingyao Empire, Xuanhuan City. City Lord's Mansion. Ying Luo stood by the window, his eyes fell on the endless desert. Not long after, in the desert, rolling yellow sand rolled up and swept towards Xuanhuan City. In the yellow sand in the sky, Yingying Chuchuo could see some dark shadows. Accompanied by the sound of horses' hooves, they roared. It started, and it didn't cost me 16 years to stay in this place, and it finally started. Yingluo's eyes gradually became sharper. A touch of coldness mixed in it is like a knife light in the eyes, which is still stirring. Let all the city guards in Xuanhuan City assemble immediately. One command. Outside the study door, a guard immediately left. In just a quarter of an hour, the 50,000 city guards in Xuanhuan City were all assembled at the large campus, and the formation was completed. The soldiers were neatly armored, armed with swords, their heads held high, and their eyes sharp and firm. Bai Hu and Qianhu stood in front of their respective formations with their heads held high. The commander of the city guard stood at the forefront, raised his head, looked at the commander's platform at the school grounds, and shouted loudly. Yingqing Lord, the city guards of Zhenhuangchang, the assembly is complete. Very good. Yingluo didn't know when, changed his armor and stood on the platform. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone on the school grounds. The city guards are the combat power that belongs to each city-state. Although nominally, it is necessary to accept the command of the Imperial City's general soldier, and the order of the general soldier is the main one. However, for Yingluo, this is a joke. 16 years, for a well-thought-out city lord. If you still can't control the city guards in your own hands, then Yingluo, the city lord, is better off. Open the gates. Outside Xuanhuan City, the people and horses who came from the desert have also arrived. Also 50,000 troops. All of them are dressed in black armor, holding swords, and the dark horses are fat and strong, and at a glance, they know that they are good war horses. This is the strength of the shadow temple left in the desert. It is also to leave a hawk-falling force. Together with the city guards of Xuanhuan City, the 100,000-strong army aims to contain the Xingyao Empire. Finally come. Ying Luo stood on the point of command and looked at the school grounds below. The gates of the city were wide open, and two troops were formed into a square formation, standing clearly on the left and right of the school grounds, one black and one white. These are the two most elite soldiers. After Ying Luo completely took control of Xuanhuan City, the training of the city guards also began to enter the real death training. For this moment today. And the troops provided by the Shadow Palace, let alone. Each is a powerful warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles and climbed out of the dead. The Xingyao Empire is a country that is expanded by faith. Although strong-willed, it is not easy to rebel. But when it comes to combat effectiveness, fierceness does not mean strong combat effectiveness. The people of Xingyao Empire can fight to the death for their faith. But that's about it. Eagle Fall does not need captives. It should be said that for the people of the Shadow Palace, captives are optional things. Because after the blood sacrifice array is opened, all the prisoners can be turned into combat power. All soldiers, have you ever thought about what you were training hard for? Ying Luo's eyes glanced over the school field. He spoke slowly. Is it to protect Xuanhuan City? Or to protect the Xingyao Empire? Or for your own beliefs? Or for those who are hiding behind you? Every time Ying Luo asked a question, he would pause. Make sure that everyone in the phalanx can hear him clearly under the stage. No, that's not right. You are fighting for a better future. For yourselves. Fight for those you care about. Now, raise the weapons in your hands. The eagle took a step forward and raised his arms. On the school grounds, there was a tidal wave of sympathy. These demagogic words, just a few words, made everyone in the audience excited. The sound of weapons and armor colliding was like a cold movement. The blade was raised, and the cold light flickered. The blazing sun in the sky was like fire, but it could not dispel the cold caused by this killing energy. Shadow, Wancheng. Ying Luo made a fist with one hand and raised it high. Drink loudly. Those sharp eyes were looking into the desert. Set off. Dragon's Ruins, Edge. Ahead, there are endless ruins, overlooking thousands of miles, there is noon inhabited. Backwards, it is a vast wasteland, boundless and inaccessible. But at this time, there were several teams of mercenaries coming from the direction of the Great Wasteland and heading towards the Dragon Ruins. These mercenaries arrived only after receiving the mission of the Mercenary Guild. Dragon's Ruins are at stake. The huge fluctuation of magic power that suddenly appeared has alarmed many major forces. In the Mercenary Guild, the task of exploring the ruins of the dragon has covered half of the wall of the task hall. And a large part of it belongs to tasks with overlapping content. In this way, after completing the task of exploring the ruins of the dragon, the superimposed rewards have become very rich. Wealth is heartwarming. Therefore, even though the mission this time was deemed extremely dangerous, there were still some mercenary squads taking it. If it is completed, it will be enough to stand up to dozens of tasks in the past. Captain, didn't those guys say that there are magic fluctuations in the dragon ruins? We are almost walking into the ruins of the dragon, why haven't we felt it yet? We're not being deceived, are we? The climate of the great wilderness is not good, dry and hot. The air was scorching hot. This also made the mercenaries who came here all the way to complain. Who would have so much free time to lie to you? The rewards for the tasks we take on are real. Give me a good search to see what's going on at the dragon ruins. If these tasks are done by others first, I will let you know what it means, Tobe, at your own risk. The captain of the mercenary team was also upset. So when I heard the complaints of the team members, I immediately scolded him unceremoniously. Although the team members had resentment in their hearts, they did not dare torpedo anything. At the end, in this scorching hot air, only a group of people were seen walking in silence. From time to time, someone would leave the team to explore the surroundings. Then come back to report the situation. In the hot wasteland, no one wants to lose an extra point of strength because of too much action. Body protection vindictiveness can really relieve this heat. But no one will always condense body protection vindictiveness. That is a very unwise approach. Wasting grudges for no reason is very dangerous in this kind of place. Boom. Just as the two members of the mercenary squad left the team to search around, a loud noise suddenly came from the ruins of the dragon. Immediately afterwards, a majestic magical fluctuation rose from the direction of the loud noise. Cold, ferocious, and creepy. It's this magic fluctuation that has appeared, let me rely on it all. As long as we can find the source of this magical fluctuation, our mission is complete. The captains of several mercenary squads looked at each other and immediately gave orders. The wages of avarice is death. They have already come here, and it is impossible to return home because of this ominous feeling. The team members who received the order drew their weapons and rushed towards the direction of the magic wave like a wolf. What are they doing as mercenaries? Naturally, it is for money, as well as various treasures, resources that can help cultivation. This time the task, the superimposed reward is so rich that it is mouth-watering. Even if this magic fluctuation seemed extremely dangerous, it couldn't stop them from moving forward. Roar. But at this moment, a loud roar rang out. In an instant, the light in the sky was blocked, and a large shadow fell. The mercenaries looked up and saw dark clouds rolling in the sky. The scorching sun, which originally made people feel extremely hot, was quickly covered by the dark clouds in the sky, and only a few tiny rays of light could shine through the gaps. The heat in the great wasteland was immediately obscured by this dark cloud. However, the cool air did not make these mercenaries feel any relief. Instead, they were sweating profusely. Ow! A fierce roar came from the dark clouds. It's like two pieces of iron rubbing together, so harsh, so heart-pounding. Among the rolling dark clouds, a huge head drilled out, and the red eyes were like two huge pools of blood. A ferocious gleam flashed. Mouth full of sharp teeth, like a meat grinder, the cold light flashes, making people shudder. This scene made the hearts of all the mercenaries seem to be clenched by an invisible big hand, and even breathing became difficult. Those mercenaries who were not strong enough, their legs were even weaker, and they sat down in the yellow sand. What is this? There is something in the dark cloud, how could it be so huge? God, I won't do this task, help me. Get out of the way, I want to get out of here, don't stop me, let me go, let me go. All the mercenaries panicked, screaming and shouting in horror. The sudden appearance of the monster's head in the sky made them feel chills in their hearts. At this moment, they finally understood. Why is such a lucrative task never completed? Roar. The monster in the dark cloud let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Immediately afterwards, a huge arm protruded from the dark clouds, traversing the sky and the earth, its sharp claws like long knives, and grabbed the mercenaries on the ground. The terrifying power allows the monster to crush the mercenary touched by the claws effortlessly. The majestic momentum like the sea made it even more oppressive for these mercenaries to move, and even escape became an extravagant hope. In just half a quarter of an hour, all the mercenaries who came here were spared. Corpses are everywhere. Blood like a small stream slowly seeped into the yellow sand. After confirming this place, and there was no longer a trace of life, the monster slowly disappeared into the dark clouds. Soon, the rolling dark clouds dissipated. On the ground, only a pile of bones remained. Deep in the ruins of the dragon. In this pile of ruins, a huge open space was cleared out. On the ground, a bright red magic circle was engraved. This magic array covers several miles, and the patterns are so complicated that people will feel dizzy at first glance. A young man sat cross-legged on the edge of the magic circle, closing his eyes and resting. There is a faint magic power flowing through him. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the great desert. If you want to come to the ruins of the dragon to investigate the situation, you should be prepared to pay the price of your life at any time. The young man snorted coldly, and a fierce light flashed in his opened eyes. This cold hum seems to have alarmed the guards hiding around. A man in a brown robe walked out of the ruins and came behind the young man. After taking a look at the magic circle, he said, "Someone wants to investigate the situation of the magic circle, but unfortunately, this magic power fluctuation cannot be concealed. It doesn't matter, since they dare to come, let them all become sacrifices to the magic circle." The young man returned lightly. His expression was neither happy nor sad, but there was only a fierce light in his eyes, which was difficult to hide. "Ziki, what exactly is this magic circle set up for?" The man in the robe frowned slightly and asked aloud. That's right, the young man in front of him is exactly Ziki, who escaped from the swordsman sect. And the man in the robe is Ziki, who has been to the dragon ruins twice. After Ziki escaped from the previous night attack on Yujianzong, he was found again by the Shadow Palace and gave a heroic trial crystal. During the period when the Zoman forces carried out a major purge, Ziki was also successfully promoted to the hero level and was transferred to the dragon ruins by the Shadow Temple. As Ziki, who came to the dragon ruins twice and encountered major events each time, he was naturally found by Ziki and brought to the dragon ruins. The relationship between the two is a brotherhood that has never been known to outsiders. It was only 16 years ago that Ziki was spotted by the Shadow Palace during a certain battle with Warcraft and joined the Shadow Palace. And Ziki was abandoned. He happened to be rescued by Yen Lu, so he joined the Shattered Rock mercenary group. The two have since parted ways and developed their own ways. However, not long ago, Ziki, who had already become a hero, came to find Ziki. The purpose is for the treasure of the dragon ruins. That is, the magic circle that was used to seal the bone dragon. Because he knew about this place, Ziki was the only one left. As for the strict law from the ruins of the dragon, it was just a chess piece that was counted by the Shadow Palace. For what? Of course for great power. Ziki stood up from the edge of the magic circle, opened his arms, and looked at the giant magic circle in front of him. In this magic circle, the dragon magic circle used to seal the bone dragon ice impressively included. Although I'm sorry for taking advantage of you, the Shadow Palace's plan must not be lost. Dragon Clan magic circle, and the remaining dragon blood in it, are all necessary things as sacrifices. Ziki's eyes swept across the giant magic circle. Then there was a little fanatical look on his face. Come on, wait until the dragon's blood is completely absorbed, and that force that is so powerful and dreadful will be born. Ziki heard the words, but just shook his head and said nothing. His expression was a little sad. Since 16 years ago, Ziki has been living in the plan of the Shadow Palace. Ziki didn't know about it until Ziki came to find him. I have to say, it's kind of sad. Yen Lu died under the dragon breath of the bone dragon. Qi Yang died in the hands of the Shadow Palace. The Broken Rock mercenary group disappeared, and so did the Broken Waves mercenary group. Only Ziki was left. My whole life is probably like this. Ziki sighed, then turned back to the ruins. Ziki turned a deaf ear to this sigh. He just raised his head and looked towards the sky, the dark cloud that was thick as ink. In the dark cloud, vaguely, it seemed to add a touch of blood. Cloud City, Qi La Shop. Since the Qixi festival, there have been a lot fewer customers coming to the store. I don't know if it was Qi Li's illusion, but he always felt that the passenger flow seemed to be a little less than usual. Could it be that the situation over the dragon ruins can still affect Cloud Mist City? Qi Li thought in his heart. Between the ruins of the dragon and the Cloud City, there is still a big wasteland. Boss, there seems to be a new situation over the ruins of the dragon. When the Blood Wolf came to the store, the first thing to do was to talk about the situation of the ruins of the dragon. What's wrong? Qi Li raised his eyes and asked aloud. The Blood Wolf suddenly said with a look of joy, Boss, thank you for letting not get involved in this matter, otherwise, you won't be able to see me. In the past few days, none of the mercenary teams who took the task and went to the dragon ruins to investigate the news came back. Even the spies sent by the big forces have never returned. When the Blood Wolf said this, there was also a look of fear on his face. Even now, the Blood Wolf team's strength is many times stronger than before. But the master level is still the limit of the Blood Wolf team. And this time, the mercenary team that went to the ruins of the dragon to investigate the news, like the Christian carp crossing the river, I don't know how many. Among them, the number of master-level mercenary squads is not small. There are even elite spies sent by powerful forces, not to mention their strength. These people, perhaps one or two, can't compare to the Blood Wolf squad. But together, the Blood Wolf team must also retreat. However, it was such a group of people who went to the dragon ruins to investigate the news, but no one came back. This must be re-evaluated, the level of danger of the dragon ruins. And after the news was passed back to the mercenary guild, few mercenary teams dared to pick up the half-walled mission book. Money is of course important. But that also has to be a life flower. As expected, it would be strange if they could come back. Qi Li was not at all surprised by this result. On the other side of the dragon ruins, it must be the hands and feet of the people of the Shadow Palace. You must know that there are not a few hero-level powerhouses in the Shadow Palace. If you dare to hit the whole eastern wilderness with your idea, you must be prepared to fight against all the forces in the entire eastern wilderness. Those mercenaries and spies who were at the highest level were only masters, and the news of investigating the Shadow Palace in the past was purely sent to death in the past. For this kind of sacrifice that he brought to his door, the Shadow Palace would not be merciful. There will probably be news about this kind of thing soon. At that time, I'm afraid people will panic again. Qi Li lowered his eyes and said, The Mercenary Guild has never been a channel of information that can keep secrets. It is estimated that the situation at the dragon ruins will be known to everyone within a few days. People are panicking, but it's not a good sign. Yeah, I'm worried about that too. Just after Qi Li finished saying these words, Ling Ao came to the store at some unknown time and picked up a sentence. Fire Emperor. Qi Li narrowed his eyes and glanced at Ling Ao as a greeting. His Majesty. The Blood Wolf cupped his hands towards Ling Ao. Don't be too polite. Ling Ao waved his hand, indicating that the Blood Wolf can do whatever he wants. When he came to Qi Li's shop, Ling Ao would not put on the air of the Fire Emperor. After all, in this shop, there are not a few strong people whose strength is comparable to Ling Ao. Fire Emperor, what are you worried about? Qi Li crossed his fingers, put his hands on the counter, and asked, suddenly. I'm worried about whether the magic fluctuation of the dragon ruins is a conspiracy. Ling Ao replied with a solemn expression. Then he suddenly glanced at the Blood Wolf standing aside. The Blood Wolf understood, and immediately resigned with interest. Boss, Your Majesty, I still have something to do, so I won't disturb the two of you. Fire Emperor, please tell me straight, I probably know a little bit about the situation. After watching the Blood Wolf leave, Qi Li looked at Ling Ao again. Well, I know, there's no need to hide this from Manager Qi. Ling Ao nodded, as if he was organizing language. After a long pause, he continued to say, something happened to the Xingyao Empire. The town of Xuanhuan on the border has changed. An army of 100,000 troops, starting from the town of Xuanhuan, has entered the interior of the Xingyao Empire. What? Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and he asked in surprise, when did it happen? Qi Li still knew where Xuanhuan City was. The city-state that is located at the junction of the Xingyao Empire and the Hidden Family Desert, used to suppress the major forces living in the Hidden Family Desert. This is what Qi Li knew on the way to the task. And the location of Xuanhuan City can be regarded as an important place. If Xuanhuan City is lost, I am afraid that the entire west of the Xingyao Empire will be in chaos. Just 7 days ago, I got the news only 2 days ago. The Xingyao Empire is probably afraid that I will join forces with that rebel force and threaten the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire, so there has been no news. But by now, they shouldn't be able to hold on anymore. When Ling Ao said this, his face was still solemn. But when it comes to Xingyao Empire's approach, the tone is scornful. When the Xingyao Empire attacked the Yashui Pass of the Huanyuan Empire, it dispatched a full 600,000 troops. This is almost the vast majority of the remaining troops except the last guardian force of each city-state, and the immobile city guards and janitors in the imperial city of Xingyao Empire. However, in that battle, the 600,000 troops were smashed at Yashui Pass, almost completely wiped out. This has led to the fact that the basic military strength of the Xingyao Empire has always been in a state of sluggishness. Even after the visit to the ruins, he kept a low profile for quite a while. The Xingyao Empire could not replenish so many troops. The Xingyao Empire, which has grown by relying on faith, is really unable to replenish its basic forces as easily as the Huanyuan Empire, which relied on battles to start its business. But now, this rebellion of 100,000 troops is like an invincible sword. Inside the Xingyao Empire, the defense of the Xingyao Empire is disintegrating. However, even at this time, what the Xingyao Empire thought about was to block the news. In order to ensure that the Xingyao Empire is not coveted by other forces. It wasn't until the Xingyao Empire was almost unstoppable, and it was about to hit the imperial city, that it was forced to release the news. Why did something happen to the Xingyao Empire suddenly? What exactly is going on? Qi Lu frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Xuanhuan City, as a fortress city-state guarding the west of the Xingyao Empire, is definitely not an easy thing to break through. And a full 100,000 troops were able to set off from Xuanhuan City, silently. In a short period of time, it swept the entire Xingyao Empire. This is indeed an incredible thing. Because before Qi Lu went to the territorial space of the Hidden Family, he passed through Xuanhuan City along the way. The major forces along the way, Qi Lu actually has a few in his heart. The forces that want to gather 100,000 troops in a short period of time, and then silently take over the town of Desolation, do not exist at all. Even the Hidden Family is impossible. Because other than the 3 major empires, it is impossible for other forces to hoard so many troops. This is simply not worth the loss. Even the hero-level leader of the sex forces has only tens of thousands of disciples. And it is impossible for all of them to undergo such standardized and rigorous training. Could it be the Guluo Empire shot? Qi Lu asked. No, maybe I've already thought about it. However, not to mention that the Guluo Empire and the Xingyao Empire are allies, even if the relationship breaks down, it will be very difficult for the Guluo Empire to send 100,000 troops into Xuanhuan City. Ling Ao shook his head, denying Qi Li's guess. Xuanhuan City is very far away from the Guluo Empire, unlike Yashuiguan, which is close to the Xingyao Empire. If the Guluo Empire were to take action against the Xingyao Empire, there would be no need for it. Moreover, Ling Ao did not notice that there had been a large-scale mobilization of troops in the Guluo Empire in the recent past. In that case, it can only be a rebellion within the Xingyao Empire. Qi Lu said firmly. Yeah, that's why I'm worried. Ling Ao nodded. His idea is the same as Qi Lu. Although the Xingyao Empire is in chaos, it may be a good thing for the Huangyuan Empire. But definitely not in this case. An accident happened in the ruins of the dragon, and the Xingyao Empire also had civil strife at the same time. If these two things are related, then the next unlucky one must be the Huangyuan Empire. Because the intersection of these two suddenly appearing forces is the Huangyuan Empire. As the Fire Emperor, Ling Ao must have foresight when looking at these things. Be fully prepared. And this, Qi Lu also thought of it. The chaos in the eastern wilderness is not a good thing for Qi Lu. The flames were everywhere, and under the panic of people, his shop probably had to close down. Actually, I have a guess. Qi Lu thought about it and said suddenly. Even in order for the store to continue operating, Qi Lu had to stop the chaos in the eastern wilderness. Manager Qi, please speak. It can be said that Ling Ao attached great importance to Qi Li's opinion. The stronger the strength, the higher the position, the more information you know. For these unseen conspiracies, better guesses can only be made if enough information is known. And Qi Lu has just this capital. I am 80% sure that the magic power fluctuation over the dragon ruins is the work of the Shadow Palace. Qi Lu looked at Ling Ao and said solemnly. Shadow Palace? Ling Ao was a little surprised. It has only been a few months since the last time Sword Master had an accident. Ling Ao still had a deep impression on the Shadow Palace. The Shadow Palace behaves arrogantly and unscrupulously to achieve its goals. And most importantly, the Shadow Temple's indifference to living beings. Although it is said that in the eyes of most strong people, those weak people will also be regarded as ants. But for those who are strong, as long as the weak do not provoke them, then they will not take the initiative to find trouble with these ants. However, the Shadow Palace is different. For the Shadow Hall, all the creatures of the non-Shadow Hall can be used as sacrifices. As long as there is a need, the Shadow Palace can slaughter without hesitation, until the blood flows and the bones become mountains. This is standard evil sect behavior. For other sect forces, it is the target for everyone to get and kill. It's just that the Shadow Palace belongs to the sect forces after all. So Ling Ao and others did not directly intervene in the last attack on the swordsman sect. But this time it seems to be different. Manager Qi, can you really be sure that there is a movement from the Shadow Palace over there in the dragon ruins? Ling Ao asked suspiciously. This matter matters. If it is really the movement made by the Shadow Palace, then this is testing the bottom line of the Empire's power. No matter what the ruins of the dragon have become, even if it is now thousands of miles of ruins. But in the end it is the wreckage of imperial power. Based on this alone, it is definitely not a place where the Shadow Palace can be involved. Unless the Shadow Palace wants to challenge the imperial forces in the eastern wilderness, that's another matter. It's not entirely certain, but it's basically true. The aura of the Shadow Hall is very unique. As long as the practitioners who have used the blood sacrifice method have tempered themselves, this aura will never disappear. Qi Lu nodded and said with certainty. On the other side of the dragon ruins, there are magic fluctuations that surpass the heroic level. In the entire eastern wilderness, there are very few forces that can have such a hand. Coupled with the gloomy aura that the mercenaries who came back by chance felt it was basically certain. They are quite timid, and they can no longer be accommodated in the sect forces, and they dare to challenge the imperial forces. Ling Ao snorted coldly, and the expression on his face had turned cold. The last time I was forced by the forces of the major factions, I couldn't reach out indiscriminately. Therefore, Ling Ao could only be a spectator. But this time, the Shadow Palace has come to the door, so Ling Ao will not be polite anymore. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Qi Lu squeezed his hands, signaling Ling Ao to calm down. Then he continued, Fire Emperor, you should know the hidden family. Fire Emperor, you should know the hidden family. Qi Lu asked aloud. This is natural. The royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire has dealt with the hidden family. If I remember correctly, there should be someone from the Ke family who married into the hidden family. Ling Ao nodded slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Your memory is really good. Qi Lu praised without expression. The relationship between Kusisi and the Ling family is not very big. As the Fire Emperor of the Wild Yuan Empire, Ling Ao still remembers this incident. It's not a matter of memory anymore. After all, for a hero-level powerhouse, when the mental strength is strong, the memory will naturally become stronger. But some insignificant things, even if remembered, probably need to be recalled. However, Ling Ao was able to say it directly. All I can say is, it's awesome. Okay, store manager, Qi, let's talk directly. Ling Ao waved his hand and didn't answer the question. All right. Qi Lu shrugged. He just made a joke, adjusted the atmosphere, and continued to talk about important things. Where is the hidden family? You should know the Fire Emperor. Qi Lu then asked. Of course I know, in the desert west of Xingyao Empire. Wait, Manager Qi, what you said about it, could it be? After Ling Ao answered Qi Li's question, he suddenly realized something, with a look of astonishment on his face. As you think, I have been to the heir of the hidden family's territory and found the aura of the Shadow Palace in it. And this time the change in the town of Huanghuang, I think, and the Shadow Palace, it should be inseparable from the relationship. Qi Lu nodded slightly, looked at Ling Ao, and said in a solemn tone. What? There is such a thing. Although he had expected it, Ling Ao was still extremely shocked after hearing Qi Lu say it. What is the Shadow Palace trying to do? Do they still want to challenge the hidden family together? With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of being held to death? After Ling Ao was shocked, his brows were furrowed, and there was some doubt in his face. It's hard to say whether it will survive, but this matter, the Shadow Palace must have been premeditated. When Qi Lu said this, these things were slowly sorted out in his mind. Moonlight Forest, the territorial space of the hidden family, the ruins of the dragon. These three places are all close to the edge of the land where the people of the eastern wasteland go. The Shadow Temple started from these three locations at the same time, advancing from the outside to the center of the eastern wilderness. On its advancing route, it is enough to include all the forces in the eastern wasteland. From west to east, starting from Zhenhuang City, it disrupted the Xingyao Empire and contained the Goryeo Empire and the Huangyuan Empire around the Xingyao Empire. Then start from the ruins of the dragon, and clean up the forces along the way. After passing through the Great Wasteland, attack the Yuanyuan Empire. Then, the army of Zhen Huangcheng and the army of Dragon Ruins were attacked on both sides, to take down the Yuanyuan Empire. You can use this to eat the Guluo Empire. At this time, the small half of Donghuang had already fallen into the hands of the Shadow Palace. And in the Moonlight Forest in the north, it can also raid the Goryeo Empire from the north, and use it as a springboard to attack the Orc tribe. As for those big and small sects, they were already half abandoned in the previous big purge. This time, the Shadow Palace has fully erupted, and it is still unknown how much power each sect can exert. This time, the power of the Shadow Temple fully erupted. It is still unknown how much power each sect has left. What's more, most of the power of these sects went to the Moonlight Forest. And many more. Thinking of this, Qi Lu suddenly changed his face, looked at Ling Ao, and said his thoughts. Then he said in a deep voice, Moonlight Forest, I'm afraid it's a trap. With the forbearance style of the Shadow Palace, it is impossible to make mistakes at such an important time, unless they are deliberately luring the people of the sect to go to the Moonlight Forest. This is not without reason. Planning a conspiracy for decades, keeping a low profile and forbearing in the dark. But it went wrong at this critical moment. It doesn't make sense no matter what. Ling Ao's expression changed slightly when he heard the words. If most of the power of the sect is lost in the Moonlight Forest, then it will really be like the Shadow Palace's intention. As the Fire Emperor, Ling Ao naturally had a good view of the overall situation. It was even slightly stronger than Qi Lu. After all, as the ruler of a country, Ling Ao had to look at the big picture. As for Qi Lu, it was just out of interest. Therefore, after learning these news, Ling Ao could quickly think that the attack on the entire sect force before must also be one of the plans of the Shadow Palace. The purpose is to weaken all sects. As long as these sects have no time to take care of him, then the power of the empire is the possession of the Shadow Palace. Among them, the Huangyuan Empire is the most important. Because in the Huangyuan Empire, there is still the existence of the Brilliant College. As long as you win the Wild Yuan Empire, you will naturally win the Brilliant Academy. At that time, in the Eastern Wasteland, the Empire, the Sect, the Academy, all three were damaged. Shadow Palace can take the opportunity to control the general trend. We must join forces to pull the Star Empire out of chaos before we can regroup and destroy the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace. Ling Ao knew exactly what to do. But I am afraid that other forces will not agree. Human nature is always suspicious. Reach out for no reason, and they'll think you're up to something. It is impossible to unite in a rash alliance. The top priority now is to stabilize the situation in the Xingyao Empire. If the forces of Xuanhuan City are allowed to rampage in the Xingyao Empire, I am afraid that within a month, the Xingyao Empire will disappear. Qi Lu calmly analyzed. I think so too. Since this is the case, then I will go back to the imperial city of Huanyuan Empire first. Ling Ao nodded, then bowed his hand and said goodbye. Walk slowly, I won't send it. Qi Lu knew that at this time, Ling Ao had to sit in the imperial city. So I just handed over my hands and wished Ling Ao a smooth journey. At this time, Qi Lu was also clear in his heart. These days, the business in the store is about half of the difference. Especially when the power of the dragon ruins erupted and swept towards the Huangyuan Empire. The location of Cloud Mist City is the first to bear the brunt. At that time, there are really no customers coming to the store. Of course, there should be a lot more big customers who come to buy weapons, armor, and medicine pills. However, this kind of war money is not what Qi Lu wants. System, congratulations to the host, this system is deeply gratified. The sudden voice almost scared Qi Li's heart out of his mouth. What are you doing here at this time? Qi Lu took a few deep breaths and roared with lingering fears. System, as the so-called hero in troubled times, merchants in prosperous times, and peace are what a store manager pursues. System, the host can take the initiative to realize this truth, the system is very pleased, and will release the upgrade task in advance. Upgrade mission. Qi Lu heard the words and was immediately surprised. I was still thinking about when this upgrade mission would come out, but I didn't expect to find nowhere to break through the iron shoes, and it would take no effort to get it. Could it be the conscience of this Urbi system found out? System, don't interrupt the host, it makes sense for this system to release tasks in advance. System, upgrade mission, a conspiracy sweeping the entire Eastern Wasteland. System, task content, relieve the impending chaos in the Eastern Wilderness. System, task reward, this task is a completion task. After the task is over, additional rewards will be given based on the host's performance in the task. System, guaranteed reward, the level of the store manager will be increased by 1 level, the trial room will be increased by 1 level, the combat power training room will be increased by 1 level, the purchase channel will be increased by 1, and the branch location selection function will be enabled at a branch. We can finally open a branch. Qi Lu waved his fist, looking very excited. This time the upgrade task is a rare completion task, and the reward will be increased according to the performance. According to the stinginess of the system, Qila never thought about additional rewards. But the guaranteed bonus is very good. In addition to the old-fashioned level upgrade, there is also a purchase channel reward that usually appears. And most importantly, the branch location function is finally here. As long as he could open a branch, Qila would do his best and die. But, system, why did you suddenly release an upgrade task? This is not in line with your style of conduct. After Qila was excited, he quickly calmed down. Something was wrong. According to the stingy character of the system, the more pressing the upgrade task, the better. After all, it can save a lot of rewards. System, since the right moment has been encountered, this system will not be rigidly bound by formality. This is a plausible statement. But how to listen, how to feel wrong? You wait, what is the right time? Qila asked in confusion. System, naturally it is the crisis that the eastern wilderness encounters this time. System, but in view of the stupidity of the host, let this system explain it. This is to weigh out the IQ, and there is no two-stroke system for half Liang, so why is it ridiculed? While Qila was speechless, he also deeply understood. Isn't there a good saying? The more you lack, the more you have to show off. Intelligence is such a thing. After all, it is only at this time that the system can show its superiority. System, according to the information collected in the Hidden World family before, Donghuang experienced a great battle hundreds of years ago, which shattered the lifeline of Donghuang and exhausted the luck of Donghuang. System, to this day, although Donghuang's lifeline has initially healed, the exhausted luck has never recovered. System, and now, the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace will cause Donghuang to fall into the flames of flames again. This is something that Donghuang's current luck cannot bear. System, so, if the host can solve this conspiracy and restore peace to the Eastern Wasteland, you will naturally be able to get the favor of the power of the Eastern Wasteland. Hearing this, Qila nodded thoughtfully. Then, rubbing his chin, he said lightly, after talking so much, I also benefited. What does this have to do with you releasing the upgrade task ahead of time? System, that's why this system says you are a stupid host, and you can't feel the favor of the power of heaven and earth. System, so it's not this system that accepts this favor, or do you think it is so easy to choose a branch location? Qila looked stunned. Why can this Urbi system so confidently take the benefits of its own host as its own? Is there any reason for this? Is there still a king's law? You. I'm really angry. Qila covered his heart and suddenly felt a little breathless. System, host, this system knows what you're thinking, so don't pretend to show it to this system. I don't know why, the IQ of the system seems to have suddenly improved a lot. Sure enough, when it comes to specific benefits, the IQ of the Urbi system will suddenly increase. No, you have to give me back my share of the favor. Half of it will do. Anything less is negotiable. Qila was really angry. The blessing of the power of heaven and earth, when I hear this name, I feel strong enough to explode, okay? This Urbi system actually wants to take it for itself so confidently. It really doesn't take its own host as a human being. System, host, the favor of the power of heaven and earth is really useless for you. System, have you forgotten that you don't need to cultivate yourself at all? For the first time, Qila was speechless when asked by the system. Having said that, the favor of the power of heaven and earth seems to be really useless to Qila. The blessing of the power of heaven and earth sounds powerful, but the actual effect is to improve a person's aptitude, talent, and potential. Under the care of the power of heaven and earth, there will be no bottlenecks in cultivation. However, these things are useless to Qila. Qualification, talent, potential, these things are worthless in front of the system. That doesn't work either. Even if it's useless, I can't give it to you for nothing. Either you exchange it for something of the same value, or you return it home. It doesn't matter if it's useless. At least it's worth speaking out. However, Qi Lu felt that he still could not compromise. Otherwise, this Irby system will definitely have to make an inch next time. So, under Qi Li's resolute tone, the atmosphere seemed very silent for a while. System, host, the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll has been repaired in half. If the power of heaven and earth can take care of it, it will definitely be repaired. After waiting for a long time, this sentence came faintly in my mind. The system intends to exchange it for the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll. However, the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll was originally from Qi Lu, so naturally, Qi Lu could not accept it. No, it's still a little less, you add more. Qi Lu said very philistinnely. At this time, you have to be careful, otherwise the Irby system will definitely not accept the account. System, this time, the hero-level trial space will appropriately reduce the difficulty. Make a deal. Qi Lu said immediately. In order to complete this mission, the hero-level trial space in the trial room must be passed. Otherwise, if you keep borrowing the power of the system, I am afraid that those task rewards will not be enough to return to the system. Want to complete this upgrade task? The hero-level trial space in the trial room must be passed. You know, this is to confront the Shadow Palace head-on. Without the strength of a hero, being involved in this battle that is enough to burn the entire eastern wilderness, I am afraid that even a wave cannot be turned up. However, if you have been borrowing the power of the system to complete the upgrade task, I am afraid that those quest rewards are not enough to be returned to the system. So Qi Lu decided to gain hero-level power through the hero-level trial space. However, having experienced the first 3 nightmares, Qi Lu absolutely can't avoid the trial room. So the condition proposed by the system is just right. I hope that the hero-level trial space after the difficulty has been lowered will not cause people to break down like the first 3 times. Qi Lu took a deep breath and thought silently. But even if you want to pass the hero-level trial space, you have to go at night. Although the number of customers in the store is now a little less, there are still several thousand people. Maybe after a while, this number will plummet to a few hundred. Then it became dozens of people. At the end of the day, they were probably all the purchasers of weapons, armor, and medicinal herbs. The turmoil in the eastern wilderness must be stopped. Qi Lu watched the last customer walk out of the store, and then closed the door behind him. Immediately afterwards, he came to the magic circle representing the trial room. Let's start, hero-level trial space. After taking a few deep breaths, Qi Lu resolutely stepped into the trial room. The magic circle suddenly radiated bright white light, swallowing Qi Lu in an instant. The trial space this time is different from the previous 3. No more empty space. Instead, it is a small town that seems to exist. After Qi Lu came to this town, he was sealed with power and turned into an ordinary person. The memory given by the trial space told Qi Lu his current identity. A man who wanders around. That is the so-called travel medicine. And the Lang Zhong, played by Qi Lu, came to this town today and found that there was a very troublesome plague in this town. At this time, the question that Qi Lu faces is what should he do? Go or stay? Lang Zhong. It's a rare experience. Qi Lu checked the memory temporarily given to him by the trial space, as well as the medical skills that belonged to this man. Walking on the streets of the town, the sound of funeral music can be heard in my ears. This trial, what exactly is the test? Qi Lu was a little confused. Looking at the scene around him, for Qi Lu now, this is a real world. The plague took the lives of the inhabitants of this small town, leaving behind mournful cries. Along the way, the roadside is full of white cloth for funerals. Paper money filled the streets. Lang Zhong, since I am Lang Zhong, I should stay here and help the people in his town. Qi Lu walked slowly, and seemed to have a clear understanding in his heart. This trial mission is a bit like a role-playing game. In this small town, in the face of this plague, Lang Zhong's medical skills did not seem to be enough. Hence the initial problem. It is to leave here, continue to wander, and protect yourself. Stay here and help these people at the risk of being ruined at any time because of the failure of the healing process. Qi Lu was walking in the town, listening to the howls from every household on the street. Every now and then someone was covered with a white cloth and carried out of the house. Even if it was just a trial, it was terrifyingly real. The grief and silence that pervaded the whole town could not be faked. Even if what I did was just a drop in the bucket, it could be considered to have done my part. Qi Lu walked to the street, stood still, and made a decision. Lang Zhong distinguishes medicinal materials, diagnoses the pulse and prescribes prescriptions. In the face of the plague, Qi Lu, as a man in the middle, can only do his best to collect medicinal materials, and then diagnose and treat patients. After all, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. If you want to treat a disease, you only know how to treat it, and it isistless without medicinal materials. However, even if Qi Lu wanted to do good deeds, those pharmacists were probably not willing to give away the medicinal materials for free. In the process, Qi Lu has been gratefully received by the families of these patients. He has also been attacked and abused because of his incompetence. But Qi Lu always followed his own heart, the heart of a husband. Healing, saving lives. Go up the mountain to collect herbs during the day. In the evening, he diagnoses the pulse of the person and prescribes the medicine. In this trial, Qi Li's whole body was sealed, and his physical quality was just that of a strong ordinary person. Less than 4 hours of rest per day. The pulse diagnosis that exhausts the brain every night. Coupled with the hard work of going up the mountain to collect herbs every day, Qi Li's body soon became unbearable. No matter how you say it here, it is just an ordinary world without great power. Ordinary people's bodies cannot withstand such a powerful wear and tear. But Qi Lu still did not give up his good deeds. Fight this plague with your own modest power. During this period, whether it was gratitude and praise, or attack and slander, Qi Lu didn't care, just did what he wanted to do. No regrets. I don't know how long this kind of good deeds have been carried out, and the plague seems to gradually subside. The number of funerals was much less, and the voices of sorrow and joy were also much less. But Qi Lu also fell ill because of long-term overwork, and when he sent away the last patient, he collapsed. Ordinary people's bodies are still too weak. Qi Lu leaned against the wall, and the scene in front of him became a little blurry. Recalling what he has experienced these days, Qi Lu seems to have a clear understanding in his heart. The world is full of states. In the face of death, human emotions seem to be most truly presented. Fear, sadness, despair, grief. The misery of the poor, the struggle of the rich for power. The joy after being cured, and the anger that appears because of the inability of Lang Zhong. The joys, sorrows, and sorrows seem to be clearly revealed. So, is this trial over? The scene in front of him seemed to be getting blurry. Qi Lu breathed slowly and asked aloud in his mind. However, with a flash of white light, the memory of Lang Zhong in Qi Li's mind was deleted, leaving only his insights in that small town. Immediately afterwards, Qi Li's eyes darkened. When he opened his eyes again, Qi Lu appeared in that familiar blank space without many good memories. However, this time there was no beeping sound. After waiting for a long time, the system's voice sounded in Qi Li's mind. System, host, in fact, this trial mission should let you experience all kinds of life, and you probably still need to experience the life of 30 or 40 characters. System, host, the original trial mission this time should be to let you experience all kinds of life. System, in addition to this task you have completed, you probably still need to experience the lives of 30 or 40 characters. System, however, since this system promises you to reduce the difficulty of this trial, the subsequent experience levels will be deleted directly for you. Thank you so much for that. When Qilu heard the words, the joy in his heart was beyond words. Fortunately, this condition was obtained from the system. Otherwise, to experience the lives of 30 or 40 characters again, Qilu's heart collapse is not as easy as the first 3 times. Just the life of a husband is about to make Qilu forget who he is. If this trial continues, Qilu can almost be sure that there is a 90% or more chance that he will develop schizophrenia. This condition, before the next trial starts, must have another one. Qilu silently made a decision in his heart. Then he asked in his mind, System, since the hero-level trial task has been completed, the reward that should be given to me should be able to be given Tome. System, of course, but this time, the store manager suit will be distributed after the upgrade task is completed. System, congratulations to the host for completing the hero-level trial, the hero seal has been issued, and the hero-level skill, Mind Shock, has been loaded. Mind Shock, a skill acquired by the host by observing the various states of life and tempering the mind. Passive effect, strengthens the host's mental power and ignores all coercion. Active effect, a coercion that can directly shock the soul erupts, with a high probability of weakening all attributes of the enemy, with a small probability of fearing the enemy, making it afraid to fight the host, with a very small probability of directly shattering the soul of the enemy, resulting in an instant death effect. The greater the difference between the strength of the enemy and the host, the higher the probability of negative effects of mental shock. Instant death effect. I'm not mistaken, does it really have this effect? Qilu stared at the description of shocked in the heart and couldn't believe his eyes. What does instant death mean? That is to ignore the strength of the opponent and instantly kill it. Even if there is only a very small probability that it can be triggered, as long as it exists, there is a chance. With this skill, Qilu can ignore any opponent. It used to be installed by the system, but now it is really powerful. Moreover, Mind Stun also has a passive effect, which can ignore all coercion. Although there was no coercion before that could make Qilu feel uncomfortable, what if there will be in the future? This passive effect can ensure that you are prepared. This time you can make a lot of money. Qilu smiled happily, and became more and more satisfied with this hero-level skill. Compared with the previous martial arts proficiency, magic proficiency, and God's perspective, the skill of Mind Shock is much stronger. As expected of a hero-level skill. However, since the trial tasks have been completed, why can't they leave the trial room? After Qilu was over, he remembered this question. System, in view of the great power of Mind Shock, please familiarize yourself with this skill in the trial space as soon as possible. Great power? Qilu was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Mind Shock is a skill. Just by looking at the description of the skill, you can tell that it is a powerful skill. Of course, the power is huge. The skills are all given to me, so what else do I need to be familiar with? Qilu looked confused. They all come with instant death effects. Could it still be a small skill? System, host, the skill description is just for you to see. The power of releasing the power of Mind Shock can be freely adjusted by one's own proficiency. I see. Qilu nodded stunned, indicating that he had been taught. Because the active effect of Mind Stun is not a skill without consumption. Therefore, through practice, you can freely control the power of the active effect of Mind Stun, as well as the targeted targets. After all, Mind Stun is an area skill. If the indiscriminate large-scale attack hurts one's own people, then the fun will be great. No wonder the system didn't let me out directly. Qilu touched his chin and felt that the system was quite thoughtful. System, then host, are you ready? Qila moved his body and said, "When you're ready, let's start practicing." As soon as the words fell, a large group of dummies for sparring appeared in the trial space. It's just that the imposing manner of these dummies is high and low, and it seems that the good and the bad are mixed. System, host, please accurately control the power of mind shock and deter the enemy in front of you. System, friendly reminder, if the power of the mental shock is too great and exceeds the enemy's ability to bear, there will be an explosion. What? Boom. The system is not finished yet. Can't wait to use Qi Lu, who was shocked by the soul, and the surprised shout was drowned in the huge explosion. Next time you have something to say, can you finish it all at once? Qi Lu came out of the resurrection point with a depressed face. There was no problem with the trial mission this time, but when it came to Mido practice mental shock, there was a problem. If nothing else, Qi Lu dared to say that the practice this time was no easier than the previous 3 trials. Accurately controlling the power of mind shock is much more difficult than accurately grasping one's own strength. Especially this kind of large-scale indiscriminate attack skill, it is even more difficult to accurately distinguish the enemy and one's own people when it is released. After all, this is reality, not a game. There is no friendly damage-free setting. The probability of the instant death effect is the same for every target who has received a mind shock. So even if it is very hard, even if you have to be reborn to the point where your mentality explodes, Qi Lu could only grit his teeth and insist. And when Qi Lu hovered at the junction of collapse and non-collapse, an accident happened in the territorial space of the hidden family. "Nalankang, I treat you well on weekdays, why did you betray me?" Nalankan clutched his chest and stumbled out a few steps. The trembling fingers pointed to Nalankang in front of him and asked in disbelief. "Betrayal? No, 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 I was never yours, no, or in other words, I'm not from the Nalan family at all." Nalankang looked at Nalankan with a smile. Behind Nalankang, there was a man dressed in night clothes and masked with black scarf. It's just that this man's eyes are a kind of crimson red like blood, and there is no trace of emotion in it, just a boundless coldness. And the person who injured Nalan Kuan was this man. "You're not from the Nalan family? Then who are you?" Nalankan gasped, staring at Nalankang. "I just felt a little stuffy in my chest, as if something was blocking it. It's okay to tell you, my history. That is, the Shadow Palace." Nalankang said the name slowly. The smile on his face gradually turned gloomy. "It's a pity, the last engagement ceremony was unsuccessful, but Yun Fanfi was taken in instead. If the power of Nalan Qinchi can be swallowed up by Yun Fanfei, then we don't need to let the Shadow Temple retransfer people," Nalankang said angrily. Then he glanced at the man in black behind him. "The person who can injure Nalan Kuan must be a heroic powerhouse. And this man in black is one of the heroic powerhouses cultivated by the Shadow Palace. It is also one of the dead men belonging to the Shadow Temple. He has no name, only a codename, Ing-Yi. To be able to use a hero-level powerhouse as a dead man, I am afraid that in the entire Eastern Wilderness, only the Shadow Palace has such a strong power." Originally in Nalankang's plan, Yun Fanfei should break through to become a hero, then move on to the next action. Unfortunately, the last time the situation was too unexpected. Even taking into account the strength of the Yun family and the Nalan family, the engagement ceremony did not go ahead. On the contrary, it was the Yun family who damaged the 2 heroic powerhouses. But that's fine too. The power of the hidden family decreases by 1 point, and the difficulty of controlling the hidden family is reduced by 1 point. Shadow Palace, you are the chess piece inserted by Shadow Palace. Nalan Kuan's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. Although the hidden family is far from disputes, but the things in the Eastern Wilderness, the things that the hidden world family should know, will not be missed. Nalan Kuan has naturally heard of this Shadow Hall, which was jointly encircled and suppressed by the Zoman forces. But Nalan Kuan never thought about it. The chess pieces of the Shadow Palace were actually inserted into the Hidden World family. Moreover, the siege of the Shadow Palace happened after Nalankang entered the territorial space of the Hidden family. At that time, Nalankang was still a foreign surname, but after he came to Nalan's house, he followed Nalankan. Unexpectedly, this was an early plan. No, the Shadow Palace was surrounded and suppressed by all the sects back then. How could it still exist? Nalan Kuan couldn't accept this. Anyone who has been betrayed by someone who has been with him since childhood would be unbelievable in his heart. Nalankan, it's better for you to accept the facts earlier. Being surrounded and suppressed by the sect is just the plan of the Shadow Palace. If there is no such thing, how can the Shadow Palace disappear from your eyes? Nalankang grinned, showing a contemptuous smile. You damn guy. Nalankan roared angrily and charged towards Nalankang with a body like electricity. Previously, Nalan Kuan was unprepared and was injured by Shadow One's sneak attack. However, even if he was wounded, Nalankan was a hero-level powerhouse, and trying to kill Nalankang, a master-level master, was just a matter of turning around. Just leave the mouth alive. Nalankang took a step back with a sneer on his face. Stepped forward abruptly, the dochi suddenly burst out, and Nalan Kun faced each other with the palm of his hand. Boom! The air roared. The power of the heroic powerhouse erupted, spreading out like a storm. Blood sacrifice formation, open. Nalankang clapped his hands, and a strange force suddenly rose up. The power fluctuations of the two fighting against each other were limited to his room. I'm so sorry, but now, I can't let you remind others. Nalankang sneered and looked at Nalankan as if he was looking at a dead corpse. Indifferent and emotionless. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Nalan Kuan's mouth. The blood sacrifice formation has greatly improved the strength of the pipeline in the Shadow Palace. Compared with Nalan Kuan, who was already inferior in strength, was blown away by a palm. Terrible dochi fluctuations followed the shadows, attacking Nalan Kuan's body. The people of the Shadow Temple, although they behave in a strange way, are not tolerated by the world. But in terms of combat power, it is definitely stronger than most opponents of the same level. Unless it's fighting monsters like Lu Jingya. Or those who have a strong fighting talent and have improved a lot of attributes in the Qi store. Or those guys who have been soaking in the combat power improvement training room and training frantically. Otherwise, within the same level and the same realm, the people in the Shadow Palace are almost invincible. This is the power piled up with the power of life. It has the power to hurt heaven and earth. Compared with the strength-enhancing commodities in the Qi store, the Shadow Palace's methods are much more rude. Although the speed of increasing strength is much faster. But the side effects left are far stronger. The power increased too fast, resulting in unstable mood, bloodthirsty, and easy to kill. Or it is exhausting potential, resulting in loss of lifespan, or even directly transformed into the power of the blood sacrifice array, because it cannot withstand the skyrocketing power. All are possible. On the other hand, the products in Qila's store are not improving fast. But it is a gradual improvement. And there will be absolutely no side effects. There may even be benefits. After all, in Qila's store, there are no products that are rare in the world, or even impossible to see at all. And, after using those powerful skill books in New World mode, for the improvement of combat power, it is not a star and a half. In these respects, the Shadow Palace is simply not comparable. However, these are other things. After all, the product produced by the system must be a high-quality product, and it is definitely not an empty talk. But now, after seeing Nalan Kuan fly upside down, Yi immediately chased after him. Take advantage of the situation to chase, in order to completely suppress the opponent. As a dead man, Ying Yi's fighting style is that he is not afraid of death. This is a very oppressive fighting style. In the face of Nalan Kuan, whose strength is not as strong as himself, Ying Yi exerted this suppression force to the extreme. Bam! Under a few tricks, I am afraid that the power oscillates and the space is slightly distorted. But in the blood sacrifice formation, Nalan Kuan could only be suppressed by Xuanhuan. There was no fighting back at all. What exactly do you want to do? Nalan Kuan still had bloodstains on the corners of his mouth, and his body was even more scarred. We don't want to do anything, we just want to use the power of your territorial space. During the time Nalan King answered. Nalan Kuan was once again slapped on the chest by Ying Yi's palm, and his ribs were instantly shattered, stabbing into the lobes of his lungs. What? A mouthful of crimson visceral blood spit out from Nalan Kuan's mouth. Then he stepped back and coughed violently. You lose, I don't want your life, but please hand over the patriarch token. Nalan King walked slowly to Nalankan and looked down at Nalan Kun condescendingly. The patriarch token is an item used to control the territorial space of the hidden family. For hidden families, one family. A total of 4 patriarch tokens are in the hands of the 4 patriarchs. You are dreaming. Nalan Kuan coughed, and a little bit of blood was coughed out of his mouth. But after hearing Nalan King's words, Nalankan scolded him unceremoniously. If the patriarch token was obtained by the Shadow Palace, Nalan Kuan could not imagine what would happen. Stubborn, it seems that it is impossible to save your life. Nalan King's eyes slowly dropped. Ying Yi, prepare to search for souls. Yes. Shadowy bowed his head. For the enemy who refused to speak, Nalan King did not intend to show mercy. Even if the person in front of him is someone who has followed him for decades since he was a child. But for the sake of the Shadow Palace's plan, personal feelings are absolutely not allowed. You. Nalan Kuan wanted to say something, but a dagger had already pierced Nalan Kuan's heart. The following words got stuck in Nalan Kuan's throat and could no longer be sent out. Patriarch token. Nalan King sat aside, waiting for Ying Yi to find out the patriarch token belonging to Nalankan. Dragon blood, the magic circle of the dragon family, and the head token of the hidden family. And the bloodline power of those demi-humans. Also, the remains of a strong man buried in this desert. Nalan King saw Ying Yi holding a golden token in his hand, walked over, and also stood up. Ying Yi indifferently handed the patriarch token to Nalan King, and then stood behind Nalan King. As a dead man, Ying Yi only needs to execute orders. As for other things, it is enough to leave it to the person in charge of the plan. Let's go, get out of here, and go to Xuanhuan City. Nalan King put away the patriarch token, then glanced at it and fell to the ground, with an angry face still on Nalankan's face, turned around, and left Nalan's house without looking back. Once Nalan Kuan died, the Nalan family would be in chaos. People from the other 3 hidden families would not sit idly by about this kind of thing. Come on, let's all get a share of the pie. The longer you fight, the more time you have left for me. Cloud City, Qilu store, trial room. Qilu was almost tormented by the sound of the explosion. From the initial precise use of the power of psychic shock, to the later discrimination of friend and foe, to the use of psychic shock to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness in subsequent battles. Then there is flexibility. A series of training, one miss, is a loud bang. Qilu had long forgotten how many times he had been reborn. That weakening the difficulty of the trial task seems to have no effect on this training of mind shock. What should be broken is still broken. Fortunately, even during training, the time in the trial room will not flow. Mind shock. Qilu raised his eyes and used coercion to frighten the last enemy so he didn't dare to move. A sound of heaven finally rang. System, congratulations to the host, you have completed this training and have initially mastered the use of mind shock. Great. After Qilu said this, he fell straight down. The use of mental shock, although the consumption of mental power is not very large. But the accumulation of small amounts, coupled with this day and night training, the consumption of mental power is definitely not a joke. Qi Li's ability to persist until now is still the reason why the system helps him restore his spiritual power from time to time. After all, the last level of training, even if there is no mistake, will take several hours to complete. For such high-intensity use of mental power, it is almost impossible to appear in ordinary battles. Because in the battles of the powerhouses of the same level, they are mostly tentative, and the decisive attacks are the ones that can really decide the outcome. Who will reveal the flaws first, or who will catch the opponent's flaws first, is the decisive factor. As for those situations where the power is not equal, still need to try? It's not enough to just roll over it. My head hurts so much. After being sent out of the trial room, Qilu lay on the ground with his head covered, not wanting to move at all. Excessive mental energy consumption will bring about extreme drowsiness. Dizziness is a minor problem. Qila, why are you lying here? I came to the lobby on the first floor to prepare for the night, so Yu Shuangshu, who wanted to get a bottle of black coffee, passed by. Immediately, he looked at Qilu in amazement. I'm thinking about something, and lying down helps open my mind. Qilu was still lying on the ground and said calmly. In fact, it was a headache that made me want to move. But in front of Yu Xuanhuan, he still had to maintain his cold image as a store manager. Yes? Yu Shuangshu stared at Qilu suspiciously. Yes. Qi Li's answer was unequivocal and unequivocal. Well, that's fine, then you can continue to lie down, I'll go first. Yu Shuangshu smacked her lips, always feeling that Qi Li's tone was a little weird, making people. It made the cat panic a little bit. Let's take a step first, so as not to be settled by the Autumn Queen. Phew. It's been fooled. You still have to go back to the bedroom. Qila sat up from the ground with some difficulty, leaning against the wall tiredly. Although physically, the power is full. But mentally, it was extremely weak. Hero-level power, if it is not dominated by strong enough mental power, it is impossible to fully exert it. The system kept Qi Lu in the trial space, and while training to control the mental shock, it also strengthened Qi Li's spiritual control. This temporary weakness is enough to rest for a night. Resisting the headache, he stumbled back to the bedroom. Qi Lu didn't even take a shower, and just fell asleep. Sleeping until the sky reveals fish belly white. Qi Lu suddenly opened his eyes. After the spiritual power is restored, you can fully feel your own power. Is this the power of a hero? It's so powerful that it's unexpected. Qi Lu clenched his fist and carefully felt the power surging in his body. It used to be power borrowed from the system. This gave Qi Lu a very unreal feeling. Although it is said that there are certain benefits to experience the power beyond one's own realm earlier. For better breakthroughs. But a power that doesn't belong to you, there will always be a feeling that you can't fully control it. What's more, Qi Li's breakthrough did not depend on himself. Between the hero level and the grandmaster level, there is a gap in the sky. Putting it on ordinary people, if you want to make breakthroughs, aptitude, talent, and potential are indispensable. But for Qi Lu, it was a little uncomfortable except in the trial space. Breakthroughs are as easy as eating and drinking. In this case, I can be considered qualified to participate in this battle. Heroic power. In this case, I can be considered qualified to participate in this battle. Qi Lu took a deep breath. I just don't know what's going on in the Moonlight Forest. After getting familiar with his own power, Qi Lu came to the bedroom window. His eyes looked into the distance. Moonlight Forest. This forest is the main residence of the demi-humans in the eastern wasteland. Just like other races hardly go to Terran's territory. In the Moonlight Forest, apart from the demi-humans and the beasts living in his forest, they are the aborigines here. Basically, it's hard to see other races. Therefore, it is difficult for others to clearly know the terrain in Moonlight Forest. Bailey Fenghua brought the Imperial Sword sect disciples to the Moonlight Forest, and it was fortunate that Yu Sierra led the way. Otherwise, you will get lost first when you come to Moonlight Forest. Not to mention looking for traces of the Shadow Palace. Sect Master Bailey, this is the map of Moonlight Forest. After Yu Sierra left the team alone, when she returned again, she had an extra sheepskin scroll in her hand. It depicts an uncomplicated map. The distribution of some subhuman tribes is marked, as well as some dangerous areas. Thank you, Sheer, to have this map really solves my urgent need. Bailey Fenghua was worried that he didn't know what was going on in the Moonlight Forest. This map can be regarded as a help in the snow. This kind of high-level monster forest is not like those low-level monster forests, you can walk around casually. In the high-level monster forest, powerful monsters abound. Once in their territory, there is a risk of being attacked as an intruder. If those Grandmaster-level monsters are not bad. But in Moonlight Forest, there are not a few heroic beasts. Bailey Fenghua doesn't want to provoke those heroic monsters at this time. You're welcome, Sect Master Bailey. This map was originally drawn by the best draftsman in our clan, and it should be the last one. Yu Sheer shook her head and sighed. Leaving the team earlier, Yu Sheer just wanted to return to the place where the Yueling cat family used to be. What used to be prosperous is now in ruins. Sheer, are you all right? Bailey Fenghua saw that Yu Sierra's face was a little ugly, and immediately asked aloud. It's okay, it's just a little emotional. Yu Sheer waved her hand, then pointed at the map and said aloud. Sect Master Bailey, some of the labels on this map may no longer exist. If you want to go, be sure to pay attention. These tribes, and these passages, may have been destroyed. Yu Sheer clicked several places on the map. These were the tribes that were destroyed when the wolf hunters set out to hunt. The Moon Civet clan is one of them. And the other tribes that Yu Sierra named were only known to Yu Sierra. Maybe other tribes were destroyed, but Yu Sierra didn't know about it. What the hell happened? Why is there such a big change? Bailey Fenghua's fingers groped lightly on the parchment roll. It can be felt that the texture of this parchment roll is not very old. In other words, this map should have been drawn not long ago. Judging from the quality, it will take a year or two, at most, to draw this map. But in such a short period of time, nearly half of the clans were destroyed by Yu Sheer. It's just incredible. You know, the strength of the demi-human tribes is not bad at all. And the strength gap between the various tribes is not too big. In this Moonlight Forest, it is not an easy thing to destroy a demi-human tribe. Even those powerful forces can hardly interfere with the situation in the Moonlight Forest. But unfortunately, nearly half of the tribe just disappeared. I don't know either. In fact, I only know that there are shadows of the wolf hunters. Yu Sheer didn't hide it. But to be honest, Yu Sheer also knew that with the strength of the wolf hunters alone, it was impossible to wipe out so many tribes so easily. Behind this, there is definitely an invisible black hand controlling it. However, even so, the sins of the wolf hunters could not be washed away. I understand. What a wise man Bailey Fenghua is. Hearing this, I already knew what Yu Sheer came to Moonlight Forest for. Need any help? To be able to destroy so many tribes, the strength of the wolf hunters must not be underestimated. So Bailey Fenghua is also ready to help Yu Sierra. No, thank Sect Master Bailey for his kindness. It's just that the store manager has given me strength, so I want to avenge my clan with my own hands. Yu Sheer rejected Bailey Fenghua's kindness and said firmly. That's fine, but don't be too arrogant. Manager Qi asked me to take care of you, and I have the responsibility to take you back. If it's in danger, feel free to contact me with your membership card. Seeing Yu Xi'er's firm tone, Bailey Fengwen knew that this matter was not negotiable. So not much advice. Under the guise of other people's hands, it is indeed better to complete the revenge with your own hands. I know, then Sect Master Bailey, let's separate here. Yu Xi'er did not refuse again. If you continue to refuse, it will be ignorant. Take care. Bailey Fenghua nodded slightly, and then passed the map in his hand. With the memory of a practitioner, it is not difficult to memorize a map. After Yu Xi'er left the team, this map was the most crucial thing for identifying the way. Therefore, the disciples of Swordsman sect who came to Moonlight Forest must remember this map. Otherwise, getting lost in the Moonlight Forest is no fun. Those powerful monsters can easily tear these disciples of the Sword sect who have not fully grown up to pieces at any time. Cloud City, Chila's shop. No matter how big things happen, as long as the store is still there, the store will continue to open. It's just that the number of customers now is getting smaller and smaller. The matter in the Shadow Palace is fermenting. Ling Ao's return to the Xuanhuan Empire's imperial city was naturally hidden from Gu Pingchuan and the others. As for the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace, these hero-level powerhouses will not hide it at all. We have already discussed it together. This time, the conspiracy spread to the entire eastern wilderness. It is impossible for Gu Pingchuan and others to just sit back and watch. Therefore, the control of the three major colleges on their respective students has become more and more strict. You know, in the Chila store, there are no idle hero-level powerhouses at all. In fact, hero-level powerhouses are rarely idle. After all, it is conceivable how much resources it takes to cultivate a heroic powerhouse. Relying on personal strength to collect is still too slow. Therefore, at this time, those hero-level powerhouses must return to the forces to which they belong to sit in town to deal with the chaos in the eastern wilderness this time. So after Ling Ao, Gu Pingchuan and others also returned to their respective colleges to sit in town. The entire Xuanhuan Empire is a performance that is about to come. In this case, the number of customers will naturally not be much larger. I really didn't expect that the influence of a shadow hall would be so great. Qilu is much more relaxed now. But what this leisure brings is a substantial drop in turnover. This kind of thing, even if Qilu doesn't mind. The system is about to fire. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Just as Qilu was lying on the counter, his eyes were empty, and he was staring at the door of the store, the reminder of the membership card sounded. It's the voice of a private chat, who would look for me at this time? Qilu was refreshed and took out his membership card. On the small window of the membership card, there is a dialog box for private chat. It was Ling Ao. Fire Emperor, is there any new situation? Qilu immediately asked. The gathering of these bits and pieces of clues may be the key to completing this upgrade mission. I want to lift the great chaos in the eastern wilderness this time. Then the Shadow Temple must be uprooted. It's just that it's easier said than done. A sect that can dormant for decades. Even so far, it can be said to be an unmissable sect. It's easier said than done to uproot it. There is indeed a new situation. Manager Qi, you are right, it's the hidden family. Ling Ao's message was filled with urgency between the lines. Qilu and Ling Ao had analyzed it before. If the Shadow Palace wants to win the East Wasteland, it must start from the three directions of Xuanhuan City, Moonlight Forest, and Dragon Ruins, and advance towards the center of the East Wasteland. And the source of the strength of Xuanhuan City must be on the side of the hidden family. What exactly happened? Qilu was a little puzzled. Even if the general direction can be guessed, the specific process still needs to be investigated again. Otherwise, it would be no guesswork. The head of the Nalan family, Nalan Kuan, is dead, and the big housekeeper Nalan Kong is missing. Ling Ao quickly answered this question. Nalan Kang? Qi Lu frowned, feeling as if he had grasped the key. I heard Nalan Qingqi say before that Nalan Kang is Nalankan's lackey and disloyal. Although there is some sarcasm in it. But it is undeniable that Nalan Kang has been with Nalankan since he was a child, and he can indeed be regarded as a confidant. However, if Nalankan died, Nalan Kang would be gone. This shows what? Could someone who can defeat Nalan Kuan still care about a big butler? If there is a plot against the Nalan family, it is impossible to keep a big butler, but the owner of Nalan Kuan. After all, Nalan Kang was given Nalan as a surname. But in essence, Nalan Kang is still an outsider. No matter how degenerate the Nalan family is, it is impossible for an outsider to be the head of the family. Then it can only be the person who defeated Nalan Kuan who has other plans. Besides that, is there anything missing from the hidden family? Qi Lu thought of this and asked quickly. Nalankan's patriarch token is gone. Ling Ao thought about it for a long time before talking about it. The patriarch token is indeed a very important item in the eyes of the hidden family. But in Ling Ao's view, it was nothing more than that. Because the patriarch token is only used to control the territorial space of the hidden family, it is not such a powerful treasure. So Ling Ao didn't think about it at first. Yes, this is it. Qi Lu knew something about the patriarch token. It was mentioned in the last collection of information about the hidden family for the system. I know, there are more than one chess piece placed in the hidden family by the Shadow Palace. Yun Fanfei is, so is this Nalan Kang. Qi Lu suddenly understood. Nalankan died if Nalan Kang disappeared. Then, there is only one possibility. Nalan Kang betrayed Nalankan. No, it should be said that Nalan Kang is not a member of the Nalan family. The master humiliates the servant to death. If Nalan Kang was really loyal to Nalankan, then when Nalankan died, Nalan Kang should have committed suicide. In this situation, it can only be said that Nalan Kang is a person from the Shadow Palace. Because if you want to find a hero-level powerhouse who can kill Nalan Kun without disturbing others, it must be a force like the Shadow Palace that does not know the depths at all. Damn, I didn't even see it when I was in the hidden family last time. Qi Lu was a little annoyed. No wonder that Nalan Kang was so eager to match Yun Fanfei and Nalan Qingqi. Everything is to pave the way for the Shadow Palace. Manager Qi, you are saying that Nalan Kang was from the Shadow Palace, and Nalankan was also killed by the Shadow Palace. Their purpose is for the patriarch token? Ling Ao repeated Qi Li's opinion. Yes, I can be 100% sure. Qi Li saw it very clearly and understood. In the eastern wilderness, in addition to the imperial power and the sect power, the biggest threat to the Shadow Palace is the hidden family hidden in the shadows. Even the hidden family can't escape from the world. But the power possessed by the hidden family cannot be underestimated. Therefore, it is the best choice for the hidden family to be able to have civil strife before eating up the resistance forces of the outside world. And Nalan Kuan's death was a fuse. A bait to start a hidden family at war. The Nalan family is in chaos, and the other three hidden families will definitely not sit idly by. There are a total of 4 city-states in the territorial space of the hidden family. The territory under the jurisdiction of each city-state is extremely rich in resources. It's just that for a long time, the strength of the 4 hidden families has been on a balance point, so they can live in peace. But now that Nalan Kuan is down, the Nalan family must be weak. Moreover, the Nalan family also lost the patriarch token and the power to control the territorial space of the hidden family. It was impossible for the remaining 2 elders to resist the attacks of the other 3 hidden families. At most, it can only protect the safety of Jishu Nalan and Anmoran. It's really terrifying to think of Anzi, who has been dormant for so many years. Qila couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A person who gets along with him all day long is actually a chess piece inserted by other forces. This kind of thing, anyone who thinks about it, will have a cold breath behind his back. By the way, what's the situation in Xingyao Empire now? Qila suddenly remembered this question and asked aloud. Stubborn, they are still unwilling to accept the assistance of the Huangyuan Empire. Speaking of this, Ling Ao got angry. The rebellion in Zhenhuang City is about to hit the imperial city, and the Xingyao Empire is still afraid of outsiders interfering. Do you really have to wait until the mountains and rivers of the Xingyao Empire are broken before letting others pick up the wreckage and ruins? If you don't accept it, then keep the Yashui Pass. After the imperial city of Xingyao Empire is in an emergency, send troops into the Xingyao Empire. Qila thought about it and replied. The purpose of the Shadow Palace sending troops from Zhenhuang City was never the Xingyao Empire. As long as the Yuanyuan Empire can hold on, it would be fine for a mere Xingyao Empire to give it to the Shadow Palace. The most important thing now is not to let the hidden family fall into civil strife. When Qila said this, his eyes were bright. Nalankang, as the chess piece of the Shadow Palace buried in the hidden family, played the most crucial role when the Shadow Palace fully erupted. Use a strategy to contain the hidden family. So that the hidden family can't send manpower to join forces with the Xingyao Empire and the Huangyuan Empire to attack the rebellion in Zhenhuang City before and after. Only in this way, the war in Zhenhuang City can burn the Huangyuan Empire. To join forces with the Shadow Temple left in the Dragon Ruins. Manager Qi, I am also aware of this, but it is not easy for us to interfere in the affairs of the hidden family. How could Ling Ao not know about this? Ling Ao thought of this when Qila said that Nalankang was from the Shadow Palace. However, the Hidden World family is the most special force in the Eastern Wilderness. If you stretch out your hand indiscriminately, you will only be attacked by a group. In the affairs of the hidden family, outsiders really can't interfere. But what if it's not an outsider? Qila smiled and sent the message slowly. Not an outsider? Ling Ao was a little puzzled. Yes, not an outsider. Leave this matter to me, Fire Emperor, you are ready to stop the rebellion in Zhenhuang City. After Qila sent this message, he went offline. If it comes to the Nalan family, who else is more suitable to solve this matter than Nalan Qingqi? What's more, Yun Chengfeng also leaned towards Ji Li's side. As long as Nalan Qingqi controls the Nalan family, the hidden family can be stabilized. After that, things will be resolved. Xingyao Empire, Yaoguang City. This is one of the most important city-states in the Xingyao Empire. Guarding the main road leading to the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire, and the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire, they are at odds with each other, watching and helping each other. It can be said that if you want to win the imperial city of Xingyao Empire, you must first win Yaoguang City. Therefore, the paladin also attached great importance to placing Rong Yuqua in Yaoguang City as the Dragon General Knight of the Star Empire. In the eyes of outsiders, Rong Yuqua is almost a descendant of the paladins. Although after being rescued by Xang Yun on the last trip to the ruins, Rong Yuqua fell silent and decided to retrain himself. But at this juncture, Rong Yuqua was ordered to come to Yaoguang City. Facing the coming rebels in Zhenhuang City. Rong Yuqua knew how dangerous this battle was, but this was the mission of a general. The Xingyao Empire has been disturbed for most of the time. This war can no longer spread to the imperial city. Rong Yuqua stood on the city wall of Yaoguang City and looked into the distance. The rebellion of Zhenhuang City, starting from the border, disrupted the entire Xingyao Empire. And the most irritating thing is that these rebellions are not to occupy ascertained city-state, but simply to burn the war into the entire Xingyao Empire. The so-called troubled times make heroes. When the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire was in chaos, the entire Xingyao Empire lost its grip. After the beacon fire and wolf smoke, the princes must be separated. At that time, the Xingyao Empire ceased to exist. Rong Yuqua understood this truth. I also know the importance of the City of Lights. To defend Yaoguang City is to protect the imperial city of Xingyao Empire. My lord, the troops of Yaoguang City have been assembled. The messenger came to the city wall and bowed to report to Rong Yuqua. How many people are left? Rong Yuqua asked calmly. According to the news from other city-states, after summarizing, it can be inferred that the rebels of Xuanhuan City are all elites. Even after several battles had been fought before. But the remaining rebellious, there are more than 90,000 horses. That's definitely an amazing amount. 100,000 troops, starting from Xuanhuan City, which is located in the westernmost border, traverses the entire Xingyao Empire. When they were about to attack Yaoguang City, there were still more than 90,000 horses left. Such a powerful soldier, let alone in the Xingyao Empire. Even in the eastern wilderness, it is difficult to find a strong army that can match it. Even if a name like Rong Yuqua will lead the army in the future, it can only be suppressed in terms of numbers. After all, this gap in hard power cannot be made up by a subtle command. Sir, Yaoguang City has mobilized all the surrounding forces that can be mobilized, a total of 200,000. The messenger replied. Now the rebellion of Xuanhuan City is in chaos in the Xingyao Empire, and every city-state is in danger. No one dared to transfer the city guards out. At this time, if you don't have any troops in your hand, aren't you joking about your own life? To be able to recruit 200,000 troops is already doing all we can. 20,000. These guys always put their own self-interest first. If these rebellions are not eliminated, how can they be peaceful? Or else, they want to take advantage of this time to support their troops. Rong Yuqua heard the words, and there was a bit of anger in his tone. But that's how the heart is. It is instinct in nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Even those demon beasts with undeveloped intelligence know to seek good luck and avoid evil. Not to mention these city lords who have tasted the sweetness of power. Get everyone ready, rebellion may come at any time, we have to keep them here. The imperial city of Xingyao Empire will never allow these rebels to set foot. Anger returned to anger. But after scolding, Rong Yuqua calmly ordered it. Yes. The messenger took orders and retreated from the city wall. Returning to the school grounds, all the soldiers are waiting on their feet. It won't be too far from the time when the Battle of Glory City begins. Because even though the rebels of Xuanhuan City are all elites, their position is always within the Xingyao Empire. If you are surrounded, it is also difficult to escape. Therefore, after disturbing the Xingyao Empire and putting everyone in danger in every city-state, Yaoguang City is their next target. And it will definitely not delay time and make a quick decision. Otherwise, let the Xingyao Empire react, the mere 100,000 troops are really not enough. The veterans' control and speculation about the overall situation are all accumulated from experience. And the situation is just as Rong Yuqua expected. On the next day, the scouts of Yaoguang City reported the news. Not far from the city, a large number of cavalry were found moving forward, and the target was Yaoguang City. Good come. Rong Yuqua was sitting in the commander's mansion, analyzing the enemy situation. Morale is something that cannot be delayed. The so-called one hit, and then decline, 3 exhausted. The same is true for the soldiers guarding the city. To put it badly, there is only 1,000 days to be a thief, and there is no reason to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. If the rebellion of Xuanhuan City really does not come for a few days, then the morale of Yaoguang City will definitely drop again and again. Rebellion and rebellion, people panic. Soldiers are also human, and when they hear this news, their hearts will also fluctuate. Therefore, Rong Yukwa hoped that the rebellion of Xuanhuan City would come earlier. Let all the soldiers of Yaoguang City gather, this time, we are going to go out of the city to fight. Rong Yukwa said with bright eyes. Cavalry is not suitable for siege. This kind of thing, any general who knows a little common sense of military use will know. Therefore, the rebels of Xuanhuan City will definitely not use cavalry to attack Yaoguang City, which will only lose their troops in vain. And once they gave up the cavalry charge. When approaching Yaoguang City, the advantage of cavalry no longer exists. Charge, that is the distance that needs to be activated. No matter how good a war horse is, it is impossible to speed up in an instant. Unless it is those powerful monsters. However, powerful monsters cannot be used as ordinary mounts. Not to mention that most of the monsters are unruly and unsuitable for use as mounts. Even if it is able to tame monsters. But the vicious aura emanating from the mighty beasts is simply not something that ordinary war horses can withstand. Putting it into an ordinary battle formation will only disturb the war horse. Since there was no cavalry rushing into the formation, Rong Yukwa felt that defending in Yaoguang City will only waste the advantage of one's own troops. Because in the face of the enemy with a strong magician team, the city wall does not bring much advantage. Unless it is a magic circle that can defend against magic attacks on the city wall. However, even though Yaoguang City was rich, it was not so lavish as to paint a defensive magic circle on the city wall. In that case, the magic core that needs to be consumed is an astronomical number. After all, the city-state is not the gate of the sect. There are so many city-states in the entire Xingyao Empire. If you really want to arrange a magic circle on the city walls of each city-state, even if you exhaust the treasury of the Xingyao Empire, I am afraid it will not be possible. Yes, my subordinate understands. The scout took orders, turned and left the commander's mansion. Rong Yukwa also stood up from his chair after the scout left. Come on, put on armor for this commander. Outside Yaoguang City, it was originally a plain. And now, on this plain, there are more than 90,000 riders, mighty, and the smoke and dust that startled cover the sky. Among them, the black armor and the white armor are clearly distinguished, like two irresistible torrents. The flags covered the sky, and the sound of horse hooves shocked the sky. Really imposing. The eagle fell on horseback, and followed this torrent. Leading the way is the best way for a coach to boost morale. Ahead is the city of bright light. By capturing Yaoguang City, you will be able to point directly to the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire. At that time, I can also use this credito exchange for a hero-level trial crystal. Yingluo looked at the faint outline of the city-state ahead. It was like a man who was about to starve to death and saw a large table of delicious food. His eyes were full of desire. Although Yingluo is a chess piece placed by the Shadow Palace in Xuanhuan City, in the plan, it is used to contain the Xingyao Empire and attack the important position of the Huangyuan Empire. But in terms of strength, it is only at the master level. Because of a heroic powerhouse, no force is willing to be placed in the border city-state to be a city lord. At the very least, put it under your own eyes. Otherwise, suspicion and suspicion alone would be enough to create a rift. The paladin and the white-clothed high priest have their own powerhouses in the Shadow Temple to contain them. Now I only need to do my best to take down the city of bright light. Yingluo glanced at the soldiers around him. A sense of pride rushed into my heart. Yaoguang City is near, let the magicians get ready. As long as it is preparing to attack the city-state, it is impossible not to bring a magician. Earth magic is definitely a big help when attacking a city. The City of Glory is getting closer. The speed of the war horse also began to slow down. What the cavalry needs is high-speed mobility. Most of the time, the siege is a tug of war, and the cavalry is particularly tasteless at this time. Unless it is when the city is broken, the cavalry charges and enters the city. Leave 15,000 horses, and stand by here. All the rest dismount, follow the magician team, and prepare to attack Yaoguang city. Ying Luo ordered in an orderly manner. The more than 90,000 knights, who followed him immediately, began to act without any hesitation. A large number of warhorses remained in place. Except for the 15,000 knights who stayed where they were, everyone else was fully armed and ready to go. Here, it is very close to Yaoguang city. For the cultivator's physical strength, it only takes a quarter of an hour to get close to the pass. The foot soldiers go first, and the magic circle team follows. Go, start the attack. Ying Luo rode on the warhorse and gave orders loudly. Mixed with the voice of grudge, the emotion spread to everyone's ears. The black-armored soldiers were in front and the white-armored soldiers were behind, and they immediately attacked Yaoguang city. At this moment, Rong Yuqua also put on his battle armor and came to the city wall. The rise and fall of Yaoguang city will be fought here. Let the magician bless the forward soldiers with magic shields. Make the magician always ready to defeat the enemy's siege magic and protect the safety of the city wall. Let the forwards and soldiers. Several messengers stood beside Rong Yuqua and conveyed the orders one by one. All are ready. Outside the city, the sound of an attack finally sounded. The figure of the enemy appeared in the sight of everyone, and the darkness was like a black cloud, oppressing it. Flags cover the sky. But it's not noisy, only the neatness that makes people palpitate and the power brought by a battle formation. Sure enough, it is a strong soldier, even when it is attacking, there is not race of confusion. Let the magician test it. Rong Yuqua ordered in a cold voice. Looking at this strong army, Rong Yuqua's eyes also had a dignified look. For a sufficiently large team, discipline and combat effectiveness are always proportional. The magicians guarding the city moved quickly. Maybe the power of a magician can't play a role in these tens of thousands of troops. But generally speaking, in a normal configuration of troops, magicians will account for 1/10 of the number. Yaoguang city has 200,000 troops. The number of magicians is nearly 20,000. As soon as the order arrives, there will be fireballs, ice picks, wind blades, stones, and so on. It smashed towards the attacking enemy. However, Ying Luo's command was not slow either. As soon as these tentative magics appeared, a nearly transparent magic shield opened above all the soldiers. Those low-level magic hit this magic shield, and the magic shield was shaky. But there has never been a half-split scar. Not slow to respond. Rong Yuqua stood on the city wall and could see clearly. The release of this magic shield is only a temporary decision. Otherwise, the real magic shield would not be so fragile. It's a pity that the tentative magic power is also not large, and it does not pose much threat to this fragile magic shield. Make. Boom. However, at this time, Rong Yuqua had not waited for a reaction. A violent vibration came over. The powerful magic fluctuations caused countless cracks to appear in the ground outside Yaoguang city. It also affected the city walls of Yaoguang city. Small cracks spread across the city wall. This. Rong Yuqua looked at the ground beyond recognition for a moment, his face full of astonishment. But soon, Rong Yuqua understood the purpose of this move. Destroy the magic circle that may be arranged outside the city of Yaoguang. Before the magic circle is turned on, it just places the magic core on all sides of the magic circle, and then connects with each other through magic. And such a strong vibration, even the earth was shattered. If the magic circle is really arranged, it is impossible to hold on until it is turned on. Sure enough, it is a battle-hardened strong soldier, and there is such a means. The magic that can create such a big movement must require a lot of magic power. This kind of magic, which is not intended to hurt people, can easily become a waste of magic power when used in such a war. But Yingluo's control of distance is extremely subtle. In addition to destroying the possible magic circle, it also affected the city wall. Damn, they came for the purpose of destroying the city wall from the beginning. Rong Yuqua scolded angrily, then waved his hand. Open the city gate and face it head-on. Since the enemy gave up the cavalry charge in order to attack the city, then Rong Yuqua would not be polite. Turning the defender into an attacker is Rong Yuqua's forte. Cock it dash. The noose of the city gate made a mechanical turning sound. The tall and wide city gates were soon opened by the soldiers who were prepared. Charge! Charge! The cavalrymen who were waiting in front of the city gate were waiting for this moment. Nearly 100,000 cavalrymen, under a roar, let out a shout that resounded through the sky. The sound of horse hooves was like drumming, stepping on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The warriors of Yaoguang City rushed out with full of blood, and there was no fear on their faces, but only fighting intent. When the infantry faced the cavalry, it was always the weaker side. Unless it is a well-prepared spear battle. Otherwise, facing the charge of the cavalry, the infantry could only be defeated. Let me see how you'll deal with it this time. Rong Yuqua was standing on the city wall, looking at the rebellion of Xuanhuan City, and sneered to himself. The change from defense to offense, for ordinary people, is definitely a change that was caught off guard. If you don't react in time, it's not surprising that the situation reverses in an instant. However, how could Yingluo be an ordinary person? Defense turns into offense. The defender of Yaoguang City is interesting. Yingluo narrowed his eyes. However, you underestimate the warriors of our Shadow Palace too. Yingluo looked at Yaoguang City with gloomy eyes, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you can honestly defend the city, you might be able to survive for a few more days. However, since you want to come out, then I will teach you. What is the strength of the Shadow Palace? A cold snort followed the order. The fog of life. Yingluo waved his hand, and with the help of Do Qi, the voice of the order quickly entered the ears of every soldier. The black-armored warrior rushing in front immediately drew out his dagger and made a slit in his wrist. In an instant, strange lines appeared on the wound. Blood spilled on the ground, but was not absorbed by the ground. Instead, a strange mist rose up. This is the secret technique possessed by the warriors cultivated by the Shadow Temple, which consumes their own vitality and releases a weakened version of the mist of life. When facing the enemy, there is no disadvantage. And this is also the most terrifying place in the Shadow Palace. The warriors they train are almost all dead. For the Shadow Palace's plan, you can do anything, even sacrificing your own life. The cavalry that charged out of Yaoguang City quickly collided with the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace. Originally, it should have been a crushing situation. But here, it's completely reversed. The weakened version of the Fog of Life may not be able to pose a threat to the heroic powerhouse. However, its attributes of swallowing vindictive energy and magic power remain unchanged. The warhorse is attacked by the mist of life, and its stamina will quickly drain. Those cavalrymen couldn't play any role at all, and fell from their horses because of the fog of life. Once the momentum of the rush disappears. In the face of the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Hall who are in the mist of life, the soldiers of Yaoguang City will not have a half chance of winning. And every opponent killed by the black-armored warrior in the fog of life will be transformed into the power of the fog of life, and then added to the black-armored warrior. Fighting to support war, the more you fight, the more courageous you are. How can that be? Rong Yuqua saw this scene, and the expression on his face gradually changed to consternation. There was a chill in the back, reaching the bottom of my heart. Sir, what should we do now? The messenger beside him asked nervously. Rong Yuqua was speechless for a while. This is really a mistake, and every step is lost. Rong Yuqua did not expect that the rebellion of these desolate cities would have such a means. Can see the cavalry's charge as nothing. In the face of such an enemy, how long can the remaining 100,000 troops in Yaoguang City resist? Bring me my weapon and mount. Thinking of this, Rong Yuqua knew that the chances of winning this battle were extremely slim. However, Rong Yuqua, who was given an important responsibility by the paladin and was ordered in danger, could not leave Yaoguang City. Sir, this. The messenger also wanted to persuade him. Because Rong Yuqua needs to stay here to direct the battle, it is not suitable for him to fight in person. There is no need to persuade this matter. Prepare to evacuate the residents off Yaoguang City. Also, prepare to spread the word about the imperial city of the Starry Empire. Win or lose, it probably won't take long before we can tell. Rong Yuqua shook his head, his eyes firm. There is the honor of death, but the shame of life. When the messenger saw it, he knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he took the order and let Rong Yuqua's weapons and mounts be taken over. A halberd nearly 3 meters long. This is the result of Rong Yuqua's hard work after he fell silent. The halberd combines most of the advantages of long weapons, and also integrates most of the usage of long weapons. There is also the dragon-blooded BMW that has been accompanied by Rong Yuqua in his battles. When he was brought in, the dragon-blooded BMW just looked at Rong Yuqua and snorted suddenly. He probably guessed what his master was thinking. But the dragon blood BMW has no fear. Together with Rong Yuqua, after fighting for so many years, dragon blood BMW has seen more battles than most soldiers have ever seen. All things are spiritual. This is even more the case for a dragon-blooded horse, a beast with a trace of dragon blood. So even if Rong Yuqua was going to face this battle of life and death, dragon blood BMW was happy to accompany him. This battle may be the last time we will fight together. Are you afraid? Rong Yuqua lifted the halberd, and gently stroked the horse's mane of the dragon-blooded horse with the other hand. Dragon blood BMW snorted and lowered his head slightly. It seems to be inviting Rong Yuqua to mount the horse. Okay, as expected of my partner who has fought for many years, come on. Rong Yu was full of arrogance in his broad chest, pulled the reins, and turned it in his horse. Dragon blood BMW immediately walked out of Yaoguang City. The 100,000 infantrymen who stayed in Yaoguang City had long been prepared and were on standby at the city gate. Even in the face of an invincible enemy, he will not take a step back. All the soldiers, behind you, are the thousands of residents of Yaoguang City. In it, there may be your friends, your relatives, your lovers, so we can't retreat. Behind Yaoguang City is the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire, and it is our pride. So we can't go back. Rong Yuqua rode a dragon-blooded horse and came to the front of the infantry. Shout out loud to boost morale. Hundreds of thousands of fully armed, and ready-to-go infantrymen, with their heads held high, looked at Rong Yuqua. There were no echoing shouts, just more high morale. Brothers, it's a pleasure to fight alongside you. Rong Yuqua took a deep breath and raised his halberd suddenly. Xingyao Empire is mighty. With a loud shout, all the soldiers in Yaoguang City also raised their weapons. Xingyao Empire is mighty. Attack. Rong Yuqua clenched the reins tightly, rode a dragon-blooded BMW, and rushed out of Yaoguang City ahead of the pack, facing the black-armored warriors who were attacking towards Yaoguang City. The 100,000 foot soldiers who followed closely behind. The pace is neat, the armor collides. Like bursts of solemn battle songs, sung in front of the battle. Isn't that Rong Yuqua, the coach of Yaoguang City? I didn't expect to go into battle in person. Ying Luo half squinted his eyes, looking in the direction of Yaoguang City. When the coach goes into battle, it is not to boost morale and destroy the dead. That is breaking the boat. It seems that the strength of Yaoguang City is almost used up. Go on and let the 15,000 riders who stay behind get ready. When the infantry approaches 300 paces of Yaoguang City, they all start charging. I want to take down the city of bright light in one fell swoop. Ying Luo gave an order, and the 15,000 cavalrymen immediately began to adjust their breathing, lowered their bodies, and prepared to charge. And the black armored warriors in front of the formation also accelerated the pace of their attack. Soon, it collided with Rong Yuqua, who was riding a dragon-blooded BMW. The full version of Mist of Life can indeed corrode the fighting spirit and magic power of heroic powerhouses. The real Fog of Life can indeed corrode the fighting spirit and magic power of heroic powerhouses. But those who can release the full version of the Mist of Life are also hero-level powerhouses. And this weakened version of the Mist of Life is only released by the practitioners of the professional class. Although it is very useful for practitioners who are not strong. However, in the face of a Grandmaster-level peak powerhouse like Shang Rongyuqua, it is not enough to watch. Even the Dragon Blood BMW, this weakened version of the Mist of Life, can't be corroded. Bam! With a wave of the halberd, Shang Rongyuqua's innate divine power. The dozen or so black-armored warriors who stood in front of Rongyuqua were all smashed and flew out. This made the unstoppable attack of the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace stagnate a little. Rongyuqua's battle was like a sharp knife, pierced into the enemy's line. And the foot soldiers who followed Rongyuqua also rushed in. However, for Rongyuqua's ineffective weakened version of the Mist of Life, it has a remarkable effect on these foot soldiers. In the battle formation, unless it is a hero-level powerhouse. Otherwise, personal bravery is meaningless. No matter how strong the master-level powerhouse is, there will be times when will be exhausted. The cavalry who had left the city to meet the enemy had already suffered most of their casualties. And now, the infantry who followed Rongyuqua out of the city to fight, also began to suffer casualties. And this number is still increasing. The Mist of Life gave the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace, the capital, to fight more and more bravely. But the soldiers of Glory City couldn't. Except for a few peak master-level masters, no one else can resist the erosion of the Mist of Life. However, it is the strong people who persist for a longer time. Those who are weaker will persist for a shorter period of time. Morale does matter. But sometimes, hard power is more important. Rongyuqua rushed to kill in the formation, but slowly, the foot soldiers who followed behind all fell down. The cavalry also gradually fell into the battle formation. The enemy's blood was mixed with his own blood, stained with Rongyuqua's armor, and also died the Dragon's Blood BMW. What? Fall for me. Rongyuqua was rampaging in the battle formation of the black-armored soldiers, and he had long forgotten how many enemies fell under his hands. Maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands. But Rongyuqua only knew that as long as he still had physical strength, he would not stop rushing. As long as he is still alive, he will not let the enemy step into Yaoguang City for half a step. It is indeed a rare warrior. It's a pity, it can't be used by my Shadow Palace. Ying Luo rode a war horse and observed the situation from the rear of the battlefield. Also noticed Rongyuqua's battle. Sir, do you need your subordinates to take action? A guard following Ying Luo noticed Ying Luo's eyes and immediately asked aloud. Ying Luo, as the dark son of the Shadow Palace in Xuanhuan City, is in charge of the task of restraining the Xingyao Empire this time. After the war, beside Ying Luo, there will naturally be strong protection from the Shadow Temple. And this guard is one of them. No, I just want to see how long he can last. Ying Luo shook his head slightly, his eyes cold. The black-armored warriors had already approached within 300 paces of Yaoguang City, and the 15,000 cavalry who stayed behind also started to charge. The sound of hoofs sounded like a tragic battle song. The soldiers of Yaoguang City, who were caught in the battle of black armored soldiers, were wiped out by the cavalry. The soldiers of Yaoguang City, who fought with the black armored warriors of the Shadow Palace, were all wiped out by the cavalry. Only Rong Yuqua was left besieged in the battle formation, like a trapped beast, guarding the last dignity. Ho ho! The rapid passing of physical strength made Rong Yuqua make every effort to swing his halberd. Grandmaster-level powerhouses are strong, but they are not completely reborn like hero-level powerhouses. Falling into the battle is doomed to Rong Yuqua's ending. On Rong Yuqua's armor, he couldn't find a single spot on his body that didn't throw any scars. Dragon Blood BMW is also scarred. But Rong Yuqua persisted. It is impossible to stop until the last trace of strength is exhausted. This kind of bravery, even the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace, who are not afraid of death, felt a little bit of fear. Come on, why are you backing away? Rong Yuqua roared, his breathing sound like a broken bellows. The arm that was holding the halberd has begun to tremble slightly. This is an impending disengagement. Dragon Blood BMW also stopped running and began to gasp for breath. At this time, the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace just surrounded Rong Yuqua and stopped attacking. You are afraid, Rong Yuqua said intermittently, and severe pain began to appear in his chest because of the loss of strength. He's exhausted, he's ready to take down the city of bright light. When Ying Luo saw this, his eyes fell. Even if Rong Yuqua's ending is doomed. But it is undeniable that Rong Yuqua is indeed a warrior worthy of respect. Take my bow, Ying Luo said suddenly. The guards who followed Ying Luo immediately took the lead and took Ying Luo's longbow. This is an extremely gorgeous longbow. And the bowstring is made by twisting several hamstrings of the Grandmaster level peak warcraft. Respectable warriors, let us say goodbye forever. Ying Luo took a magic core as an arrow from the guard next to him and made Itinto a feathered arrow. On the bowstring. Come on, as long as I, Rong Yuqua, are still standing here, don't think about going any further. Rong Yuqua took a deep breath, endured the sharp pain in his chest, and roared angrily. The scars all over his body are because the fighting chi in Rong Yuqua's body is no longer enough to form a protective fighting chi. Wounds big and small, blood flowing. These things will continue to take away Rong Yuqua's physical strength. Persistence up to now has long been the end of the force. However, even so, none of the black-armored warriors in the Shadow Palace dared to go forward and fight against Rong Yuqua. With one's own strength, block thousands of troops. Probably because of a belief. Whoosh dash. At this moment, a black shadow flashed past like lightning. Then it turned into a feather arrow, pierced into Rong Yuqua's heart, and pierced through Rong Yuqua's heart. Puff. Blood poured out of Rong Yuqua's mouth uncontrollably. Feather arrows made of magic cores are blessed with armor-piercing magic and explosion magic. When it pierced into Rong Yuqua's heart, it also took away Rong Yuqua's last trace of vitality. Damn, I seem to have been compared by that guy again. Rong Yuqua's eyes began to fade gradually. At this moment, what Rong Yuqua thought of was Ling Xiao, who had once fought with him. Ling Xiao also held the same belief as Rong Yuqua. In order to protect the Yashui Pass and the Xuanhuan Empire, he worked hard to protect himself. However, Ling Xiao succeeded. And Rong Yuqua probably failed. Xingyao Empire, what a pity, I may not be able to protect you anymore. Rong Yuqua's consciousness also began to gradually dissipate. The body was taken away from the Dragon Blood BMW by the remaining strength of the feather arrow. It hit the ground hard. The dragon-blooded BMW also seemed to sense the loss of its master's vitality. After Rong Yuqua closed his eyes, he suddenly let out a groan. Then he knelt down beside Rong Yuqua, shattering his own heart. After Ying Luo saw this scene, the expression on his face was even more solemn. Come here, bring him with his warhorse. Thick burial. Ying Luo handed the longbow to the guard beside him, and then ordered it loudly. Cloud City, Chila's shop. Recently, there have been fewer and fewer customers. This made Chila melancholy, but also a little happy. After all, there are fewer customers, and it is convenient for you to be lazy. It's just that the system's anger is obvious. System, it's useless for you and me to complain, it's useless to get angry at me, it's useless to uproot the Shadow Palace. Qi Lu reassured the system in his mind. Qi Lu also wanted to gather the people from the Shadow Palace directly, and then catch them all in one go. The upgrade task can be completed on the spot. But this is impossible. At present, the power of the Shadow Hall surfaced. There are 3 places: Xuanhuan City, Moonlight Forest, and Dragon's Ruins. As for the power in the dark, I don't know how much. And on the side of the hidden family, Qi Lu has already spoken to Nayland Qingqi politely regarding the Shadow Palace matter, because the swordsman sect was attacked last time, and Fei Xue was a member of the swordsman sect. Therefore, the Lanyi team members need to know more than others. So after Qi Lu said that the hidden family was provoked by the people of the Shadow Palace, Nayland Kuan died, and the hidden family was about to be in chaos. Nayland Qingqi obliged to do this. In fact, after Nayland Kuan's fall, the Nayland family is only a person who can't preside over the overall situation. Neither of the 2 elders of the Nayland family was enough to take on this heavy responsibility. One is the lack of strength. The second is the lack of prestige. If the 2 elders took the position rashly, I am afraid that many people in the Nayland family would not be convinced. Moreover, the qualifications and strengths of these 2 elders are not far from each other, and they are both on par. One of them is in the upper position, and I am afraid that the first to disapprove is the other one. So this matter was put on hold. But Nayland Qingqi is different. First of all, there are no people who have the same qualifications as Nayland Qingqi in the Nayland family. That is, Nayland Qingqi is only a sideline, but after all, it is also a member of the Nayland family, and others are not qualified to gossip. Secondly, although Nayland Qingqi is not strong on its own, but the power to support Nayland Qingqi can make everyone in the Nayland family shudder. Lan Zier and Xing Lian could be regarded as a heroic primary powerhouse. Lan Ye's Red Lion is a real heroic beast. There was only one shot, which shocked Qi Lu, who was all present. Killing 2 hero-level powerhouses in one move, this scene alone caused the Nayland family and Yun family present to have nightmares for a long time after returning. And thinking about it now makes me a little terrified. What's more, Nayland Qingqi also has the support of Yun Qingfeng. Just kidding, I took Qi Li's stand-in doll. If Yun Qingfeng dared not to do anything, then Qi Lu would definitely take back the avatar with his own hands. In this way, there are 4 hero-level powerhouses. This number, even if Nayland Kuan is still there, is more than all the hero-level powerhouses in the Nayland family. Backed by such power, it is a joke to say that non-heroic powerhouses are not allowed to become the head of the family. Besides, Nayland Qingqi inherited the power of the Queen of Ice. The distance from the hero level is just a piece of hero level trial crystal. So this task is none other than Nayland Qingqi. And it's not difficult. This point, I am afraid that Nalankang did not think of. Because without the variable of Nayland Qingqi, no one in the Nayland family would be able to preside over the overall situation. There is no doubt that the hidden family will be in chaos. It's a pity that sometimes the plan can't keep up with the changes. And Qi Lu is the most important point. Now the matter of the hidden family has been dealt with. As long as Nayland Qingqi can control the Nayland family, then the Hidden World family can mobilize their strength from the desert side and the Huangyuan Empire to attack the rebellion of Xuanhuan City before and after. Qi Lu thought while drinking Sprite. The cool feeling always makes the mind more awake. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Fire Emperor, what's the matter? Qi glanced at the membership card placed on the counter, and then accepted the private chat invitation. Xingyao Empire sent a messenger, willing to join forces with Huangyuan Empire. Ling Yaoyan said succinctly. Why did you suddenly change your mind, what happened? Qi raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. To be honest, even the power of the Shadow Palace in Zhenhuang City hit the imperial city of Xingyao Empire. The paladins and the white-robed high priest guarding there are no decorations. Two hero-level powerhouses facing a mere 100,000 troops. It just takes more time. However, it is not so simple to let other forces intervene in the Xingyao Empire. This is tantamount to giving up complete control of his own power. There is news that it was Yaoguang City that fell and Rong Yuqua died in battle. The paladin began to go crazy, and in the discussion hall, he defied all opinions and accepted the assistance of the Huangyuan Empire. The high priest in white is a good man. If the paladin is crazy, he won't go crazy, so he just acquiesced. Ling Ao briefly explained. Rong Yuqua died in battle? Qi was a little puzzled. Although Rong Yuqua is considered a famous general in the eyes of most forces. But Qi really didn't know it. It's the successor of the paladin's intention. If Xingyao Empire can get a heroic trial crystal, the first candidate should be Rong Yuqua. Ling Ao was silent for a while, obviously not expecting Qi to even know Rong Yuqua. But after a second thought, I was relieved. It is normal to think that such powerful people as Qi do not know about these people. After all, Qi is just an idle cultivator, and he is also an extremely powerful cultivator. Those big and small forces will remember these famous cultivators, but also to prevent them from accidentally offending them and causing harm to themselves. But for Qi there was no one he couldn't offend. There is such a thing. If there is such a thing, then he can be considered to be dead. When Qi said this, there was no emotion mixed in, it was just a simple evaluation. But it is true. As Ling Ao said, Rong Yuqua could be regarded as a successor by the paladins, and his loyalty to the Xingyao Empire was not bad. The death in this battle is probably also to protect the Xingyao Empire. However, the strength of Ing Yuqua alone is not enough to defend Yaoguang City. And if there is no such thing as Glory Yuqua, Xingyao Empire will not accept the assistance of Huangyuan Empire. And then until it is fully occupied by the Shadow Palace. So, in the final analysis, Rong Yuqua used his own life in exchange for the continuation of the Xingyao Empire. However, the result was not so good. However, haven't the paladin and the white priest ever made a move? Qi thought of this and asked another question. Manager Qi, do you think the paladins don't want to take action? When Ling Ao heard this, he gave a wry smile. Then he continued, outside the imperial city of Xingyao Empire, there are hero-level powerhouses watching. If I expected it well, it should be the hero-level powerhouse of the Shadow Palace. These words made Qi frown. At this time, the Shadow Hall was able to separate the manpower to contain the paladins and the white-clothed high priest guarding the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire. Then the power of this Shadow Palace is too strong. No. Qi felt that he was wrong again. Then he asked, Fire Emperor, you said that there are hero-level powerhouses in the Shadow Palace staring at the imperial city of Xingyao Empire. What about Huangyuan Empire? It doesn't. Ling Ao quickly answered this question. After a short pause, he said again, actually, the two auras hidden outside the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire were told to me by the senior Wanyan Xuanhui. Wanyan Xian Turtle, oh, I remembered. When Qi heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, then nodded. In the ruins before, Wanyan Xiangui wanted to come to the store with Qi. But he was fooled by Qi and gave it to Ling Xiao. Presumably at this time, Huanyan Xiangui had been in the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire for a long time. The strength of the Huanyan Xiangui had already reached the peak of the hero level. Later, he absorbed the blood of the dragon. The current strength must be at the half-step powerhouse level. It's just that due to the exhaustion of Dong Huang's luck, Huanyan Zuangwu wants to be promoted to the powerhouse level. I am afraid it is not a simple matter. But even so, the Huanyan Xian turtle is an ancient alien beast. Compared with Ling Ao, his strength was only higher than that of Ling Ao. When it comes to perception, it is several times stronger than Ling Ao. In this way, the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city is safe. After all, the powerhouse who can defeat the mysterious tortoise of 10,000 years probably does not exist in the eastern wilderness. I almost forgot, and the Huanyan Xiangui is sitting in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. No wonder you dare to release people to support the Xingyao Empire. Qi Lu said suddenly. Because if you really want to count, the only person who can sit in the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire is the heroic powerhouse Fire Emperor Ling Gao. Gu Pingchuan's identity is the dean of the Brilliant Academy. It's just that the Brilliant Academy is in the territory of the Huangyuan Empire, and the two belong to the object of one glory and one loss. That's why when people mention Gu Pingchuan, they will be called the law god of Huangyuan Empire. But at this time, Gu Pingchuan should be in charge of the Brilliant Academy, not the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire. It's not like that, Manager Qi, you can see the location of the Huangyuan Empire again. Ling Ao just smiled when he heard Qi Li's words. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then recalled the location of the Huangyuan Empire. Suddenly realized. The location of the Huangyuan Empire is almost in the middle of the eastern wilderness. Coming from Zhenhuang City, you will first pass through the Xingyao Empire. If you come from Moonlight Forest, you will first pass through the Guluo Empire. And if you come from the Dragon Ruins, you will arrive at Cloud City first after passing through the Great Wasteland. In other words, in any case, the Huangyuan Empire Imperial City could not bait a first target to be attacked. Ling Ao chose to help the Xingyao Empire to ensure the safety of the Huangyuan Empire. It is better to fight in the Xingyao Empire than in the Huangyuan Empire. Otherwise, post-war reconstruction would be a huge expense. Huang, you are really, good plan. Qi Lu held back for a long time and only said this sentence. As a store manager, the overall situation is still not as far-reaching as thinking of a country. Qi Lu really did not expect that Ling Ao would even count him in. It's a prize, Manager Qi, it's all thanks to you. Ling Ao smiled lightly, looking very modest and indifferent. In fact, there was a lot of panic in his heart, worried that Qi Lu would find out that he had been calculated and find him to settle the account in the autumn. Okay, my belly isn't that small. Being a little proud of Ling, Qi Lu wanted to understand what was going on. Of course, he also thought of what Ling Ao meant. Now that the Xingyao Empire has agreed to join forces with the Huangyuan Empire, the days of rebelliousness in Zhenhuangcheng will probably come to an end. When the hidden family is stabilized, there will be nothing to worry about in the battle situation in the west. On the other side of the Dragon Ruins, there is nothing to worry about. To be honest, Qi Lu was looking forward to the people from the Shadow Palace coming to Yunwu City. Because of this, Qi Lu can tell them what it is, some places can't be visited if they want to. Then, the only place to pay attention now is the Moonlight Forest. Moonlight Forest, the territory of the wolf hunters. Outside the wolf hunter sacrificial hall, there is a huge open space. In this open space, there are a large number of small grooves, which spread out in circles. Looking from the sky, you will find that these grooves are all connected together, and none of them are disconnected, forming an extremely complex magic circle. However, in this magic circle, no magic core has been buried. Perhaps because they were afraid of destroying these grooves, no one in the wolf hunting clan was close to this side. Only the wolf hunters offered sacrifices and sat cross-legged in the sacrifice hall. For the various races of the subhuman race, priests and patriarchs have the same status. Only the patriarch manages all the affairs of the wolf-hunting clan, while the sacrificial priest is responsible for divination and guarding the sacrificial hall. That is, the sacrifice of the ancestors of the tribe. Because for the various races of the demi-human race, the more powerful their ancestors are, the stronger the overall strength of this race will be. And the development of the whole race will become more and more prosperous. It's just that this race, which relies on the power of its ancestors, has passed over time. As the blood of the ancestors gradually thinned, the overall strength of its race will only get weaker and weaker after all. Unless there is a strong person with cultivation aptitude strong enough to purify blood among the clansmen of this race. For all races of subhumans. If it is among the clansmen, there can be a strong person whose cultivation aptitude is strong enough to purify the blood again. In this way, the race can return to prosperity. Until the power of the bloodline is exhausted again. This is the misery of the demi-humans. Sacrificial Lai Fei, you are quite leisurely. After an unknown amount of time, a middle-aged man walked over from the other side of the wolf hunter sacrificial hall. Slowly walked into the sacrificial hall. The wolf hunter priest Lai Fei slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the middle-aged man, then picked up the sacrificial staff beside him and slowly stood up. Nalankang, you are a little late. Lai Fei's voice was a little hoarse. After getting up, Lai Fei did not see the middle-aged man entering the sacrificial hall again, but looked at the open space outside. It's a long way to go, and I'm already trying my best. The corners of Nalankang's mouth moved, but he didn't laugh when he wanted to laugh. After coming out of the hidden family, Nalankang went directly to the moonlight forest as planned. This almost traverses the distance of most of the East Wasteland. It is also true that it is a long way. Forget it, as long as it doesn't delay things, it can be forgiven later. Lai Fei knew Nalankang's identity. The Shadow Palace, the dark son of the hidden family, is also one of the leaders of this plan. So there is not much blame in the tone. But it's my fault for being late, and I'll make up for it. Nalankang shook his head, and then continued, the Shadow Palace is all ready, and you can start. I see. Lai Fei nodded slightly, his eyes still on the open space. This is the power of blood of nearly half of the demi-human tribes, do you really not regret it? Nalankang suddenly asked aloud. What is there to regret? As a sacrificial sacrifice of the wolf hunters, it is my duty to strengthen the wolf hunters. In order to purify the bloodline power of my wolf-hunting clan, even if nearly half of the demi-human tribes were sacrificed, so what? Lai Fei's tone suddenly became excited, and his eyes turned sharply. The eyes looking at Nalankang also became a little red. Please don't get excited, I don't think that's a bad thing. Actually, it is precisely because your ideas are so similar to the Shadow Palace that we will choose you. Facing the excited Lai Fei, Nalankang did not panic. Because not far from Nalankang, there is a heroic powerhouse hiding in the dark, ready to take action at any time to protect Nalankang's safety. This is also where Nalankang dares to come to the territory of the wolf hunters alone. Today's wolf hunters have long lost hero-level powerhouses. This is also the reason why Lai Fei, the sacrificial priest of the wolf hunter tribe, would do anything to purify the bloodline power of the wolf hunter tribe. In the entire Moonlight Forest, nearly half of the demi-human tribes were hunted down by the wolf hunters. Of course, the help of the Shadow Palace is indispensable. After all, there is not much difference in strength between the various tribes of the demi-human race. Although the strength of the wolf hunters is slightly stronger, it is impossible to face so many tribes at one time. So when facing the proposal of the Shadow Palace, Lai Fei did not refuse. However, without the dominance of the wolf hunters, the Shadow Palace would not take action. That's why, Narankan would say. Li Fei's thoughts are very similar to the Shadow Palace. Li Fei and the people in the Shadow Palace are all guys who are willing to do whatever they can for their own strength. It is not wrong to say that they are sympathetic. In order to show the sincerity of our Shadow Palace, I have a small GIF there, and I hope that the sacrifice of Li Fei can accept it. A faint smile appeared on Nalankang's face. Then he took out an exquisitely carved wooden box and sent it to Li Fei. What is this? Li Fei looked at Nalankang with some vigilance. A trial crystal, a hero-level trial crystal. The smile on Nalankang's face remained unchanged, and his tone was also very calm. However, Li Fei couldn't calm down. What did you say? Hero-level trial crystal. Li Fei couldn't believe that Nalankang would have such a kind heart, or that the Shadow Palace would have such a kind heart. When the wolf hunters hunted other demi-human tribes, they were also the help provided by the Shadow Temple. But it didn't ask for anything in return. But now, a heroic trial crystal was sent directly. How can Li Fei not doubt? As a sacrificial priest of the wolf hunter, Li Fei would not believe that the Shadow Palace was willing to provide such a big help simply because they thought that their thoughts were similar. This kind of thing, only ignorant children will believe. Among the major forces, only interests are eternal. You guys, what do you want? If you don't say it, then you should take it back. Li Fei looked at Nalankang with more vigilance. Paid so much without expecting anything in return. That can only show that the Shadow Palace's plot is very big, so big that it is difficult to tell it directly. That being the case, Li Fei couldn't put the wolf hunters in danger. Li Fei priests don't have to be so nervous, we are not enemies. On the contrary, we can be friends, and these are just a little bit of our thoughts as friends. Nalankang smiled kindly. Then, the expression on his face slowly calmed down. Staring closely at Li Fei, he said slowly, the Shadow Palace wants something very simple, that is, the power of your bloodline after purification. However, we only need half of it. The remaining half is your reward for doing things for the Shadow Palace. After Nalankang said this sentence, the momentum of the whole person became extremely gloomy. The Shadow Palace does not need to bow down to any force. Being polite to Li Fei is just a habit that Nalankang has been a big housekeeper for decades. What did you say? Li Fei stared at Nalankang stubbornly, and he had a tendency to act directly when he disagreed. The power of blood after purification is the foundation of the rise of the wolf hunters. Shadow Palace actually wanted half of it. It was indeed a big plan. I will only say it once. I believe that Li Fei should have heard it clearly. The Shadow Palace will come soon. I hope that at that time, we can see that the priest Li Fei has prepared enough blood power. Otherwise, the wolf hunters will probably cease to exist. Nalankang said with a sneer. The voice fell, and without waiting for Li Fei to reply, he threw the wooden box in his hand on the ground, and walked out of the sacrificial hall directly. Stop. Li Fei just wanted to catch up. However, he suddenly felt a powerful aura burst out outside the sacrificial hall, making it difficult for Li Fei to even breathe. Heroic powerhouse. This guy has the protection of a heroic powerhouse by his side. Beside this guy, there is actually a heroic powerhouse protection. With a horrified look on Li Fei's face, he stumbled back to the sacrificial hall. Looking at Nalankang's back, Li Fei's complexion was even more earthy. Is the power of the Shadow Temple really so powerful? Li Fei only felt a little trembling in his body. His horrified eyes flickered, and he suddenly caught a glimpse of the wooden box on the ground. This is... Li Fei was shocked, and quickly ran over to pick up the wooden box. Opening it, it contained a heroic trial crystal. This time, Li Fei was even more terrified of the power of the Shadow Palace. Even hero-level trial crystals can be freely given away. With such a powerful force, how could a mere wolf hunter be able to resist it? Li Fei, who had already made up his mind, put away the wooden box, then stood up, and sorted out his sacrificial robe. With a straight face, he shouted loudly in the sacrificial hall. "Let the clansmen prepare and turn on the magic circle." As soon as these words came out, the wolf hunters immediately sent a large number of demon cores to the sacrificial hall. The patriarch of the wolf hunting clan, Li Zhan, also came to the sacrificial hall. Li Zhan is a very strong man. A necklace of monster skulls hangs around his neck, and strange oil paints are painted on his face. He was also wearing armor made of animal skins and bones. As soon as he arrived at the sacrificial hall, he came to Li Fei and asked aloud, "Li Fei sacrificing, opening the magic circle at this time, can you ensure success?" The voice of the fierce battle was a little rough. Even if he deliberately lowered his voice, it seemed like he was roaring. "Patriarch, please rest assured, although the Willing cat family escaped, it is not in the way," Li Fei said seriously. Although the status of sacrifice and patriarch is the same. But Li Fei still admires Li Zhan in his heart. Sacrifice in the clan is only for guarding the sacrificial hall and sacrificing ancestors. Although most of the time, sacrifices can also decide many things. For example, about the previous hunting of major subhuman tribes, Li Fei was planning and sending people to implement it. But no matter what, Li Fei was hiding in the dark and strategizing. The patriarch, however, has to protect the entire clan. That's good. Li Zhan nodded, and then, like Li Fei, looked at the open space outside the sacrificial hall. It has been a long time since the wolf hunting clan had a clan with a powerful bloodline. If this goes on, the wolf hunters will only get weaker and weaker. Until the power of the bloodline is extremely thin, that is when the wolf hunters disappear. Therefore, in order to strengthen the wolf hunters. Although Li Zhan did not despise this kind of hunting other tribes to purify the power of his own blood, he acquiesced to Li Fei's approach. The open space outside the worship hall. The clansmen of the wolf hunters began to gather. Li Fei also walked out with the magic core and came to the grooves that formed the magic circle. "Bring out the blood." As soon as these words came out, the clansmen of the wolf hunting clan immediately walked into the sacrificial hall. Afterwards, each clan member came out of the sacrificial hall with a jar in his hand. The sacrifice begins. Li Fei walked slowly along these grooves. From time to time, a magic core is thrown into the groove. Then a tribesman will immediately step forward, open the jar in his hand, and pour out the scarlet liquid inside, covering the magic core. These are the blood collected by the wolf hunters after hunting nearly half of the demi-human tribes in the Moonlight Forest. The blood power contained in it was sealed by Li Fei with a jar. Until today. The magic circle formed by the groove is huge. But as Li Fei moved, the scarlet liquid gradually filled up these grooves. The energy in the magic core was stimulated by the power of the bloodline it contained in the blood. The entire magic circle seems to be boiling. This power will purify the blood poured into the magic circle, and extract the power of blood in it. As long as the power of these purified bloodlines is absorbed, the bloodlines of the wolf hunters can become stronger again. This may sound simple. But doing it is more difficult. Just the arrangement of the magic circle and the required magic core cost the wolf hunters a lot of energy. It doesn't sound good. The number of magic cores used this time is almost the entire accumulation of the wolf hunters. But as long as the blood can be purified, it's all worth it. Patriarch, now, just wait. Wait until the power of the magic core is exhausted. Li Fei threw all the magic cores into the trench and returned to the sacrificial hall. Looking at the magic circle that was almost boiling, he said slowly. "Thanks a lot." Li Zhan took a deep breath and said aloud. "It's my duty and it's my mission." Li Fei's expression was calm, and he returned lightly. After a pause, Li Fei took the wooden box out of his arms and said, "Patriarch, this is a gift from the Shadow Palace." Gift? The people in the Shadow Palace have a violent aura. We wolf hunters can't afford to provoke them. Li Zhan glanced at the wooden box and didn't pick it up. Instead, he exclaimed, "Patriarch, since they came to find us, we can't escape. Otherwise, they can also go to other tribes to carry out their plans." Li Fei knew what a fierce battle meant. If you seek skin with a tiger, if you are not careful, you will die in Thetager's mouth. However, this is not something that the wolf hunters can avoid if they want to avoid it. The wolf hunters just happen to be chosen. What is this? Li Zhan was also aware of this, so he didn't answer, but looked at the wooden box. Hero-level trial crystal. What? Li Zhan looked at Li Fei in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Among a force, the first hero-level powerhouse is the most difficult to appear. Because of the lack of hero-level powerhouses, this faction is not qualified to compete for hero-level trial crystals. As the patriarch of the wolf-hunting clan, Li Zhan naturally couldn't be a heroic powerhouse because of his lack of qualifications. As the strongest among the wolf hunters, Li Zhan has been hovering at the peak of the master level for a long time. It is only because of the lack of hero-level trial crystals that he has been stuck in this realm and cannot advance an inch. As I said before, among the wolf hunters, there are no hero-level powerhouses. Therefore, there is no qualification to compete for the hero-level trial crystal. Unless it's time to turn around, a big opportunity comes. However, this opportunity did not come by chance. And now, is the chance. This is an opportunity for our wolf-hunting clan, and it is also a double-edged sword that will hurt itself if it is not used properly. The purpose of the Shadow Palace, we still don't know. So, Patriarch, we need a heroic powerhouse to sit in the wolf hunter clan. Li Fei knew very well that the wolf hunters lacked a heroic powerhouse. It's been missing for a long time. As long as there are no hero-level powerhouses, the wolf hunters will never be able to talk to the real big forces. Now that he has been on the same boat with the Shadow Palace, refusing at this moment will not help. No matter how dangerous it is, it can only be tolerated. So, it is better to increase your strength as much as possible. The plot of the Shadow Palace is really beyond our imagination. I'm afraid the entire eastern wasteland will not be peaceful. I just hope that our wolf hunters can survive this turmoil. From these few words, Li Zhan wanted to understand the key. I was even more emotional. Just facing the Shadow Hall, the wolf hunters have no power to fight back. If they can enter the Shadow Palace's plan, then the wolf hunters might as well take the opportunity to develop and strengthen their own power. Then the matter here, I will trouble you, Li Fei sacrifice. Li Zhan took the wooden box and said in a deep voice. Now that you have obtained the hero-level trial crystal, you should be promoted to hero level as soon as possible. Only in this way, in the possible battles that may appear in the future, for themselves and for the wolf hunters, there will be more hope of survival. Leave this to me. Li Fei nodded expressionlessly. Li Fei didn't say anything about what the Shadow Palace needed. I don't think it is necessary to say. The power of the bloodline after purification, even if it is only half, is enough for the wolf hunters to use. As long as there is a real powerhouse, it is much more effective than purifying the blood in this sideways way. In the Moonlight Forest. After Yu Xier separated from Bailey Fenghua and the disciples of Yu Jianzong, she began to look for the territory of the wolf hunter. The demi-human tribes in Moonlight Forest are all equal in strength. For Yu Xier, as long as there is no heroic powerhouse shot, it is a small problem. After all, he was also taught by Qi Lu. Not to mention invincible among the same level. That's at least semi-invincible. Coupled with so many powerful pills and equipment, it is not so difficult to deal with a wolf hunter who does not have a heroic powerhouse. Wolf hunters, I hope you still live in this forest. I'm here to collect debts from you. Yu Shi'er walked slowly among the tall trees, observing the surrounding environment, and was not in a hurry. No matter what the wolf hunters say, they are a big clan. Knowing the surrounding environment thoroughly will bring a lot of convenience to the next battle. Stop, the front is the territory of the wolf hunters, and it is forbidden foreigners to approach. Just as Yu Shi'er was observing the surrounding environment, two tall men with cold eyes shouted to stop Yu Shi'er's movements. Is this the territory of the wolf hunters? The speed of your expansion is really not ordinary. Yu Shi'er stopped moving forward and looked coldly at the two men in front of her. The moon civet cat family is also the aborigines in the Moonlight Forest. Yu Shi'er is still very clear about the size of the wolf hunters' territory. In Yu Shi'er's memory, this place was at least 30 miles away from the territory of the wolf hunters. What did you say? Who are you? What did you just say? Who the hell are you? Hearing Yu Shi'er's words, the two wolf hunters stared at each other and asked aloud. After the magic circle of the wolf hunters to purify the bloodline was opened, this was the critical moment. Therefore, Lai Fei, the sacrificial priest of the wolf hunters, temporarily expanded the inspection range of the surrounding area by 50 miles to ensure that nothing would happen. If you encounter outsiders during inspections, you should also check more strictly. In case. Wait, you're the remnant of the Mooncat clan. Just before the questioning could be heard, a wolf-hunting clan member suddenly exclaimed. Before the demi-humans were animalized, their appearances were not far from the human race. It's more just a difference in body size. After all, the demi-humans are the bloodlines left behind after falling in love with the human race after the transformation of the ancient alien beasts. While retaining the ability of beastization, they also retained the appearance of the human race. However, there is a unique way of identification between the various races of the subhumans. That is the breath of blood. It is really impossible for ordinary practitioners to distinguish the breath of the power of blood. But for the demi-humans, this breath is like a beacon. Just a little bit of attention and you can feel it. Since you recognize it, I won't introduce myself. You should know what I'm here for. Yu Shi'er said coldly. When working as a clerk in Qi Li's store, what Yu Shi'er learned the most was Qi Li's calm and indifferent temperament. This is what Qi Lu would say, from time to time. Anger can only go to a person's head. If you really want to use your full strength, keep your head calm. And a real strong person, although he will be angry, he will never let anger dominate his thinking ability. Therefore, although Yu Shi'er was angry at the moment, she did not show it. Instead, force yourself to calm down. Lord Sacrifice is kind enough to let you go, but I didn't expect you to Dorito take the initiative to die. If you are taken back, maybe you will still be able to make a contribution. The two wolf hunters ignored the coldness in Yu Shi'er's tone, but instead looked overjoyed to see the great achievement. When they hunted the Moon Civet clan, the news that a person had escaped was something that the entire wolf-hunting clan knew. However, the wolf hunters who were later sent to hunt down Yu Shi'er disappeared for unknown reasons. Let the priest Lai Fei give up and continue to hunt down Yu Shi'er. After all, it's just one person missing, and it won't have any impact on the overall situation. What's more, what if Yu Shi'er found a strong backer? It is not a wise choice to provoke a strong enemy for the wolf hunters for no reason. However, what they didn't expect was that Yu Shi'er would dare to come back after such a thing. This surprised the two wolf-hunting clansmen on inspection. Because the clansmen of the wolf-hunting clan all know that Yu Shi'er, who escaped, has only the strength of the hero level. Leave the Moonlight Forest honestly and stay anonymous outside. Since you're back, stay here forever. In order to ensure that Yu Shi'er could be taken down, the two wolf-hunting clansmen directly started beastization. Thick and sharp wolf hair suddenly emerged from the skin. The fangs and claws also grew out, flashing a fierce cold light. The originally tall body has skyrocketed a lot at this moment, and it has grown to a height of nearly 3 meters. I heard that you are good at running away. Then give it a try and see if you can get away from us today. After the animalization, the voices of the wolf hunters were more like wolf howls. After the rough voice came out, the two wolf-hunting clansmen flashed, and Chao Shu, who was on the left and the right, surrounded them. The increase in strength and speed brought about by beastization made the two of them confident. The two pairs of beast pupils are full of desire for credit. But she didn't take Yu Shi'er into her eyes at all. A mere hero-level opponent, and he is also a member of the Moon Civic clan, who not have an advantage in blood. Why be cautious? Run? Why should I run? I came here to collect debts from you. The doqi in Yu Shi'er's body suddenly boiled, and it instantly condensed on the palm of her hand. Sharp claws protruded from Yu Shi'er's fingertips. I saw a flash of cold light. The grudge in Yu Shi'er's palm exploded in an instant. Bam! The two wolf-hunting clansmen who rushed up flew back at a faster speed, knocked down several big trees, and hit the ground heavily. Claw marks on chest with deep visible bone. The grudge that penetrated into the bodies of the two wolf hunters directly destroyed their remaining vitality. How can you be so strong? How long has it been since you left Moonlight Forest? Why did you become so much stronger? The two wolf hunters who fell to the ground, clutching the wounds on their chests, endured severe pain, and asked in disbelief. With just one move, he abolished the two practitioners of the professional class. This is absolutely impossible for a warrior-level cultivator to do. I'm not obligated to answer your questions. This is just the beginning, you owe so much. Yu Shi'er didn't even look at the two of them, she just took a deep breath and restrained her fighting spirit. Then keep walking forward. The vindictive energy that penetrated into the bodies of those two would erode away their remaining vitality. In the absence of heroic powerhouses, they have no chance of surviving. Now, it's just lingering. Report, we're going to report. Damn, I can't seem to move. The two wolf hunters who were collapsed on the ground watched Yu Shi'er leave. He wanted to report the letter, but was unable to move because of the severe pain and loss of physical strength. The further you go to the center of the wolf-hunting clan's territory, the more wolf-hunting clansmen you encounter and the more patrolling teams. But Yu Shi'er never thought of avoiding it. As long as they meet, it is a one-sided battle. It doesn't matter if she is discovered, because Yu Shi'er never thought of hiding her whereabouts. On the contrary, it was these wolf-hunting clansmen who kept coming, which saved Yu Shi'er a lot of trouble. A few months ago, the hunting in the Moonlight Forest made the clansman of the wolf hunters extremely conceited. He believes that he is the most powerful tribe among the demi-humans in the Moonlight Forest. However, the appearance of Yu Shi'er made these conceited wolf hunters feel fearful again. Those patrolling wolf hunters, in Yu Shi'er's hands, have never been able to make a move. Even those clansmen at the master level could not resist Yu Shi'er's attack. Run. Go. Go and tell the priest, go. Hurry up and let the priest send stronger clansmen over, or it will beaver. Those who were frightened by Yu Shi'er's powerful strength shouted to the others in horror. It was like facing an invincible death. No one dared to stand up to him. Yes, let's all start running. Those demi-human tribes hunted by you should also run like this. Yu Shi'er didn't rush to chase, and didn't even change her direction. Instead, go straight to the goal. That is the sacrificial hall of the wolf hunters. For the subhuman tribes, the sacrificial hall is one of the most important buildings. The other is the patriarch's hall within the tribe. However, in terms of importance, it is undoubtedly the sacrificial hall that is more important. Because in the sacrificial hall, the ancestors of this tribe are enshrined. Sacrificial Lord, outside the territory, there are enemies, and there are enemies attacking. A wolf hunter clansman ran to the sacrificial hall out of breath, and said hurriedly, without even breathing. The enemy? Who is it? Li Fei sat cross-legged in the sacrificial hall. Hearing this sentence, I immediately opened my eyes, and a cold light flashed away. In the magic circle outside the sacrificial hall, the power of blood in the blood is about to be purified. At this time it is absolutely not allowed to be disturbed. It's the remnant of the Yueling cat family, she's back. And it has become very strong. Already, many clansmen have been buried in her hands. When the wolf hunter recalled Yu Shier's power, beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. There was a hint of fear in his voice. Such emotions are not allowed in the sacrificial hall. But this wolf-hunting clansman couldn't restrain the fear that kept emerging in his heart. Get stronger? It seems that she really found a good backer. A gleam of light flashed in Li Fei's eyes. To be able to teach a warrior-level cultivator into a master-level powerhouse in just a few months, the resources required are not a small amount. And more importantly, a good leader is needed. It seems that it was right not to continue to hunt her down before, but I didn't expect that she would come to the door at this time. At this critical moment, she must not be allowed to interfere with the operation of the magic circle. When Li Fei said this, he closed his eyes again. Because in the wolf hunters, no, it should be said in all the demi-human tribes. Sacrifices are not responsible for fighting. If it is really time to sacrifice, then this tribe should almost disappear. Let the wolf hunter guard take action and stop the remnants of the Moon Civet clan. Li Fei said coldly. Yes. The wolf hunters who came to report the letter immediately responded loudly. It seems that this can make the fear in his heart slightly diluted. The wolf hunter guard is the elite force in the wolf hunter clan. Usually guards around the Patriarch's Hall and the Sacrificial Hall, responsible for the safety of the Patriarch and sacrificial worship. Every wolf-hunting guard has the strength of the peak of the Grandmaster level, and is brave and good at fighting. It can be said to be the most powerful guard force among the wolf hunters. Even the wolf-hunting guards have been dispatched. This time, the remnants of the Moon Cat clan should have nowhere to escape. Since she dares to provoke our wolf hunters, she will have to pay the price. Master Sacrificial kindly spared her life, but if she dares to come back, she's seeking her own death. Li Fei's order made many wolf hunters who were surrounded by fear suddenly excited. This is the confidence derived from the long-term victorious record of the wolf hunter. No wolf-hunting tribe would doubt the strength of the wolf-hunting guards. Because this is the most elite guard force in the wolf hunter clan. The surrounding wolf hunters seem to be starting to increase again. Yu Shier was still walking unhurriedly. But the perception has already covered every corner of the surrounding, ensuring that it will not be attacked. Because Yu Shier knew that in terms of attitude, she could despise her opponent. But no matter whether the opponent is strong or weak, do not underestimate the strength of the opponent. The lion fights the rabbit, and still uses all his strength. What's more, Yu Shier knew in her heart that in the wolf hunter clan, there must be hidden power. Otherwise, He Ning of the wolf hunting clan could hunt so many demi-human tribes. The wolf hunter is here. That's great, the remnants of the Yueling cat clan are now dead. I want to watch her be taken down by the wolf hunter guards here, and then use her blood to purify the power of our blood. The wolf-hunting clansmen who gathered here were talking a lot. Looking at Yu Shier, her eyes were filled with hatred. Because Yu Shier had no plans to hide her whereabouts at all. So the wolf-hunter guard didn't need to waste time looking for it. After receiving Li Fei's order, he rushed over here. A few dark shadows flashed through the forest, and then surrounded Yu Shier. The positions they were standing in corresponded to each other, blocking all possible escape routes. The number of wolf-hunting guards is not large, only 8 people. But it is these 8 people who have guarded the Patriarch's Hall and the Sacrificial Hall in the Battle of the Wolf Hunters for so many years. Are you the hidden power in the wolf hunters? Yu Shi'er looked at the 8 wolf hunting guards who suddenly appeared around her. From them, Yu Shi'er could feel an aura that was obviously different from other wolf hunters. Courageous, persevering, chilling, and stern. Here are 8 true warriors. This kind of feeling made Yu Shi'er turn his fighting chi into action at once, and his perception was also improved to the extreme. It's a respect for the fight. The wolf hunter guards don't say much. Or in other words, when it is not necessary, the wolf hunting guard will not speak at all, but will only execute orders. After confirming the target, the 8 wolf hunter guards looked at each other. Then they burst out together. Instant beastization. At the same time as the sharp teeth and claws appeared, the 8 wolf hunting guards shot almost together. I saw a cold light flickering in the air. The cooperation of the 8 wolf hunting guards can be said to be seamless, not only blocking all the escape routes for Yu Shi'er, but also interlocking with each other in terms of attack. It is almost impossible to escape. It's the combined attack of the wolf hunting guards, and no one has been able to escape. This kind of cooperation has no flaws at all. How dare the remnants of the month-long civet clan dare to challenge the wolf hunting clan? I really don't know what to say. Just use this trick to kill her. Seeing the wolf hunting guards take action, the wolf hunting clansmen gathered around suddenly became excited. For Yu Shi'er, no one is optimistic. If there is no flaw, then create a flaw. Yu Shi'er stared at the cold light that approached like lightning, took out a medicinal pill, and put it into her mouth. Sol Dan. In a very short period of time, the user's mental strength is increased. Simultaneously release a mental shock, and within a short period of time, the user can release a mental shock again. Double mental shock. Although the Spirit Soul pill is only a high-quality pill, the mental shock that erupts is not so easy to resist. What's more, it is a superimposed attack of double mental shock. Boom! The terrifying mental shock was like a stone thrown into the water, and the ripples that appeared were rapidly spreading around. Let the attacking wolf-hunting guards be all a meal. For the master-level peak powerhouse, this brief momentary pause is enough. Dochi condensed on Yu Shi'er's palm, blessing even more terrifying destructive power on the sharp claws of her fingertips. She'd dash. The sharp claws swept past, bringing bursts of air-breaking sounds. As if to tear the space apart. Cooperate with each other to repel all the wolf-hunting guards who are surrounded. It even left several bloodstains on the 8 wolf-hunting guards. The grudge that penetrated into the wolf hunter guard's wound would also make the wolf hunter guard's wound unable to heal easily. Continued bleeding can also reduce the opponent's combat effectiveness. What happened? Did I read it wrong just now? The wolf hunter was actually repelled by this remnant? Impossible. It's impossible. This incredible scene made the onlookers of the wolf hunter clansmen widen their eyes. The wolf-hunting guard's flawless combined attack method was broken so easily. This made it difficult for the wolf hunters to accept for a while. It's my turn to attack next. Of course, Yu Shi'er couldn't just defend and not attack. In the face of the wolf-hunting guards, it is best to seize the opportunity. If these guys are dragged into the battle formation, even if Yu Shi'er can be undefeated, a lot of time and physical strength will be wasted. Moreover, Yu Shi'er also knew that the wolf hunter guards were different from those ordinary wolf hunters. If you don't use all your strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win. Courage pill, wind speed pill, body protection pill, use all of them, and bless them in a good state. The wind jade pendant activates the active skills, condensing the wind shield to protect the wearer. The wind is constant, and the defense is not broken. The bracelet of wind and earrings of fire are all ready. Magpie headband, magpie shawl, magpie belt, magpie boots, all ready. After adding all the states, Yu Shi'er's various attributes suddenly skyrocketed a lot. This is what Yu Shi'er learned in the New World mode. Before the battle, be sure to add all the buffs that can be blessed. Quick fight, solve it from the nearest start. Yu Xi'er's eyes narrowed, and her figure flickered like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the nearest wolf-hunting guard. From the brief confrontation just now, Yu Xi'er could see it. The wolf hunter is good at combining attacks. The cooperation between the 8 people is seamless. However, as long as one person is injured, there will be a flaw in this battle formation. Because one of the wolf-hunting guards was injured, the strength that could be exerted would inevitably be damaged. But the other 7 wolf-hunting guards could not deliberately suppress their strength in order to cooperate with the injured wolf-hunting guards. This is fighting consciousness. The so-called combat awareness is to grasp the situation of the battle and know what to do. Understand the battle situation and know where the opponent's weaknesses are. This weakness, which is not a weakness, is of course clear to the wolf hunter guarding himself. But the reason why this is a weakness that is not considered a weakness is because even if the opponent sees it, it cannot hurt one of the wolf hunting guards. Because the 8 hunting wolf guards are in the battle formation, they are advancing and retreating together. Don't give the enemy the chance to face just one of the wolf hunter guards. However, the double mental shock that Yu Xi'er used to use the spirit soul pill before caused the battle formation guarded by the wolf hunter to stagnate for a moment. And this moment of stagnation, the flaws that appeared in Yu Xi'er's eyes, it will be infinitely magnified. Magpie Ling, break the armor. The sharp claws lingering with grudge slammed heavily on the chest of the nearest wolf-hunting guard. The Magpie Ling attack attached to the Magpie Ling belt, along with Yu Xi'er's shot, also bombarded the chest of the wolf hunter guard. After entering the combat state, after 10 attacks, the wearer's next attack will be accompanied by a powerful magpie feather attack. Inflicts a lot of physical damage and adds armor-piercing effects. The so-called 10 attacks did not limit the strength of the attack. For the judging method of the Magpie Ling belt, even if it is only rubbed by the enemy, it will be counted as an attack. Yu Xi'er knew this determination method. It is through his own fighting skills that he used it skillfully in the battle. Bam! Puff! A muffled sound was mixed with the sound of spitting blood. The wolf-hunting guard who was hit by Yu Xi'er, the animal bone armor on his chest was completely shattered, revealing a wound full of blood. The accompanying magpie feather attack directly shattered the wolf-hunting guard's ribs. Even if he could stand up, his combat power would be greatly reduced. 8 wolf-hunting guards, as long as there is one less, the power of the battle formation will drop by at least 30%. What did I see? The wolf-hunting guard was injured, and was actually injured by the remnants of the Mooncat clan. No, it's impossible. I must be dreaming. Go and report the situation here to the priest. The wolf-hunting clansmen who were guarding around suddenly panicked. Fear began to surface in their hearts again. What is the wolf hunter guard? That is the most elite guard force of the wolf hunters. But just now, one of the most elite guards was injured. This was absolutely impossible before. Are you going to start running away again? Sure enough, it's a group of guys who bully the soft and fear the hard. Yu Xi'er sensed the situation around her and sneered. After one of the wolf-hunting guards was seriously injured, it was impossible for the battle formation to be as flawless as it was at the beginning. There are flaws in the battle formation, even if it is only a slight flaw. In front of a cultivator with a strong sense of combat, it will be infinitely magnified and become full of loopholes. And Yu Xi'er blessed herself with all the states and tried her best to seriously injure a wolf-hunting guard in one move. It was precisely for this reason. The double mental shock can only be used for surprises. For the guarded master-level peak powerhouses, the mental shock of the high-quality medicinal pills is still slightly insufficient. And now, there is a battle formation formed by a single wolf hunter guard. Although it is still a little troublesome, it is much simpler than before. If it's just this level of power, then you lose. After Yu Shi'er succeeded, her tense nerves relaxed a little. Without such an airtight attack, the wolf-hunting guard is nothing to be afraid of. And the remaining 7 wolf-hunting guards also know this. This time, the enemy who came to the wolf hunter's territory was stronger than they thought. This sense of being able to clearly perceive danger is something these wolf hunter guards have not seen for a long time. The enemy is very strong. Everyone, prepare to go crazy. The 7 wolf-hunting guards looked at each other, and they all saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Madness is a secret skill of demi-humans after beastization. By consuming potential and lifespan, it can greatly improve its various attributes in a short period of time. It is a secret technique that is only used when desperate. However, even though the conditions for using madness are very harsh, there are not many demi-humans who can learn this secret skill. However, there is no doubt about the talent of the wolf-hunting clansmen who can be selected as the wolf-hunting guards. It's normal to be crazy about this secret skill. Just to deal with me, are you going to use madness to work hard? Yu Shi'er naturally knew what happened to madness. However, Yu Shi'er had never learned this secret skill. One is because when she was in the Moonlight Forest, with Yu Shi'er's strength, it was not her turn to learn. After arriving at Qi Li's store, Yu Shi'er discovered that the cost-effective secret skill of madness is really not worth it. Compared to the body of the evil spirit, madness is simply a simplified version of the simplified version. Moreover, after maddening, the demi-human beast instincts will be greatly enhanced until normal rationality is suppressed. This is the most undesirable thing for the battle between the strong. Roar. Except for the one who fell to the ground and was almost incapacitated, all the other wolf-hunting guards turned mad. The grudge lingering on their body began to boil. There was a roar from their throats. The pair of beast pupils that were originally cold and severe, now glowed with red blood. Suffer to death. After the madness, the wolf hunter guards no longer rely on battle formations to fight. Instead, it relies on strong individual strength to take down the enemy. The various attributes of the wolf hunter guard have almost reached the limit of the master level under the improvement of madness. Moving through the forest, like a black light, it quickly approached Yu Shi'er. Interesting, I'd like to see if it's madness, or the body of the evil spirit I learned. Yu Shi'er has a kind of blind trust in the products in Qi Li's store. In other words, it was the products in Qi Li's store that gave Yu Shi'er extremely strong confidence. Keep an eye on the incoming wolf hunter guards. Yu Shi'er didn't mean to retreat, just kept calculating in her heart. The body of the evil spirit consumes vindictive energy quickly, but it has the advantage that it can be turned on and off at any time. Compared to madness, I don't know how many times stronger. I see you. Your actions are still too obvious. Doqi boiled and roared. Under the action of the body of the evil spirit, it began to burn. Then it quickly transformed into a large number of attributes and blessed Yu Shi'er. At the moment when the body of the evil spirit opened, Yu Shi'er's attack collided with the attacking wolf hunter guard. Boom! A loud bang sounded. The two powerful attacks collided together, stirring up gusts of wind and waves, spreading out towards the surroundings. The trees that were close by were torn to pieces by the wind and waves. Raised the sky of sawdust. However, the attack of the wolf-hunting guards did not stop. Yu Shi'er's counterattack did not stop. The boiling vindictive roar roared, rushing through Yu Shi'er's body. Boom boom boom. Loud noises that sent chills down the spine kept coming out, like bursts of thunder, constantly exploding in the forest. All the surrounding trees were shattered by the aftermath of the battle, leaving only the stumps close to the ground, still bearing the constant wind and waves. There were even cracks on the ground, and countless huge stones were broken. Every time Yu Shi'er and the wolf-hunting guards fought each other, they could stir up smoke and dust in the sky and countless rubble. The aftermath of Doqi almost shaved off an entire layer of the ground. After the madness, it's just like that. Under the blessing of the body of the evil spirit, Yu Shi'er fought and retreated with the 7 mad wolf hunter guards, and she did not lose at all. Madness actually stimulates the fighting instinct in the power of the demi-human bloodline. This is a method that consumes a lot of bloodline power. And the power of blood, for demi-humans, is potential and longevity. This coincides with the statement that using madness requires consumption of potential and lifespan. The longer the madness is turned on, the more powerful demi-humans are used, the lower the strength will be. After procrastinating for a while, Yu Shi'er could clearly feel that the strength of the wolf hunter guard who was fighting against her was declining. When the effect of madness disappears, it is time for the wolf hunter to be removed from the wolf hunter. Power and consciousness should be in balance with each other. For the sake of strength, if you give up your own reason, it is doomed that you will not be able to fully exert this power. Yu Shi'er is very aware of the flaws of madness. After staying in Qi Li's store for so long, if you can't even see this thing, that was really a waste of time. It seems that your power is about to disappear. Yu Shi'er has gone all out from the very beginning, but now she's doing her best. There is even time to laugh. For the enemy, anger and ridicule are the most appropriate vents. As long as you can keep a clear head and not be swallowed by anger, then any other behavior is not excessive. Sacrificing adults, something happened, something big. Several wolf-hunting clansmen who went to watch, stumbled into the sacrificial hall. Before seeing Lai Fei, he began to shout. There was panic in their tone, making their voices very short. Calm down, idiot. What the hell happened? Lai Fei frowned when he heard the shouts of these wolf hunters, and said coldly. To be so flustered in the sacrificial hall is disrespect to the ancestors. If these clansmen did not have a good reason, Lai Fei would definitely let them know what would happen if they were disrespectful to their ancestors. Sacrificial Lord, the wolf-hunting guard is injured. They were injured by the remnants of the Moon Civet clan, and they are about to be unable to stop them. That remnant is going to be killed. Several wolf-hunting clansmen were talking at length. Lai Fei listened for a while, before he could hear what was going on from their messy voices. You mean, the wolf hunter guard didn't stop that remnant? Lai Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a very dangerous light. The wolf-hunting guards are already the most elite force in the wolf-hunting clan. Before, some clansmen came to report, saying that the remnants of the Mooncat clan had gained powerful power and came to take revenge. Lai Fei has already overestimated the enemy's strength to the greatest extent possible. And is ready, even at the cost of the wolf-hunting guard's life. But just stop the enemy. That's what's acceptable. Because as long as the blood in the magic circle is purified, the wolf hunters can once again reach their peak. And after the Liaison Patriarch was promoted to a hero-level powerhouse, the wolf hunters will only become stronger and stronger. A mere 8 wolf-hunting guards. Even if he gave up all of them, Lai Fei would not feel a pity. But now, someone from the clan actually told Lai Fei that the wolf hunter guard could no longer stop the remnant. How could Lai Fei not be shocked? The enemy that even the wolf hunter guards can't stop, is it a heroic powerhouse? But no matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Hero-level powerhouses are not Chinese cabbage sold on street stalls. That is the pinnacle of power in the eastern wilderness. Even if there are strong people who are willing to cultivate the remnants of the Mooncat clan, let her become a hero-level strong. It also depends on whether she has the qualifications. Yes, worship the adults. When we came over, the wolf-hunting guards had already used the maddening technique. The wolf hunters who came to report the news immediately said it. Use madness, then it should be fine. As long as the enemy is not a heroic powerhouse, there is nothing to worry about in front of the mad wolf hunter guard. Hearing this, Lai Fei closed his eyes again. Just in my heart, I have drawn a big fork on these 8 wolf hunting guards. Madness requires the consumption of bloodline power. Once the power of the bloodline becomes thin, the strength will definitely be greatly reduced. This kind of wolf hunting guard is not what Li Fei needs. Yeah, how can there be an enemy who can defeat the wolf hunter after the madness? Sure enough, I still can hold my breath. The remnants of the Moon Civet clan, no matter how they say it, are only of master level. It is impossible to fight against the mad wolf hunter guards. Thinking about it like this makes me feel at ease. Several panicked wolf hunters also calmed down at this moment. After listening to Li Fei's words, his heart was even more settled. A defeat for the wolf hunter guard cannot erase so many of their past victories. It will also not wipe out the confidence of the wolf hunters in them. However, at this time, a crisp voice that clearly contained anger, but seemed extremely calm, entered the sacrificial hall from outside. I finally found you. Is this the sacrificial hall of the wolf hunters? This voice is like the low voice of death. Almost made the wolf hunting clansman who had just calmed down to kneel on the ground in fright. Yes, it's the remnant. She actually found it here. Could it be that the wolf hunter guards are all? Having said that, the wolf hunting clansman no longer dared to say any more. Because this wolf hunting clansman simply did not want to believe that the wolf hunting guards would still be defeated after going crazy. This voice. Li Fei slowly opened his eyes. This time I couldn't calm down any longer. The defeat of the wolf hunting guards after maddening is a fact that people have to believe even if it is very unbelievable. Before the fierce battle came out of the heroic trial space. There is simply no one who can stop the enemy this time. If I remember correctly, you called Yu Shi'er, right? Li Fei took a deep breath and calmly came to the entrance of the sacrificial hall. I saw a petite woman with a beautiful face, standing not far away. Those beautiful eyes were looking at the sacrificial hall with a cold light. After someone from the Yueling cats escaped from the moonlight forest, Li Fei went to read the family tree of the Yueling cats. Naturally, you know who the person in front of you is. You actually know me. It's my honor, Li Fei sacrifice. Yu Shi'er said coldly. The sacrifices in the various tribes of the demi-human race are all well-known figures among the demi-human races. It's not surprising that Yu Shi'er knows Li Fei, it's a rare thing that Li Fei knows Yu Shi'er's name. Of course I know you, the only survivor of the Yueling cat clan. I am deeply sorry for your tragic experience. Li Fei sighed and pretended to be sad. Li Fei knew that before the fierce battle came out, his current task was totally time. As long as the safety of the bloodline purification magic array can be guaranteed, nothing else matters. You don't need to say such things in front of me. Since I chose to come here today, I have no intention of letting you go. Yu Shi'er frowned slightly, her expression as cold as frost. Regarding Li Fei's words, Yu Shi'er could only feel sick. Yu Shi'er, I don't mean to excuse myself, but don't you want to know the truth here? You should be clear that the strength of the various tribes of the demi-humans cannot be so different. How is it possible for my wolf hunters to have the ability to deal with so many tribes at one time? Li Fei said in a sincere tone. In order to delay the time, he even sold the Shadow Palace without hesitation. You mean, there is another black hand behind this incident? Yu Shi'er questioned. Injustice has its head, and debt has its owner. Although the wolf hunter is absolutely impossible to let go. However, behind this incident, the black hand who caused the Yueling cat clan to be exterminated was also unforgivable. Of course, otherwise, my wolf hunting clan will be able to compete with so many tribes. Seeing Yu Shi'er's interest, Li Fei knew that he had made the right move. As long as you can wait until the fierce battle comes out. The humiliation that he has suffered from bowing and kneeling now will definitely be returned tenfold at that time. Who are they? Yu Shi'er asked sharply. Shadow Palace, I don't know if you have heard of it. Actually, these unfortunate things are not our intention at all. Lai Fei pretended to be very sad, but said the name with some fear. It seems that the hunting of those tribes was forced to do it under the persecution of the Shadow Palace. Shadow Palace. Yu Shier's pupil shrank suddenly, and then immediately returned to her original state. Yu Shier is very familiar with this name. Yu Xier was able to come back to the Moonlight Forest. I am afraid that the Shadow Palace also has a credit in it. It's just that Yu Shier never imagined that the wolf hunters would collude with the Shadow Palace, and they would join forces with the Shadow Palace to hunt down so many demi-human tribes. If it is said that the wolf hunters have no idea in their hearts, it was impossible for Yu Xier to believe it. As Lai Fei said, all these unfortunate things happened because of the persecution of the Shadow Temple. In this case, it is almost the same as a 3-year-old child. However, since Lai Fei is willing to say these things, Yu Shier also wants to reveal more secrets. It's nothing but a snake. If it was the previous Yu Shier, I'm afraid there is no way to be so calm. But now, Yu Xier is not the same as before. Why does the Shadow Palace force you to do such a thing? Yu Shier frowned and asked. For the power of our demi-human bloodline. They said that if the wolf hunters do not cooperate, they will let the wolf hunters disappear in the Moonlight Forest. I just want the wolf hunters to survive. Lai Fei took a deep breath and said his difficulties. These words are half true. It is true that the Shadow Palace needs the bloodline power of demi-humans, but why don't the wolf hunters want it? The power of the bloodline of the demi-humans? What do they want this stuff for? Yu Shier looked at Lai Fei suspiciously and expressed doubts. The power of blood, unless it is inherently possessed. Otherwise, for most people, it can only be the object of envy. I don't know what they want to do either, I just obey their orders. A look of pain and remorse appeared on Lai Fei's face. Really amazing acting. Yu Shier looked at it, her heart didn't fluctuate at all, she just felt sick. It is said that the sacrificial priest does not participate in the battle, and is a good hand at shirk. Seeing you today, it's true. Lai Fei sacrifice, I believe you have difficulties. As soon as Yu Xier said this, Lai Fei's face immediately showed a grateful look. As if she was grateful that Yu Xier was willing to forgive him. However, Yu Xier's next sentence turned the expression on Lai Fei's face into panic. It's just that the Yueling cat family died in the hands of the wolf hunters, but it is an indelible fact. So, even if you have difficulties, it is by no means the reason why you can live. After Yu Xier finished speaking, the fighting qi in her body burst out instantly. The vindictiveness of the heyday is not reduced by half. Yu Shier, who had brought a lot of qi-returning pills and healing pills, had replenished all her states to a perfect state long before she came to the sacrificial hall. Your grudge is still so full, how is this possible? Lai Fei also discovered this, and his face was full of shock. The natural recovery speed of Do Qi is absolutely impossible to be so fast. Especially after a high-intensity battle, the consumption of vindictive energy requires practitioners to rest for several days before they can fully recover. But the guy in front of him, after fighting the 8 wolf hunter guards, was still able to maintain his prosperous state. This is simply a monster. This kind of thing should be left to you after you have finished your atonement, and then think about it slowly. Yu Shier has no hobby of explaining. The enemy's problems have never been ignored. The magic circle you set up outside the sacrificial hall is the so-called blood power. On the open space outside the sacrificial hall, the surface was covered with reddish grooves. Yu Xier had noticed it long ago. The power released by the magic core will continuously purify and condense the blood. Therefore, in these grooves, there has long been no liquid that can flow. Instead, there are extremely plump crimson beads, overlaid on the position where the magic core was cast before. Here is the power of the purified blood. After refining, the power of blood in the body can be purified. What do you want to do? Li Fei seemed to realize something, and his face changed drastically. The power of blood is indeed a good thing. Yu Shi'er sighed softly and looked at the scarlet beads in these grooves. In Yu Shi'er's eyes, these are not purified blood powers at all, but lifelines. The lives of the demi-human tribes, and tribes that have disappeared. Even among the various tribes of the subhuman, the relationship is not harmonious. But at this moment, Yu Shi'er still felt the same feeling of pity for each other. Feel the same. If it wasn't for Yu Shi'er, who was not in the clan at that time, I am afraid that the power in these scarlet beads today would also have the same share of Yu Shi'er. You guys, I'll be damned. Yu Shi'er raised her hand, and the dochi wrapped around her fist roared. The target is the magic circle in the open space. You stop me. Li Fei screamed loudly in fright. The magic circle used to purify blood and refine the power of bloodline does not have the powerful self-defense ability like other magic circles used for attack or defense. This magic circle simply can't withstand a strong attack. Yu Shi'er's punch will definitely destroy most of the magic circle. At that time, those blood orbs that are warmly raised in the magic circle will probably be affected. Even most of the bloodline orbs will be directly destroyed because of this. This is definitely not what Li Fei wants to see. However, it was impossible for this roar to stop Yu Shi'er's attack. As long as the magic circle that purifies the bloodline is broken, the layout of the wolf hunters for so long will be in vain. All the sacrifices will be in vain. Even offend the Shadow Palace. Since the incident has already happened and cannot be undone, Yu Shi'er can only destroy everything in the wolf hunting clan to the greatest extent possible. Boom! Stop for me! A huge roar sounded, but Yu Shi'er's fist did not fall on the magic circle. The smoke was blown away by the wind and waves. Yu Shi'er was also blown away by a majestic fighting chi. Who is it? Yu Shi'er took a few steps back and stabilized her figure. Yu Shi'er could clearly perceive the aura of that vindictive aura just now, and it was definitely an aura that only a hero-level powerhouse could burst out. It is completely different from the Grandmaster-level powerhouse. It's me, the patriarch of the wolf-hunting clan, fighting fiercely. Who are you? Dare to challenge my wolf hunters. Before he finished speaking, the figure of Lai Zhan appeared at the door of the sacrificial hall. Tall and sturdy body, quite a sense of oppression. Patriarch, you finally came out, congratulations on your successful promotion to hero level. In this way, the rise of the wolf hunters can no longer be stopped. The patriarch has become a hero, and the rise of the wolf hunting clan will never be stopped again. After Li Fei saw the appearance of Lai Zhan, the heart that he kept talking about could finally be put back. A master-level powerhouse, no matter how invincible he is in the master-level realm. Once against a heroic powerhouse, there is only one result of failure. This is the crushing of the realm, the crushing of the essence of power. So after seeing the fierce battle, Li Fei didn't worry at all about what kind-of storms Yu Shi'er could make. The patriarch of the wolf-hunting clan would be promoted to hero level at such a time. On the way here, it should be in a hurry. Yu Shi'er looked at Lai Zhan with a very calm gaze, and she was not afraid. A hero-level powerhouse, Yu Shi'er had not seen much when she was still in Moonlight Forest. However, during her time in Qi Lu Xiaodian, none of the heroic powerhouses Yu Shi'er knew were stronger than the newly promoted Lai Zhan. Even if he had only been to the store once, Yu Feng, who was promoted to the hero level not long ago. It was only after the realm was stabilized that he came to the store. Lai Zhan frowned slightly when he heard the words. The power of your bloodline, you are a member of the Mooncat clan. After looking up and down at Yu Shi'er, Lai Zhan spoke with some surprise. The Moon Civet clan is on the hunting list of the wolf hunting clan. Although I heard that a member of the Mooncat clan escaped during the hunt, Lai Zhan never cared about it. But he never thought that the escaped Yueling cat clan would come to the Durat such a time. Your priest knows me, but I didn't expect you to remember me. It's really my honor. Yu Shi'er sneered. This obvious irony made the corners of Lai Zhan's eyes jump involuntarily. It is true that Lai Zhan and Lai Fei have different ideas. Lai Zhan had a trace of guilt in his heart for these targets being hunted by wolf hunters. But the guilt is guilt. If there is no acquiescence in the fierce battle, the wolf hunters will not dare to go out to hunt. So now that Yu Shi'er mentions it, Lai Zhan will inevitably feel a little embarrassed and angry. I didn't care when you escaped. Why are you coming back today? Aren't you really afraid of dying? With Lai Zhan's anger, his voice suddenly rose a lot. It sounded like thunder in the sky. Why do I come back? Can't you really think of it? Yu Shi'er scoffed at Lai Zhan's question. The feud of genocide that is not shared by the sky. Why come back? Not for revenge, but for visiting friends? It's just a pity that your accident happened. Yu Shi'er continued to speak coldly. If Lai Zhan hadn't been promoted to a hero-level powerhouse, then there would be no one in the entire wolf-hunting clan who would be Yu Shi'er's opponent. But unfortunately, people are not as good as God. My surprise. Lai Zhan showed some doubts about Yu Shi'er's words, but soon, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. When I heard that you escaped, you were only a hero. I didn't expect that it has been promoted to the master level now. In just a few months, from the hero level, to the peak of the master level. Lai Zhan had never heard of such a promotion speed, let alone seen it with his own eyes. How can I not be surprised when I see it today? The concentration of blood power in your body is much higher than I thought. With such a strong bloodline, it's no wonder that you can become a grandmaster in such a short period of time. After a short pause, Lai Zhan made a more surprised voice. After becoming a hero-level powerhouse, Lai Zhan's perception of the power of demi-human bloodlines is much stronger than before. Under the deliberate perception, it is possible to vaguely perceive the concentration of the blood power in Yu Shi'er's body. This kind of perception is an ability that those demi-human races who have not been promoted to hero level can never have. And in the perception, Yu Shi'er's blood power concentration has exceeded Lai Zhan's imagination. This concentration of blood power, for the current demi-human race, can only appear after going back at least 3 generations. The inheritance of 3 generations of clansmen, for practitioners, that is hundreds of years of time. To put it bluntly, even the current wolf hunters have used the bloodline orb purified from this magic circle. The purified blood vessels may not be comparable to half of Yu Shi'er's blood vessels. This situation can only show that Yu Shi'er's cultivation aptitude and talent are terribly high. High enough to purify its own blood. Thinking of this, a murderous intent suddenly appeared in Lai Zhan's eyes. Your aptitude, your talent, are so strong that it is shocking. If you leave here today, I'm afraid it will be a disaster for the entire wolf hunter clan. The power of bloodline determines aptitude, talent, and potential. With the power of Yu Shi'er's bloodline, if she was given the opportunity to be promoted to the hero level, it would be a sure thing. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Lai Zhan to let Yu Shi'er leave here safely. The entire Mooncat clan died in the hands of your wolf-hunting clan. Today, your patriarch wants to take me down. Do you still need any reason? Yu Shi'er only thought Lai Zhan's words were ridiculous. Such high-sounding words have no meaning at all. Just used to cover up their crimes. Humph, if you can exchange your death for the stability of the wolf hunters, then I will become a sinner in the fierce battle, so what? Lai Zhan snorted coldly, and the majestic Do Qi suddenly burst out and rose up. Pressed towards Yu Shi'er. The strength of the fighting spirit of the hero-level powerhouse is not comparable to those of the Grandmaster level before. Even if Yu Shi'er walked all the way, it was hard to find an opponent. But in the face of the fierce battle, he was still suppressed and slowed down a lot. This is the difference between grandmaster and hero. Perhaps at the same level, Yu Shi'er is hard to beat. But in the face of this kind of enemy who has crossed the realm, Yu Shi'er is still unable to catch up. Even if Lai Zhan is just a hero-level powerhouse who has just stepped out of the trial space. Goodbye, the talented girl of the Mooncat clan. Lai Zhan's fighting chi sword, and then gathered on his fists. With a punch, the majestic momentum descended from the sky like a mountain that could not see the top, making people unable to breathe. The dust on the ground was blown up. However, the grooves that formed the magic circle were protected by the fighting spirit of Lai Zhan. The importance of this magic circle is also clear to Lai Zhan. Do you really think you can keep me? Yu Shi'er was locked by this vindictive energy, and the expression on her face was extremely solemn. But there was no weakness in his tone. Boom! Do Chi roared like a beast. He slammed into Yu Shi'er fiercely. Finally resolved this remnant. Seeing this scene, Lai Fei suddenly let out a sigh of relief. When Yu Shi'er came to the outside of the sacrificial hall before, the pressure on Lai Fei was too heavy. The anger in his eyes seemed to destroy the entire wolf hunter clan. And Yu Shi'er probably thought the same thing in her heart. But at this moment, under the majestic fighting spirit, a flash of color suddenly flashed. In an instant, countless magpie feathers flew out. Yu Shi'er was also teleported from the fierce battle and appeared in the jungle, not far away. Magpie Bridge. When attacked enough to threaten the wearer, perfectly resist an attack no higher than heroic. And perform a short bit flash. One of the set skills that comes with the Qixi Festival set. It's also where Yu Shi'er's strength lies. Successfully blocked. Yu Shi'er's violent heartbeat gradually calmed down. It is not a fun thing to take on the attack of a heroic powerhouse head-on. However, the description in Chuechia's skill is not a joke. To say it is perfect resistance is perfect resistance. Yu Shi'er, who was teleported out, showed no signs of injury on her body. After procrastinating for so long, it's my turn. Looking at the fierce battle that was coming so fast, Yu Shi'er stood there, without any intention of running away. The Grandmaster wants to escape at the hero's hands. That's a fool's dream. Yu Shi'er has not been arrogant to this level. You gave me so many surprises. But the more this is the case, the less I dare to let you go. Lai Zhan came to Yu Shi'er with a gloomy face, his perception locked Yu Shi'er firmly. Being able to resist the attack of a heroic powerhouse is definitely not Yu Shi'er's own ability. There is only one possibility. On Yu Shi'er, there is a treasure that is priceless. Even with this kind of treasure, Lai Zhan couldn't imagine what kind of adventures happened after Yu Shi'er escaped from the Moonlight Forest. If she really let Yu Shi'er leave today, I'm afraid it won't be long before the wolf hunters disappear. Don't worry, when I came back here today, I never thought about returning empty-handed. Yu Shi'er's eyes swept around. It is not far from the sacrificial hall of the wolf hunters. The limit distance that short-bit flash can transmit is probably only so long. After all, short-position flash is just a low-level space magic. Or maybe it's space-based general magic. Although it is very difficult to learn, if you really want to talk about rank, the rank of short-term flash is not high. I know what you think. But unfortunately, with me here, your idea is doomed to fail. The grudge within Lai Zhan's body erupted once again. And this time, Yu Shi'er didn't have the Keiqia skill to use. 120 minutes cooldown. It's too long for a heroic fight. However, at this critical moment, in the woods, a sound like a sharp sword suddenly came. I finally found it. Who is coming? The appearance of this voice shocked Lai Zhan, who was about to take action. Because of the aura mixed in this voice, Lai Zhan was shocked to realize that it had overwhelmed him. It is the voice of a heroic powerhouse. This is the aura of a heroic powerhouse. And he's a veteran hero. Yujian sect master, Bailey Fenghua. The sound is like thunder, and people are like Jinghong. The white light flashed, and the sword light was like electricity. The figure of Bailey Fenghua had already appeared beside Yu Xier in this flash-off light and flint. The long sword in his hand has also been unsheathed. Sect Master Bailey, you came faster than I thought. Yu Xier could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It is conceivable to face the pressure of a heroic powerhouse alone. But if Yu Xier showed her timidity, I'm afraid Lai Zhan would shoot directly without any scruples. Only by exerting composure can the fierce battle become suspicious and delay time. If I come later, I won't be able to explain it to Manager Qi. Bailey Fenghua shook his head and said in a low voice. In front of this heroic powerhouse of the wolf-hunting clan, in front of Bailey Fenghua, it really does not pose any threat. Both are hero-level powerhouses, the new hero level, and the old hero level. The difference is not a star and a half. However, I didn't expect that we have searched for so long in the Moonlight Forest, and we haven't found any trace of the Shadow Palace. It was you who found it first. It seems that I promised to bring you here, and I really brought it right. Bailey Fenghua continued. Earlier, when Lai Fei was procrastinating by betraying the Shadow Palace, Yu Xier used her membership card to contact Bailey Fenghua. With her own strength, Yu Xier can still do it against the wolf hunters. But the Shadow Palace is not an opponent that Yu Xier can deal with. I just found out by accident that the wolf hunters and the Shadow Palace collided. Yu Xier shook her head, not ready to take credit. If that's the case, then I'll help you get rid of the enemies you haven't been able to deal with yet. The Imperial Sword Sect disciples are right behind, I'm sure they'll be here soon. Bailey Fenghua didn't say much. Just lift up the long sword, the tip of the sword is aimed at the fierce battle. The fierce momentum instantly sent a chill down Lai Zhan's back. Hero-level peak powerhouses are not comparable to parallel goods such as fierce battles that have not even stabilized their realm. Senior, why do you want to intervene in my demi-human affairs? Even with a chill down his spine, Liezhan still asked with a daring face. If Yu Xier is released, it will not take long for the wolf hunters to be wiped out. No, I'm not interested in things between you demi-races. I just don't like you bullying the weak. Bailey Fenghua's eyes drooped slightly, and he said with a light smile. Just this smile, in Lai Zhan's eyes, is like the scythe of the god of death. Although Lai Zhan really wanted to refute, aren't you bullying the weak? But really speaking, Lai Zhan is irrelevant no matter what. Hero level versus Grandmaster level, it can be seen by individuals as bullying. It's just, who dares to take care of the gossip of the heroic powerhouse? However, heroic versus heroic. At least in realm, it is the same level. Even if the strength is not equal, but who dares to say something? Even if a strong person who really has nothing to do wants to meddle in this business, he can't find any reason to do so. Therefore, the sentence of Bailey Fenghua was so blocked that it was impossible to refute it. But sitting still is not something that Lai Zhan will do. Senior, since you want to intervene, don't blame me for being rude. Since you want to intervene in this matter, don't blame me for being rude. Lai Zhan took a deep breath, broke away from Bailey Fenghua's pressure, and the doqi in his body roared like thunder. Even if you know that you are defeated, you have to fight. Cowardice before fighting is by no means an emotion that a warrior should have. I would like to see what kind of rude method you are. A mocking smile appeared on Bailey Fenghua's face. Bailey Fenghua will never show mercy to enemies who are beyond their own power. Sword Qi unsheathed. The sword light flickered. The offensive ability of the Sword Master class is far superior to that of the General class. Comprehensive ability can also be among the best among many rare ranks. In the face of the sudden attack of the fierce battle, the sword energy in the sky is the best answer. Shoo! The sound of breaking the sky is incessant, and the sword energy in the sky is like a shock. The fierce battle that rushed up had no power to fight back when faced with the sword energy that filled the sky. The sharp sword energy pierced the animal bone armor on Lai Zhan's body and cut through the hard fur on Lai Zhan's body. Bleeding flowers splattered from the wounds. Scattered in all directions, under the light of the light, it is truly demonic. Boom! The impact force carried by the sword chi knocked Lai Zhan out and made a loud noise. Bailey Fenghua also put his sword back into the sheath, and walked slowly towards the direction of Lai Zhan, flying backwards. Cough, that's impossible. The gap between me and you can't be that big. Lai Zhan felt stuffy in his chest, staring at Bailey Fenghua, full of disbelief. Even if the new hero level, and the old hero level, there will indeed be a gap. However, the various attributes of the fierce battle after the beastization are by no means comparable to the general new hero level. However, even so, he still couldn't take Bailey Fenghua's move. Nothing is impossible. Whatever you do, you have to be ready to return it at any time. Bailey Fenghua said with a cold face. The forces that will collude with the Shadow Palace are probably not going to clean themselves. For the hatred of the Shadow Palace, all sect forces are the same. Destroying the foundation of the sect is tantamount to digging people's ancestral graves. How can such a deeply hated thing not be hated? Sheer, go, let's do it. After Bailey Fenghua finished speaking, he walked towards the fierce battle alone. The only hero of the Wolf Hunter clan, he should know the most about the Shadow Palace. Bailey Fenghua now needs the information of the Shadow Palace, so it will not directly end the fierce battle. However, if the Wolf Hunters lacked the fierce battle, the others would not be able to stop Yusier. That's enough. Sacrificial Lai Fei, you probably didn't expect that I would be back so soon. Returning to the magic circle outside the sacrificial hall, Yusier said with a sneer when she saw Lai Fei standing in the sacrificial hall, stunned. You. The patriarch, you can never be his opponent. Lai Fei's voice was a bit stern. The finger pointing at Yusier also began to tremble, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop. When you wolf hunters colluded with the Shadow Palace, did you ever think about whether there are enemies in the Shadow Palace? When you hunted those tribes, did you ever think about your future fate? The so-called self-inflicted sin cannot live. Some things, if you do it, you will definitely pay the price. Yusier didn't answer Lai Fei's question, but asked in a cold voice. After speaking, Yusier looked at the magic circle under her feet coldly. The magic core in the trench has not been completely exhausted, and the magic circle has not been completely purified. What do you want to do? You stop me. Stop it. Lai Fei raised his fist while looking at Yusier, and then gathered his vindictive energy on his fist. He immediately grabbed the sacrificial staff and rushed towards Yusier. Get out of here. Yusier knew that Lai Fei's fighting power was not high, so she didn't care about Lai Fei who rushed over. The raised fist hit the ground hard. This time, no one will disturb Yusier again. Boom. A huge force bombarded the ground, and those trenches, covered with pale red, immediately collapsed slightly. Some of the bloodline orbs were directly cracked. This is the flaw of the magic circle that purifies the power of blood, if it is destroyed before the purification is completed. Most bloodline orbs will be backlashed. If it is completely destroyed, there will be no blood orbs that can be preserved. You damned remnant of the Mooncat clan. Lai Fei waved his staff, and the magic power quickly condensed into magic bullets, which smashed towards Yusier. However, the sacrifices that usually neglect to fight, how much combat power can they have? You are too weak. Yusier folded her palms together, and her body-protecting fighting chi burst out, turning into a big net. Shattered all the magic bullets that flew in. These words were used by the wolf-hunting clan to laugh at Yusier when they were hunting down Yusier. Now, Yusier returned this sentence to Lai Fei. Your mood now is exactly how I felt at the time. I want to do something, but I can't. I can only watch my clansmen helplessly, watching those things I cherish, being mercilessly crushed. Speaking of which, Yu Shi'er seemed to recall something that she didn't want to recall. His face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. But soon, Yu Shi'er calmed down. Looking at Lai Fei, who was shaken out, a slight smile suddenly appeared on Yu Shi'er's face. Although a lot of unfortunate things happened, maybe I was lucky. At my most critical moment, I met the store manager. Speaking of Qi Lu, the smile on Yu Shi'er's face became even more intense. It seemed that Lai Fei in front of him was not a mortal enemy, but an old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. The store manager took good care of me, taught me a lot, and gave me the power to avenge my clan with my own hands. These kindnesses, I will never know in my life. So, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do as soon as possible and get back to the store. If I'm not here, the store manager probably can't be lazy. Yu Shi'er recalled the happiness during this time, and the smile on the corner of her mouth gradually converged. The gaze that looked at Lai Fei also became more and more cold. Wolf hunters, goodbye. The words fell, and Yu Shi'er raised her fist again. The boiling fighting chi frantically gathered towards both fists. Destroy this magic circle that purifies blood, and then destroy the sacrificial hall of the wolf hunters. Even the wolf hunters are half destroyed. There is no tribal territory of his own, nor the sacrificial hall of his own tribe. In addition, the wrathful things the wolf hunters have done have aroused the hostility of all the demi-human tribes and become the public enemy of the entire demi-human race. As the public enemy of the entire subhuman race. Even in Yu Shi'er's hands, there are still fish that slip through the net. The remaining demi-human tribes in Moonlight Forest probably won't let the remaining wolf-hunting tribes go. Boom! With one punch, countless cracks appeared on the ground. Although the magic circle that purifies blood is fragile, it occupies a large area. With the power of a master-level powerhouse, it will take a lot of time to destroy all of them. However, just when Yu Shi'er wanted to continue destroying the magic circle, a majestic vindictive aura suddenly bombarded her. Puff! The unsuspecting Yu Shi'er's pupils shrank suddenly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The tyrannical impact force directly knocked Yu Shi'er out. Smashed into the woods. I've only been away for a few days, how did the whole wolf hunter become like this? Nalankang, with his hands behind his back, came to the outside of the sacrificial hall of the wolf hunters step by step. Ying Yi, who shot Xiang Yu Shi'er, was also hidden in the darkness again. Nalankang, sir. Lai Fei looked at Nalankang who was approaching, gritted his teeth, and finally lowered his head. The situation is stronger than the people. Although Nalankang is only a master-level powerhouse, Ying Yi, who guards him, is a real hero-level powerhouse. Sacrificial Lai Fei, looking at your face, it doesn't seem very good. Nalankang still spoke slowly with a smile on his face. Sorry, my lord, the power of blood you want may not be given to you as scheduled. Lai Fei looked at the open space outside the sacrificial hall with a pale face. The cracks above, and the collapsed grooves. It was like hitting Lai Fei's heart, making him feel so distressed that he almost bleeds. Oh? Lai Fei sacrifice, do you know the consequences of your words? Nalankang raised his eyebrows, and a dangerous light flashed in his seemingly smiling eyes. The Shadow Palace does not have that much time, and wait for the wolf hunters to repurify the power of blood. If Lai Fei couldn't hand over the blood vessel orb today, I'm afraid that the entire wolf hunter clan would be sent to the ground by Ying Yi without Anyanil's action. Of course I know, but the magic circle was destroyed by someone. It's really impossible to take out so many bloodline orbs. Lai Fei did not hesitate to put all the responsibility on Yu Shi'er. I want to get rid of Yu Shi'er with the help of the Shadow Palace. After all, with the current strength of the wolf hunters, there is really no way to take you Sierra. Is that so? Nalankang squinted slightly, glanced at the magic circle, and glanced at the things in the grooves. Then he said, it doesn't look like it's all damaged. Since it's your lack of protection, then, the still intact bloodline orbs shall be handed over to the Shadow Palace. Nalankang said, slowly. It sounds like they are negotiating. But the tone, like an order, is irrefutable. What did you say? Liefei widened his eyes, and glared at Nalankang. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. The Shadow Palace has given you enough things. You can't keep the blood orbs yourself. Do you still want the Shadow Palace to bear the loss? Nalankang snorted coldly, looking at Liefei with disdain in his eyes. In front of the Shadow Palace, the wolf hunters were nothing more than ants with a little use value. If it is done well, it is not impossible to give some benefits. As a bit of a useful ant. If the wolf hunters do a good job, it is not impossible to give some benefits. But if the wolf hunters dared to refute it, then it would be fine to destroy it at will. You don't dare. The bloodline orb, the wolf hunters are willing to give them all to the Shadow Palace, just for the safety of my wolf hunters. Liefei almost clenched his teeth. But how could that be? Against the Shadow Hall? That is not something the wolf hunters are qualified to think about. It is better to use this little thing left in exchange for the survival of the wolf hunters. At least, the wolf hunters will not be destroyed by you Sheer today. Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. In the territory of the wolf hunters, it seems that many practitioners are gathering here. Your patriarch seems to be planted in the hands of that heroic powerhouse. Nalankang said lightly. The words that he said were more shocking to Liefei. No wonder Lai Zhan didn't stop you Sheer. It turns out that there are really heroic powerhouses helping you Sierra. If the people from the Shadow Palace hadn't come, then the wolf hunters would have been expelled from the Moonlight Forest today. However, you don't have to worry. Nalankang didn't wait for Liefei to reply, he changed the subject and continued. The palace master of the Shadow Palace will come to hunt the wolf clan today and collect the bloodline orb. Those enemies you can't deal with, in front of the hall master, are just a group of chickens and dogs, nothing to be afraid of. When talking about the hall master of the Shadow Palace, Nalankang's tone was full of admiration and admiration. The strongest in the Shadow Palace, a half-step powerhouse. The Shadow Guards formed in the Shadow Palace, by themselves, are the strength of these people. Xuanhuan is one of the Shadow Guards. Heroic dead man. This kind of strength, this kind of battle, just thinking about it, makes people terrified. Cough cough. Who is this? Is there any other heroic powerhouse in the Wolf Hunter clan? After Yu Shi'er was blasted out by Ying Yi, she only felt severe pain from all over her body. It's like the bones are shattered. It's just that Yu Shi'er knows that this is just the terrifying bombardment of fighting Qi, and it's just a side effect. Fortunately, Yu Shi'er was fully equipped. Otherwise, the attack of the heroic powerhouse would hit the unprepared Yu Shi'er. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. It's not other heroic powerhouses, it's the people from the Shadow Palace who have arrived. Just after Yu Shi'er stood up with difficulty, Bailey Fenghua's voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, a gentle fighting qi covered Yu Shi'er's body, dispelling the fighting qi left by the previous heroic powerhouse for her. Thank you, Sect Master Bailey. Yu Shi'er suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. It's just a hands-on effort. Bailey Fenghua waved his hand, and then said solemnly, I felt it just now, that bloody aura that belongs only to the Shadow Palace. The wolf hunters colluded with the Shadow Palace, and why, although I didn't ask that guy before. However, now that someone from the Shadow Palace has come to the door, there is a better choice. When Yu Shi'er heard the words, she was stunned for a moment, and then asked in a stern manner, what about the fierce battle? You said the guy who fought with me? The strength is too weak, and I have been cut by the sword. Are you asking about the guy who fought me? His strength is too weak, and he has already been cut by my sword. The that guy in Bailey Fenghua's mouth naturally refers to fierce battles. Under normal circumstances, Bailey Fenghua rarely kills. But this time, Bailey Fenghua guessed that Yu Shi'er should have a grudge against the wolf hunters, so there is no mercy. What's more, the wolf hunters colluded with the Shadow Palace. In Bailey Fenghua's view, this is also unforgivable. Another heroic corpse. This kind of high-grade nutrients, the more the better. But when Bailey Fenghua and Yu Shi'er were talking, an extremely gloomy voice rang in the forest. This coldness is not the coldness in his tone. But when this voice sounded, it seemed that the surrounding temperature had dropped by several degrees. Chilling. Heroic corpse. Not good. When Bailey Fenghua heard this sentence, he subconsciously looked at the place where he fought before. There is the only heroic corpse in the vicinity, which was slashed by Bailey Fenghua under the sword. This smell is really familiar. If I remember correctly, you should be the current sect master of the swordsman sect, Bailey Fenghua. When Bailey Fenghua was about to check the corpse of Lai Zhan, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bailey Fenghua. It was a man in a black robe with a handsome appearance and a well-proportioned body. It's just that the man's skin looks a little fair, as if the sun has not been seen all the year round. And his lips were too bright red, like a pool of blood. The most bizarre thing was the man's eyes, which were cold and dark, as if just one more look could draw people into the abyss. The bloody aura that is so thick to the extreme, violent and dark. Who are you? When Bailey Fenghua saw this man, the cold hairs on his back stood up. Because Bailey Fenghua can clearly perceive that the man's aura has surpassed himself. This is a true half-step powerhouse. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. The man narrowed his eyes, like a harmless young man. This seat is the current master of the Shadow Palace. Shadow Demon. As soon as this word comes out, Bailey Fenghua suddenly looked at the man in front of him with a horrified expression, and took a few steps back. You are the master of the Shadow Palace. The palace master of the Shadow Palace actually appeared in front of him. How this is not surprising. It's this seat. Shadow Demon still squinted his eyes. But the light that came out of those long and narrow eyes was still so cold and dark. If I'm not mistaken, you should be waiting for a disciple of the swordsman sect. Could it be? This matter was mentioned by Shadow Demon, and Bailey Fenghua's heart suddenly tightened. As you think, I'm afraid they won't be able to come, because the disciples of the Shadow Palace have already come. When the Shadow Demon said this, there was no sarcasm at all. It's just an understatement, like a very simple statement of one thing. But listening to Bailey Fenghua's ears, it was completely different. To put it mildly, in this kind of thing. More like cold-blooded ruthlessness. The smile on the Shadow Demon's face is just his simple love of laughter. The real meaning here is that Shadow Demon doesn't care about the lives and deaths of those people at all. In the Shadow Demon's smile, the real meaning. I'm afraid the Shadow Demon doesn't care about the lives and deaths of those people at all. The life and death of the enemy, or even the life and death of one's own people, have never been regarded as one thing. Damn you! Bailey Fenghua roared, and the long sword in his hand was already unsheathed. The sword chi flew out and slashed towards the Shadow Demon. With anger shot, that is to do your best. The full blow of the heroic peak is so terrifying. This piece of heaven and earth made bursts of whistling, and the space became a little distorted under the sword chi that filled the sky. Before the sword energy arrived, the surrounding trees were crushed to powder bua. The earth was shattered inch by inch and turned into stone powder. Go. 10,000 swords unsheathed. Cut. Bailey Fenghua slashed diagonally with the long sword in his hand, and his body burst out like a violent volcano. The ground beneath his feet had long been crushed and annihilated by the outburst of fighting chi, forming a huge semicircular pit. She'd dash. She'd dash. The sword energy in the sky is like a downpour, as dense as splashing water, with no gaps. Flying towards the shadow demon. With this move, he blocked all the places where the shadow demon could dodge. The whole world is shrouded in it. Sect Master Bailey, your mood seems to be very bad. What's the matter? Why are you so angry? The shadow demon looked at the sword energy from the sky attacking him, and still had a false smile on his face. Without dodging or dodging, he just raised his right hand. 1000 shadow kill. A light drink came out of the shadow demon's mouth. In an instant, the shadows reflected by the trees on the ground began to twist violently. Then, under the incredible gazes of Bailey Fenghua and Yusier, the shadows all over the ground rose into the sky and turned into countless spikes. It collided with the sword energy that filled the sky. Boom! Countless attacks collided together, making bursts of thunder. The terrifying power caused a violent distortion in the space where the collision occurred. Then, cracks appeared. This is the battle between the hero-level peak powerhouses, and the void can be shattered at any time. The sword chi that filled the sky and the shadow spikes that shot up into the sky disappeared into the invisible after the void was shattered. But Bailey Fenghua knew it very well. This time, the shadow demon won. Bailey Fenghua shot with anger and struck with all his strength, but was resolved by the shadow demon so lightly. There is also a big gap between the hero-level peak and the half-stepper house level. You are rare class. No, it's not a rare class, it's an ancient class. However, what Bailey Fenghua cares more about is the rank of shadow demon. At the same level, combat awareness and combat skills can indeed add a lot to combat effectiveness. However, the importance of rank cannot be ignored. The Sword Master is a leader among the rare ranks. However, it is only a rare class. Compared with those legendary ancient classes, there is still a big gap. For example, the ranks that Qi Lu drew from the Rank Inheritance Scroll Purchase channel. Whether it is the Ice Queen class or the Overlord class. In fact, they are all stronger than the Swordsman class. It's just that Bailey Fenghua's strength is strong, and the realm is crushed. The real Queen of Ice ranks, ordering ice and snow, perfect ice element affinity, in the ice and snow, the power is endless. The real Overlord ranks, 1 cavalry is 1,000, and the Overlord's domineering can make the enemy cowardly before fighting. Even an opponent of the same level, under the domineering oppression of the Overlord, their strength will drop by 30%. This is the power of the ancient class. The power of these ranks, how can a swordsman rank be comparable? You have some knowledge. When the shadow demon heard Bailey Fenghua's determined tone, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the shadow demon's knowledge, such things as the ancient class. Most people probably haven't even heard of it. After all, those ancient classes have been lost for a long time. Those things that have been sunk in the long river of time have long since become legends. How can ordinary people care? There are more things I have seen. Bailey Fenghua stared at Shadow Demon, trying to see some clues from his martial arts. Yes? Shadow Demon smiled non-committally, and then said slowly, since you were cognizite, then it doesn't matter if I tell you, my rank. Ancient class, Shadow Warrior. Shadow Demon slowly said these 3 words. Shadow Warrior, one of the ancient classes. It is classified as a combination of fighters and assassins, fighting kickless. It is one of the classes hidden in the darkness, with the power to manipulate shadows. In terms of assassination ability, it can be regarded as one of the strongest classes. Shadow Warrior, it really is an ancient class. The current Palace Master of the Shadow Palace, a half-step powerhouse, what is your purpose? Bailey Fenghua raised his eyes and stared at the Shadow Demon. This level of strength is already enough to become the strongest in the eastern wilderness. There is simply no one who can pose a threat to the Shadow Fiend. This level of powerhouse, what else do you want? What is my purpose? You asked a good question. Shadow Demon squinted his eyes and looked at Bailey Fanghua with a fake smile. After a pause, he continued, you think I will answer your question, right? Of course, I don't care much about this kind of thing, because by now, there is no need to hide anything. I ask you, you should know, the so-called powerhouse level power. Shadow Demon said slowly. Of course I know. Bailey Fanghua is listening carefully. Knowing the purpose of the Shadow Fiend can help you find weaknesses. Otherwise, facing the last half-step powerhouse level power, and it is still an ancient class. Bailey Fanghua knew that he basically had no chance of winning. Then let me tell you, in the current Donghuang, it is impossible for a powerhouse level power to appear. Shadow Demon suddenly raised his tone and said angrily. The fake smile on his face also disappeared at this moment, and it turned into an angry look in an instant. But soon, it changed back to a smile. What did you say? Bailey Fanghua heard the words and couldn't believe it. Donghuang's lifeline is broken and the fate of the air is exhausted, which is a secret buried in the long river of time. In the entire eastern wilderness, only a few people know about it. Bailey Fanghua doesn't know about this, it's normal. Even the Shadow Fiend learned about it by accident. And what you know is not exhaustive. Just know that in the eastern wilderness, it is impossible for a strong level power to appear. The reason is simple. The lack of luck in Donghuang is simply not enough to support a powerhouse level power. And this deficiency is not only reflected in the human race, but also in other races. The appearance of every powerhouse level power will be burdened with the fate of heaven and earth. Only in this way can you travel around the world. Only then can he be called the powerhouse level of the greatness of heaven and earth can be reached. Under the sky, the powerhouse will always be the powerhouse. However, why is Donghuang's luck insufficient? The real reason, Shadow Demon, is actually not clear. If you want to say that the person who really understands this whole thing, I am afraid that in the entire eastern wasteland, there is only one person named Qi Lu. Of course, if the system also counts people, it's 2 people. However, even Donghuang has declined to this point. It does not prevent the Shadow Demon from wanting to plunder the fate of the world and forcibly break through to the powerhouse level. Although the war that year had exhausted Donghuang's luck. But in this nearly 1,000 years of recuperation, it has recovered somewhat. After all, as long as the heaven and earth in the eastern wilderness is still there, the broken lifeline and the exhausted luck will continue to recover. Until that kind of great war happens again. When this world can no longer bear it. Then the entire eastern wasteland will be turned into a dead place by then. However, the only person who can know this kind of thing is probably the world itself. Donghuang lacks what is necessary to be promoted to a powerhouse. So from that point on, I started planning. There are many ways to be promoted to the powerhouse level. Why should walk into this dead end and not come out? The Shadow Demon half squinted his eyes and said something incredible in an understatement. If you want to be promoted to a powerhouse level power, the first point is the powerhouse level trial crystal. And secondly, it is the recognition of the power of heaven and earth. Only by being recognized by Donghuang can you get the blessing of the heaven and earth. Otherwise, even if you come out of the powerhouse level trial space, it will only be a half-toned powerhouse level. But Shadow Fiend wanted to carve out a new path. This idea is simply shocking. You lunatic, do you want to bury all the sects because of this? Bailey Fanghua looked at the Shadow Demon with a complicated look in his eyes. Angry, shocked, confused, stunned. It's hard to say. All sects? What I want is not all the sects, but the entire eastern wasteland. Shadow Fiend spread his arms and roared up to the sky. Since the luck of heaven and earth is missing, it is enough to replace it with the luck of all living beings. Every creature, no matter what race it is, no matter what its own strength, no matter whether it has practiced or not. As long as it is born, it will have its own luck. It's just that each creature's luck is not the same. And these belong to when the creatures are born. The luck they are born with is different from the luck of heaven and earth. Speaking of the luck of life, it is very mysterious. But it is manifested in terms of aptitude, talent, potential, understanding, fortune, and so on. To put it simply, the stronger the chi of the creature, the smoother it will beto do things. And the more powerful the person, the stronger the luck they have. Until it is recognized by the power of heaven and earth, and the luck of heaven and earth is obtained. It is blessed by the power of heaven and earth. And from here, it can be seen. Compared with the luck of heaven and earth, the luck of life is at least several grades worse. However, in terms of effect, it is the same. The only difference is that if you get the luck of heaven and earth, you will be favored by the power of heaven and earth. And the luck of life, but every living being has it. In addition, there is only a qualitative difference between the luck of life and the luck of heaven and earth. After all, it is impossible for a single creature to be compared with the whole world. However, when the fate of these living beings is gathered to a terrifying level, its effect is no worse than the fate of heaven and earth. And this is what the shadow demon planned. If the luck of heaven and earth is insufficient, then use this vast life instead. Take the entire eastern wasteland, and then use the eastern wasteland as a furnace to refine enough luck to advance to the powerhouse level. The corpses of those heroic powerhouses are the best sacrifices. You really are an unreasonable lunatic. Bailey Fenghua looked at the expression on the shadow demon's face, and it was a little distorted at the moment. The obsession with pursuing power has long caused some changes in shadow demon's psychology, and it has become distorted. Whatever you want to say, because it's something that can't be changed. The dragon magic circle and dragon blood and the ruins of the dragon are already. Now, as long as you bring the power of the blood of the demi-humans, you can complete the big circle. The shadow demon's laughter became a little intimidating. Okay, I've said so much, and you've heard so much. Let's go. Don't think about leaving, just stay and become the sacrifice of the great formation. As soon as these words came out, the shadow demon raised his hand suddenly. The shadows in the entire forest, at this moment, all come to life. Shadow warrior class, in any environment, will not lack combat effectiveness. As long as there are shadows around, shadow warriors can strengthen their power. You can manipulate the shadow to become your own combat power. Oops, Sheer, hurry up and find Manager Qi. Bailey Fenghua was startled, the 7 deadly sins in his hand waved, and Dao Dao Jian Qi immediately greeted him. I want to buy time for you Sierra to escape. However, there is a gap in the strength of Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon. Above the rank, it is not cheap. In the woods, shadows are endless. It is simply not something that Bailey Fenghua can handle in a short period of time. It was so difficult for you Sierra to escape. Let's all stay, why bother struggling? Shadow Demon lowered his eyes, and said slowly. Shadow-bound. Cloud City, Qi Lu shop. Qi Lu, who was guarding the store, seemed a little bored. Looking at the customers in the store, I feel like there are a few fewer. Qi Lu couldn't help yawning. Manager Qi, something happened in the Moonlight Forest. Lu Jingyao walked into the store quickly, and said aloud before reaching the counter. This made Qi Lijian stop halfway through. What happened? Qi Lu immediately asked aloud. The 3 powers of the Shadow Palace, Desolate City, Dragon's Ruins, and Moonlight Forest. On the other side of Xuanhuan City, there is nothing to fear. There is a joint effort between the Huangyuan Empire and the Xingyao Empire, and the people of the Hidden Family have taken action to encircle and suppress them. The mere 100,000 troops, even if they are all elites, cannot escape this disaster. On the other side of the ruins of the dragon, there are few people. Except for those cultivators and ordinary people who seek a living on the great wasteland, the great forces basically do not exist. The Shadow Palace wants to attack from the ruins of the dragon, and the first city-state has to encounter Cloud City. Therefore, the only uncertain factor is Moonlight Forest. But now, on the Moonlight Forest side, something really happened. All the forces sent by the Zoman forces have lost contact, including the swordsman sect. All the forces sent by the Zoman forces have lost contact. Lu Jingya said with a solemn expression. Not to mention other sects, for the time being. At least the strength of Bailey Fenghua is beyond doubt. The pinnacle of the hero level, the swordsman level. And he has practiced, for such a long time in Qile Xiaodian. Its strength is definitely among the best among all hero-level powerhouses. But now, even Bailey Fenghua has lost contact. Could it be that the power of the Shadow Temple in the Moonlight Forest is so powerful? Is there any other news? Qilu has never underestimated the power of the Shadow Palace. So even though he was surprised at the moment, Qilu quickly regained his composure. Yes, the sect master finally sent me a message. Lu Jingya took out his membership card and opened the private chat window. The above is a message sent to Lu Jingya when Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon confronted each other. The Lord of the Shadow Palace will actually appear in the Moonlight Forest, gathering the luck of life to replace the luck of heaven and earth to break through the powerhouse level. It's such a big breath. Shadow Demon's words, to those who don't know the fortunate secret, will undoubtedly sound cloudy. But that matter, Qilu may know better than Shadow Demon. Therefore, Qilu even sneered at the words of Shadow Demon. If the luck of heaven and earth is so good to replace, then it will not be a strong powerhouse for nearly 1,000 years. Take a simple analogy. If the East Wasteland is regarded as a pond, then the luck of heaven and earth is the water in the pond. Practitioners, on the other hand, are animals that live in ponds. The broken lifeline of Dong Huang is equivalent to the reduction of the area of this pond. And the exhaustion of heaven and earth is equivalent to less water in this pond. The matter of the broken lifeline can be ignored for the time being. But the air were exhausted, and the water in the pond became less, so in this pond, only some small fish and shrimp could live. The powerhouse level power is equivalent to a big shark. Want to be in a small pond with not much water? That is a fool's dream. I wonder if it will show up. Even after appearing in this small pond, I am afraid that it will not be long before I die of thirst in this pond. Because there is not enough water in the pool, it is impossible to support this big shark. Therefore, the power of heaven and earth in the East Wilderness will not allow the emergence of powerhouse-level powers at all. Unless the pond gets bigger again and the pond fills up again. Wait until you can feed this big shark. Only the powerhouse-level Almighty will appear again. The Shadow Demon's approach replaces the luck of heaven and earth with the luck of life. It's like watering a big shark dying of thirst. Live for a while, but will soon die. This practice is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. However, this approach will also kill other small fish and shrimp in the pond. It will also deplete the luck of heaven and earth that Dong Huang has managed to recover a little bit again. This is something that is not allowed in this world of the Eastern Wilderness. This is also the reason why the system will suddenly issue an upgrade task. As long as Qilu can prevent this kind of thing from happening, it is equivalent to protecting this world and the entire Eastern Wasteland. Then this piece of heaven and earth will naturally give Qilu a return. And this return will probably be enriched by the system. No wonder the Shadow Palace wants to take the entire Eastern Wasteland. I thought the Shadow Palace wanted to become the master of the Eastern Wasteland, but I didn't expect that they actually wanted to destroy the entire Eastern Wasteland. I thought that the Shadow Palace's great handwriting was to become the master of the Eastern Wilderness. But I didn't expect that they actually wanted to destroy the entire eastern wilderness. Qi Lu found that he still regarded the Shadow Palace as being too kind. The Shadow Palace provoked the fire, not to win these forces, but for the sake of luck. With the flames of war, corpses are everywhere. Life and luck will be continuously collected by the Shadow Palace. The more powerful the cultivator is, the stronger the luck he has. And after they died, the fortune of the past life collected by the Shadow Temple became stronger. These damned guys are disregarding human life because of such a stupid thing. When Qi Lu thought of this, no matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't help but get angry. Manager Qi, what did you think of? Seeing that Qi Li's face was a little wrong, Lu Jingya asked quickly. I did think of a few things. However, you know these things, it shouldn't be of any use. Qi Lu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Moonlight Forest, you don't need to go to reinforcements, I will go there in person. After a pause, Qi Lu said another sentence. On the other side of Moonlight Forest, there is the master of the Shadow Palace. Cultivators with low strength will go nowhere. And it is also in line with the mind of the Shadow Palace. With the style of Shadow Palace, it is impossible to abide by the default rules of heroic powerhouses. They have all fought against the entire eastern wilderness, and they still obey the rules of a hammer. Start without hesitation. The bigger the fire, the more open it is. Shadow Hall will only get happier. And the Shadow Palace not only doesn't care about the life and death of other forces, I am afraid that the life and death of their own people will not care. Because Shadow Fiend is a lunatic. A lunatic who will do anything to make himself stronger. And this kind of thinking has long caused Shadow Demon to fall into obsession, unable to extricate himself. Manager Qi, are you going to take action? Hearing this, Lu Jingyao looked at Qi Lu in amazement and surprise. Although Lu Jingyao doesn't know what Qi Li's strength is, what is certain is that it is absolutely unfathomable. At least judging from the momentum that Qi Lu erupted last time, Lu Zhenjiao was completely unsure and would be Qi Li's opponent. I am afraid that if you want to support a few more moves, you have to do your best. If I don't do it again, no one may come to my store. Qi Lu tried his best to make his tone lighter. However, in Lu Jingyao's view, this was like a joke, but Qi Lu knew it in his heart. This is a truth. With the style of the Shadow Palace, if Donghuang falls into their hands, that must be the life of the charcoal, bones into mountains. With Manager Qi taking action, I can feel more at ease. Lu Jingyao didn't know what Qi Lu meant, but as long as it was certain that Qi Lu would make a move, it would be a surprise. Don't worry, you may have to work hard next. Qi Lu smiled, then his face turned straight. Xinxing said, from now on, you don't need to take care of the people in the Shadow Palace, and you will do your best to destroy them as quickly as possible. Don't worry that the Shadow Palace will attack your mountain gate, because what they need is not the sect, but the battle. After knowing the purpose of the Shadow Palace, Qi Lu already fully understood. Their previous strategy was completely wrong. Because what the Shadow Palace wants is not to rule the eastern wasteland at all. If all these large and small forces in the eastern wilderness do not move, everyone will be in danger. Guard your own territory. That was right in the arms of the Shadow Palace, and it happened to be broken. Manager Qi, what do you mean? I understand. When Lu Jingya heard the words, she was stunned for a moment, and then she quickly thought of the message Bailey Fenghua sent her. Suddenly realized. If that's the case, then I'll leave first, Manager Qi. Okay, I won't send it. Qi Lu nodded and watched Lu Jingya leave the store. Then took out the membership card. Fire Emperor, I think, we should change our strategy. After the message was sent, Ling Ao quickly replied. Manager Qi, what happened? Ling Ao was sitting in the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire, commanding the battle over the Xingyao Empire. Being interrupted by Qi Li's private chat request, he was naturally surprised. The purpose of the Shadow Palace, we all guessed wrong. What they want is not a peaceful eastern wasteland, but a chaotic eastern wasteland. We're doing nothing like this, just giving them every chance to break through. So, now you don't need to be scruples, let's go all out to wipe out all the rebellions in Xuanhuan City. To Ling Ao, Qi Li said nothing directly. Since the Shadow Palace wants to fight, just come. To challenge the entire eastern wilderness, I just don't know if you really have this kind of strength. Manager Qi, are you sure? Ling Ao was a little confused by Qi Li's sudden change of strategy. I'm pretty sure, and we have to do it too. Qi Li said with certainty. Okay, I get it. Ling Ao was silent for a while, before giving a reply. Because Ling Ao knew that there was no need for Qi Li to lie to him. Now that the strategy for dealing with the Shadow Palace is temporarily changed, and it is still so urgent, Qi Li must have discovered something. Since the Shadow Palace wants to destroy each of them, then we will work together to destroy them directly. It's not that simple to start a war. Qi Li hung up the membership card. I have to say that the plan of the Shadow Palace is indeed very detailed. The rebellion of Xuanhuan City was originally intended to provoke war within the Xingyao Empire. Power is a good thing. As long as the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire is in chaos, the ambitions of the city lords of the various city-states in the entire Xingyao Empire will be ignited. At that time, there will be chaos in the Xingyao Empire without the Shadow Palace. And the Shadow Palace only needs to sit behind and reap the benefits of the fishermen. Moreover, the chaos of the Xingyao Empire is only the beginning. As one of the three major imperial powers, the Xingyao Empire, after the chaos, how many resources, how many benefits, and how many interests will become unowned. These things will attract countless large and small forces around them. At that time, the entire eastern wilderness will begin to enter chaos. Between the various forces, the mind is different. This is to carve up the entire Xingyao Empire, who can't be tempted. At that time, I am afraid that even the Huangyuan Empire and the Goluo Empire will be involved. However, I always feel that the Shadow Palace's methods will not be so simple. The heroic powerhouses who stay in the imperial city of Xingyao Empire and the Shadow Palace can watch over the paladins and the white-clothed high priest. But if there are other hero-level powerhouses intervening in it, it doesn't seem to be enough. Qi Li thought of this and frowned again. The rebellion of Xuanhuan City is to provoke war. Naturally, it is impossible to let the hero-level powerhouse take action, because this violates the default rules between hero-level powerhouses. However, among these rebels, it is absolutely impossible to lack heroic powerhouses. I don't think I can handle so much anymore, so let's go to Moonlight Forest first. Sect Master Bailey lost contact, I just hope Sheer is okay. If something happens to Sheer, I want everyone in the Shadow Hall to be buried with her. In the end, Qi Li was most worried about Yuxier. However, no matter how worried you are now, don't panic. When the heart panics, the brain is not working well. Qi Li knew this very well, so he kept suppressing his emotions. Calmness is always the most important thing at all times. Qi Li, do you want to close the store? Just when Qi Li was about to close the store, Yu Xuanxue suddenly ran over. I'm not in the store, what else can I do if I don't close the store? Qi Li naturally asked back. But I'm in the shop. Yu Xuanxue said plausibly. You? What can you do in the store? Play games every day to eat and wait, toady. Qi Li looked at Yu Xuanxue seriously, and said slowly. Bah, you just eat and wait to die. Yu Xuanxue spat at Qi Li, and the beard on her lips trembled slightly. When she saw an extremely complicated look on Qi Li's face, Yu Xuanxue hurriedly recommended herself. Qi Li, I think I can help you see the store. Can you help me see the shop? When Qi Li heard Yu Xuanxue's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. You have to help me see the store and tell me what the conditions are. Qile did not deny that Yu Shuangshu was indeed able to visit the store. I usually buy all kinds of equipment, snacks, drinks, etc. The most consumed is Yu Shuangshu. Yu Shuangshu is also very clear about the prices of the goods in the store. What's more, the current number of customers is really small. Coupled with the systematic care, it is not impossible for Yu Xuanxue to watch the store alone. However, with the character of this species, the devouring cat, Yu Shuangshu would definitely not do such a thankless thing. Now that Yu Shuangshu took the initiative to find her, it must have a purpose. Hey, you've seen it all. Yu Shuangshu pretended to be embarrassed, and rubbed her two small paws very Philistinely. Is it worth watching? If you have any conditions, hurry up and say, I have an urgent matter now. As Qile spoke, he was about to close the shop door again. Wait, I said. Look at a kitten like me, it must be very tiring to visit the store. So don't limit the purchase of snacks and drinks in the store every day. Yu Shuangshu said immediately. That's it? Qile looked at Yu Shuangshu suspiciously. He didn't believe that such a money-loving kitty would only make such a request. There is no limit to the purchase of snacks and beverages in the store. In fact, as long as it is a clerk in the store, the system will not limit purchases. But the premise is that the clerk also has to pay Lingjing. Only Qi Lu, the store manager, can take away drinks and snacks from the system for free. Yes, that's it. Yu Shuangshu nodded seriously. After all, she has been in the store for so long, Yu Xuanxue is still clear about Qi Li's character. Free is impossible to be free. Even discount is impossible, still thinking about free? It really didn't wake up. Okay, I agreed. You should know when the store will open and close. Qi Lu agreed without saying a word. If you open a store, you can still earn some income. It doesn't matter if there are fewer customers. What's more, in this way, there is another free labor force in the store. I know, you can go to work with peace of mind. Yu Xuanxue waved her small paws, and then patted her hairy chest. An expression of I do things, don't worry. Qile nodded and said nothing. Then, as soon as he walked out of the store, he turned around and saw Yu Xuanxue stretching on the counter. Then, there was an excited look on his face, the adults in the family are out, and I can do whatever I want. It would be weird if I could be at ease. System, you'd better look around the store. I think you don't want to lose your income these days. Qile couldn't help holding his forehead and reminded in his mind. System, host, don't worry, no one can take advantage of the store. Well, I believe you. Qile nodded in agreement. Don't worry, this sentence from the system is much more useful than Yu Xuanxue's words. Those who can take advantage of the system are probably not born yet. That is to say, as the store manager, Qile can usually fool the system and get something out of it. But now the system is getting smarter. The response to Qi Li's flickering became faster and faster. In this way, it's time to introduce the old and bring forth the new, and come up with new routines to fool the system. System, host, I feel that you seem to be thinking of something bad. This system recommends that you put these thoughts away. Hearing this, Qile replied with a blank face, it must be that you're feeling he's wrong. I haven't thought about you for the time being. Moonlight Forest, the territory of the wolf hunters. Li Fei stared stiffly at the black-robed man who was walking slowly. Nalankang landed on one knee respectfully, lowered his head, and shouted loudly. Congratulations to the hall master. This shout is not only a courtesy, but also a reminder to Li Fei. Among the wolf hunters, there were not many people who could approach the sacrificial hall. After Yuxier attacked, Li Fei was the only one left here. So after hearing Nalankang's shout, Li Fei's knees suddenly went soft. He also imitated Nalankang, landed on one knee, and shouted loudly. The wolf hunters sacrifice Lai Fei, on behalf of the entire wolf hunters, Tao come the master of the Shadow Palace. This sentence means that Lai Fei is willing to surrender to the Shadow Palace, and it also represents that the entire wolf hunter clan is willing to surrender to the Shadow Palace. No need to be polite. Shadow Demon said quietly. Although Shadow Fiend has extremely paranoid obsessions, he is not a person who attaches great importance to ostentation. Because the Shadow Palace itself is a force hidden in the darkness. The Shadow Warrior class owned by the Shadow Demon is also associated with the Shadow. So, if not necessary, Shadow Fiend prefers simpler forms. Those red tapes are never worth mentioning in the face of absolute power. Just like the disciples of the Shadow Palace, still fighting in the Moonlight Forest. However, the Shadow Demon came to the wolf hunter's territory alone. But no one dared to despise him. Because those who dared to despise the Shadow Demon are already sleeping in the ground at this moment. Palace Master, do you have any instructions next? Nalankang nodded and got up, but he still lowered his head and asked respectfully. How is the power of blood collected? The Shadow Demon's eyes swept across the magic circle. You can also see the bloodline orbs full of cracks in the groove. The wolf hunters are willing to hand over all the remaining bloodline orbs to Shadow Palace. Nalankang answered immediately. There is no process, only results. Because Shadow Fiend doesn't need the process, only the result. I threw the bait out, and those little bugs came over after smelling the smell unexpectedly. Now the people in the Shadow Palace are clearing up those little bugs in the Moonlight Forest. These people will be temporarily under your command. The Shadow Palace will never treat those who have contributed to the Shadow Palace. Since the wolf hunters are willing to offer their loyalty, you should protect them. Shadow Fiend nodded slightly, then spoke. Whether it's buying people's hearts or doing something else. The wolf hunters are still useful now, so Shadow Fiend will not let the wolf hunters disappear. Thank you for your trust in the Hall Master, and your subordinates will definitely live up to their mission. Nalankang landed on one knee again, expressing his loyalty. Many thanks to the Hall Master, the wolf hunters will definitely follow the Shadow Hall. Hearing this, Lai Fei hurriedly knelt down to thank him. With such a powerful force, if you don't get on the line quickly, it's really lacking in your brain. I don't need your loyalty here, what I need is your actions. Because of disloyalty, Shadow Palace will deal with it personally. Shadow Demon glanced at Lai Fei and said slowly. There was no fluctuation in his tone, as if he was saying a very ordinary thing. Even Nalankang gave Lai Fei a deep look. Yes. Lai Fei trembled all over. Because he knew that if the Shadow Demon said it, it would definitely be done. Leaving the people in the Shadow Palace in the Moonlight Forest, it is said to protect the wolf hunters. Why is it not monitoring the wolf hunters? Palace Master, I have something to report. Thinking of this, Lai Fei immediately spoke up. Now that you are loyal to the Shadow Palace, you have to come up with a certificate. Otherwise, the wolf hunters would not have a good position in the Shadow Palace. What's the matter? Shadow Demon glanced at Lai Fei lightly. To be honest, Shadow Demon doesn't care too much about what Lai Fei said. At this point, Shadow Fiend's plan has been successful for the most part. Even if there is another change, it will only be a small and innocuous influence. Palace Master, the remnants of the Moon Civet clan came to the Wolf Hunting clan to make a big fuss. During the battle, the magic circle was unfortunately destroyed. But I found that the blood power concentration in the remnants of the Mooncat clan is much higher than that of other demi-humans. If she can purify her blood, the strength of her bloodline will definitely be dozens of times stronger than most of the bloodline orbs in this magic circle. Lai Fei said quickly. This is not only true, but Lai Fei wants to use the Sword of Shadow Palace to get rid of Yushir. Since the Shadow Hall needs the bloodline orb, give them a better target. This is not only a credit but also a strategy to kill two birds with one stone. Moreover, maybe the shadow demon can see the wolf hunter's merits and leave them a few bloodline orbs. This will not only kill two birds with one stone, but kill three birds with one stone. Huh? The remnants of the Mooncat clan? When I came here, I met an unidentified person. I don't know if you are talking about this one. When I came to the wolf hunting clan, I met an unidentified person. I don't know if you're talking about this one. Shadow Demon raised his eyebrows and hooked his fingers. The shadow around him immediately took the shape of a human, and then threw Aper-sun over. It was the unconscious Yu Shi'er. That's right, it's her. Li Fei can be sure that he is right just by sensing the power of this bloodline. This is really a mixed bag. Originally, Li Fei saw that Ing Yi sent Yu Shi'er flying out, but he didn't pursue it, thinking that Yu Shi'er had already escaped. Unexpectedly, it was actually hit by the Lord of the Shadow Palace. The power of blood with a higher concentration, can you be sure? The shadow demon looked at the unconscious Yu Shi'er, who fell to the ground, and suddenly asked aloud. I can be sure. Li Fei answered without hesitation. It seems that even the fortunes of this world are favoring me. The blood sacrifice array, the sacrifices thrown down, the living are naturally better than the dead. A smile suddenly appeared on the shadow demon's face. This smile suddenly made Nalankang look at Li Fei jealously. I will keep half of the blood orbs, and in the Moonlight Forest I will also arrange a blood sacrifice formation. Nalankang, this matter will be handed over to you. As soon as the shadow demon's finger turned, a black shadow immediately swallowed Yu Shi'er into it. Shadow warriors have the power to manipulate shadows. Devouring hunted prey into the shadow is an effective and convenient storage method. Yes, Hall Master. Nalankang immediately bowed to take orders. This time, the blood sacrifice formation was not the same as the past. The Shadow Fiend entrusted Nalankang with such a major matter, and that was the greatest trust in Nalankang. 3 days later, Moonlight Forest and Dragon's Ruins will start the blood sacrifice formation together. At that time I will take the entire eastern wasteland. Shadow Fiend spread his arms. At this moment, the shadow behind the shadow demon continued to devour the shadow on the ground, growing rapidly. In just a few seconds, it became a giant beast that covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, Li Fei really felt the power of the shadow demon. The coercion released by the giant beast that covered the sky made the entire Moonlight Forest quiet for a moment. The terrifying coercion is like an endless wave of deep sea. Wreak havoc throughout Moonlight Forest. Shadow Palace will last forever. Nalankang shouted loudly, looking adoring and crazy. I hope you don't go wrong. Shadow Demon looked down at Nalankang and Li Fei. The giant beast beside him rushed down and swallowed the shadow demon in one bite. Then it turned into countless black shadows and fell to the ground. The shadow demon's breath also disappeared outside the sacrificial hall. Like it never happened. The movement of the dragon ruins is better than a day. No one dared to come here for a long time. Shuaziki sat cross-legged on the edge of the magic circle all day long, and the magic circle, which had already turned red, seemed to be drawn with blood at this moment. Shuazijing was also waiting by the side, quietly watching the changes in the magic circle. There seems to be no one around here. But Shuazijing knew that all the people in the Shadow Palace were hidden in the dark. There is even a hero-level powerhouse among them. Coming. In the midst of this boredom, Shuaziki suddenly opened his eyes. Hero-level perception allows Shuaziki to perceive changes in the aura at a great distance. What's coming? Shuazijing is not as powerful as Shuaziki, so he is a little unclear about Shuaziki's words. Master of the Shadow Palace. I have to warn you, although you are my brother, it is best not to be disrespectful to the Hall Master. Otherwise, I can't save you. Shuaziki stood up and restrained his momentum. Then he turned around, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Congratulations to the Hall Master. Hero-level powerhouses do not need to kneel. Shadow Fiend doesn't care about these things either. Presence has never been something that Shadow Hall needs to be aware of." Following Shuaziki's voice, a figure suddenly appeared in a dark shadow. The tyrannical momentum suddenly made Shuazijing's breathing stagnate. "How is the arrangement of the blood sacrifice array?" Shadow Demon's eyes swept around. All those who were hidden in the dark were caught in the shadow of the Shadow Demon. In the eyes of Shadow Warriors, darkness does not exist at all. Because all darkness can be regarded as a shadow. Reporting to the Hall Master, the blood sacrifice formation is running well, and the spirit of the demon abyss has taken shape. Shuaziki replied respectfully. "That's good. Everything is ready. As long as the spirit of Moyuan is summoned, the entire eastern wasteland will be in the Shadow Palace's pocket." A strange smile appeared on the corner of the Shadow Demon's mouth. With a flick of his finger, a black shadow immediately emerged from the Shadow Demon's side. Then a large number of bloodline orbs were piled on the ground. The power of the blood of the demi-human race, and the token of the head of the hidden family. The magic circle of the dragon family, the blood of the dragon, and the corpses of the powerful people used for sacrifice. Shuaziki lowered his head and counted the items. After a while, he raised his head. "Palace Master, all the materials have been prepared. Then go, get ready." 3 days later, the blood sacrifice formation in Moonlight Forest will deepen together with the blood sacrifice formation at the Dragon Ruins. The Shadow Demon nodded, then turned into a black shadow and sank into the ground. "Yes, Hall Master." Even though the Shadow Fiend had already left, Shuaziki respectfully obeyed. Then he straightened up. "Ziki, what's the use of these things?" Shuazijing was so frightened by the Shadow Demon's aura that he shivered and didn't dare to speak at all. It was not until the Shadow Demon left that he dared to come forward. "Throw into the blood sacrifice array as a sacrifice." Shuaziki glanced at Shuazijing before saying it word by word. The blood sacrifice formation was never an ordinary magic formation. The blood sacrifice array arranged on the ruins of the dragon is not simple. With the help of the original dragon magic array, the blood sacrifice array was arranged outside to maximize the power of the bloodstain array. So many precious things are used as sacrifices. What is this big formation used for? Shuazi was looking at this crimson blood sacrifice formation and was shocked. But this kind of thing is the secret of the Shadow Palace. Shuazijing is not qualified to ask. And Shuaziki is even more impossible to say. But this kind of thing, 3 days later, you can see the difference. Time flies. Moonlight Forest is a place that Qi Lu has never been to before. So naturally there is no coordinate of Moonlight Forest. So the empty boots can't be used. But fortunately, Qi Lu has been successfully promoted to hero level, and his speed is not slow. In 2 days, it was enough for Qi Lu to go around from Yunwu City to Moonlight Forest. However, after coming to Moonlight Forest, Qi Lu found that the atmosphere in the Moonlight Forest was very wrong. The smell of blood is too heavy. Could it be that the war in Moonlight Forest has expanded to this level? Qi Lu frowned and walked in the Moonlight Forest. After the people from the major sects came to the Moonlight Forest, as long as they met the people from the Shadow Palace, it would definitely be a battle. Earlier, Lu Jingya told Qi Lu that all the people from various sects had lost contact. Qi Lu knew that there was bound to be a war between the two sides. But Qi Lu did not expect that it would spread so widely. However, the unique violent aura of the Shadow Palace, mixed with this bloody smell, still seems particularly distinct. If you don't feel Yushir's breath, then go to the Shadow Palace. The person who can defeat Bailey Fenghua must be the master of the Shadow Palace. Qi Li's goal is clear. If you can't find a small goal, look for a big goal. The aura of the Shadow Palace is like a beacon in this moonlight forest. But not everyone has the Shadow Demon's ability to hide their own breath. Previously, people from various sects came to the moonlight forest, but no one from the Shadow Palace was found. That's because, at that time, the people in the Shadow Palace were not in the moonlight forest at all. That was the bait that Shadow Demon deliberately released. I just didn't expect that the people from the sect would take the bait. As a result, the people who wanted to encircle and suppress the Shadow Palace were counter-encircled and suppressed by the people of the Shadow Palace. Stop, the front is the territory of the wolf hunters, and the idle people are not allowed to enter. Qi followed the breath of the Shadow Palace, and before he could go far, he was stopped by two people in black robes. Wolf hunter territory? Isn't that Sheer's goal of coming to Moonlight Forest? Why is there the aura of the Shadow Palace in it? Qi looked at the two people in front of him. It can be clearly felt that in the territory of the wolf hunters, there is the breath of the Shadow Palace. What are you thinking? Didn't you understand me? Don't hurry up. Seeing Qi Li's stunned look, the wolf hunters immediately roared. Looking at Qi Li's eyes also became a little malicious. Previously, the remnants of the Moon Civet clan came to make a riot with the wolf hunting clan. The number of wolf hunters who died in the hands of that remnant were countless. This uproar almost scared the clansmen. Fortunately, the Shadow Palace finally came to support and took it down. And also sent people to protect the wolf hunters. This time, the courage of the wolf-hunting clansmen suddenly increased. How powerful the Shadow Palace is, the wolf hunters have also heard of it. More importantly, the strength displayed by the Shadow Palace. All of a sudden, 3 hero-level powerhouses were left in the territory of the wolf-hunting clan to protect the wolf-hunting clan. This is the joy of the wolf hunter clan. 3 heroic powerhouses. What is this concept? If the wolf hunters can have 3 hero-level powerhouses, they can walk sideways in the moonlight forest. It's just a pity that these 3 heroic powerhouses belong to the Shadow Palace. But even so, it made the wolf hunters extremely happy. With these 3 heroic powerhouses in the territory of the wolf hunters, who would dare to provoke the wolf hunters? As long as the wolf hunters don't take the initiative to cause trouble, they can also walk sideways in the moonlight forest. Therefore, for those who set foot on the territory of the wolf hunters are not afraid at all. After possessing 3 hero-level powerhouses, the wolf-hunting clan immediately became powerful. For those who set foot on the territory of the wolf hunters are not afraid at all. A warning first. If you don't listen to the warning, just do it. Looking at you, it seems like you want to do something to me. Qi Lu naturally noticed the change in the eyes of the wolf-hunting clansman in front of him. The ferocity there is almost undisguised. So what? Who do you think you are? Even if I kill you here, no one will give you a second look. The wolf hunter snorted coldly, and Qi Li's words were full of disdain. Although the Moonlight Forest is a forest of high-level monsters. But those heroic monsters usually stay in their own territory. After all, Warcraft is not like other races, like to run around. Most of the powerful monsters have their own territory. Unless it is hunting, in most cases, these beasts will stay in their own territory. And the wolf hunters are famous. Ordinary people will not forcefully break in when they hear the name of the wolf hunter. And the heroic powerhouse, I am afraid that nothing will come to the trouble of a wolf hunter. Therefore, the wolf-hunting clansman did not take Qi Lu seriously at all. Since you have this idea in your heart, that's great. Qi Lu heard the words, not the slightest anger, but showed a strange smile. He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. If that's the case, then I won't have any guilt in my heart. Qi Lu smiled and walked forward. What are you doing? I said. Ahead is the territory of the wolf hunters. If you go one step further, I will not welcome you. The words of the two wolf hunters stopped abruptly, before they could speak. In his wide eyes, he seemed to see something extremely terrifying, full offer. The body also fell softly to the ground. Mind shock. Qi Li's momentum rose, and then quickly subsided. However, the power of spiritual shock still directly impacted the souls of the two wolf hunters. Instantly wiped their consciousness. This is the result of training hard by the system in the trial space. Enemies who are not as strong as Qi Lu are under the shock of the soul. As long as Qi Lu has murderous intentions, he will not be able to last for a while. Spiritual shock is a move that directly impacts the spirit and attacks the soul. The greater the difference in strength, the greater the power of mental shock, and the greater the probability of triggering the instant death effect. However, actually, when Qi Lu uses mind stun to directly impact the soul, regardless of whether the instant death effect is triggered or not, as long as the enemy's soul is shattered, it is an instant kill. Wolf hunters. If something happens to Sheer, you can't run away either. In Qi Li's eyes, a hint of anger appeared involuntarily. There are two reasons why the breath of the Shadow Palace will appear in the territory of the wolf hunters. The first is that the Shadow Temple attacked the wolf hunters. And the second one is the collusion between the wolf hunters and the Shadow Palace. However, outside the territory of the wolf-hunting clan, Qi Lu could also meet the clansmen of the wolf-hunting clan to stop him. The first reason can be ruled out directly. Then only the wolf hunters and the Shadow Palace colluded. Yu Sheer came to the Moonlight Forest just to seek revenge for the wolf hunters. Yu Sheer will come to Moonlight Forest just to seek revenge for the wolf hunters. Now the wolf hunters are colluding with the Shadow Palace. Then, if something happened to Yu Sheer, it would naturally be inseparable from the strength of the two parties. Qi Lu, who was angry, had no intention of keeping his hands at all. After entering the territory of the wolf hunters, all those who dared to stop Qi Lu, whether they were from the wolf hunters or the Shadow Palace, were all shocked and killed instantly. Not even a chance to get close. As long as it is within a certain range and is noticed by Qi Lu, it will fall silently. Such a terrifying power is truly terrifying. Sacrificing adults. An enemy is attacking, and our people are about to be unable to stop it. Sir, this time the enemy is too terrifying. Before our clansmen got close to past, they all fell. Several wolf hunters crawled to the sacrificial hall. The tone of reporting to Lai Fei was extremely frightened. You can't even see the enemy's face, so you are directly killed. And the most terrifying thing is that there is no sign of every clan who was killed. Until a second before they fell, they were still able to communicate with the surrounding clansmen. Then in the next second, it suddenly fell. This invisible fear can shred their psychological defenses to the greatest extent and make them fall into collapse. What? Someone else came in? Is it another demi-human tribe? Lai Fei was shocked and immediately asked aloud. The wolf-hunting clan had such a big incident before, and it would be unrealistic to hide it. As in the Moonlight Forest, the demi-human tribes with the most widely spread eyeliners and the most well-informed sources will definitely know about this. The wolf hunters were attacked by the enemy and their vitality was severely damaged. Even if there is a Shadow Palace to send someone to protect. But that's just passive protection. Because the people of the Shadow Palace will stay in the Moonlight Forest, the most important purpose is to guard the blood sacrifice array arranged in the Moonlight Forest. And the wolf hunters, who have become the public enemies of the demi-human race, still have to go through this difficult time carefully. Otherwise, it will be besieged by the remaining tribes of the demi-human race. I am afraid that the surviving clansmen of the wolf hunters will all explain here. No, worship the adults. This time there is only one enemy, and he does not have any aura of bloodline power. The wolf-hunting clansman answered immediately. While speaking, the wolf hunter shuddered as he recalled the figure walking in the woods. The body trembled uncontrollably. In the face of such a real killing god, no one can calm down. Unless you are stronger than him. Otherwise, just tremble with fear. Without the aura of the power of blood, it is not a person from a demi-human tribe. Then who would go to the wolf hunter's territory to find trouble at this time? Could it be? Li Fei frowned and suddenly thought of a possibility. The remnant of the Yueling cat family, the strong man behind it. It has to be said that Li Fei can become a sacrificial sacrifice of the wolf hunters, and his brain is still very useful. Just based on this little information, the identity of the visitor can be guessed. However, it was precisely because the identity of the enemy was guessed that made Li Fei's face even more ugly. Because, if the enemy is looking for Yu Shi'er, then they must know the grievances between Yu Shi'er and the wolf hunters. Then, if this powerhouse hadn't found Yu Shi'er in the wolf hunter clan, this anger could burn out the wolf hunters at any time. Damn. Quick, go and invite Lord Nalankang over here. Thinking of this, Li Fei's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly called someone to find Nalankang. The powerhouse standing behind Yu Shi'er is definitely not something a wolf hunter can resist. You must use the power of the Shadow Temple. Nalankang knew that Li Fei, as a sacrificial wolf hunter, could not leave the sacrificial hall too far. So after listening to the words of the wolf hunters, they soon came to the sacrificial hall. You wolf hunters, it's really a disaster. Nalankang's first sentence when he saw Li Fei was this. The Shadow Palace likes to fight, that's because the Shadow Fiend needs life and luck, and the war is deliberately ignited. If the Shadow Palace is really willing to develop steadily, with the strength of the Shadow Demon, the Shadow Palace must be one of the most powerful forces in the Eastern Wilderness. But the wolf hunters can only say that it is their own problem. If things could have been done a little more cleanly, there would not be so many things now. I know that this is a hidden danger that was left behind when the wolf hunters were not dealt with in the first place. Now it has erupted. However, if you let that person continue to mess around, it will definitely endanger the safety of the blood sacrifice formation. It's not a pity for the wolf hunters to die, but if the major event of the Shadow Palace is broken, the relationship is too great. Li Fei understood what Nalankang meant. Therefore, he simply retreated as the advance, directly admitted the mistakes of the wolf hunters, and then did not mention the wolf hunters, but let Nalankang take into account the blood sacrifice formation. You don't have to say it so righteously, the hall master said, let me protect your wolf hunters. So even if it's not for the blood sacrifice battle, I won't give up on you. Nalankang has been in the hidden family for so many years. Li Fei's words are still very clear. However, since returning to the Shadow Palace, it is not Nalankang's style to cover up. In that case, I would like to thank Lord Nalankang. Li Fei immediately thanked him. After all, the people who stayed in the Moonlight Forest in the Shadow Palace were all in the hands of Nalankang. Especially the three heroic powerhouses. For ordinary small forces, it is a great blessing to have a hero-level powerhouse. Even many forces have no heroic powerhouses at all. However, in Nalankang's hands, he controls three heroic powerhouses. This powerful force can hardly be challenged by anyone. You are welcome. Since they are all affiliated with the Shadow Palace, they should help each other. What's more, I am also happy to add another sacrifice to the blood sacrifice array. Nalankang smiled, disapproving of what Li Fei said about the enemy. The shadow guards trained by the Shadow Palace are Nalankang's confidants. The remnants of the Moon Civet clan were nothing more than a master-level peak. How can the strong man behind her be so strong? At most, it is a heroic powerhouse. But in front of the three shadow guards, a hero-level powerhouse is nothing at all. Unless it is a half-step powerhouse-level power like Shadow Demon. Otherwise, even a heroic peak powerhouse would not dare to face the three shadow guards. Looks like I'm here just in time. You are all here, and it just saves me from looking for you everywhere. Since you're all here, that's fine. It saves me from having to look for you everywhere. Qi Lu followed the breath and came to the outside of the sacrificial hall. His eyes fell directly on Nalankang. When Qi Lu went to the Hidden World family, he had some understanding of the main characters of the four Hidden World family. Because of the collection of data in the past, it was inevitable to collect data on these main characters. So although Qi Lu didn't know Liu Fei, he knew Nalankang. Moreover, he also knew that Nalankang was the dark son of the Shadow Palace in the Hidden Family. Who? Liu Fei was startled. It's you. Nalankang felt familiar when he heard this voice. When he turned around, his pupils shrank. The impression that Qi Lu brought to Nalankang was really profound. At the engagement ceremony of the Hidden Family, the fact that two heroic powerhouses were killed in one move was even more vivid. Nalankang could never have imagined that the strong man behind Yu Shi'er would actually be this person. It seems that you still remember me. That just saved me the time to introduce myself. Seeing the change in Nalankang's expression, Qi Lu could guess what he was thinking. Then I'll keep it short. Yu Shi'er, where are you? Qi Lu said this in a very calm tone. Just like the eve of a volcanic eruption, it was so calm that it made people shudder, involuntarily sending a chill down the back. There are many kinds of true anger. But calm anger is the scariest thing. Because once this kind of anger broke out, it was enough to burn down the whole world. What do you want to do? Although Nalankang was extremely afraid of Qi Lu, he still gritted his teeth and asked when he heard the words Yu Shi'er. Loyalty to the Shadow Palace finally overcomes the fear of Qi Lu. Doing what? I'm just here to bring my clerk back. You just need to tell me where she is. Qi Lu lowered his eyes and said slowly. That tone did not seem to be asking a teacher to ask for guilt, but rather that he was chatting with an acquaintance. But hearing Nalankang's ears, his back suddenly became cold, and his heart was even colder. Along with the anger, Qi Li's aura involuntarily radiated out. Nalankang is still like this. Liu Fei was even more unbearable, and was directly overwhelmed by Qi Lu's momentum, so he didn't dare to speak at all. Do you really think that you can be unscrupulous here? Nalankang gritted his teeth, stared at Qi Lu, and said sternly. Yu Shi'er was taken away by the Shadow Demon, and Nalankang couldn't tell the Shadow Demon. What's more, no matter how powerful Qi Lu is, there are also 3 Shadow Guards on Nalankang's side. Compared with the elders of the Yun family, the strength of the Shadow Guards is undoubtedly stronger. Not without the strength to fight with Qi Lu. Shadow 1, Shadow 2, Shadow 3, do it. It doesn't matter if you live or die. Nalankang roared angrily. The 3 heroic powerhouses left in the Moonlight Forest in the Shadow Palace immediately emerged from the shadows. 3 black shadows, almost shooting together, attacked Qi Lu. Do you think you can do whatever you want in front of the Yun family, so you can come and challenge in front of the Shadow Palace? The strength of the Shadow Guard is not something you can imagine. Obviously, just grab it. Nalankang looked at Qi Lu and said with a sneer. As soon as the Shadow Guard made his move, Nalankang's confidence rose. No matter what, the strength of the Shadow Guards is there. Even if Qi Lu was able to kill the 2 elders of the Yun family in one move, it was only 2 words to face the guards of the upper shadow. After all, Shadow Guards are all trained to kill. Its combat power is naturally not comparable to those heroic powerhouses who are pampered. 3 hero-level powerhouses besiege one person, no matter how strong he is, there is no way he can survive. Dare to challenge the wolf hunters, you must be ready to pay the price. After the Shadow Guard appeared, Qi Li's aura was instantly dissipated because of his anger. Liu Fei's whole body became lighter, and at the same time, he also followed suit. From Li Fei's point of view, the strength of the Shadow Palace is there. Qi Lu is nothing more than a heroic powerhouse at most, no matter how strong, can be. Could it be the same as the palace master of the Shadow Palace? In front of the 3 shadow guards, it was just a lamb, to be slaughtered. Therefore, the fright he suffered in front of Qi Lu, before, must now be vented. It seems that you are not going to say it. But that's fine, lest I have to judge whether you are telling the truth or ally. Qi Lu looked at the 3 incoming shadow guards, and suddenly a strange smile appeared on his face. Like seeing something interesting. Mind shock. Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and his figure flickered. The terrifying mental power burst out, mixed with the majestic pressure, and slammed into the 3 shadow guards. The 1,000 machine ball also turned into a sharp thorn in an instant and was held by Qi Lu. Pfft! In an instant, Qi Li's body was like electricity and disappeared in place. Then in the next second, the 3 shadow guards were all pierced by sharp thorns. Under the strong pressure, the bright red heart blood spurted out from the piercing mouth, and crossed a parabola in the air, showing a strange color. The 3 shadow guards only felt that their heads were hit by a heavy hammer. Immediately afterwards, I felt a tingling in my heart. After that, the consciousness became blurred. Bam! When Qi Li's figure reappeared in place, the 3 shadow guards all stopped attacking. Then he fell to the ground with a look of astonishment and disbelief. Until death, these 3 shadow guards did not understand why their opponents were so powerful. Trance caused by mind shock. Even if only for a moment. But in front of Qi Lu, that is a huge flaw. And the most terrifying thing is that the skill of mind shock, even if you are prepared, there is no way to defend it. Because this is a skill that directly impacts the soul. It's no ordinary coercion at all. How can that be? Nalankang and Li Fei's eyes widened and they took a deep breath. They couldn't believe this scene at all. But there was more on his face, but there was still a look of horror. These are the 3 shadow guards of the Shadow Palace. These are 3 heroic powerhouses. Not some kind of cat or dog. However, in front of Qi Lu, he was so vulnerable. Seeing this scene, Li Fei's body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, it won't, it's impossible. How could such a strong person take in that remnant, and come to find her in person? This is absolutely impossible. Li Fei muttered to himself. Li Fei has already started to collapse. Because he didn't dare to imagine what the wolf hunters would have to do to survive in the hands of this powerhouse. Do you really want to be the enemy of the Shadow Palace? Do you know how powerful the Shadow Palace is? Nalankang looked at Qi Lu, his teeth began to chatter. You can only use a roar to embolden yourself. You are too noisy. If you don't know where Yu Shi'er is, then you have no value. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it again. Wolf hunters, just wait for Shi'er to be buried with you. Qi Lu no longer wanted to ask aloud at this moment. It is more convenient to let the system search memory directly. No, do not want. I would like to say it, I would like to say. When Li Fei heard Qi Li's words, he started to roar like crazy. But it's too late. Qi Lu was not moved at all. The sharp thorn formed by the 1,000 machine ball had already shot, piercing Li Fei's heart. Qi Lu looked blankly at Li Fei, with unwillingness and resentment on his face, and fell heavily to the ground. Then he said in his mind, System, help me search his memory, I want to know where Yu Shi'er is. System, a trivial matter. Probably because he knew that things were urgent, so the system didn't bargain with Qi Lu to save face. Almost forgot, and you. When Qi Lu was working in the system, he was not idle either. Instead, he looked at Nalankang. The Shadow Palace is also one of Qi Li's goals, but it is not as important as Yu Shi'er. After all, it would be really inconvenient to have one less clerk in the store. Re-recruiting is too much trouble. You offended the Shadow Palace, but don't regret it. The Hall Master will definitely avenge me, you will definitely die very painfully. Nalankang knew that he had no hope of surviving. The fear before dying has also transformed into Qi Li's resentment. Noisy. Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and the shock of his soul hit Nalankang instantly. Nalankang only felt a flower in front of him, and then the scene in front of him began to slowly turn into darkness. After the soul is broken, the consciousness also disappears completely. System, this guy, let's search together. He should know a lot. Qi Li said to the system in his mind. With the strength of the peak of the master level, he can command the 3 hero level powerhouses. Then Nalankang's status in the Shadow Palace will definitely not be low. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth the Shadow Palace's effort to use 3 hero level powerhouses to protect it. Since the status is not low, there will definitely be no less things to know. The Shadow Palace's plot is so big, then, those who execute the plan must not be the only one of the Palace Master of the Shadow Palace. According to Qi Li's calculations. Desolate Town, Moonlight Forest, Dragon Ruins. These 3 places require at least 3 plan executors. And Nalankang's status is so high, maybe he is the plan executor of Moonlight Forest. System, host, wait a moment, what you want will be ready soon. You hurry up, I'll go around. Qi Li nodded and walked outside. The so-called going around is just to clean up the Shadow Hall disciples and the wolf hunters who are hidden in the dark. If you want to disrupt the entire Eastern Wasteland, you must prepare to disappear in the Eastern Wasteland. The crimes of the wolf hunters are innumerable. All the clansmen participated in that big hunt. If that's the case, then the wolf hunters don't need to exist anymore. This is true from any point of view. System, host, the memory search is over, and the clerk you are looking for has been taken to the Dragon Ruins. Why did you go to the Dragon Ruins? Qi Li frowned. The Dragon Ruins and the Moonlight Forest are really the south and the north of the eastern wilderness. The distance between them almost spanned the entire Eastern Wasteland. System, about this mission, this system has also found some other information. Do you need it, host? Before Qi Li could finish thinking, the system spoke again. Of course it is necessary. Of course, the more information you know about the mission, the better. Qi Li answered immediately. System, understood, the data will be transmitted immediately, please pay attention to the host. As soon as the voice fell, a message entered Qi Li's mind. It's about this time, Moonlight Forest and Dragon's Ruins. Blood Sacrifice Formation. Spirit of Demon Abyss. The plot of the Shadow Palace is so big. Qi Li looked at the information in his mind, and his face became more and more serious. The real plan of the Shadow Palace, the things it has been collecting, are all displayed in front of Qi Li this time. Based on the dragon magic circle left in the ruins of the dragon, the blood sacrifice array arranged is not a blood sacrifice array at all. It is an ancient summoning formation. It was a giant magic circle conceived by the summoner class that once appeared in the long river of history, but was wiped out in the ancient times. It is a summoning magic circle used to summon the spirit of the demon abyss. The spirit of the demon abyss is a summoned object that was accidentally summoned by the former summoners. It is a real strong level summon. Fierce, bloodthirsty, violent, and unparalleled in combat power. In the ancient times, when the luck of heaven and earth was still abundant, although there were not many powerhouses, there were some. Therefore, the spirit of the demon abyss can still be suppressed. But now, in the entire eastern wilderness, there is no powerhouse level power at all. Once the spirit of demon abyss is summoned, it is an invincible existence. Powerful summons. This is the real purpose of the Shadow Palace, in order to rule the entire Eastern Wasteland, at all costs. The magic circle left by the dragon family is the best cornerstone. The patriarch token of the Hidden World family is to provide the support of the power of space for the summoning magic circle. Summoning the spirit of the demon abyss from a distant alien space requires a lot of space power. And the patriarch token of this hidden family was forged by the powerful space magician who survived by chance hundreds of years ago. The power of space contained in it is enough to support the summoning magic circle. And the corpses of those strong men, as well as the blood power of the demi-humans, are sacrifices for summoning the magic circle. If you want to summon such a powerful summon, it is impossible to do without sacrifices. A powerhouse-level summon requires a lot of sacrifices. But this is also not the whole plan of the Shadow Palace. At the same time, the three places of Xuanhuan City, Moonlight Forest, and Dragon's Ruins were also started to cover up the movement of the summoning magic circle. It's just that the summoning magic circles arranged in Xuanhuan City and Moonlight Forest are the creatures summoned. It's not a powerful spirit of the demon abyss. After all, the spirit of demon abyss with power-level strength, the number of sacrifices required is not so easy to gather in the eastern wilderness of this period. Even if it is filled with the corpses of hero-level powerhouses, it is a large amount. Being able to summon one is already the limit. Therefore, the summoning magic circles arranged in Xuanhuan City and in the Moonlight Forest were actually summoned by demonic creatures with uneven strength. The strong can have hero-level strength, while the weak can also have a professional-level strength. And it's not the same as the spirit of the demon abyss, which can only be summoned on one side. Because the number of sacrifices required to summon the demonic creatures is much less, the number of summoned demonic creatures is much more. Although the Shadow Palace wants to rule the entire eastern wasteland. But I didn't think about it from the beginning, all relying on my own strength. Because if you want to rely on your own strength to fight against the entire eastern wilderness, it is almost impossible for such a huge force to be completely hidden in the dark. Therefore, from the very beginning, the Shadow Temple has set its target on this summoning magic circle. The Shadow Hall has been collecting offerings for decades. The so-called blood sacrifice formation is nothing more than a cover used to store sacrifices. However, after the blood sacrifice formation has absorbed the power of those living beings, it will feed back a small part to those who opened the formation to help them strengthen themselves and refine their fighting chi and magic power. This effect made the people of the Shadow Palace obsessed with it. Everyone wants to practice twice the result with half the effort, everyone wants to gain great power, and everyone wants to reach the sky in one step. The blood sacrifice great array just happens to satisfy their dreams to the greatest extent. But no one thought that this was just a bait under the Shadow Palace. It's a shadow demon conspiracy. All the sacrifices thrown into the blood sacrifice array, and most of the transformed life force, will be stored and turned into sacrifices for summoning the magic array. I didn't expect that the plan of the Shadow Palace was so terrifying. That shadow demon didn't care about anyone's life at all. Everyone is the nourishment for him to become stronger, and the stepping stone for him to move forward. Sheila looked up the information in his mind and couldn't help feeling a chill behind his back. Originally, Sheila thought that the Shadow Palace dared to reach out to the entire eastern wasteland and use the power of one force to fight against the entire eastern wasteland. What a powerful force it will be. But I didn't expect that all of these were the conspiracies of the shadow demons. In the eyes of Shadow Demon, everyone is just a pawn that can be used. Moyuan creatures are cruel and murderous, violent and vicious. Once summoned to the eastern wilderness, all living beings will be destroyed. And these, all of them are for the Shadow Demon to collect the luck of life and achieve his own strong road. However, why does the Shadow Demon know to summon the magic circle? This kind-of thing has long disappeared in the ancient times. Sheila thought of this question again. The class of summoner is only a powerful class that has been short-lived in the long history. Although it was once extremely powerful, it was a powerful class that no cultivator dared to provoke easily. However, it was quickly slaughtered by all the practitioners. This summoning magic circle has also been lost. However, for some unknown reason, it was known to the shadow demon. However, this summoning magic circle, which should have been lost, was known to the shadow demon for some reason. After all, in ancient times, the luck of heaven and earth was not as scarce as it is now. Although the spirit of the demon abyss is powerful, it is not invincible. The powers that can defeat the spirit of demon abyss are not to be mentioned everywhere, but if you really want to count them down, there are still quite a few. But for now, the powerhouse level is a moat that cannot be crossed. The terrifying part of the summoning magic circle is also reflected here. I remembered it, the ruins. By the way, it's the ruins. Sheila thought for a moment and suddenly remembered this place. The ruins of the last time were the ruins of the beast control sect. So in the ruins that have appeared before, there may not have been the inheritance of the summoner class. A double-edged sword, it really is a double-edged sword. It's no wonder that every time the relic appears, it will attract so many forces to fight. Sheila slammed his fist into the tree beside him. The two men hugged the thick and thin tree, which was instantly smashed into sawdust. System, let me ask you, is it not because of the lack of heaven and earth in his world that there is no way of accommodating the emergence of powerhouse-level experts? Why does the summoning magic circle summon the powerful spirit of the demon abyss? While Chilu was annoyed, he asked in his mind. This is also the biggest problem. It is precisely because of this restriction that Chila never thought that the Shadow Palace would take action from other directions. Use other powers to fight against the entire Eastern Wilderness. System, this question is very simple, because the spirit of the demon abyss does not belong to this world, but a creature summoned from a different dimension. System, simply put, the spirit of the demon abyss relies on the power of being sacrificed to the summoning magic circle, so that it can stay in this world for a short time. System, and after the power of these creatures is exhausted, the spirit of the demon abyss will return to the world where it should exist because of the rejection of this world. I see, that's what happened. This shadow demon's plan is really comprehensive. After Chila listened to the system's explanation, the doubts in his heart were immediately resolved. The powerful spirit of the demon abyss, even if it is a shadow demon, can't be suppressed. However, what shadow demon needs is not to control the spirit of demon abyss at all. What shadow demon needs is to use the power of the spirit of demon abyss to fight against those heroic powerhouses and disrupt the entire eastern wasteland. As long as enough powerhouses fall, the shadow fiend will be able to collect enough life and luck. When the shadow demon becomes a powerhouse-level power, it will be the time when he truly reigns in the eastern wasteland. And the spirit of demon abyss will disappear when the power of life is exhausted. It doesn't affect shadow demon at all. As for those demonic creatures with uneven strength, this is an accessory that was summoned to further disturb the eastern wilderness and ignite the flames of war. Then it won't affect the shadow demon. It's just that the powerful spirit of demon abyss was summoned to this world. Wouldn't the power of the east and the earth suppress him? After Chila wanted to understand the shadow demon's plan, he still had some headaches. After all, Chila doesn't know if he can handle the powerful spirit of the demon abyss. System, no way. System, because these outsiders rely on the power of the soul's sacrificed Thoth summoning magic circle to stay in this world, so they will not occupy the heaven and earth of this world, and naturally, they will not be suppressed. System, these outsiders are able to stay in this world with the help of the power being sacrificed to the summoning magic circle. System, because there is no heaven and earth destiny that occupies this piece of heaven and earth, naturally it will not be suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. System, and, in fact, if you can, this world hopes that you can kill the spirit of the demon abyss. What did you say? Are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? After Chi Lo heard the system's words, a surprised look appeared on his face. This world wants to kill the spirit of demon abyss? Isn't it all right? What Qi Lu wanted to do was to stop the shadow demon from summoning the Spiritoff demon abyss. Otherwise, a strong-level demonic abyss spirit can be said to be rampant in the eastern wilderness. No one can stop it at all. This system has only just noticed the news from this world, so it's definitely not wrong. The news from this world. In this way, the world of the eastern wilderness has its own will. No, not right. More precisely, it should be an instinct of the will of heaven and earth. Because the will of heaven and earth will never take action and interfere in anything. Even if this piece of heaven and earth is destroyed, the will of heaven and earth will only stand on the sidelines. That is to say, the existence of such a wonderful system as a system can get in touch with the will of heaven and earth, and interpret the news of the will of heaven and earth. However, even if this is the meaning of this world, asking Qi Lu to deal with a strong-level enemy, Qi Lu has no such ability. Otherwise, you should help me reject this matter. I still do my best. It's better not to let the spirit of demon abyss appear in this world. Qi Lu considered the words and answered aloud. After all, this is also the request of the will of heaven and earth, and it is to be polite to refuse. After all, you still have to live in this world. Host, this is not a request, it's just a proposal, it doesn't matter if you can do it or not. However, if it can be done, the completion of the task can be greatly increased. This is a lure. Qi Lu heard it. Will these two be enticing? However, regardless of this matter, just talking about the things that are worthy of the system's baiting, the system can get much more benefits than the host Qi Lu. If you have anything to say, just say it. I don't know what kind of character you are. Do you do things that are not good for you? Qi Lu pierced the system without hesitation. Tell me what happened. Something's wrong. This system thinks that it should be a good disguise. Why can you see the host? Can you also discover the thoughts of this system? Bah, I'm not as bad as you are. This is the light of wisdom, do you understand? What kind of wisdom can Yorubi system have? Qi Lu hummed, disdain for the system's poor acting skills. Okay, then this time the system won't hide it from you. When Qi Lu heard the words, he stared at him and said, listen to what you mean, is there a next time for this kind of thing? How is it possible? This system is upright and upright, how could it possibly deceive you, host? Don't use the heart of a villain to save the belly off the system. Okay, I'll trust you first. You hurry up and tell the specific things. Qi Lu waved his hand and skipped the topic. There is no point in continuing to argue with the system. It's not Qi Li's strength to have such a low-quality dialogue. Then the system will say it directly. Because the spirit of the demon abyss comes from a different dimension, it can only appear in this world by the sacrifice of summoning the magic circle. And this spirit of demon abyss has the strength of a powerhouse, so it must bear the fate of the world where it exists. So, as long as you kill the spirit of demon abyss in this world, the luck of heaven and earth carried by the spirit of demon abyss will stay in his world to supplement the luck of this world. The explanation of the system is very simple and easy to understand. After listening, Qi Lu also began to think about the feasibility of this matter. Plundering the luck of other heavens and earth to supplement the luck of the eastern wilderness. This is an odd way. But it has to be said that if the fate of heaven and earth carried by a powerhouse-level master is returned to Dong Huang, then it must be of great benefit to Dong Huang. At least, it can make more heroic powerhouses appear. After all, there is a lack of luck in the world, and the creatures living in his world are not strong enough. These things all complement each other. Just like a small pond, no big fish can be raised anyway. I understand, if the spirit of demon abyss really comes to the east, then I will try my best. But I'm not holding out hope. Qi Lu let out a breath. Even if this matter is of great benefit to Dong Huang, it is of little benefito Qi Lu. As the system said, it is probably to increase the completion of some upgrade tasks. The remaining benefits are estimated to fall on the system. But these are not the point. The real point is that Qi Le may not be able to defeat the spirit of Demon Abyss. Now that I know the plan of the Shadow Palace, I will go directly to the ruins of the dragon. The summoning magic circle that summons the spirit of the Demon Abyss is arranged in the ruins of the dragon, and I must stop them. Qi Le took out his membership card. For so long, they have been led by the Shadow Palace. This time, the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace finally came to light. Then the other forces in Donghuang should also join forces to see the tricks. Fire Emperor, urgent. The first person Qi Le contacted was Ling Ao. Because the Xuanhuan Empire has joined forces with the Xingyao Empire at this moment, and is resisting the attack of the Shadow Palace from the direction of Zhenhuangcheng. Manager Qi, why are you in such a hurry? Ling Ao saw that Qi Le was calling, and immediately accepted the private chat invitation. It's the Shadow Palace's plan, I already know it. Now you immediately send people to Zhenhuang City, and search for all possible places where there may be a summoning magic circle along the way. Be sure to destroy the summoning magic circle. Qi Le didn't talk nonsense, and directly told Ling Ao about the Shadow Palace plan. What? After Ling Ao heard this, his first reaction was shock. Summoning the magic circle, it has disappeared for an unknown time. If Qi Le hadn't mentioned it, Ling Ao might not have remembered it in his life. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Palace not only got the layout of the summoning magic circle, and also used in this place. The most important thing now is to contact other forces that can be connected, and absolutely cannot let the creatures of the magic abyss be summoned. Qi Le warned and hung up the membership card. As long as he told Ling Ao all the plans of the Shadow Palace, Qi Le believed that from Ling Ao's overall view, he would definitely know what to do. Then there is the summoning magic circle on the Moonlight Forest side. Elder Lijing. Qi Le immediately found another person and sent a private chat request. Manager Qi, what's the matter? After Lu Jingyao lost contact with Bailey Fenghua, he sat at Yujianzong Mountain Gate. Now I have received a private chat request from Qi Le. Knowing that Qi Le had already gone to Moonlight Forest, Lu Jingyao thought that he had news of Bailey Fenghua and Yujianzong disciples, and immediately connected to the private chat request. Let each sect organize their forces immediately and go to the Moonlight Forest. Destroy the summoning magic circle here. Qi Le used the simplest words to explain the plan of the Shadow Palace. As long as you contact Ling Ao and Lu Jingyao, the matter of Zhenhuang City and Moonlight Forest can be handed over to them. Because Ling Ao represented the imperial power. Lu Jingyao, on the other hand, represented the power of the sect. These are the two most powerful forces in the eastern wilderness. I understand, Manager Qi. Lu Jingyao knew the seriousness of this matter and immediately responded. However, after a short pause, Lu Jingyao asked again, however, Manager Qi, I still want to ask. I don't know if you have any news about the suzerain. Sect Master Bailey? He seems to have fallen into the hands of the Palace Master of the Shadow Palace and was taken to the Dragon Ruins. However, I am preparing to go to the Dragon Ruins. So, the matter of Moonlight Forest will be left to you. Qi Le answered quickly. It takes time to destroy the summoning magic circle. But from Nalankang's memory, Qi Le learned that after 3 days, the summoning magic circle would be activated. At that time, something big will really happen on the side of the Dragon Ruins. And now, there is only 1 day left before the opening of the summoning magic circle. Even if Qi Le can use his broken boots to rush back to Yunwu City. But it also takes time to travel from Cloud City to the Dragon Ruins. Therefore, Desolate Town and Moonlight Forest can only be handled by Ling Ao and Lu Jingyao. I can rest assured that Manager Qi can take action in person. Don't worry about Moonlight Forest, I will organize people to set off immediately. Lu Jingya probably knew the urgency of this matter, so she didn't say anything or ask anything. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Qila nodded and hung up the membership card. Then immediately used the door of space opened by the empty boots. Hopefully. Xingyao Empire, Yaoguang City. After Ying Luo led 100,000 troops to capture Yaoguang City, he was stationed here. And after that, the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire seemed to have made up its mind and dispatched 300,000 troops to guard the imperial city to attack Yaoguang City with all their might. This time, even Ying Luo's soldiers are brave and good at fighting. But in the face of an enemy several times his own, he did not dare to go out of the city to fight, so he could only hold on. The Xingyao Empire has joined forces with the Xuanhuan Empire. I really didn't expect. What is it that will make the paladin and the white-clothed high priest give up the integrity of the Xingyao Empire and bring in the forces of the Xuanhuan Empire? Ying Luo stood on the city wall and looked not far away. The forces of the Xingyao Empire and the Xuanhuan Empire are all arranged there, setting up camps outside the attack range of magic. At this time it is time to make a fire and cook. A curl of smoke rose from outside Yaoguang City. Set up camp outside the city and make a fire to cook. This is to trap Ying Luo and others in Yaoguang City. Even if there are only 80,000 troops left, the daily food and clothing expenses are not a small expense. And Ying Luo himself came empty-handed and didn't bring much food and grass. After all, the soldiers are expensive and fast, so naturally everything should be kept simple. And in Yaoguang City, Rong Yuqua did not leave much food and grass. At that time, Rong Yuqua had already instructed before he left the city. In his battle, he would die. Once the defenders of Yaoguang City were about to be defeated, the messengers who stayed in the city were ready to evacuate the residents of the city and set the granary in the city on fire. The experience of the famous general is reflected here. Whether you are alive or dead, you will consider everything clearly. Rong Yuqua knew that he would lose this battle. Glory City will also fall into the hands of these rebels. So he doesn't leave anything to these rebels. If these rebels dare to stick to Yaoguang City, the burned granaries will be their reminders. And these news were also brought back to the imperial city of Xingyao Empire by the messengers. Therefore, the army guarding Yaoguang City was in no hurry. Because in Yaoguang City, food and grass are in short supply. Zhen Huangcheng's rebellion would not last for a few days. Damn it, that guy, he's still tricking us to death. Ying Luo rubbed his temples, and his mind couldn't help thinking of the big man who didn't take a step back until he died. Is this the so-called famous general? On top of the war, even his own death was counted. My lord, everything is ready. At this time, a soldier in black armor came to Ying Luo's side and bowed. This is the black-armored warrior of the Shadow Palace. Okay, then start immediately and start to arrange the magic circle. Ying Luo ordered immediately. Then he looked at the camp outside the city again. Wait another day, just wait another day, and you will know the end of being gone enemy of the Shadow Palace. I just hope that the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire will not take action too early. As the person in charge of Xuanhuan City, Ying Luo is naturally very clear about the plan of the Shadow Palace. Knowing that what the Shadow Palace has arranged is not a blood sacrifice formation at all, but a summoning magic formation. However, Ying Luo didn't care about this matter at all. As long as the eagle's position in the Shadow Hall is high enough, even if the entire eastern wilderness is in chaos. When the Shadow Demon King comes to the eastern wasteland, the Shadow Palace is the ruler of the eastern wilderness. At that time, Ying Luo's power will be many times higher than that at this time. And this time is the most important time. As long as the summoning magic circle is arranged in Yaoguang City, the demon creatures are successfully summoned. At that time, the troops guarding outside Yaoguang City would be nothing at all. The only thing to worry about is that the paladins and the white-clothed high priest will make desperate shots to attack the city of Yaoguang. If the summoning magic circle is destroyed, then everything will be over. All the prisoners of Yaoguang city are all sacrificed and thrown into the summoning magic circle. There are also the corpses of the hero-level powerhouses left to us by the Shadow Palace, and they are all thrown in. As long as tomorrow is over, the Xingyao Empire should appear in those history books. Ying Luo slowly retracted his gaze and walked down the city wall. Looking at the black-armored soldiers guarding the city, he said in a frantic tone. The forces that can be recorded in the history books are naturally only those forces that have perished. The layout of the summoning magic circle does not belong to a very complicated type. In fact, among all the magic circles, the difficulty of summoning the magic circle is not even advanced, at most it is an intermediate difficulty. What troubles the arrangement of the summoning magic circle is more of the need to inject the power of space into the magic circle and provide enough sacrifices as energy. The stronger the strength of the creature you want to summon, the higher the requirements for the stability of the summoning magic circle, and the greater the demand for space power. However, only the difficulty of the layout is not high. However, no one knew about this, except for the few people who could be counted in the Shadow Palace. Qilu also did not think of it. Ying Luo would set up a summoning magic circle directly in Yaoguang City. At this point, Ling Ao and the Holy Knight and others are even more impossible to think of. Xingyao Empire Imperial City, Palace. Paladin, High Priest in White, I haven't seen you for a long time, stay safe. Under the leadership of the guards, Ling Ao passed through the front hall of the palace and came to the study of the white-clothed High Priest. Paladins are also in this study. Fire Emperor, sit down. The white-robed High Priest got up and nodded. Then he sat down with Ling Ao and said, I am very grateful to the Xuanhuan Empire for being willing to lend a helping hand at this time. I just don't know why the Fire Emperor came to look for me so eagerly. In the Star Empire, the white-clothed High Priest represents the pinnacle of faith. That is, the position of the king of a country. It's just that the Xingyao Empire started with faith, so there is no royal family, only the High Priest. The paladins are responsible for leading the troops. That is, it is in charge of all the wars of the Xingyao Empire. Therefore, when negotiating with Ling Ao, the paladins generally would not open their mouths. Because this is a dialogue between Xingyao Empire and Xuanhuan Empire. I came here this time to tell you that I have all the plans of the Shadow Palace. Ling Ao didn't say a word of nonsense, he just went straight to the topic. Because Ling Ao himself had no idea about the Xingyao Empire, so he didn't think to sell it at this time to gain benefits. After all, the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire is already very large. If you want to expand the territory, if you don't have enough hard power, even if you expand out, you will be beaten back. Huh? Fire Emperor, please speak directly. At this critical juncture, the savior of the Xingyao Empire is in dire straits. In the future, the Xingyao Empire and the Xuanhuan Empire will be the most solid allies. The white-clothed High Priest pondered for a moment before speaking. Although Ling Ao didn't ask for benefits, the white-clothed High Priest can't be ignorant. If there is no interest to be involved, who is willing to do their best to help you? The white-clothed High Priest doesn't need to say much. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have come here in person. Ling Ao waved his hand and said indifferently. Then he explained the plan of the Shadow Palace. After getting the news from Qi Lu, Ling Ao set off directly and went to the imperial city of Xingyao Empire. Now that the plan of the Shadow Palace has been fully presented to everyone, then the rebellion in Zhenhuang City should be eradicated as soon as possible. And the biggest obstacle among them is the two hero-level powerhouses of the Shadow Palace hidden outside the imperial city of Xingyao Empire. Although the Paladin is a combat-type class, the white-clothed High Priest is a support-type class. Paladins are indeed a fighting class. However, the white-clothed high priest is a purely auxiliary class. Therefore, even if the paladin and the white-clothed high priest are determined to make a move, they will probably be pinned down by the two hero-level powerhouses in the Shadow Palace in the imperial city of the Starry Empire. Ling Ao knew this in his heart. In the battle of hero-level powerhouses, if you want to intervene, you must at least also be hero-level powerhouses. Now that the Xuanhuan Empire has been able to determine that nothing has happened, that Ling Ao decided to take action personally and join forces with the paladins to crusade against the Shadow Temple. And coupled with a white-clothed high priest to assist in the rear, it is enough to ensure that the rear is worry-free. That's the way it is. We must now send our troops to search for the summoning magic array. If the demonic creatures are summoned, even if this war can be ended, the Xingyao Empire may not be able to recover within a few decades. Ling Ao concluded at the end, staring at the white-robed high priest. The Shadow Palace actually has a summoning magic circle. A cold sweat broke out from behind the white-robed high priest. If this summoning magic circle is activated, once the creatures of the magic abyss come to the East Wasteland, what will happen in other places, the white priest does not know. But the Xingyao Empire will definitely collapse. In your hands, there should be people from the Shadow Palace, the roadmap from Zhenhuang City to Yaoguang City. Search along the road as fast as you can. Ling Ao said in a deep voice. I know it's a matter of urgency. And the most important thing, there is one more thing, that is to take back the city of bright light. The white-clothed high priest nodded, then looked at Ling Ao. The meaning is self-evident. He just wanted Ling Ao to take action with them. Right on my mind. Ling Ao touched his palm and smiled, and soon reached a consensus with the white-clothed high priest. Dragon Ruins. The summoning magic array, which was transformed from the blood sacrifice array, has now become red as blood. The shadow demon sat on the edge of the summoning magic circle and raised his head slightly. In the sky above the summoning magic circle, a huge dark cloud has already formed. In the rolling dark clouds, there were two groups of crimson rays of light, like two huge pools of blood, flickering with a ferocious light that made people shudder. It's about to take shape, the spirit of the demon abyss. Only the last step. The shadow demon muttered to himself, and slowly retracted his gaze. Then he looked at Bailey Fenghua and Yusier, who were bound by shadows not far away. Shadows controlled by shadow warriors conceal their fighting spirit and magic power after capturing their prey. This is much better than breaking the seal of trial. Because after the seal of trial is broken, all the strength will be dissipated. This kind of abolished cultivator, even if it is used as a sacrifice, does not have much life force at all. Shadow fiends don't need such offerings either. Just like Bailey Fenghua, a hero-level peak powerhouse, if you put it into the summoning magic circle, you can at least summon a demon creature that is also a hero-level peak. But if the seal of trial is broken, it's like an ordinary person being thrown into the summoning magic circle. The power of life is better than nothing, and it is meaningless at all. The spirit of the demon abyss is not like those demon abyss creatures. If you want to summon the spirit of the demon abyss, you can't just have the power of living beings. Using a powerful enough bloodline power as a living sacrifice is the most important step. Using the power of powerful blood as a living sacrifice to activate the spirit of Mo Yuan is the most important step. The shadow demon stood up suddenly, showing a weird smile on his face. Originally, this powerful enough bloodline power should be the clan of the wolf hunter. That's why the Shadow Temple assists the wolf hunters to hunt down other demi-human tribes. However, now there are better options. The last survivor of the Moon Civic clan, possessing the current demi-humans, no matter how purified it is impossible to reach the concentration of blood power. The more powerful the power of blood, the more powerful the spirit of demon abyss summoned. Shadow demon, what do you want to do? If you want to kill or cut, you have to give me a word. If I frown at Bailey Fenghua, I don't deserve to be the sect master of Swordsman sect. Bailey Fenghua stared at the slowly approaching shadow demon, and roared weakly. No matter how powerful a cultivator is, he still needs to eat to replenish his energy. Those who can survive simply by eating and drinking are immortals, not cultivators. Moreover, after the battle chi was sealed, there was no way to warm up the body. Even the heroic powerhouse will be weakened. Sect Master Bailey, isn't it? Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you or cut you. Your power of life is the most suitable for summoning powerful demonic creatures. I hope you can still say such tough words when you are sacrificed to the summoning magic circle later. The shadow demon always had a faint smirk on his face. It seems that for Shadow Fiend, there are no other emotions. Damn. Bailey Fenghua tried to break free from the shackles of the shadow. But the result is the same as I have tried countless times before, and it doesn't work at all. Do Chi was sealed, making Bailey Fenghua unable to even burst out Do Chi. With the power of the flesh alone, how could it be possible to break free from the shackles of shadows manipulated by shadow warriors? And most importantly, that is, before the fighting chi is exhausted, the enhanced body of the evil spirit cannot be used. This is also the most distressing point of Bailey Fenghua. Of course, it's not your turn yet. You can still be here and watch how the spirit of Demon Abyss appeared on this eastern desolation. Of course, Shadow Demon didn't come here to catch up with Bailey Fenghua. In fact, there is nothing to say between them. What did you say? Could it be that you? Sheer. When Bailey Fenghua heard Shadow Demon's words, his pupils shrank suddenly. Then she turned her head to look at Yu Shi'er, who was beside her. Come on, spirit of Demon Abyss, let me see how powerful you are. Shadow Demon didn't care about Bailey Fenghua's movements. With a wave of his right hand, the huge black shadow claws lifted Yu Shi'er, and then placed it in the eye of the summoning magic circle. Without the support of fighting chi and magic power, cultivators are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Yu Shi'er's strength is not as strong as Bailey Fenghua. The physique will naturally be a lot worse. So at this moment, it will only be weaker than Bailey Fenghua. Even though the black shadow giant claw was placed in the eye of the summoning magic circle, Yu Shi'er was only panting slowly. The extreme weakness made Yu Shi'er not even have the strength to struggle. What is this for? Is it finally my turn to be the object of sacrifice? The clan of the Wolf Hunter clan is still alive, and the revenge of the Mooncat clan has not been finished yet. It's such a pity. But the most regrettable thing is that I haven't been able to return to the store. Let's go and see the manager again. I don't know if the manager will be very hard when I'm not in the store. Yu Shi'er lay on the ground, breathing slowly. Reminiscing about the past in my mind. Painful, happy, regretful, joyous. Suddenly, a sharp pain poured into Yu Shi'er's mind from all over her body, directly dispelling these memories. The power of blood was stripped out of the body alive. The pain is unimaginable. It was more severe than any kind of pain imaginable. What? Yu Shi'er's face instantly became extremely pale, without a trace of blood. Bean-sized beads of sweat emerged from his forehead, covering his entire cheeks in a few seconds. His clothes were also soaked with sweat. But apart from this very short exclamation of pain, there was no sound. Because of this severe pain, Yu Shi'er couldn't even make a sound. It's finally started. The concentration of this blood power is much richer than I imagined. When the blood power was stripped from Yu Shi'er's body, the shadow demon could feel the concentration of Yu Shi'er's blood power. I have to say that Liu Fei really didn't lie. Even though Shadow Demon has tried his best to overestimate the power of Yu Shi'er's bloodline. But the concentration of this bloodline power still exceeded Shadow Fiend's expectations. That's great, the stronger the bloodline, the more chaotic Dong Huang will be. the closer I am to becoming a powerhouse. The shadow demon looked up at the billowing dark clouds in the sky, and the crimson light inside seemed more and more intense. That is the prototype of the spirit of Demon Abyss. In other words, it is the carrier of the spirit of Demon Abyss to this world. The mercenary who came to the dragon ruins to investigate earlier died in the hands of the carrier of the spirit of Demon Abyss. All turned into food. The other two directions should also start. When the Demon Abyss creature appeared, it was the beginning of Dongwang falling into my hands. Shadow Fiend thought in his mind. Make sure there are no deviations or loopholes in the plan. But at this moment, a loud noise entered the ears of the shadow demon. Boom! Accompanied by the loud noise, a huge smoke screen and stone powder filled the sky. The dragon's ruins were razed directly to a small piece. All the people in the Shadow Palace hidden in that area were not blasted into powder. Huh? Who would come to the dragon ruins at such a time? Shadow Demon squinted his eyes, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. The summoning magic circle has been opened, and the plan has reached the last step. Shadow Demon will never allow anyone to disturb him. Report to the Hall Master, there is an enemy attack. Estimate the strength of the enemy to be the pinnacle of the hero level. Before the Shadow Demon could ask questions, a scout from the Shadow Palace immediately appeared and reported the news. The dragon's ruins can be said to be the most important part of Shadow Fiend's plan. The scouts arranged here are several times more than those in the two places of Xuanhuan City and Moonlight Forest. Heroic pinnacle? I see. Shadow Demon's perception is not bad. In truth, the perception of a shadow warrior is directly proportional to the assassination ability of this class. For an assassination-type class, perception is an indispensable thing. Therefore, the Shadow Fiend quickly sensed the strength of the aura of the visitor. Since you dare to come, then stay and become the nourishment for the spirit of Demon Abyss. Hero-level peak, but a high-quality nourishment. Shadow Demon grinned, just about to merge his body into the shadow. A voice that was so calm that it sent chills down the spine suddenly rang out. You don't have to go into the shadows, because your concealment skills are a joke in my eyes. With the sound of the voice, a figure also appeared in front of the Shadow Demon. Who are you? Do you know what price you have to pay for saying this? The proud concealment ability was ridiculed, and the Shadow Fiend changed his face immediately. You should be the master of the Shadow Palace. I'm just a slightly angry store manager, I just want to bring my store staff back now. Sheila didn't care about the Shadow Demon's warning at all, and returned with a blank expression. You're looking for a clerk, come to me, are you in the wrong place? The Shadow Demon's face quickly changed back to a fake smile. Although the Shadow Demon can perceive it, the aura of the person in front of him is only heroic, not even heroic peak. But the sense of threat brought to the Shadow Fiend is unprecedentedly strong. This is the intuition from the strong. Although the Shadow Fiend doesn't believe that the person in front of him can defeat him, it is always right to be cautious. That's right, I only trust my eyes. Sheila half squinted his eyes, staring at the Shadow Demon. Perception spreads out, searching for the surrounding aura. With the help of God's perspective skills, wherever Qi Li's perception is covered, there is nothing to hide. As Qi Li said, Shadow Demon's concealment ability is indeed very strong. However, in the face of God's perspective, it is a joke. Sect Master Bailey, you are indeed here. The first thing Qi Li discovered was Bailey Fenghua, who was sitting on the side because of weakness. Manager Qi, you are finally here. Sheer is in the eyes of the blood sacrifice formation, hurry up and save her. Bailey Fenghua also noticed Qi Lu. Feeling Qi Li's perception swept over, Bailey Fenghua immediately said aloud. With Qi Lu there, the odds of winning against the Shadow Demon will be much higher. Bailey Fenghua was not in a hurry to ask Qi Lu to save him, anyway, the Shadow Demon couldn't kill himself with one move. Instead, it was Yu Shi'er who was sent to the blood sacrifice formation, her life and death unknown. What? Shi'er is in the eyes of the blood sacrifice formation. You bloody bastard. Qi Li's pupils shrank suddenly and looked at Shadow Demon. You goddamn guy, if Shi'er has something to do, wash your neck and get ready. Hearing Bailey Fenghua's words, Qi Lu was shocked. Then came the inexplicable anger. What is the blood sacrifice array? Qi Lu knows no less than the people in the Shadow Palace. The sacrifices that are sacrificed into the blood sacrifice array will be transformed into the power of life, and then disappear completely. If you want to summon the magic circle, it depends on my answer. Seeing that Qi Lu actually wanted to summon the magic circle, Shadow Demon immediately gave up the idea of temptation. Dive directly into the shadows. This is the biggest taboo of Shadow Fiend. For this summoning magic circle, the Shadow Demon has been hiding for decades, collecting materials and sacrifices, and painstakingly laying out. Just for this day. Now who dares to touch his hard work for decades? No matter who it is, the Shadow Fiend will fight him hard. Shadow warriors can control shadows, and naturally they can also use shadows to assassinate. This is also the reason why Shadow Warrior's assassination ability ranks among the best among many ancient classes. Give me death. The Shadow Demon figure suddenly emerged from the shadow behind Qi Lu. A dark shadow dagger was held by the Shadow Demon and stabbed at Qi Li's back. The speed was as fast as a black lightning bolt. Manager Qi, be careful. Bailey Fenghua felt shocked when he looked at it from the side. However, the reminder had just been exported, and the 1,000-machine ball in Qi Li's hand turned into a saber. Without turning his head, he slashed towards the Shadow Demon. From the perspective of God, all hidden enemies will be invisible. Greatly enhances perception and perception range. After entering the battle, it can cover the entire battlefield without consumption until the end is found. This explanation is no joke. This kind of consumption-free perception can capture every nuance in the battle in the mind. This is complete control over the battle. It can be said that as long as God's perspective skills are still there, Noon can sneak into Qi Lu. All assassins are just a not-so-funny joke to Qi Lu. I've said it before, your concealment skills are just a joke to me. Qi Lu snorted coldly, and a huge force suddenly erupted from the saber in his hand. Martial Arts Mastery Skill triggers special effects. Break armor. Crack. The shadow dagger in the Shadow Demon's hand snapped. The horse-chopping knife was castrated unabated, directly slashing at the throat of the Shadow Demon. She'd dash. A sound of breaking through the air pierced through the space and slashed a Shadow Demon. However, the Shadow Demon's reaction speed is not slow, and at the moment when the saber gets close, he replaces his body with a shadow substitute. Carrying a powerful saber, slashed on the shadow substitute. Instantly split the shadow avatar into two. You still want to fight with me, and I will accompany you at any time, but you have to be ready to die. Qi Lu looked at the Shadow Demon, and there was a strong anger in his eyes. This is an emotion that has never been seen before. Manager Qi, will you be angry too? Bailey Fenghua has been paying attention to the battle situation here. A little surprised at the moment. To be honest, Bailey Fenghua and Qi Lu have known each other for several months. But in Bailey Fenghua's impression, Qi Lu seems to have always been an easygoing image. Even if the strength is unfathomable, there is no strong person in the store. However, at this moment, Bailey Fenghua really felt Qi Li's anger. Just one look can make people feel heart palpitations. Be ready to die? I will return this sentence to you. No one has dared to speak to me like that. The Shadow Demon's face turned gloomy. Qi Li's strength was indeed a bit beyond Shadow Fiend's expectations. But that doesn't mean that Shadow Demon is afraid of Qi Lu. In the previous assassination, although Shadow Demon had the intention of being unprepared, It was also expected that Qi Lu had prevented it in advance. However, Shadow Warrior is not a simple assassin class. Shadow Warrior is a combination of fighters and assassins. Assassination ability is top-notch. The ability to fight head-on is also top-notch. Since the stealth technique is ineffective for you, let's fight head-on. Shadow Demon probes his hands, holding the void. The shadow immediately condensed into a slender sword. The weapons of Shadow Warriors are all condensed from shadows. And the destructive power of these shadow weapons is not inferior to those powerful weapons forged from precious materials. The shadow instantly kills. The Shadow Demon shook the sword in his hand, and his figure disappeared instantly. Within the Shadow Demon's perception range, as long as there is a place covered by shadows, the power given by the Shadow Warrior class can make him instantly appear where he wants to appear. And the shadow will also cover the breath of the Shadow Demon. You won't be noticed at all until you make a move. After all, not everyone has the skill of God's perspective like the monster Qi Lu. This is also the way the Shadow Warriors fight. From the most unexpected place, use the fastest speed to solve the enemy. Chong. Between the flickering shadows, when the Shadow Demon appeared again, it had already appeared in front of Qi Lu. The blade in his hand almost touched Qi Li's throat. As long as he moved forward half an inch, the Shadow Fiend could see Qi Lu clutching his throat and falling to the ground. This extreme speed, if not for early prevention, almost no one can react. However, to Qi Lu, the Shadow Demon's breath that seems to be covered Bishadou's is like a bright light. Clang! Qi Li's face sank like water, and the saber slashed unceremoniously. It just hit the tip of the tachi. The huge power made the Shadow Demon's attack unable to move forward at all, and was even forced to retreat because of the power carried on the saber. The sharp saber slashed in front of the Shadow Demon without a pause. Attached to the cutting edge of the horse-chopping knife, it was almost condensed into substantial vindictiveness, leaving a bloodstain on the Shadow Demon's face. A streak of fresh blood oozes out from the bloodstain. Blood, is this my blood? Shadow Fiend stretched out his finger and wiped lightly on the bloodstain. Then looking at Yin Hong on his fingertips, a very cold smile appeared on his face. Good, very good. You should be honored that you are the first person to hurt me in so many years. Because next, you will see the true power of Shadow Warriors. The Shadow Demon looked at Qi Lu, and suddenly there was a trace of violence. Since the Shadow Demon obtained the Shadow Warrior rank, he has never been injured in battles, big or small. Not even the slightest bruise appeared. Because no opponent has the ability to hurt the Shadow Demon. There is not even a single opponent that can make Shadow Fiend exert his full strength. This also made Shadow Fiend even more conceited. But today, after only 2 moves with Qi Lu left a wound on his face. For the Shadow Demon, this is simply a great shame. You're really, really annoying. Hidden skills, you're just a joke. But fighting head-on, I'm afraid you're not even as good as a joke. Qi Lu is now in a hurry to enter the summoning magic circle, to save Yu Shi'er, but has been obstructed by the Shadow Demon and cannot act. The anger that had been accumulating in his heart finally made Qi Lu burst out. Shoot dash. Qi Li's attack speed was even 3 points faster than his short position flash. The Shadow Demon just finished his harsh words, and before he had time to react, he saw Qi Lu appear in front of him. The sword that shone with cold light seemed to be able to cut through the darkness. How can that be? How can that be? The cold sweat on the Shadow Demon's back instantly soaked the black robe. Before the Shadow stand-in could be released, he was slashed on the shoulder by the saber. This is still the last moment of Shadow Fiend, and he moved slightly to the side by half an inch before avoiding the vital part. As I said, your melee combat ability is not as good as a joke compared to your stealth skills. Qi Lu looked at the Shadow Demon with cold eyes. If the Shadow Demon chooses to continue the assassination, Qi Li's advantage is nothing more than being able to fully capture the shadow demon's actions. But when it comes to head-to-head combat, it's not that Qi Li looks down on Shadow Demon. Even if the Shadow Demon lives for another 100 years, he may not be able to defeat Qi Li. What did you say? Before showing his strength, the feeling of being slapped in the face made the Shadow Demon so angry that blue veins burst on his forehead. But really speaking, the Shadow Demon is indeed suppressing his power at this moment. Don't think that among the hero-level powerhouses, the destructive power of the Fighting Qi class is not as good as that of the Magician class. That's all because the Fighting Qi class is better at using Fighting Qi in useful places. Meaningless outbursts of vindictiveness will only result in a lot of waste. A true hero-level powerhouse, no matter what class, as long as it is not a poorly auxiliary class, can easily cause huge destructive power. However, the summoning magic circle is right next to it. Although Qi Li didn't care, but the Shadow Demon would cast his arms against the rat during the battle, so he had to restrain his hands. Decades of hard work, if it falls short. Shadow fiends are absolutely insane. Come on, let me see your true strength. If you don't dare, don't get in the way here. Qi Li said in a cold tone. The Shadow Demon also understood at this time that Qi Li's combat power was indeed terrifying. In terms of fighting skills and fighting awareness, Qi Li is definitely able to crush the Shadow Demon. This is Qi Li's advantage. The advantage of Shadow Demon is the power of the ancient class of Shadow Warrior. Manipulate shadows to increase your own power. However, Shadow Demon also knows that if it really uses all the power of Shadow Warrior, then, the summoning magic array placed next to it will definitely not be able to support the aftermath of the battle of a hero-level peak powerhouse and a half-step powerhouse-level powerhouse. Since you don't speak, let me make the choice for you. Qi Li did not hesitate. Because Qi Li knew that if the Shadow Demon continued to obstruct him, he would still be unable to enter the summoning magic circle. So there is only one choice. That is to make the Shadow Demon unable to continue to obstruct himself. Qi Li transformed the saber in his hand into Feng Tianhua halberd. For Qi Li, who is proficient in martial arts, there are no weapons that Qi Li will not use. Feng Tianhua Ji is one of the most powerful offensive weapons. What Qi Li has to do now is to use continuous attacks to destroy the Shadow Demon's combat power. Qi Li also knew that Shadow Demons would throw a rat when fighting beside the summoning magic circle. So attacking is to spare no effort. The gap in combat awareness and combat skills caused the Shadow Demon to be defeated by Qi Li. Pfft. In a small mistake. The Shadow Demon was seized by Qi Li and used Feng Tianhua halberd to pierce his lower abdomen. A large amount of blood spurted out from the broken wound immediately. Just a small mistake. Qi Li, whose fighting skills and fighting consciousness were so powerful, perfectly caught this mistake in that fleeting moment. Feng Tianhua Ji shot. Pfft. The Shadow Demon was seized by Qi Li and used Feng Tianhua halberd to pierce his lower abdomen. A large amount of blood spurted out from the broken wound immediately. Shadow stand-in. Shadow Demon immediately replaced himself with a shadow and appeared in the distance. The wound on the lower abdomen, also because of the erosion of fighting qi, could not start to heal in a while. Damn, why is this guy's fighting skill so strong? Shadow Demon clutched the wound on his lower abdomen and said through gritted teeth. The pain from the wound is nothing to Shadow Fiend. After all, being able to get to this point and become a half-step powerhouse-level powerhouse, the suffering is by no means what ordinary people can imagine. But the erosion of Do Qi and the constant blood loss are a big problem. And why is this grudge so hard to disperse? When Shadow Demon used Do Qi to dispel the Do Qi left by Qi Li at the wound, his face suddenly became even more ugly. Whether it is fighting qi or magic power, it has the effect of warming the body. It can also help wounds heal faster. This is also why cultivators attach vindictive energy and magic power to their attacks during battles, just to prevent the enemy's wounds from healing. Only unless the enemy's fighting spirit and magic level are higher. Otherwise, the grudge and magic power used to erode the wound would not be difficult to disperse. After all, the grudge and magic power that remained on the wound were not much. In the case of the same level, the larger number of fighting chi and magic power is obviously more dominant. However, when faced with higher-level fighting spirit and magic power, it was different. If the low-level fighting chi wants to disperse the high-level fighting chi, it can only rely on slow consumption. And Shadow Fiend is like that now. Qi Li's grudge attached to the Shadow Demon's wound seems to be of a higher level. How can that be? It's impossible for a hero-level pinnacle to have stronger fighting spirit than me. The Shadow Demon stared at Qi Lu, frantically driving the vindictiveness in his body to eliminate the vindictiveness remaining on the wound. But in a while, there is no way to completely disperse it. If he fights with wounds, I believe Qi Lu will definitely applaud him. Shadow demons don't do that. But it doesn't matter anymore, the spirit of Demon Abyss is about to be born. At this time, even if you rescue the survivors of the Mooncat clan, Sohat, the power of her bloodline should be running out. The Shadow Demon gasped, looking up at the sky. In the rolling dark clouds, the red light became more and more intense. At this point, summoning the magic circle is no longer so important. Because the summoning magic circle arranged in the ruins of the dragon is on Lito summon the spirit of the magic abyss. And now, the carrier of the spirit of Demon Abyss has been completed. The mission of summoning the magic circle is over. When my wounds heal, it will be your death. Now, let you reunite first, it can be considered to fulfill a wish before your death. That guy finally stopped. Qi Lu transformed Fong Tian Huaji into 1,000 machine ball and put it away. That guy finally stopped. Qi Lu transformed Fong Tian Huaji into 1,000 machine ball and put it away. In fact, Qi Lu also knew in his heart that it was not difficult to defeat the Shadow Demon in a short time, but it was basically impossible to kill the Shadow Demon in a short time. Half-step powerhouse level, how can it be so easy to kill? So Qi Lu started with the idea of repelling the Shadow Demon. And most importantly, Qi Li's Do Qi is not pure Do Qi at all, but a more powerful energy. This is the energy given to Qi Lu by the system. No matter what level of fighting spirit and magic power you face, you can keep your head down. As long as the Shadow Demon can be severely injured, the grudge attached to Shadow Demon's wound is enough for the Shadow Demon to drink a pot. Qi Lu knew this in his heart. But the Shadow Fiend didn't know, and couldn't possibly know. Therefore, for Qi Lu, Shadow Demon will only be more afraid. As a result, it will definitely dispel the grudge on the wound, and then continue to obstruct Qi Lu. You must hold on. Qi Lu spread out his perception, and soon found Yu Shi'er above the eye of the summoning magic array. The breath is still there, albeit a little weaker. But as long as it is alive, it is good. While sensing Yu Shi'er, Qi Lu had already opened the door of space. The summoning magic circle that has been activated also has defensive capabilities. Want to enter the summoning magic circle, unless it is as a sacrifice. Otherwise, it is a creature summoned from the summoning magic circle. Otherwise, it is to smash the summoning magic circle. Although the summoning magic circle used to summon the spirit of the Demon Abyss requires at least heroic power to destroy it. But this is not difficult for Qi Lu. However, the powerful force that shatters the summoning magic circle may also injure Yu Shi'er, who is above the circle's eyes. So it is impossible for Qi Lu to consider this method. What's more, this kind of defensive ability is actually just a decoration for Qi Lu. As long as the summoning magic circle is still in this space and can be sensed, then Qi Lu can use the power of the broken boots to enter the eye that summons the magic circle. It is located in the center of the summoning magic circle. Yu Shi'er, who was lying here, had already fallen into a coma. The power of the bloodline was almost completely stripped away. This kind of damage is unbearable for any demi-human. Although the power of blood is not vitality, the stripping of the power off blood will also destroy the vitality. At this moment, Yu Shi'er's vitality was already exhausted. Found it. The door of space opened, and Qi Lu eagerly came out of it. At a glance, I saw Yu Shi'er in a coma. His face was so pale that he couldn't see any blood at all, and his skin was so pale that he could hardly see any rosy skin. All of them are explaining Yu Shi'er's situation. Very not optimistic. It's fine, it should be fine. Qi Li's heart suddenly tightened, and then immediately came to Yu Shi'er's side, and carefully helped Yu Shi'er up. The movements are so gentle as to be holding a piece of fragile china. For fear of being a little heavier, it would break Yu Shi'er. Immediately, Qi Lu slowly injected vindictive energy into Yu Shi'er's body, warming and nourishing Yu Shi'er's body. By the way, let's investigate Yu Shi'er's body. Extremely weak and depleted of vitality. Even the little grudge left has stagnated and no longer circulates. Yu Shi'er's physical condition can be said to be extremely bad. Extremely weak and depleted of vitality. Even the little grudge left has stagnated and no longer circulates. This is already a run-of-the-mill situation. Why is this happening? Qi Lu clenched his teeth, almost crushing his teeth. The anger in his heart is going to break through Qi Li's chest to burn all the enemies to the ground. It's just a step late, why did it become like this? If she had known it would turn out like this, Qi Lu would not have allowed Yu Shi'er to go to Moonlight Forest even if she didn't take revenge. Yes, is it the store manager? At this moment, a very faint voice sounded. But to Qi Lu, it was like the sound of heaven. Shi'er, great, you're awake. How do you feel now? Qi Lu looked at Yu Shi'er in her arms in surprise and asked repeatedly. Is this my hallucination? Why do I see the store manager here? Is this what those people often say about returning to the light? However, Yu Shi'er didn't seem to hear Qi Li's voice, and her slightly opened eyes looked a little hazy. Extremely weak, Yu Shi'er could not tell the difference between reality and hallucination. Just muttering to himself in a low voice. It's me, Shi'er, this is not an illusion. Qi Lu said immediately. It's not a hallucination. Isn't it a hallucination? This time, Yu Shi'er seemed to hear a voice. His eyes, which were slightly opened, widened a little again. It's just that the look in his eyes is no longer as clear as before, and has become a bit cloudy and apathetic. It's the store manager. It seems, it's really the store manager. Really, it's you, the store manager. Qi Li's appearance was finally caught in Yu Shi'er's eyes. Yu Shi'er's pale face suddenly showed a hint of joy. It's me, you read that right, Shi'er. Qi Liqiang endured his anger and sadness, and tried his best to put a smile on his face. Just like usual. Great, at the end, I can take another look at the store manager, Shi'er. Shi'er can be regarded as dying without regret. Yu Shi'er's voice became intermittent because of her weakness. But you can hear that Yu Shi'er's tone at the moment is really happy. Also very happy. At the last moment of her life, to be able to lean on Qi Li's arms is the last wish in Yu Shi'er's heart. Shut up and don't say such strange things. Qi Lu hurriedly stopped Yu Shi'er. But Yu Shi'er just tried her best to show a sweet smile on her pale face. Because Yu Shi'er didn't want to leave Qi Lu with a sad face. You'll be fine, Shi'er, trust me. I will definitely take you back. Qi Lu looked at the smile on Yu Shi'er's face, although it was sweet. But Qi Lu only felt sad in his heart. Manager, I know what's going on with my body. My blood power has all been stripped away, and it should have been exhausted by now. Yu Shi'er was breathing slowly. It was as if taking a deep breath would waste the little energy left. Don't say it. Of course, Qi Lu is also aware of Yu Shi'er's physical condition. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't want to accept this. Manager, you really don't need to be sad for Shi'er. Manager, you really don't need to be sad for Shi'er. Because Shi'er can see the store manager at the end, she is very satisfied, really, very satisfied. Yu Shi'er tried her best to keep the smile on her face. It's just that the body, whose vitality is about to disappear, can hardly hold it anymore. Actually, I really wanted to lean on the store manager's arms before, but I never dared to say it. So now I, really, have no regrets. Yu Shi'er didn't seem to notice the look on Qi Li's face and was still talking. However, the sound became weaker and weaker. Until the end, with a shallow smile on her face, Yu Shi'er quietly leaned against Qi Li's arms and closed her eyes, waiting for the last moment to come. With her body running out of oil, Yu Shi'er was unable to even speak. Only the weak breathing proved that Yu Shi'er was still alive. Qi Lu bit his lip tightly, a trace of blood seeping out from under his teeth. In his mind, the words that Yu Shi'er once said continued to emerge. Boss, good morning. Manager, are you tired? As long as the store manager doesn't dislike Shi'er, Shi'er will always be a clerk here. Manager, I want to ask for leave. Manager, I'm thinking, if I can come back, I'll always be a clerk for you. Shi'er, didn't you say that you would always be a clerk in my store? Then give me back alive. Qi Lu shouted loudly. But Yu Shi'er had no strength to respond anymore. No, I cannot. Qi Lu injected more vindictive energy into Yu Shi'er's body, trying to restore Yu Shi'er's body functions. However, it didn't work. Perhaps it was the return of light, or the vindictive spirit injected by Qi Lu, which really had an effect. Yu Shi'er suddenly moved, and slowly leaned her head against Qi Li's chest. A teardrop oozed out of the corner of his eye. Store manager, Shi'er really wants to accompany the store manager. Really? Shi'er wants to stay by the store manager's side all the time. Some choked voices came from Yu Shi'er's throat. Extremely weak, even gradually decreasing. Until the last word fell, Yu Shi'er's breath disappeared. Do not. Qi Lu let out a roar. Seeing Yu Shi'er lying in her arms, she slowly walked into that irresistible world. Qi Lu was helpless. This feeling made Qi Lu almost go crazy. System, is there anything you can do? Tell me quickly, I'm willing to pay any price. At the last moment, Qi Lu still remembered the system. Perhaps feeling Qi Li's mood, the system appeared quickly, and there was now necessary nonsense. System, there must be a way, because death does not mean that the soul is annihilated. System, this system can save her soul, as long as you can kill the spirit of demon abyss and leave its share of the heaven and earth in this world. System, then this system has a way to resurrect her. The system spoke quickly, as if to know that Qi Lu was excited now. There's probably no way to bargain with it either. The spirit of the demon abyss. Just kill the spirit of demon abyss, right? Okay, I see. System, help me protect Shi'er's soul. Qi Li's voice became extremely cold and stern, with a chilling rage. Before that, Qi Lu also felt that he should prevent the spirit of demon abyss from coming to the east. After all, the strong level demon spirit is indeed a very difficult enemy. But now, Qi Lu can't wait for the spirit of demon abyss to be summoned soon. By the way, the system and Shi'er's body, you should be able to protect it together. Qi Lu picked up Yu Shi'er's body, which had gradually become cold, and asked it in her mind. The evil spirit in his eyes also turned into a softness when he looked at Yu Shi'er's peaceful face. System, don't worry, host, soul and body can be preserved together. Then please. Qi Lu said sincerely. It can be said that it is the safest place to temporarily hand Yu Shi'er to the system for protection. System, a trivial matter. The voice in his mind fell, and Qi Lu saw a small door of space appear in front of him. This is a small space specially opened up by the system. The time and space inside are in a stopped state, and what is put in will never change as long as this small space is not destroyed. Qi Lu carefully sent Yu Shi'er's body inside. It's like escorting a delicate piece of delicate china, for fear that it will bump into each other if you're not careful. Next, it's time to settle everything about the Shadow Palace. Qi Lu watched the gate of space close with his own eyes, and he was relieved. Then he opened another door of space with his empty boots and walked out of the summoning magic circle. Manager Qi, didn't you find Shi'er? Bailey Fenghua looked at Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared in front of him in surprise, stunned for a moment, and then asked. Shi'er, I have already found it, and everything has been arranged. Just, Sect Master Bailey, what's your current situation? Qi Lu didn't say anything about Yu Shi'er, just briefly mentioned it, and then began to look at Bailey Fenghua's situation. Manager Qi doesn't need to read any more, my grudge has been sealed by the Shadow Demon. There should be no way to provide combat power now. Bailey Fenghua said his own situation with some self-deprecation. A hero-level peak powerhouse was captured alive, this is not something worth showing off. That is, Bailey Fenghua is a free and easy person. If it were replaced by those with thinner skin, it is estimated that they would be autistic now. Shadowbound? Qi Lu, who has martial arts proficient skills, quickly sensed it. Manager Qi, do you know this martial art? Bailey Fenghua looked at Qi Lu in surprise. Unexpectedly, Qi Lu could say the name of this martial skill. These ancient classes, if not for Shadow Demon himself. It is impossible for Bailey Fenghua to know these things. Well, this is a martial skill unique to the Shadow Warrior class. For ordinary practitioners, it's really troublesome. Qi Lu nodded, not caring about Bailey Fenghua's tone. Instead, he rubbed his chin, as if thinking about something. If there is systematic help, Qi Lu still can't recognize these martial skills, then it is really incompetent. Although shadow binding is a martial skill that can only be used by shadow warriors, Qi Lu really does not. Because Qi Lu couldn't control the shadow. However, just because you won't use it doesn't mean you won't be able to solve it. Because of the unique martial arts of the Shadow Warrior class, quite a few are unconventional martial arts, which need to be used in conjunction with shadows. Among the unique martial arts of the Shadow Warrior class, a considerable part are unconventional martial arts. These martial arts can only be used in combination with shadows. Therefore, the fighting spirit possessed by the Shadow Warrior class has become somewhat different from that of ordinary cultivators. The essence of shadow binding is that shadow warriors manipulate shadows and bind the flow of vindictive energy and magic power. It's actually very simple to dispel the shadow. As long as you know the holy light blessing and light magic, that's all. Qi Lu stretched out his right hand and waved it gently. A white screen of light immediately sprinkled on Bailey Fenghua. Blessings of the holy light. The holy white light instantly dispelled the shadow bondage in Bailey Fenghua's body. A majestic momentum also erupted from Bailey Fenghua's body. This. Manager Qi, you can still have light magic. Bailey Fenghua stared, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Light magic, usually a type of magic used by light magicians or priests. Compared with those elemental magics, light magic is undoubtedly a very small type of magic. Because most of the light magic tends to be auxiliary types. For the magician class who pursues destructive power and combat effectiveness, light magic is a type of magic that is not favored most of the time. After all, how much combat power can an auxiliary magician have? If there are no teammates, I am afraid that the head will be broken. Study, casually, interest dictates. Qi Lu made a perfunctory sentence without explaining anything. After possessing the magic proficiency skills, there is no magic that Qi cannot. Unless it is the magic unique to the ancient class. Manager Qi, with your interest and no talent, it's really hard to handle. Bailey Fenghua said with a smile. In my heart, I have a new understanding of Qi Li's extraordinary talent. You can learn so much magic by just learning. This kind of thing that makes people envious, jealous, and talented, there is no way to explain it. Totally a monster. Okay, Sect Master Bailey, let's not talk about that. The real battle will begin soon. I need you to do your best to hold back the Shadow Fiend, and don't let him interfere with me. Qi Lu waved his hand, interrupted Bailey Fenghua's words, and then said solemnly. A powerful spirit of demon abyss, Qi Lu already had some headaches. If you add another shadow demon, then Qi Li's chances of winning will reduce to a very low level. No matter how angry he is, Qi Lu will remain calm enough. The emotion of anger can indeed improve combat effectiveness to a certain extent. But when anger overwhelms reason, people lose their judgment. This is the last thing Qi Lu wants to see. Even if it was to save Yuxier, Qi Lu would keep her calm and ensure that she could kill the spirit of Moyuan without fail. No problem, this kind of thing, leave it to me at ease. Bailey Fenghua nodded vigorously. If Bailey Fenghua can defeat the shadow demon, it may be a bit difficult for a strong man. After all, the gap in hard power is there. However, Bailey Fenghua is confident that he has no problems if he just drags the shadow demon. The difference between holding on and defeating is too great. Okay, now, you can adjust your state first. I will reduce the shadow demon's combat effectiveness as much as possible into a short period of time now. Because I may not be able to take care of you until the spirit of Demon Abyss is summoned. Qi Lu stretched out his right hand, and the 1,000 machine ball turned into Feng Tian Huaji and appeared on the palm of his hand. Start fighting. Bam. With a low shout, there was a sudden explosion on the ground. Where Qi Lu was, a clear footprint suddenly appeared, and there were countless cracks spreading out around the footprint. And Qi Li's figure had already appeared in the distance. It's you lunatic again. Although the Shadow Fiend has been healing his wounds with batter, his perception still radiates. However, even a second before Qi Lu appeared in front of Shadow Fiend didn't notice it at all. It wasn't until Feng Tianhua halberd stabbed over that the shadow demon was suddenly shocked. Qi Li's fighting skills are beyond doubt. Although Shadow Demon was not reconciled, he had to admit that Qi Lu was enough to crush him in terms of combat skills alone. This kind of combat skill that has been explored from countless deaths. The lethality is strong, absolutely shocking. The shot is the ultimate move, without wasting a single bit of strength and action. Shoot dash. Feng Tian Huaji was like a black light, wiping it past the shadow demon's head. This was the Shadow Fiend reacted at the last moment. You know, the target of Qi Li's blow is the shadow demon's eyebrows. Damn, you fucking lunatic. Shadow Demon hurriedly used a shadow substitute to replace himself. Feng Tianhua's halberd brushed across his face, as if it was on fire, and the burning sensation was clearly transmitted to Shadow Demon's mind. It ran pretty fast. I just don't know how far you can run. The movements of Qi Li's hands did not stop at all. After the straight stab, it was a horizontal slash. During the horizontal slash, Qi Li's figure flickered suddenly, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon's pupils shrank suddenly, and the shadow condensed, Taki immediately raised. It collided with Feng Tian Huaji, who was slashing across. Clang! The sound of the symphony of gold and iron sounded, and the shadow sword was directly shattered. Qi Lu has not yet figured out the material of the 1,000 machine ball. But the only thing that is clear is that the material strength of the 1,000 machine ball is definitely at the level of an artifact. A hand-sized weapon can definitely enhance the combat effectiveness to the greatest extent. Especially for Qi Lu. Martial arts proficiency and skills allows Qi Lu to bring out the characteristics of the Thousand Machine Ball to the fullest. The continuous attack made the shadow demon unable to parry at all. No matter how the shadow fiend uses the shadow to escape, Qi Lu can always use the fastest speed to keep up with the shadow fiend's trail. The god perspective is no joke. Take full control of the battle and keep your enemies from hiding. If you want to escape, unless you can get out of Qi Li's perception in an instant. However, this is impossible. Because of the shadow demon's perception, it is impossible to be stronger than Qi Lu. As long as the shadow fiend's perception is at a disadvantage, Qi Lu will always have control over the battle. Puff. Another mistake, caught by Qi Lu in the blink of an eye. Feng Tianhua halberd shot out brazenly, and stabbed it 3 times in a row, like a cold star piercing the sky. Then suddenly picked up. Bah! There were 3 more wounds on the shadow demon's body in an instant, and blood couldn't stop gushing out. There were 3 more wounds on shadow demon's body in an instant. The blood kept pouring out like he didn't want money. The huge impact also sent the shadow demon out. Let you make 3 points, do you really think you can beat me? After the shadow demon stabilized his figure, he looked at Qi Lu and asked sharply. Qi Lizhen flew out again. Shadow Fiend's chest was like a sigh of relief, making Shadow Fiend feel like he wanted to vomit blood, but couldn't. The wounds on his body were even more painful. It's useless to just say harsh words. If you can really beat me, you might as well show some real skills. Qi Lu gently shook Feng Tianhuaji. Shake the blood drop from the blade. Boom. However, at this moment, in the sky, bursts of thunder suddenly sounded. Rolling dark clouds swept over. In just an instant, the light in the sky was obscured by the dark clouds, and large shadows fell. It was as if it had entered the dark night ahead of time. What happened? Bailey Fenghua looked at the sky with some astonishment. The dark clouds in the sky gave Bailey Fenghua an extremely depressed feeling. The pitch-black color was like a bottomless abyss, which made Piopal palpitate. Is it finally here? Qi Lu raised his head and looked at the rolling dark clouds. You can clearly see that in the dark clouds, there are a pair of red eyes. It is like a huge blood pool, hidden in the dark clouds, so there is no doubt that if it rains, it will definitely be scarlet raindrops. Qi Lu could sense that there was an extremely majestic aura brewing in the dark clouds. And it's still growing. Without guessing, Qi Lu knew that it was the spirit of the demon abyss that was about to take shape. After decades of waiting, this moment has finally come. The mighty spirit of the demon abyss, come out and show your unmatched strength to the entire eastern wasteland. The shadow demon showed a somewhat hideous smile on his face, spread his arms, and shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, Shadow Demon looked at Qi Lu again, and said with a grinning smile, now, we can finally stop suppressing our strength. The spirit of the demon abyss is about to come. The task of summoning the magic circle has been completed. Now, even if the summoning magic circle is destroyed, it is impossible to prevent the coming of the spirit of the demon abyss. So Shadow Fiend will no longer have any concerns. You lunatic, take a good look at the true power of shadow warriors. Shadow Demon said, raising his hands. In an instant, Doqi burst out like a tsunami. The surrounding shadows began to gather towards the Shadow Fiend, constantly merging into the Shadow Fiend's body. Behind the Shadow Demon, a giant shadow beast also slowly emerged from the ground, and then continued to devour the gathered shadows, increasing continuously. In the end, it was like a mountain peak, enough to cover the sky and the sun. Shadow Guard. A white breath came out of the Shadow Demon's mouth. Roar. A roar resounded through the heavens and the earth from the mouth of the Shadow Behemoth. The majestic momentum like the sea also erupted from the Shadow Behemoth, and the fully displayed power is no less than a half-step powerhouse. This is the most powerful move of the Shadow Demon, the Shadow Guard. Boom! However, this majestic sea-like momentum did not stop the dark clouds in the sky. The majestic sea-like momentum did not stop the dark clouds in the sky. The rolling thunder continued to sound. Dark clouds rolled over. Suddenly, a vast aura burst out from the dark clouds. That is an aura that can completely overwhelm a heroic powerhouse. Under this momentum, among the rolling dark clouds, a figure with an unimaginable size appeared. The body that is nearly 1,000 meters tall is no less than a giant dragon, and even more than that. Scarlet eyes, containing boundless violence and bloodthirsty. Mouth full of sharp teeth, flickering cold light, like a huge meat grinder, making people creepy. All over the body, dark clouds lingered. There is no extra movement, just standing quietly on the ground, like a lofty mountain, with a terrifying oppressive force. Even a giant bronze soldier with a height of hundreds of meters is like a child in front of the spirit of demon abyss. As high as 1,000 meters, what kind of concept is that? 300-story building. Simply too high. Is this the spirit of the demon abyss? This, too, is too huge. Qi Lu looked at the huge figure and was stunned for a while. The shape of the spirit of demon abyss was something Qi Lu never thought of. Even the bone dragon that once fought with Qi Lu only had a wingspan of nearly 1,000 meters. It's not the same thing at all as the spirit of demon abyss, which is nearly 1,000 meters tall. What is even more terrifying is the aura emanating from the spirit of demon abyss. The coercion is so strong that it has never been seen before. The coercion of the powerhouse level power, that is the coercion above the hero level. At the same time that the spirit of demon abyss appeared, this terrifying powerhouse level coercion had already spread out. The extent of the spread is even more shocking. The entire ruins of the dragon are all within the shrouded range of the spirit of the demon abyss. Even the great wasteland north of the dragon ruins is within the scope of this coercion. All the creatures who felt the coercion of the spirit of demon abyss were trembling, not daring to express the slightest resistance. Even the hero-level powerhouses in the entire eastern wilderness had a little sense of this boundless momentum. This is the strength of the powerhouse class. This is the powerhouse level that can bear the fate of heaven and earth. Even a hero-level peak powerhouse like Bailey Fenghua felt a little uncomfortable under the pressure of the spirit of demon abyss. This level of power has completely surpassed the hero level. How is this possible? Bailey Fenghua gritted his teeth and roared inexplicably against this pressure. This is the purpose of the shadow demon, to summon the powerful spirit of the demon abyss. He wants to disrupt the entire eastern wilderness. In front of the spirit of demon abyss, Qi Lu should be the only one who will not be affected at all. With the passive skill of mind shock, all coercion is ineffective for Qi Lu. Even if the spirit of demon abyss is a powerful monster, it is impossible to influence Qi Lu in the slightest in terms of coercion. Manager Qi, you said before, let me try my best to hold back the shadow demon. I don't want to deal with the spirit of Mo Yuan alone. Bailey Fenghua suddenly remembered what Qi Lu had said before, and asked aloud. Yes, the spirit of demon abyss must be killed here. Qi Lu nodded, his face solemn. Before that, Qi Lu had also never felt the power of a powerhouse level mighty. Before that, Qi Lu also didn't know how powerful the power of the powerhouse was. So at this moment, Qi Lu couldn't help being careless. Manager Qi, you. It really deserves to be a role model among the strong, a role model among the great, and an excellent example among the practitioners. I have 100 miles of elegance and admiration for you. When Bailey Fenghua heard the words, Qi Lu was immediately in awe. This time, it is a real powerhouse level almighty. However, Qi Lu still had no idea of retreating or running away. The first thought was to kill the spirit of the demon abyss that disturbed the entire eastern wasteland here. How is this not admirable? How not to be respected? At least, Bailey Fenghua admires Qi Li's actions. Since Manager Qi can be so enlightened, then I can't weaken the reputation of Manager Qi. I will definitely try my best to help you hold back the shadow demon. Bailey Fenghua raised his eyes, glanced at the shadow demon and the shadow behemoth behind him, and said seriously. But it is just to sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. For the sake of the entire eastern wilderness, Bailey Fenghua is not a person who is greedy for life and fears death. How? I felt the power of the spirit of the demon abyss. You guys, do you still have any thoughts of resistance? The shadow demon looked at the shadowy figure and laughed wildly. The coercion of the spirit of demon abyss is indistinguishable, and for shadow demon, it will not be weakened either. But it was this coercion that made Shadow Fiend feel at ease. The spirit of the demon abyss is violent, bloodthirsty, and has no fear. Shadow demon never wanted to control the spirit of demon abyss in the past, because that was impossible. Even the powerful summoners who were once short-lived in the long river of history would not think about controlling the spirit of the demon abyss. Because that is unnecessary. The sole purpose of summoning the spirit of demon abyss is to conduct an indiscriminate attack. That's why Shadow Fiend chose the place where the spirit of demon abyss was summoned in the inaccessible place of the dragon ruins. Only in this way can the attack of the spirit of demon abyss on the Shadow Palace be minimized. The nearest human gathering place to the dragon ruins is the Xuanhuan Empire. This is the purpose of the Shadow Fiend. Sect Master Bailey, let's do it. Qila looked at the shadow demon, without a trace of emotion, but spoke with a blank expression. Then I'll go first. The body of the evil spirit. Bailey Fenghua shouted violently, and the grudge in his body instantly burned. In the face of the shadow demon of the first half-step powerhouse level, Bailey Fenghua has no plans to keep his hands at all. As soon as he comes up, he ice in the strongest state. The body of the evil spirit is directly turned on, comprehensively strengthening its various attributes. The burning grudge can also restrain the shadow of the shadow demon. Moreover, while the body of the evil spirit is opened, Bailey Fenghua can also resist the coercion of the spirit of the demon abyss. This is probably the hidden effect of the body of the evil spirit. Have you changed your opponent? However, no matter how you change it, you will all die here. It's just a different order. The shadow demon grinned, looking at Bailey Fenghua, who rushed up. As long as the spirit of demon abyss is summoned, it doesn't matter who comes to fight the shadow demon. Because the shadow demon, who unleashed all the power of the shadow warrior class, did not think that Qila could still defeat him. Since you are in a hurry to die, then I will send you on the road first. Shadow Fiend waved one hand, then pointed forward. Shadow Guard, attack! Roar! The Shadow Guard let out a deafening roar. The huge palm was raised and patted towards Bailey Fenghua. Its power is like the top of Mount Tai, with the sound of breaking the sky, roaring. Although the Shadow Guard has a huge body that covers the sky and the sun, his speed is also not slow. With a palm shot, there is no chance for people to dodge at all. Boom! The entire earth was shattered by this palm, and countless gravels were shaken and flew into the sky. The ruins covered by giant palms were all smashed into powder. The terrifying power caused the entire earth to vibrate violently. No one would doubt how terrifying the power of this palm is. The power of a half-step powerhouse is so powerful that it makes people terrified. If you can't even stop this palm, don't mention fighting me again. A merely defeated general dares to speak out nonsense. The shadow demon witnessed Bailey Fenghua being slapped by the Shadow Guard, and could confirm that Bailey Fenghua did not escape at all. The Shadow Guard is one of the most powerful special martial arts possessed by the Shadow Warrior class. Gather the power of shadows and condense them into Shadow Guards, whose power is equivalent to the realm of the Shadow Warrior class owner. Moreover, it is impossible for the Shadow Guard to use martial arts. After all, it's just a summoned object made of shadows. Therefore, the various attributes of the Shadow Guardian are actually more than those of the Shadow Demon. That is to say, even among the half-step powerhouses, the powerful attributes possessed by the shadow guards are among the best. Even if you can't use martial arts, you can still crush the heroic peak powerhouse. Bailey Fenghua took the palm of the shadow guard from the front. Even if not dead, at least seriously injured. That's why Shadow Demon didn't put Bailey Fenghua in his eyes. You still stay here honestly and watch Dong Huang fall into my hands. Shadow Demon smiled wildly, his eyes ready to look at the spirit of Demon Abyss. Shadow Demon, if you want to take down the entire Eastern Wasteland, you should wait. However, at this moment, under the huge palm of the Shadow Guard, a full-fledged voice of Bailey Fenghua came out. There was no sign of injury at all. Are you still alive? Shadow Demon's brows twitched, and he looked at the location where Bailey Fenghua was before with some surprise. Yes, the power of the Shadow Guard is indeed very powerful. However, if you want to beat me with such a little ability, I'm afraid it's a little less. With the sound of Bailey Fenghua, the palm of the Shadow Guard's palm on the ground was slowly pushed up. It was as if there was a tyrannical force fighting against the attack of the Shadow Guards. Even this tyrannical force is stronger than the half-step powerhouse level Shadow Guard. You can actually compete with the power of the Shadow Guard. This is absolutely impossible. The Shadow Demon stared at this incredible scene and widened his eyes. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. The power of the Shadow Guard is so tyrannical, no one knows better than the Shadow Demon. Even if it is a Shadow Demon, after blessing all the auxiliary martial arts, it is impossible to be stronger than the Shadow Guard in terms of strength. In terms of realm, Bailey Fenghua is not even as good as Shadow Demon. In terms of strength, how could it be more tyrannical than the Shadow Guard? There are so many things you can't imagine. You'll feel incredible things, and so much more. Bailey Fenghua's voice was still coming out unhurriedly. Shadow Demon, now it's my turn to fight back. Under the palm of the Shadow Guard, Bailey Fenghua clenched the 7 deadly sins with a mocking look on his face. This is a whole card that Bailey Fenghua has never used. The weapon of the 7 deadly sins, with the evil barrier attached, can store all the damage caused by the user of the 7 deadly sins in the 7 deadly sins. And it can be fully converted into a protective barrier through the body of 7 sins. And the biggest defensive ability of this protective barrier is the full strength strike of the half-step powerhouse level. What's more, the 7 sins attached to the 7 deadly sins can reduce 20% of magic damage and 40% of physical damage. It also steals the target's health and mana. It has greatly strengthened the continuous combat capability of Bailey Fenghua battle. Before in the Moonlight Forest, when Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon were fighting, they needed to take Yuxier into consideration. Moreover, he did not understand the ancient class of Shadow Warrior. So it will unfortunately fail. But now, under the blessing of the body of evil spirits, there are 7 deadly sins to help. Although Bailey Fenghua is only a heroic peak, but when it comes to combat power, it will not be weaker than Shadow Demon. It seems that I did despise you by going first. Shadow Demon sneered, looking at Bailey Fenghua with a little attention. But more, still disdain. However, a defeated general is a defeated general. If you want to beat me, wait a few decades. Shadow Guard, kill him. At the same time as the Shadow Demon spoke, a shadow sword appeared in his hand. In a flash, he disappeared into the shadows. Come on then, I'm just trying to see how strong you can be. Bailey Fenghua also stepped back for the first time. The Shadow Forbidden Sun's first attack can still be resisted with the evil barrier. But the next attack, the 7 deadly sins in Bailey Fenghua's hands, there is no full-value sin barrier. If you are really hit by the Shadow Guards in the front, you will die or be disabled. After all, for the Shadow Guards, there is no such thing as physical strength. Every attack is a full blow. And the speed of the attack is simply endless storms. This kind of thing is simply impossible for a heroic powerhouse. Because even if it is a hero-level powerhouse, it is just that the recovery speed of physical strength is much faster than that of ordinary cultivators. As long as you master the rhythm of the battle, you can recover your stamina during the battle. This only makes the physical strength of the heroic powerhouse seem to be endless. But in fact, if a hero-level powerhouse is in battle, he will completely ignore the rhythm of the battle and attack without interruption. And every time he attacked, he tried his best. Then it won't be long before the heroic powerhouse's physical strength will be exhausted. And fighting chi, magic power, and spiritual power are all like this. Hero-level powerhouses are just unimaginably powerful in resilience, but in terms of fighting spirit, magic power, physical strength, and spiritual power, they are by no means endless. Unless it is a real powerhouse-level power, who bears the fate of heaven and earth. Only in the battle, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, can continuously and instantly restore the consumed physical strength, and so on. Only a powerhouse-level almighty can be completely free from the war of attrition. Only a powerhouse-level power can be completely free of consumption. Only in order to achieve truly endless physical strength, fighting spirit, magic power, and spiritual power. However, the summoning of the Shadow Guard is an anomaly. Because the power of the Shadow Guard comes from the Shadow Demon and the endless shadows around it. As long as the Shadow Fiend's vindictive energy is not exhausted, the Shadow Guard will not disappear, nor will he feel tired. However, just summoning the Shadow Guard will consume a lot of the Shadow Demon's do chi, but it is definitely not too much. No wonder you disappeared into the darkness so quickly. So you just think that I can't deal with your Shadow Guard, right? It's just that my mission is not to defeat you, but to hold you back. Bailey Fenghua gradually mastered the attacking rhythm of the Shadow Guard in a continuous attack of the Shadow Guard. From the very beginning, he was in a hurry, and gradually became more and more comfortable. This kind of Shadow Guard, who has no ability to think on his own, is not powerful at all in terms of combat awareness. Compared with those in the Chi-La shop, in the arena of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, those opponents who have the same fighting awareness and fighting skills as monsters. The Shadow Guard's fighting skills are like that of a young child. Only the simplest attack. However, it probably has something to do with the huge body of the Shadow Guard. After all, with the power of the Shadow Guard, if you touch and rub it casually, you will either die or be injured. To fight, you don't need so many fighting skills. This has been confirmed in countless battles, big and small, in the past decades of Shadow Demon. When the strength reaches a limit, it is very simple to use the strength to break the trick. However, this time, Shadow Demon did not expect it. Bailey Fenghua's fighting skills are by no means comparable to those of the previous enemies. Plus the restorative power of the 7 deadly sins. Bailey Fenghua's fighting ability is by no means something that Shadow Demon can imagine. Moreover, after discovering that the Shadow Demon disappeared, Bailey Fenghua had already stopped the body of the evil spirit. You must know that the body of the evil spirit is a martial skill that is used desperately. The skill of opening and closing in seconds, it is impossible for Bailey Fenghua not to practice. Now it is only dealing with a Shadow Guard who has no thinking ability, and there is no need for the body of the evil spirit at all. Shoot dash. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared. Bailey Fenghua seemed to feel something, his grudge suddenly burned, and the 7 deadly sins blocked. Clang! The Shadow Sword and the 7 deadly sins collided, making a crisp sound. The assassination of the Shadow Warrior really feels like it is impossible to guard against. But your killing intent is too heavy, to the point where I can't help but notice. Bailey Fenghua turned his head slightly and glanced at Shadow Demon. Opening the body of the evil spirit in seconds allows Bailey Fenghua to take over the assassination of the Shadow Demon without any difficulty. Your fighting skills are very similar to that lunatic. After the Shadow Demon stabbed this knife, he suddenly frowned and said, You mean Manager Qi? It's my honor to be said to be the same as Manager Qi. The corners of Bai Li Fenghua's mouth moved, revealing a smile. Qi Li's fighting skills were the most blatantly strongest in the shop. And Bai Li Fenghua, I am afraid it can only barely rank in the top 5. At least Lu Jingya can stabilize the beauty of 100 miles. There is also Gu Pingchuan, a half-step powerhouse-level powerhouse, whose combat skills are even more unfathomable. You know, being able to catch up with Qi Lu in combat skills is a dream of Bai Li Fenghua. Now that Shadow Demon said that, Bai Li Fenghua is naturally a little happy. However, no matter how strong you are, you will be buried here today. The Shadow Demon saw the change in the expression on Bai Li Fenghua's face, and his face suddenly became gloomy. The figure also disappeared into the shadows again. Bai Li Fenghua's face didn't change, he just watched the Shadow Demon slowly disappear, and then focused on the Shadow Guard. Manager Qi, all hope is now on you. Anyway, please be sure to win. The strength of the spirit of Demon Abyss is beyond my imagination. I didn't expect that there would be such a big gap between the powerhouse level and the hero level. Although Qi Lu will not be affected by the coercion of the spirit of Demon Abyss. However, the power possessed by the spirit of Demon Abyss still brought a huge sense of oppression to Qi Lu. Like the gap between Grandmaster and hero. The ability of a hero to travel in the air is a qualitative change in the realm of power. The same is true for the gap between the hero level and the strong level. The powerhouse level Almighty bears the fate of heaven and earth, and can communicate the power of heaven and earth. In the realm of power, it is also a qualitative change. It is also fortunate that the spirit of Mo Yuan does not belong to Dong Huang, and cannot communicate with the power of heaven and earth in Dong Huang. Otherwise, this sense of oppression would be even stronger. After all, even in the ancient times when the heaven and earth were full Ofki, the number of powerhouse-level powers was actually not as many as imagined. Because no matter how abundant the heaven and earth are, there is a limit. And this limit of the fate of heaven and earth also limits the number of powerhouses. Unlike hero-level powerhouses, in ancient times, it can really be described as being everywhere. There is probably no such precedent for a hero class defeating a strong class. Qi Lu took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and adjusted his state to Thebeist. Make sure you don't get distracted by other thoughts. Only slowly opened his eyes. Call. The spirit of the Demon Abyss, who was so large that it reached the sky and covered the sky, also exhaled the first breath that came to this world at this moment. It was so loud, it was like a gust of wind. Immediately, the spirit of Demon Abyss looked at the most conspicuous shadow guard beside him. Although the spirit of Demon Abyss is powerful, its intelligence is not high. Not even the language of their own race. Just pure brutality and bloodthirsty. However, the spirit of the Demon Abyss was summoned by the Shadow Demon anyway, and he still had some memories of the Shadow Demon's breath. So after discovering the Shadow Guard, the spirit of Demon Abyss seemed to think for a while. Only then turned his eyes and looked at Qi Lu. Whoa! Facing Qi Lu, the spirit of Mo Yuan won't be polite anymore. After a roar resounded through the sky, the spirit of Demon Abyss waved its huge claws and slapped towards Qi Lu. The speed is so fast and the strength is so strong that the space is even slightly distorted. This is just a simple attack. The powerhouse level power is truly terrifying. Come here, I can see. Qi Lu put all his attention on the spirit of Mo Yuan. With the attack speed of the spirit of Demon Abyss, if it is placed on other hero-level powerhouses, maybe it's too late to react at all. However, Qi Lu is different. The powerful perception endowed by the perspective of God can capture all the movements of the spirit of the Demon Abyss at the first time. Boom! A deafening sonic boom sounded in Qi Li's ears. The giant claws like giant sharp blades, like a black lightning, struck Qi Lu. However, Qi Lu did not move at all. It wasn't until the moment when the giant claw got close that a short flash was released. In an instant, Qi Lu appeared in front of the spirit of demon abyss. Facing those scarlet eyes, it was like two bottomless pools of blood, which made people shudder. It's a terrifying aura. But for me, it doesn't work at all. Qi Lu raised his hands high, took a deep breath, and shouted abruptly, "The long sword is unsheathed, and the mountains and rivers are broken." The 1,000 machine ball instantly transformed into a 100-meter-long knife and fell into Qi Li's hands. Then he aimed at the spirit of demon abyss and cut it down. Chong! A loud crash sounded. Qi Li's attack only left a bloodstain on Mo Yuan's body, and he could no longer move forward. The physique of the spirit of demon abyss is beyond imagination. And Qi Li's attack seemed to anger the spirit of the demon abyss. A more violent aura erupted from the spirit of demon abyss. Damn it! This body's defense is too strong. Qi Li knew that he could not resist the attack of the spirit of demon abyss, so he quickly stepped back. However, the power of the spirit of demon abyss far exceeded Qi Li's imagination. Another sharp claw, like a phantom, hit Qi Li from an incredible angle. Oops! Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Qi Li's mouth. In this attack, the terrifying power he carried instantly smashed Qi Li into the air. Then it smashed to the ground, sending up gravel and smoke. And after the smoke and dust dissipated, you could see that a huge semicircular pothole appeared on the ground. Qi Li, who was lying in the center of the pothole, only felt that the bones all over his body seemed to be broken, and severe pain was constantly coming into his mind. It was like a sigh of relief in the chest, and even breathing became a little difficult. The strength of the body is also rapidly fading. This is still when Qi Li is wearing the keel armor. If there is no keel armor, I am afraid it is just this, and Qi Li will explain it here. The powerhouse level is really unimaginably powerful. Qi Li breathed hard, gritted his teeth, and endured the severe pain all over his body. At this time, even if you wait for a moment to move, it will cause more distance pain. It has to be said that the powerful attack of the powerhouse level is really far beyond the tolerance range of the hero level. Moreover, don't think that the spirit of Mo Yuan is huge and looks cumbersome. In fact, although the spirit of demon abyss does not have much intelligence, it has an extremely powerful fighting instinct. This kind of fighting instinct makes the fighting power of the spirit of demon abyss extremely terrifying. This is also the reason why Shadow Demon chooses to summon the spirit of demon abyss. Because the Shadow Fiend does not need to control the summoned creature. After all, after the energy sacrificed to the summoning magic circle runs out, the summoned creatures will be sent back. Unless it is killed in this world. Therefore, when choosing the object of summoning, the Shadow Demon chose the spirit of demon abyss, a guy with little intelligence, strong combat power, and extremely violent bloodthirsty. In front of the spirit of demon abyss, no matter how good your fighting skills are, what's the use? Faced with the spirit of Mo Yuan, no matter how good your fighting skills are, what's the use? Can you defeat the spirit of the demon abyss? The Shadow Fiend, hidden in the shadows, has been paying attention to the battle here. Seeing that Qi Li was hit by the spirit of Mo Yuan and couldn't move, he couldn't help sneering. The Dong Huang you want to protect, the people you want to find, and all the things you value, will all be destroyed by me. And you were always just a loser. The humiliation of being defeated by Qi Li made the Shadow Demon sneer at this moment. The moment the spirit of demon abyss descended, Shadow Demon knew that the plan would go ahead as scheduled. Dong Huang is in his pocket. Manager Qi, come on. Be sure to stand up. Bailey Fenghua, who was fighting with the Shadow Guards, could only cheer for Qi Li in his heart at this moment. And Qi Li, who was lying in the pothole, started to try to stand up after a little breath. Pain, it will definitely hurt. However, what needs to be done is still to be done. In particular, the shadow demon's mocking words reminded Qi Lu of Yu Xier. Thinking of Yu Xier leaning against her arms, that choked voice. The spirit of the demon abyss at the power level is indeed very powerful. However, this world is my home ground. Since there is no way to fight you head-on in terms of strength, then I will defeat you from other places. Qi Lu has never been a person who doesn't understand flexibility. Use your own weaknesses to compete with the enemy's strengths. That's what a fool would do. The real strong and wise know that taking advantage of one's own strengths and attacking others' weaknesses is the essence of battle. If you don't have much spiritual wisdom, it proves that your spiritual power is definitely not strong enough. Qi Lu discovered this problem during his brief encounter with the spirit of Demon Abyss. Terrible fighting instinct. But there is not much fighting consciousness at all. In the face of Qi Li's attack, he didn't have any intention of dodging. Because the fighting instinct of Mo Yuan's spirit told Mo Yuan's spirit, Qi Li's attack would not have much lethality at all. Therefore, the spirit of Demon Abyss will choose hard connection. If it is placed in front of any other powerhouse level almighty, Qi Li's attack can definitely be avoided. After all, the hard power of the powerhouse level is there. Even if Qi Li's fighting skills and fighting awareness are monster level, but in terms of reaction ability, the powerhouse level is undoubtedly stronger. Unless it's a close combat, Qi Lu still has the possibility to win. However, talking about close combat with the spirit of Demon Abyss is just a joke. Qi Lu had fought against a guy with such a huge body before. That is the heroic bone dragon. But at that time, Qi Li's power was able to suppress the bone dragon. And now, in the face of the spirit of Xuanhuan, let's forget it. Even in terms of physique, if you can't defeat the spirit of the Demon Abyss, let's fight it from the perspective of spiritual power. Maximize activation of Keel armor. Ancestral dragon power. Qi Lu let out the grudge in his body, and then suddenly shouted violently. The terrifying Long Wei was instantly released. The level of the store manager's suit increases as Qi Li's realm improves. After Qi Lu has heroic strength, the dragon power released by the Keel armor is enough to shake the power of the strong. There is no problem when facing the spirit of Demon Abyss, whose spiritual power is not high at all. The dragon might of the dragon race itself is one of the most tyrannical types of coercion among many powerful races. And the dragon might possessed by Zulong, even among the dragon clan, is a top-level dragon might. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary cultivators to resist. And the spiritual power of the spirit of Demon Abyss is not even the same as that of a cultivator. The moment Zulong Longwei burst out, the huge body of the spirit of Demon Abyss trembled very obviously. Boom! The strength of Longwei almost formed a wave visible to the naked eye, spreading to the surroundings. Like the ripples on the water, the circle of dragons is centered on Qi Lu, starting from the smashed pothole, and bursting outwards. The ground was instantly shaken by cracks like spider webs. The top layer of the entire ground was directly condensed into powder by the violent Long Wei, and then the sky was filled with stone powder. The spirit of Demon Abyss also took a step back under the impact of Zulong Longwei. The huge body that is nearly 1,000 meters high takes a step backwards. What is the concept? The whole earth trembled. This scene is really shocking. Moreover, even the spiritual power of the spirit of Demon Abyss is no match for cultivators of the same level. But no matter what, the spirit of Demon Abyss is also a powerhouse level power. No matter how poor the spiritual power is, it can't be worse than a hero level. With the help of the dragon bone armor, Qi Li's ancestral dragon might not be able to resist even the spirit of Mo Yuan. Not to mention the shadow demons who are only half-step powerhouses. The violent Long Wei erupted. Except for the spirit of Mo Yuan, who was closest to Qi Lu, who was the first to be affected, the second one affected by Zulong Longwei was the shadow demon who had been hiding in the shadows. Although shadow demon's concealment skills are indeed strong, but Long Wei is an indiscriminate covering impact. Moreover, for Qi Lu, after being forcibly left in the trial space by the system, after training with the devil to control the mind and shock, Zulong Long Wei can also be controlled. Although this ancestral dragon might burst out with the help of Keel armor, it cannot be controlled in the most meticulous manner. But just letting this Long Wei avoid Bailey Fenghua is a very simple thing. And the shadow demon, it is bound to bear the complete prestige of the ancestor dragon. Puff. At the moment Long Wei arrived, Shadow Demon only felt as if his chest had been smashed by a heavy hammer of 10,000 pounds. A mouthful of blood spewed out uncontrollably. The whole head was also dizzy, and even the consciousness became a little trance. This is the tyranny of Zulong Long Wei. This is the power that is enough to shake the mighty dragon might. What terrifying coercion is this? How could it possibly erupt from that lunatic? What kind of monster are you? Why can such a terrifying coercion erupt? After the shadow demon spat out a mouthful of blood, he felt that his consciousness seemed to have recovered a little. But after being affected by Zulong Long Wei, his sense of oppression is not reduced by half. This made Shadow Demon even more horrified. The coercion that even the spirit of Demon Abyss can shake is a terrible thing. From the Shadow Demon's point of view, as long as the spirit of Demon Abyss is summoned, winning the entire eastern wilderness is a matter of victory. But now it seems that this is not the case. Why do monsters like you appear in Donghuang? Shadow Demon was full of unwillingness and anger in his heart. Shadow Demon's heart was full of unwillingness and anger. However, it is also impossible to make Shadow Demon give up. Decades of planning did not stop to say so. However, even if you can burst out this kind of coercion, you may not be able to have such a powerful force. With the spirit of Demon Abyss, you can't win this battle. The Shadow Demon gritted his teeth and roared frantically under the pressure of ancestral dragon Long Wei. However, at this time, the battle between Qi Lu and the spirit of Demon Abyss is not something that Shadow Demon can intervene in. However, Shadow Demon has no chance to intervene in the battle between Qi Lin and Mo Yuan spirit now. Shadow Demon, where are you looking? During the battle, there is no time for you to look around. Bailey Fenghua's voice suddenly appeared in Shadow Demon's ears. Under the impact of Long Wei, the Shadow Demon was even a little dazed. How could he continue to hide his whereabouts? And Bailey Fenghua, taking advantage of the gap when he was not affected by Long Wei, immediately stepped forward with his sword, preparing to suppress the Shadow Demon. When Zulong Long Wei bombarded the Shadow Demon, he also oppressed the Shadow Guard. Really powerful coercion can not only have an impact on mental power, but can also cause substantial damage. As long as there is no interference from the Shadow Guards. With Bailey Fenghua's current state, there is absolutely no problem in single-handedly fighting Shadow Demon. You must know that Bailey Fenghua has the explosive state of the body of the evil spirit and the blessings of various attributes of the 7 deadly sins. Plus Long Wei's help. If Bailey Fenghua couldn't beat the Shadow Demon under this circumstance, it will be too shameful for his reputation as the sect master of the swordsman sect. Damn, it's you again. Shadow Demon hurriedly raised the shadow sword in his hand, blocking the sword key from Bailey Fenghua. The tone was rather annoyed. But Qi Li's ability to burst out such a strong coercion was something that Shadow Demon never expected. It can even be said that this is something that has never been thought of. And it was because of this unexpected thing that the Shadow Demon couldn't escape at all. It was even suppressed by Bailey Fenghua's offensive. Have you suppressed it? That's great. Qi Li's God's perspective skills can control every nuance in the battle. Qi Li will naturally notice the battle between Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon. It's just that when he faced off against the spirit of Demon Abyss, Qi Li could focus his attention on the situation over there. After all, the sense of oppression of a powerhouse-level power is too strong. This is not a sense of oppression in terms of momentum or coercion. It is the sense of oppression brought about by the tyrannical power of the spirit of demon abyss. However, in the eruption of ancestral dragon power, this sense of oppression was reduced to a minimum. This gave Qilu a chance to breathe and pay attention to Bailey Fenghua's battle. Originally, I was still a little worried whether the shadow demon would attack me at the most critical moment. But now it looks like it shouldn't be. Qilu also breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow warrior class possessed by shadow demon has a natural advantage in assassination. It is also one of its absolute strengths. If Qilu suddenly appeared and assassinated when Qilu and the spirit of Moyuan were in a fierce battle, Qilu might really be hit. After all, in terms of hard power, there is indeed a gap between Qilu and the spirit of Moyuan. Under such a gap in hard power, even if Qilu's fighting skills and fighting consciousness are unparalleled, he must go all out. Otherwise, if it is really attacked by the shadow demon, it will be the boat overturned in the gutter. Now is the real thing, do your best to deal with the spirit of demon abyss. Qilu took a few deep breaths, then stared at the spirit of demon abyss. After being attacked by Zulong Longwei, the spirit of Moyuan was at a loss for a while. But the powerhouse level power is the powerhouse level power after all. It is just the ancestor dragon and dragon power. Even if it can be shaken, there is absolutely no way to solve the problem. Whoa! After recovering, the spirit of demon abyss let out an angry roar. It seems that he is extremely angry because he is still shocked by facing such a weak opponent. It's like cat and mouse. If the mouse really played the cat would be furious. Angry into anger. Qilu knew that for a power of this level, this kind of trickery by the weak was not allowed. In particular, the spirit of the demon abyss is not very intelligent, and only follows the instinct to fight. The dignity of the strong will never allow the spirit of the demon abyss to be defeated by the weak. Even the slightest sign is not allowed. Boom! At this moment, between heaven and earth, the situation changed. The momentum of the spirit of demon abyss also climbed steadily and began to soar. After getting angry, it will start to explode. The soaring momentum, the coercion condensed, has begun to gradually overwhelm Zulong Longwei. This coercion is several times stronger than the coercion emanating when the spirit of demon abyss descends on the eastern wasteland. This is the true power of the spirit of demon abyss. When fighting with Qilu before, the spirit of Moyuan was just playing around. But after the cat and mouse failed, the spirit of the demon abyss began to show its true power. The terrifying coercion made the whole world begin to tremble slightly. This indiscriminate terrifying coercion directly made Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon sluggish their movements. I knew that it couldn't be all your power in the beginning. Come on, unleash all your power. Only in this way can we give this world a chance to keep you here as nourishment. Qilu looked at the spirit of Moyuan with a solemn expression. The terrifying coercion has slowly suppressed Zulong Longwei. The coercion that continued to spread caused the earth to continue to collapse and break, and huge cracks appeared. In the ruins of the dragon, countless broken walls were swallowed up by the cracks that collapsed. And Qilu is also gritting his teeth, resisting this pressure, looking for the almost non-existent opportunity. Although Qilu can rely on his mind-shocking skills, he is not affected by any coercion. But the coercion of the powerhouse-level Almighty is not just a mental shock. It can also produce substantial destructive power. Countless tiny scars appeared on Qilu's body along with the increasing pressure. Blood flowers scattered in the air. In Qilu's eyes, there is unwavering determination. In order to resurrect Yu Shi'er, the spirit of Moyuan must be killed. So Qilu could never back down. Roar! When the momentum reached a peak, the spirit of demon abyss let out an earth-shattering roar. The violent sound waves reverberated between heaven and earth. The bursts of sonic booms slapped the surroundings like waves. Only in an instant, nearly half of the ruins of the dragon were shattered by the sonic boom. The broken walls that were left on the ground back then were all shattered into powder by the sonic boom. Then it flowed into the cracks in the ground. This is the power of the powerhouse level power, which is so terrifying. And after this huge roar, the spirit of Mo Yuan charged towards Qi Lu with anger. The huge body showed extremely terrifying speed, with afterimages and loud noises in the air. The power of terror distorted the space. Coming. Qi Li's pupils shrank slightly. The body shape is linked, and the short position flash is used continuously. In a split second, he retreated to a distance of dozens of kilometers. Boom! The attack of the spirit of demon abyss swept past Qi Lu and smashed to the ground. For a while, the whole earth was like a big earthquake, and there was a violent shaking. In an instant, the sky fell apart. Looking down from the sky, you can find that this piece of land seems to have been smashed by the punch of the spirit of demon abyss. Since the fist mark, countless cracks have spread. The dark fissures are daunting. This is the tyranny of the powerhouse level almighty, and he can move mountains and shatter cities with every gesture. If there is no strong man of the same level to compete with, a city-state is in the hands of a powerhouse level power, but it is only a matter of 3 or 2 moves. One move failed, and the spirit of Mo Yuan spit out a bloody breath, and then his body flashed, dragging out countless afterimages. Instantly followed Qi Li's movements. So fast. Qi Lu frowned slightly, looking a little surprised. You must know that Qi Lu uses short position flash to widen the distance, thanks to the magic proficiency skills, but there are no restrictions on instant skills. However, even at this speed of evacuation, in front of the spirit of demon abyss, it is still not enough to see. Tens of kilometers, that's just a blink of an eye. But now is not the time, let's make you proud for a while. Qi Lu knew that he could not compete head-on with the spirit of demon abyss now. So without hesitation, use the short position flash to continue to retreat. And the spirit of demon abyss naturally pursues it. Wherever he passed, the earth crumbled, the sky crumbled, and the earth cracked. Fortunately, the ruins of the dragon are all broken walls, and if they are destroyed, they will be destroyed. If this battle really took place in a city-state or an empire, I am afraid that after the battle is over, the empire will also be destroyed. Before he knew it, Qi Lu, with the spirit of Mo Yuan, had already made a big circle in the ruins of the dragon. And the final destination is where the magic circle is summoned. The place where the spirit of the demon abyss descended. However, in the battle, the summoning magic circle was destroyed long ago. Finally home. Qi Lu let out a long breath. And immediately after, the spirit of Mo Yuan, who was chasing after him, had reached an extremely terrifying level in the constant pursuit. Those scarlet eyes seemed to contain endless killing intent. People just take a look at it, and they can't help being terrified. Whoa! With a loud roar, the speed of the spirit of demon abyss skyrocketed again. The huge body of nearly 1,000 meters appeared in front of Qi Lu in an instant, as if traveling through space. Under this huge roar, the speed of the spirit of demon abyss skyrocketed again, as if traveling through space, and instantly appeared in front of Qi Lu. Carrying the power to destroy the world, he attacked Qi Lu. No doubt, if Qi Lu was really hit by this attack, just rubbed, then, even if Qi Lu was wearing keel armor, he might not be far from death. However, this time, Qi Lu did not continue to retreat. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the spirit of demon abyss. It's really hard for you to walk with you for so long. The power of the powerhouse level is indeed so tyrannical that it makes people shudder. However, here is always my home court, and you have come to the wrong place. Qi Lu stared closely at the approaching attack, and at the last moment, at the critical moment, a short flash was launched. Whoosh dash. There were slight fluctuations in the space, and Qi Lu came to the eyes of the spirit of Mo Yuan again. Without fear, he looked directly into the scarlet eyes of the spirit of Demon Abyss. "You seem to notice something, don't you?" Qi Lu grinned, revealing a bright smile. At the same time, Qi Lu, with the spirit of the Demon Abyss, suddenly burst into beams of light that shot into the sky in all the places where the dragon ruins passed. Boom! In the sky, a large thundercloud condensed in an instant, and it came over. The rolling thunder continued to roll in the thunderclouds. The spirit of Demon Abyss seemed to be shocked by this scene, and suddenly looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky. "In the middle of a battle, I'll never do something that doesn't make sense." The dragon magic circle left in the ruins of the dragon is indeed a magic circle in the ancient times, and it is a very powerful magic circle. The Shadow Palace has been transformed into a summoning magic circle. And I can also transform it into the magic circle I want. The smile on Qi Li's face became brighter and brighter, even to the point of cruelty. "So, farewell, spirit of Demon Abyss," Qi Li said word by word. After hearing this sentence, the spirit of Mo Yuan wondered if he understood what Qi Li meant. Or because of the thunder in the sky, there was a trace of fear. Suddenly it started to get frantic. However, as Qi Li said, here is Qi Li's home court. As an outsider who was summoned from a different dimension, the spirit of Demon Abyss could never have home field advantage. Mind shock! Qi Li suddenly shouted violently. All the spiritual power was released without reservation. At the same time, the thunder in the sky also fell. The purple-black thunder, like a huge thunder dragon, bit down towards the spirit of Demon Abyss. The spirit of Demon Abyss didn't have any room to dodge at all, and was slashed right by this huge thunder. Boom! Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the thunder, mixed with terrifying power of heaven and earth. This is the will of this world, the will of Dong Huang. No matter what, the spirit of the Demon Abyss is an outsider, from a different dimension. The realm of the powerhouse level has already touched the ultimate strength that Dong Huang can withstand. Therefore, the will of heaven and earth in the Eastern Desolation is impossible to allow the spirit of Mo Yuan to do whatever he wants in the Eastern Desolation. However, it is precisely because of the lack of heaven and earth. Therefore, the will of heaven and earth in Dong Huang cannot interfere with the spirit of Mo Yuan at all. It is because of the lack of heaven and earth. Therefore, the will of heaven and earth in the East Wasteland will not be able to interfere with the spirit of Mo Yuan. This is also what the system says. The spirit of Demon Abyss is a creature summoned from a different dimension. It does not occupy the heaven and earth of the East Wasteland itself, so it will not be suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. However, there are loopholes in this. Since the will of heaven and earth cannot actively suppress the spirit of Mo Yuan, Qi Li will help Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth. The Tianlei magic array is one of the ancient magic arrays belonging to the Thunder Elemental Mage. The layout is extremely difficult. However, this is not difficult for Qi Li, who has magical mastery skills. It's not that Qi Li has nothing to do when he walks around the ruins of the dragon with the spirit of Mo Yuan. Instead, he was looking for a suitable terrain and arranged this Tianlei magic array. And this is what Qi Li said at the beginning. The powerful spirit of the Demon Abyss is indeed very powerful, but this world is my home ground. This is home field advantage. Qi Li has been calculating this matter since the beginning. The Tianlei released by the Tianlei magic array is the will of the East and the Earth, the best carrier. And the last killer is the spiritual shock that Qi Li has never released. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it is possible to trigger the most powerful and most terrifying effect. Instant death effect. Trigger. Farewell. On Qi Li's face, the smile revealed a faint grimness. As for the spirit of Demon Abyss in front of him, the expression on his face froze, and even the movements of his body froze. The powerhouse level Almighty indeed possesses inexhaustible physical strength, vindictiveness, magic power, and spiritual power. However, infinity does not mean no upper limit. It just can't be used up. Therefore, Qila never thought of fighting a war of attrition with the Spiritov demon abyss. The instant death effect triggered by the mind shock, the target of the attack is the soul of the spirit of the devil. Shattering the soul directly, no matter what level of powerhouse, is a mortal situation. What Qila wanted was the instant death effect. Everything before is just a foreshadowing. Use the power of the ancestral dragon to make the spirit of Mo Yuan lose its mind. With the help of the Tianlei magic array, it helps Donghuang's will of heaven and earth release the power of heaven and earth, and greatly weakens the spiritual power of the spirit of demon abyss. Then use the mental shock again, break the cauldron and sink the boat, and let it go. Because of the probability of the mental shock triggering the instant death effect, the calculation method, although the skill description says that it is determined according to the strength gap between the host and the enemy. But in fact, it is not based on the realm of the two sides to judge. It is determined based on the mental strength of both parties. All Qila did was to weaken the spiritual power of the spirit of demon abyss and strengthen his own spiritual power. And when he finally released the shock of his mind, he didn't even hold back. All mental power was exhausted. But the result obtained is the most ideal result. Instant death effect, perfectly triggered. The soul of the spirit of demon abyss was torn apart in an instant, and it couldn't die any longer. The powerhouse-level coercion that permeated between heaven and earth also completely disappeared. As if it never happened. If it weren't for the fact that most of the ruins of the dragon were almost completely crushed, it would be as if there had never been a battle here. It is finally over. Qila looked at the spirit of demon abyss in front of him, after the breath completely disappeared. The whole person also fell to the ground because of exhaustion of mental power. The side effect of mental exhaustion soon appeared in Qili's mind. The scene in front of me began to become a double image, my brain began to dizzy, and then my consciousness gradually became blurred. The battle with the spirit of the demon abyss is extremely costly and unprecedented. At least, it was the first time that Qila had experienced such a difficult battle. A slight negligence is irreversible. Fortunately, everything is going in the right direction. As long as the spirit of the demon abyss dies, the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace will no longer be scary. Qila lay on the ground, half squinted his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried not to fall asleep. Because now is not the time to rest. Although the spirit of demon abyss has fallen, it is still a strong enemy without the shadow demon, suppressed by a long way. The breath of the spirit of demon abyss actually disappeared. How is this possible? The powerful spirit of the demon abyss will fall into the hands of guys like you. You bastards. If that's the case, then go and bury the spirit of Mo Yuan with you. The shadow demon, stimulated by the death of the demon abyss, let out an extremely angry roar. All the disbelief, shock, and astonishment were transformed into boundless anger. If the spirit of demon abyss falls, the difficulty of the Shadow Palace's plan will definitely increase exponentially if it wants to continue. In this case, the more enemies left in the ruins of the dragon, the better. Especially a top powerhouse like Qila. For every one less, the resistance to the Shadow Palace will be reduced by a large amount. After all, the demonic creatures summoned from the summoning magic circles in Moonlight Forest and Xuanhuan City are not decorations. Even if the strength of these demon abyss creatures is uneven, as long as there are enough numbers, they can also disrupt the eastern wilderness. Shadow Guard, Shadow Armor. The shadow demon shouted angrily, bringing the vindictive energy all over his body, like a volcanic eruption, and it boiled. A pitch-black armor instantly emerged from the shadow behind the shadow demon, and then fitted onto the shadow demon. Then cooperate with the shadow sword in the hands of the shadow demon. Until this moment, the shadow demon was really like a shadow warrior. And on the huge shadow guard, a set of extraordinary armor also appeared. The already powerful Shadow Guard, with the blessing of Shadow Martial Armor, the strength has skyrocketed again. The power of the Shadow Demon can actually skyrocket again in the case of Fury. This time, something big is going to happen. Bailey Fenghua took a deep breath. In the absence of Qi Li's long-way suppression, Bailey Fenghua's combat power can be on par with Shadow Demon. But in reality, the Tai is just not being beaten. To be honest, it will still be at a disadvantage. And now, the anger of the Shadow Fiend has caused the Shadow Fiend's power to skyrocket again. It directly broke the balance. Let the scale of victory begin to tilt towards the Shadow Demon's side. Bailey Fenghua did not hesitate to die, but Bailey Fenghua was afraid that his sacrifice would be worthless. I want to see, what else can you use to defeat me now? The Shadow Demon exhaled a fiery breath. He rushed towards Qi Lu directly. Qi Lu now has no resistance at all. For Shadow Demon, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oops, Shadow Demon's target is store manager Qi. Bailey Fenghua was startled. If this really allowed the Shadow Fiend's attack to succeed, it would be over. Thinking of this, Bailey Fenghua suddenly broke out at an unprecedented speed, and it was the latecomer who blocked in front of the Shadow Demon. Clang! With a loud bang, the 7 deadly sins and the Shadow Tachi collided. The terrifying power stirred up a circle of air waves and spread out around. On the ground, in the previous battle, the broken walls that had been crushed into powder were suddenly scattered, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. Cough cough cough. Can't you make me think about it for a while? The scattered smoke and dust made Qi Lu cough violently. This kind of feeling of being choked in the nose and mouth is really uncomfortable. Manager Qi, are you alright? Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon fought against each other, and they were completely defeated in terms of strength. Taking a few steps back, he came to Qi Li's side. What can I have a problem with? I'm just a little tired. Qi Lu coughed hard twice and spit out all the ashes in his mouth. Then he stood up staggeringly, and took out a glass bottle full of black liquid from his arms. Black coffee. After drinking black coffee, half of the mental power of the drinker is instantly restored. And within the next half an hour, the recovery speed of the drinker's mental power will be greatly improved. When fighting the spirit of Demon Abyss before, Qi Lu knew that he had no chance to consume. So I haven't used too much mental power. It is to release all the spiritual power on top of the spiritual shock at one time in the end. After all, whether it is Qi Lu or the spirit of Demon Abyss, there is a limito mental power. It's just that the recovery speed of Qi Li's mental power is completely incomparable to the recovery speed of Mo Yuan's spirit. Moreover, it is also fortunate that the spirit of Mo Yuan is not a powerhouse-level almighty belonging to Dong Huang. Therefore, there is no way to use the power of heaven and earth in Dong Huang to instantly restore spiritual power. Otherwise, the probability of the mental shock triggering the instant death effect will definitely be greatly reduced. Therefore, black coffee, a good thing that can be reversed at a critical moment, has been kept until now. Ton ton ton. Qi Lu opened the bottle cap and poured all the bitter black coffee in one breath. Then wipe the black coffee on your face. The powerful spiritual force was released again. Then fight again, Shadow Demon. Qi Lu transformed the 1,000 machine ball into a Feng Tianhua Ji, stretched out his hand, and pointed the tip of the blade at the Shadow Demon not far away. Just to my liking. Shadow Fiend is now full of sorrow and anger with nowhere to vent. Qi Lu said that to be his opponent, Shadow Demon couldn't ask for it. It's finally a substitution. Bailey Fenghua seemed a lot more relaxed. Facing the Shadow Demon alone, for Bailey Fenghua, the pressure is still not small. After all, the gap between strength and realm is there. Substitution? No, I think, when facing such a vicious enemy, heads up is not the only option. Qi Leke has no chivalrous spirit that can only be singled out. Why do you want to fight one-on-one when you can fight? What's more, the people I want to wait for are almost here. After Qi Lu spread out his perception, he easily caught a few undisguised familiar breaths. Manager Qi, Sect Master, are you all right? The voice from far to near, accompanied by Lu Jingya's figure, appeared in the sky. And following Lu Jingya, there is still a familiar figure. Manager Qi, Sect Master Bailey, looking at you like this, the old man is probably not too late. Gu Pingchuan had a faint smile on his face. At the same time as he appeared, his perception was already locked in the shadow demon's breath. It's just in time, Ding Gu, Elder Lijing. Qi Lu verbally welcomed the arrival of Gu Pingchuan and Lu Jingya. Elder Lijing, Ding Gu, why are you here? Bailey Fenghua looked at the two people standing in the sky with surprise. After the other two things have been dealt with, we can naturally free up our hands to come here to support. Gu Pingchuan's tone was very relaxed. But Qi Lu knew that dealing with the two summoning magic circles should not be as light as Gu Pingchuan's words. Otherwise, they should have arrived earlier. The summoning magic circle of Moonlight Forest was handled very quickly, but there was a little trouble on the side of Xingyao Empire. After Lu Jingya came to Qi Li's side, she briefly said. Because the wolf hunters committed public anger in the Moonlight Forest, and the matter of the Shadow Palace was exposed again. Therefore, after Lu Jingya led the people from various sects to the Moonlight Forest, the people who stayed in the Moonlight Forest in the Shadow Palace, as well as the clansmen of the wolf-hunting clan, became almost the targets of everyone's shouting and beating. The subhuman tribes all provided a lot of help. The summoning magic circle arranged in the Moonlight Forest was removed almost effortlessly under the leadership of the power of the sect. This is the bitter fruit buried by the Shadow Palace and the wolf hunters themselves. Self-inflicted sin, not to live. And on the side of Xingyao Empire. To be honest, Ling Ao did not think that the summoning magic circle would be temporarily arranged in Yaoguang City at first. As a result, the best opportunity was missed, and the magic abyss creature was summoned. However, the power deployed around the Xingyao Empire is no joke. Especially in the case of Wanyan Xiangui sitting in town. Demon abyss creatures can't make any big waves at all. Then, the people of the hidden family also arrived later and joined the battle. Although Yaoguang City was in the battle, it was completely destroyed. But all the creatures of the demon abyss were also left in Yaoguang City. I have to say, Manager Qi, the golden-winged griffins in your store, and the flying dragons in the wind, have made great contributions. Lu Jingya did not forget to add a sentence at the end. If there is no golden-winged griffin and wind dragon as mounts, the team formed to assist in the air. There is definitely no way to keep all the creatures in the demon abyss in Yaoguang City. From this point of view, the golden-winged griffin and the wind dragon are indispensable. Since it's all resolved, that's the best outcome. Now, as long as the shadow demon is resolved, this conspiracy will all beaver. Qi Lu said slowly. The nerves that had been tense for a while were finally relaxed. It is definitely not difficult for 4 strong men of the same level to keep shadow demons behind. Gu Pingchuan, Lu Jingya, Bailey Fenghua, and Qi Lu. These 4 people, in the eastern wilderness, are already considered the strongest combat power. If there is no way to deal with the shadow demon, there is no need for the shadow demon to summon the spirit of demon abyss, and he can deal with the entire eastern wasteland by himself. That's natural. The old man has not exerted his full strength for a long time. In that case, let's get started. The Shadow Palace is today, let it end here. All 4's perceptions were locked on the Shadow Fiend. It is absolutely impossible for the Shadow Demon to escape. Decades of planning, ruined. Could it be that the Shadow Palace is really not tolerated by heaven and earth? At this moment, Shadow Demon didn't even think about escaping. Just like Farewell My Concubine, who mowed down the Wujiang River. When all the foundations are destroyed, you are trapped in all directions, and there is no hope of survival. Shadow fiends don't beg for mercy, and they don't run away. Shadow Palace is gone, everything is gone. This battle is probably my last battle. Then let me see how strong Dong Wang's strongest combat power is. The Shadow Taidao and the Shadow Demon's hand vibrated and took the lead in attacking. The Shadow Guard also roared and attacked the surrounding enemies. It's a little courageous. Seeing this, Gu Pingchuan, the magic power condensed on the staff, immediately turned into magic, and blessed the three people around. In the face of a sensitive opponent, Gu Pingchuan's auxiliary effect is much stronger than his attack. The three Qi Lu, whose attributes were fully blessed, immediately greeted the Shadow Demon. Qi Lu and Lu Jingya are the main attackers. And Bailey Fenghua acts as an assist hand to fill the gap in the attack. The fighting skills of the three do not need to be said much. It is no exaggeration to say that they cooperate with each other. Even though the Shadow Demon and the Shadow Guard were of the same mind, they were beaten and retreated under the joint attack of Qi Lu, Lu Jingya, and Bailey Fenghua. Scars kept appearing on the Shadow Fiend. This is probably the most hardy battle in the Shadow Demon's life. All the power burst out without reservation. Although he knew there was no chance of winning, he did not flinch in the slightest. Until the end, the halberd drawn by Qi Li's Fong Tian pierced his chest. The violent grudge poured into the Shadow Fiend's body instantly, destroying all the vitality of the Shadow Fiend. You could have become a powerhouse in the Eastern Wilderness. But in the pursuit of power, I lost myself. Do you regret it? At the last moment, Qi Lu looked directly at the Shadow Demon's eyes that had begun to slacken, and suddenly asked. After the Shadow Demon heard Qi Li's question, he grabbed Fong Tianhua's halberd with his blood-stained palm. There seemed to be a gleam in his sloppy eyes. Slowly and firmly, for words came out of his mouth. Eternal, no regrets. As expected of a hero who can endure for decades. After Qi Lu got the answer, he lowered his eyes, and Fong Tianhuaji, in his hand, suddenly exerted force. The look in the Shadow Demon's eyes also completely dissipated. In Qi Li's mind, a prompt sounded. System, upgrade quest, the conspiracy sweeping the entire Eastern Wasteland, completed, the quest reward is being settled. The promotion of the completion of the task appears, which proves that the Shadow Temple has really been eradicated. This time, it's real, it's over. Qi Lu took a step back and shook off the blood beads on Fong Tianhua's halberd. Then, Fong Tianhuaji was transformed into 1,000 machine ball and put away. President Gu, Sect Master Bailey, and Elder Lijing, since the matter is over, I will leave first. The rest is up to you. Qi Lu shook his head, feeling a little dizzy, and the feeling of distress reappeared. This is a side effect of black coffee. After using black coffee, the accumulated fatigue will explode at one time after the effect of black coffee disappears. That's why Qi Lu became so sleepy. Don't worry, Manager Qi, we will handle the rest. Gu Pingchuan knew that Qi Lu was afraid of trouble, so he surrendered. And the matter of the Shadow Palace, here, can be regarded as completely over. The rest of the matter does not require much combat power. It just needs to consume a lot of manpower and material resources. What's more, this time against the Shadow Palace, Qi Li's credit is definitely the greatest. Let Qi Lu do more. Gu Pingchuan and others were also a little embarrassed. Qi Lu nodded. Then the power of the broken empty boots was activated, the door of space opened, and after one step, he disappeared from the ruins of the dragon. Qi Lu, who returned to the store, didn't even go to the lobby on the first floor. The door to the space opens directly to the bedroom on the second floor. After experiencing such a big battle, Qi Lu now just wants to have a good sleep and talk about it. And the quest rewards are also being settled, just right. When you wake up, you can settle the bill. And this sleep, he slept directly until the next day. Qila sat up in a daze and stretched hard. It feels really good to wake up naturally. Go take a shower again, and all the fatigue will be eliminated immediately. Huh. I'm finally alive. Qila came out of the bathroom and sat on the chair while wiping the water droplets from his hair with a towel. Then I called out the system in my mind. System, system. Are you there? Are you there? System, host, shut up, this system is busy, please speak up. Then I'll just say it. Jiu cleared his throat, and then asked solemnly, how can she be resurrected? For Qi Lu, the biggest regret in this mission is that Yuxier was killed. Fortunately, the system was able to resurrect Yuxier. So Qi Lu thought of this question for the first time. As for quest rewards, that has to be a little later. System, this matter is very simple. After you defeated the spirit of Demon Abyss, the fate of the heavens and the earth it carried has been acquired by the world of the eastern wilderness. System, so for the host, the power of heaven and earth will also help with your resurrection of the clerk. System, so host, you only need to take out the secret order of heaven and make a wish. Epic consumables, the secret order of the sky. A wish of the user can be fulfilled within the range permitted by the power of heaven and earth. If the system didn't mention it, Qi Lu might have forgotten about it. However, as soon as the system was mentioned, Qi Lu suddenly understood. You two-stroke system, you are empty-handed and white wolf. This two-stroke system turned out to be the idea of the secret order of the sky in the end. If he had known this, Qi Lu could have rescued Yuxier on the spot, so there was no need to negotiate conditions with the system. System, the host's statement is bad. Although the function of the secret order of the sky is indeed very powerful, it is impossible to revive the dead. System, without the help of this system, the host can just think about resurrection. In order to recover the dead, at least two conditions must be met. One is that the soul is still alive, and the other is that the carrier is still alive. This point, in fact, can refer to the situation of Xing Lian. Xing Lian is the surviving dragon soul, but the dragon body has long since disappeared. So in any case, it is impossible to resurrect. In the end, he signed a two-soul contract with Lan Zier in order to continue to exist. And Yuxier's life force was exhausted because the power of blood was completely stripped. This kind of thing, even a stand-in doll, cannot be judged as fatal injury. Because the life force is exhausted, it is like the life force is exhausted. No matter how powerful the avatar is, there is no way to prolong its lifespan. It is, because of this, that Qi Lu feels powerless. Fortunately, though, although her vitality was exhausted, Yuxier's body was still there. And the soul is completely preserved. But these two problems are easy to solve. Whether it is the soul or the body, there are still many ways to really want to preserve it. Next, however, is the difficulty. Before he died, no matter what, it was all within reason. Even if it is an avatar that is immune to one death, it will save the bearer before death. The resurrection of the deceased belongs to the reversal of the rules between heaven and earth. No matter what method is used. Even if the soul can survive, it is impossible to truly survive. At most, that is to find a suitable carrier to take over. Let the soul survive for a while longer. The original idea of the bone dragon was this situation. In fact, Qi Lu had stopped the bone dragon at the beginning, and he also had this consideration in it. After the body is taken, the body will reject the soul. If you want to cultivate, it is simply impossible. Moreover, the soul after taking the house will also increase the consumption of the vitality of the body. Therefore, this way of survival is not resurrection at all, it can only be regarded as lingering. However, what the system calls resurrection is the real resurrection. Moreover, with the help of the will of heaven and earth in the East Wasteland, it was justifiably resurrected. This kind of thing, probably only a system that can communicate the will of heaven and earth can do it. Am I wrong to blame you? Qi said something suspiciously. But he still took out the heaven's secret order without hesitation. Although the secret order of the sky is very precious, in Qi view, as long as it can resurrect Yu Shi, it will be used. No matter how precious consumables are, they are also used. Otherwise, what is the difference with a radish? Before it is used, the secret order of the sky is a golden token covered with mysterious patterns. On top of this token, there is a very unique writing of the word. The word heaven is the cohesion of the power of heaven and earth. You must come alive. Qi took a deep breath, and then held the secret order of the sky in his hand. Yu Shi's body, Qi had already retrieved from the system. At this moment, he was lying quietly in front of Qi. Please help me, resurrect Yu Shi. Before he finished speaking, the secret order of the sky was shocked. The mysterious lines on the golden token began to emit a dazzling light. And the word on the secret order of the sky gradually dissipated, turning into a trace of the power of heaven and earth, which merged into Yu Shi's body. At the same time, Qi could feel that there was a vast aura condensing between heaven and earth. Then she was sent into Yu Shi's body. System, what is this? Qi felt that something was wrong, and quickly asked in his mind. At this time, nothing should go wrong. System, host, please rest assured, this is the fate of heaven and earth sent to you by the will of heaven and earth in the East Wilderness. System, it's just that you can't use the host for the time being, so you just forwarded it to the person you want to revive. Good luck. This is good stuff. A good thing that can make countless strong people flock to it. Shadow Demon has worked hard for decades, just for the sake of luck. The result is now. Dongwang's Will of Heaven and Earth directly gave away a free copy. This time, Yu Shi was not only able to be resurrected perfectly, but it was a blessing in disguise. With the luck of heaven and earth, you can get the blessing of the power of heaven and earth. Invisibly, it greatly enhanced Yu Shi's cultivation aptitude, talent, and potential. More importantly, carrying the luck of heaven and earth is equivalent to obtaining a pass to be promoted to the powerhouse level. It's a great gift. After listening to the system's explanation, Qi immediately felt relieved. In this way, Yu Shi's future cultivation path will be bright. With Dongwang's Will of Heaven and Earth watching, whoever wants to trouble Yu Shi may be struck by lightning before they can take action. Finally, I didn't waste my life to lead the spirit of Muyuan in the hardships and dangers of Donghuang. Qi suddenly felt that Dongwang's Will of Heaven and Earth was much more generous than the system. System, host, I seem to sense that you are thinking about something unfounded. Sure enough, this Erbi system likes to look around at nothing. No, how could I possibly think of those strange things? I'm just thinking, is it not a loss that Dongwang's Will of Heaven and Earth has given away all the fate of the heaven and earth that Mo Yuan spirit also generously left behind? Qi asked this question, which is a typical example of getting cheap and selling well. By the way, it can also vaguely compare the stingy things of the system. System, host, you think too much, this system may do such a generous thing, but the will of heaven and earth is more calculated than this system. Whispering sound. Qi immediately expressed disdain for the system's self-promotion. Qi knew very well that this Erbi system was only low in IQ and had nothing to do with Dafeng. The only advantage is that things that have been fooled out will never go back. And even if you have to prepare to go back, this two-stroke system will give equal or even extra value compensation. But, no matter what, if the system is self-aggrandizing, Qi will definitely not agree. System, host, do you still want to know the reason? Think, of course, you have a lot of system, so don't care about such trivial matters. Qi quickly put away his disdainful expression, looked straight, and said seriously. The face that should be given is still to be given. Otherwise, this Irby system is really angry, but it's not good. System, that's right, then the system has a lot of adults to let you off this time. It really is a system of atmospheric volume. Then ask the system adults to continue to explain why the will of heaven and earth will not be lost. Qi Lu immediately changed into a hippie smile. It can be heard from the system's previous words, although Donghuang's heaven and earth will transport a large amount of heaven and earth energy to Yueshir. But for Donghuang's will of heaven and earth, it was an absolutely worthwhile business. As for why heaven and earth will not lose, the reason for this, in addition to the will of the heavens and the earth itself, is probably only known by the vast system of supernatural powers. System, actually, the reason is very simple. System, in the beginning, the lifeline of Donghuang was shattered, and the luck of the heavens and the earth was almost completely exhausted. It is almost impossible to recover without hundreds of thousands of years. System, because this is a full recovery from scratch. System, and after you kill the spirit of Demon Abyss, the fate of the heaven and earth carried by the spirit of Demon Abyss is obtained by Donghuang, which is equivalent to a seed. It only needs enough nutrients to take root and sprout and grow. A towering tree. System, so, host, you have saved hundreds of thousands of years for the will of the East and Earth, but what you get is just a little luck. Do you still think this guy is generous? Obviously, the this guy in the system's mouth refers to the will of the East and the Earth. Those who dare to use this tone to call the will of heaven and earth, I am afraid there is only this system that is not afraid of heaven and earth. After listening to the system's explanation, Qi Lu also fell into contemplation. Co-authoring himself still worked for the will of heaven and earth. According to the system, this is equivalent to the fact that at the beginning, there was no luck in the world. If you want to recover, it is difficult to re-evolve into these countless species from single-celled organisms. And now, the fate of heaven and earth, carried by the spirit of Moyuan, was obtained by Donghuang. The difficulty of evolving from scratch was suddenly reduced to the same level as planting trees. In this way, no matter how you calculate it, Donghuang's will of heaven and earth will make a lot of money. And by the way, there is also the two-stroke system that makes a lot of money. With the stingy character of the system, if you know that killing the spirit off the demon abyss is so helpful to the will of heaven and earth, you might be looking for the will of heaven and earth for any benefit. In the end, Qi Lu was the only one who lost. Qi Lu originally wanted to scold people. But after thinking about it, I felt that scolding people didn't seem very good, so I still put up with it. System, I think, we can discuss it again. Since you all earned so much, don't you think you should give me an extra reward? Qi Lu coughed twice, and then said righteously. System, host, please rest assured, after this system gets the benefits, it will definitely not forget you. This is the admission. This two-stroke system really got a big benefit from the will of heaven and earth. Okay, I remember what you said. Now give me the reward for clearing the upgrade task. Qi Lu said solemnly. Compared with the illusory promises of the system, the rewards for upgrading tasks are more real. And this time, Qi Lu killed the spirit of Moyuan and made great efforts in eradicating the Shadow Temple. It stands to reason that the reward will certainly not be less. If there is less, it must be swallowed by the system in private. System, don't worry, host, the upgrade task reward is being settled. However, this reply from the system was something Qi Lu never thought of. You have settled for a day, why are you still paying? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said slowly. Is it because the configuration of your Irby system is too low, so the amount of computation can't keep up now? Don't you plan to upgrade the configuration first? Qi Lu dared to pat his conscience, to assure that this is definitely not cynicism, just a word of concern. System, stupid host, shut up for this system. System, this system is not waiting for that guy to settle the bill for this system first, and then this system can settle the bill for you. What's the hurry? As soon as these words came out, Qi Lu understood. Why did the system say that Dong Huang Tiandi was very stingy, and his tone was so bad? It turned out to be unpaid wages. Speaking of which, Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth is still a black-hearted boss. This is really interesting. Well, if you wait, remember to help me settle the reward as soon as possible. Qi Le scratched the back of his head and said with a smirk. If it's the system, Qi Le can urge him. But this time it was because of the will of heaven and earth, and Qi Le really had nowhere to go. System, don't worry, this system has always been honest, host your rewards, this system will definitely settle it for you as soon as possible. Then after saying this, the system disappears. Qi Le didn't bother the system anymore, but sat quietly beside Yu Xier, silently waiting for Yu Xier to wake up. The power of heaven and earth on the secret order of heaven is still slowly pouring into Yu Xier's body. However, looking at the fading light on the secret order of the sky, you can see that the power of heaven and earth contained in the secret order of heaven is about to be exhausted. Yu Xier's life force, under the warm nourishment of the power of heaven and earth, was also replenished, and even became more vigorous. And Yu Xier's blood power was also restored. And under the blessing of heaven and earth, it has become more powerful. If nothing else, Yu Xier's blood power will not be weaker than that of her ancestors in ancient times. The powerhouse level is almost doomed. Slowly, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, Yu Xier's soul gradually merged into her body. After a while, Qi Le saw Yu Xier's eyelashes flutter a few times. There were also subtle movements of the fingers. Did you make it? Qi Le held her breath and looked nervously at Yu Xier's peaceful face. That delicate and charming face was still pale at the moment, making people look at it and want to pity her. The process of regaining consciousness did not take long. With her eyelashes trembling, Yu Xier slowly opened her eyes. There was confusion in his eyes. Xier, you woke up, how are you feeling? Qi Li's heart suddenly jumped, and then he suppressed his excitement and asked softly. In the face of someone waking up from a prolonged coma, it's best to be quiet at first. The store manager. What happened to me? I remember. Yu Xier looked at Qi Lu with confused eyes, as if recalling something. Then, Yu Xier's pale face turned into a look of horror. There is great terror between life and death. Those who have not experienced it will not understand. No, nothing happened, it was just a dream. It's all over now. After all, Qi Lu is someone who has died countless times in the trial space, and he knows how terrible it is. So he immediately hugged Yu Xier and comforted her softly in her ear. The warmth in her arms made Yu Xier's eyes gradually become clearer. The terrifying vision that lingered in my mind also began to gradually disappear, until it disappeared completely. Manager, I didn't expect Xier to see you again. It shouldn't be a dream, right? If it's a dream, Xier hopes to never wake up. Yu Xier was held in Qi Li's arms, her face was slightly hot, and she said it like a dream. Of course it wasn't a dream. If you don't believe me, you can pinch yourself, but be careful not to pinch me. Qi Li said with a smile. Being able to joke and speak normally proves that Yu Xier has recovered. The next step is to rest for a while and wait for a complete recovery. After listening to Qi Li's words, Yu Xier really pinched herself. Pain. Manager, this is not a dream, it's really not a dream, that's great. Xier can stay by the store manager's side again. Yu Xier seemed to have used a lot of strength, and after a cry of pain, she hugged Qi Lu tightly. This made Qi Lu raise his hands abruptly, feeling a little helpless. Pity Qi Lu was a human being for 2 generations, but ended up being single for 2 lifetimes. When it comes to single experience, Qi Lu is definitely a professional. And this strange atmosphere lasted until Yu Xier's face turned crimson. She let go of her arms a little embarrassedly, and sat down with her head down, and it was over. How to do? Because I was so excited, I hugged the store manager. The store manager won't be angry, right? But, the store manager's arms are really warm. Ah. Sheer, what are you thinking about? So shy, really shy. Yu Sheer sat silently in the corner, her mind was in chaos. His face was flushed with embarrassment. There was a strange silence in the room. However, in this scene, Qila calmed down. You're fine, that's the best thing. Welcome back, Sheer. Qila put his hand on Yu Sheer's head, and then gently rubbed Yu Sheer's head. Qili's smooth hair was a little messy. But Yu Sheer narrowed her eyes with some enjoyment, and made a subtle sound from her throat. Just like a kitten. No, the ancestor of the Yueling cat family should be a cat. If you feel tired, take a rest first. Don't worry too much about things in the store. Qila said while rubbing Yu Sheer's head. Anyway, there is Yu Xuanhuan watching the store. The labor force that should be squeezed should still be squeezed. Yu Sheer nodded obediently. At this time, Yu Sheer also recognized that this room was the bedroom on the second floor of the shop. But not the second bedroom, probably the master bedroom. Rest in the manager's room. Yu Sheer felt a little dizzy when she thought so. Then I'll go out first, remember to call me if you have anything. After Qila confirmed that Yu Sheer had no other problems, he got up and left the room. After going out for so long, Qila was really worried. I don't know what the store will look like when Yu Xuanhuan visits the store. Why is your reaction so slow? The shadow assassin is here, but you should avoid it. It's the same again, how many times have I told you? And you guys, the dungeon is not done like this, what about cooperation? How many times have I said that, there must be cooperation between teams? And here, you. Qila. When did you come back? Yu Xuanhuan wandered between the various decks happily, and then suddenly saw a figure, and she was shocked. Almost slipped and fell from the partition between each deck. Yo, it's pretty cool. Qila raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Xuanhuan playfully. This. Isn't it because there are not many people in the store, I'll come to guide them, these rookies, as an extra service. Yu Xuanhuan explained with a smile. It's just that the more he talks, the less confident his voice becomes. Guidance? You just came here to laugh at it. Qila unceremoniously exposed Yu Xuanhuan's true purpose. Laughing at the rookie's fighting skills was considered Yu Xuanhuan's daily pastime. Fortunately, Yu Xuanhuan didn't get started personally and wandered around in the New World mode. Otherwise, Qila would have to count as Yu Xuanhuan leaving without permission. But it's almost there now. Fortunately, Qila had already thought of this situation, so let the system keep an eye on the store in advance, to avoid any trouble. Now it seems that the store is operating without any major problems. But forget it, you've worked hard these days. Do whatever you want, and I'll come and see the store. Qila waved his hand and said nothing more. After all, there is really nothing to expect from a kitten. And from the system, Qila can also know. In fact, Yu Xuanhuan was very restrained during the opening of the store. Really? Great. When Yu Xuanhuan heard the words, she immediately went to buy 3 bottles soft black coffee, and then occupied a booth. New World Mode, open, enter. Finally, everything has returned to calm. When the matter in the Shadow Palace is finished, the traffic in the store should slowly recover. Qila dragged a reclining chair to the counter, and then lay on it lazily. Hey boss, you're much faster than us. Before Qila could lie down, the store door was pushed open. Qila looked up. It was found that the Blood Wolf led the members of the Blood Wolf team into the store. However, each of these guys looks like a mess, and the equipment on their bodies also has varying degrees of damage. And they all have wounds of varying depths. But most of the wounds have healed. Only a small part was still bleeding, so it was wrapped in bandages. However, looking at the expressions on the faces of the Blood Wolf team members, these injuries should not affect them. Originally, a mercenary is a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. Getting an injury is as normal as eating and drinking. If you're afraid of getting hurt, why not be a mercenary? You are, what's the matter? Qi Lu was startled by the costumes of Blood Wolf and the others, and sat up from the reclining chair. If you look like this, you should go to a hospital or a pharmacy. What are you doing in the store? What else can I do? I was dragged by the president of the Wild Yuan Guild to do coolies. The Blood Wolf spread out his hands and complained a little. The president of the Wild Yuan Guild is Ling Ao. From this point of view, the Blood Wolf team should have also participated in the battle over Yaoguang City. Then you guys just came back from the Xingyao Empire? Qi Lu looked at the Blood Wolf up and down, and then asked aloud. Yes, Yaoguang City came back just now. The Blood Wolf nodded, then raised his head, his eyes lit up a little. Speaking of this, the Blood Wolf suddenly became spiritual. Boss, don't you know that the battle in Yaoguang City was so dark and tragic that half of the galloping dragons in the hands of the brothers died? But fortunately, there are stand-in dolls, so there is no brother to sacrifice. I still have to thank the boss for this. It's just a pity that there are no new activities in the New World mode recently, and the avatars are gone after they are used. At the end of the Blood Wolf, his tone seemed to be somewhat resentful. Hearing this voice, the cold hairs on Qi Li's body stood up. There will be new events, don't worry. Qi Li said quickly. However, from the Blood Wolf's words, Qi Lu also roughly understood the situation in Yaoguang City. The summoning magic circle arranged in Yaoguang City was a sacrifice of the corpses of a large number of hero-level powerhouses. The strength of the summoned Muyuan creatures will not be so low. Therefore, most of the customers in the store who were eligible to participate in the battle were called over by Ling Ao. The customers in Qi Li's store formed a force that was much stronger than most forces. Especially under the blessing of various equipment and medicine pills. The strength of the customers of Qi Li's store was the real backbone in the battle of Yaoguang City. No wonder there are so many people in the store. Qi Li can be considered to have found the reason now. He worked hard to eradicate the Shadow Palace, but Ling Ao was actually digging a corner. Brothers, this battle is hard work. You can take whatever you want to eat. This time, the president of the Wild Yuan Guild said that he has it all. The Blood Wolf didn't care about Qi Li's thoughts, but while chatting, he shouted to the members of the Blood Wolf team. However, since the Qi Li store has always come without credit. So probably the Blood Wolf went to Ling Ao for reimbursement later. Don't worry, Captain, we won't be polite. My hurricane and flying dragon are gone. If I don't pay back this time, I will definitely not give up. It's okay if your blast dragon is gone, but I don't even have a stand-in doll. Alright, drink and drink. After the members of the Blood Wolf squad got permission, they immediately found a small round table and sat down. Then everyone fills up with a bottle of cold beer. Next is to put Sprite and mineral water next to it. After all, for customers, only one bottle of cold beer a day is obviously not enough. Then it's time to serve. Fried chicken wings, double cheese beef burgers, crayfish. But for those with meat, all of them are handed a portion. As for the rest, order after you finish. 4 or 5 people sit on a small round table, and put snacks and drinks on the table, just like a banquet. But it was much more lively than a banquet. Fortunately, everyone still remembers the rules in Qi Li's store. Even if Ida's bragging, they will pay attention not to be too loud. But there are still a lot of things like pushing cups and changing cups and clinking glasses to each other to persuade each other. The life of a mercenary is so simple, the battle is followed by a revelry. If you don't enjoy it in time, maybe it will be gone next time. However, as long as the flags such as "go home and get married after this battle" are not put up at ordinary times, and "stop after this task is completed," probably nothing will happen. The matter of Yaoguang City can be dealt with very quickly, and the people who go there will probably be able to come back to the store tomorrow. We are the first to come back. The Blood Wolf also held a bottle of cold beer in his hand and said while drinking. That's a good thing. Qilu glanced at the cold beer in Blood Wolf's hand and said slowly. This time, there were quite a lot of customers who were found by Ling Ao. In addition, Gu Pingchuan and the others temporarily closed the 3 academies for the safety of the students. So the customers in the store will be like now, 3 or 2 kittens. But fortunately, after the Blood Wolf team came back, it can be regarded as filling the store with a touch of anger. Then I'll go drink with the brothers first, boss. The Blood Wolf hiccuped before speaking aloud. It is good. Qilu nodded. Cold beer is a drink that is served in summer, and it is estimated that there will be no more in a while. Drink a little more now. But when it comes to restricting summer supplies, Qilu touched his chin and turned around to get a vanilla ice cream cone. When Qilu looked back, he saw a somewhat surprising person. Fire Emperor, and Paladins? Qilu looked at the tall and strong man standing beside Ling Ao. That suit of armor looked dazzling. However, with Qi Li's memory, such a heroic powerhouse who has come to the store once will probably have an impression no matter how long it takes. It's just something to remember. Manager Qi, long time no see, I apologize to you for the unpleasantness last time. After the paladin entered the store, the first sentence was this. Speaking of which, the first time the paladins came to the Qilu store was when the 8 major forces of the Eastern Wilderness gathered for a meeting last time. At that time, the paladins were a bit rude, and there was indeed a little bit of trouble with Qilu. But Qilu did not take it to heart. Just kidding, there are usually a lot of unpleasant things like this. However, the paladin apologized as soon as he came up, and Qilu couldn't bring it up again. Reach out and don't hit the smiling person. It's okay, it's all over, don't mention it again. Qilu waved his hand and said generously. Manager Qi's arrogance is ashamed of himself. Being able to help the Xingyao Empire at a critical juncture, regardless of previous suspicions, is such a shame. The paladin spoke very humbly. For his self-proclaimed, it is also very humble to use under. It can be seen that Rong Yuqua's sacrifice still has a certain blow to the paladins. However, compared to the arrogant and domineering paladin who relied on his powerful strength at the beginning, the current paladin is really like Ignite. Humility, honesty, honor, justice. Mercy, bravery, spirit, sacrifice. Among the 8 virtues of knights, Rong Yuqua did everything he was supposed to do as a knight before he sacrificed. And the paladin, because of Rong Yuqua's matter, began to reflect on himself. The paladins are polite. For these things, if you really want to thank the Fire Emperor, it may be more appropriate to thank the Fire Emperor. Qilu knew that what the paladin said might be about the customers in the store. After all, the Blood Wolf also said before that the strength of the customers of Qilu Xiaodian is the backbone of the Battle of Yaoguang City. However, those people were called over by Ling Ao. It has nothing to do with Qi Leike. No, I think Manager Qi may have misunderstood. I think Manager Qi, because Manager Qi was able to notify other forces to come and rescue the Xingyao Empire after seeing through the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace. If not, the Xingyao Empire may be in ruins now. Moreover, a few days ago, the Xingyao Empire and the Huangyuan Empire have also formed an ally. In the future, there will be no more wars. For this matter, I would also like to thank Manager Qi. The paladin smiled and then said solemnly. Ling Ao also nodded at the side, indicating that the paladin's words were not false. It's just a little effort. In the face of such a big event, personal little things are nothing. Qila said lightly. In fact, he didn't take it to heart. Manager Qi is humble. After the paladin said this, he did not continue. But in my heart, I admire Qi Li's noble character more and more. Okay, let's not talk about it. I don't know what the paladins need this time. Qila skipped the topic and asked aloud. It stands to reason that the Xingyao Empire has just experienced this kind of war, and it is time for reconstruction. The paladins are coming, so they shouldn't come at this time. Manager Qi, the paladins are here to buy a batch of medicinal herbs and equipment, and then return to the Xingyao Empire. Ling Ao spoke at the right time and answered Qi Li's question. In the previous battle of Yaoguang City, the paladins saw the fighting power off the customers of Qi Li's store. From Ling Ao's mouth, he also learned about these powerful equipment and medicine pills. Therefore, after the battle was over, they rushed to Yunwu City as soon as possible. If you didn't know it before, that's fine. Now I know that if you don't come and buy a batch, the loss will be too great. Is there a shopping list? Qila did not expect that the first big deal after this war would be brought by the paladins. No, because the reconstruction of the Star Empire requires a lot of financial resources, so this time the budget is not much. And this time it is only the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire that is going to replace the equipment. The other city-states still need to be captured, and then they will be stabilized before thinking about it. When the paladin mentioned this, his eyes became a little sharp. Taking advantage of this chaos in the Xingyao Empire, there are not a few city-states that want to support their troops. So after the war, the High Priest in White was in charge of reconstruction. The paladins are responsible for crusades against these rebels. This time, I came here to buy equipment and medicine pills for this purpose. I want to make the city guards of the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire into a real powerful division. Then I understand. Qila nodded. Qila has no interest in interfering with the housework of the Xingyao Empire. However, according to the conditions stated by the paladins, the budget is not sufficient, and for the time being, only the imperial city of the Starry Empire is equipped. Qila knew that what the paladins wanted was basically normal-grade equipment, plus a small amount of fine-grade equipment. As for the type, there is no limit. This kind of customer is the customer that Qila needs most. Because of the egg pool type of purchase channel, there is really no way to determine what product will be released next time. If there is a purchase list, there is a high probability that some unpopular weapons and armor will be left behind. Then it can only be piled up in the warehouse, waiting to be sold slowly. Fortunately, there is no such thing as a shelf life for these products. There's basically no such thing as overdone. Otherwise, Qila could lose to death. But with a customer like the paladin, Qila can happily clear the inventory of unpopular items. So, in the rest of the day, Qila began to be busy between the warehouse and the store lobby again. This kind of thing happens all the time. Qila is also used to it. At night, Qila watched the last customer leave. Then closed the store. It feels quite fulfilling to be busy occasionally. Qila moved his shoulders, then stretched his waist vigorously. This is called intermittent excess energy. Most appear on a sudden whim after a long period of indolence. But it doesn't happen often. Shao Shu, are you not going to sleep tonight? Qila glanced at Xuanhuan, who was still in the deck, and asked aloud. Go up in a moment. Xuanhuan said lazily, holding the glass bottle of black coffee. Qila is a symbolic question, whether it is possible to get an answer or not. So I just nodded and went up to the second floor. Pushing open the bedroom door, Yusiar was no longer inside. Probably back to his room. However, the pillows and quilts in Qi Li's room were neatly folded. I'm really tired after a busy day. Let's wash up and sleep early today. By tomorrow, there will be more customers in the store. Qi yawned, then took a towel and walked into the bathroom. First floor. Xuanhuan is holding a membership card and is chatting with Yu. Sheer, how's it going? Didn't Qi discover it? Xuanhuan said, as if taking credit. Fortunately, I cleaned up quickly. I went out before the store manager came back. Sheer replied with a smile, with a faint blush on her face. I don't know if I'm tired or what. That's good, but you've rested in Qi room for a day, can you still sleep at night? Xuanhuan asked with a flick of her tail. It's okay, you can chat with me. I'm waiting for you in the room, when will you come up? Sheer was lying on her quilt, her calf curled up behind her. Wait a minute, I'll take another picture. Xuanhuan glanced at the glass bottle beside her and found that the black coffee in it was gone, so she said slowly. And Qi probably never dreamed that Xuanhuan would have such a function. The cool breeze at night is always very pleasant. After Qi came out of the bathroom, he wiped his hair and sat by the window to blow dry. System, host, the upgrade task rewards are settled. System, do you want to receive it now? The sudden voice in his mind made Qi's movements pause for a moment. Then he asked with some surprise, has that black-hearted boss finally settled the bill for you? System, that's right, that guy settled the bill for this system, so this system will notify you as soon as possible. Qi couldn't help but admire the system. Unexpectedly, this stingy system did not think about how to steal it for the first time, but settled the task rewards first with great integrity. Then get it now. Qi confirmed one sentence in his mind. System, the upgrade task is completed, and the task rewards are now distributed. System, first, the guaranteed rewards will be issued. The level of the host store manager will be increased by 1 level, and the share will be increased to 40%. Now, the host can decide more store matters by himself. 40% of the share, plus 10%, which is really good. 40% share. Another 10% increase, which is great. Qi is not at all interested in the second half of the system's host can decide more store matters. Or a real increase in share, which is more attractive to Qi. From the initial 1% share to the current 40% share, Qi has no idea how many difficulties and obstacles he has gone through. Now, it's finally over. System, the level of the trial room has been increased by 1 level, and now the power level trial space can be opened. Although being promoted to the powerhouse level, you need to be recognized by power of heaven and earth and get the luck of heaven and earth. However, by means of a system of supernatural powers, it is not a problem at all to borrow some heaven and earth energy from the will of heaven and earth in the East Wasteland. System, the level of the combat power training room has been upgraded by 1 level, and the new map will be opened after the location selection of the branch is completed. System, the location selection of the branch is enabled, the host can establish a branch at any time, and the system will randomly select the location. Opening a branch is what Qi is most looking forward to. However, before opening a branch, Qi still needs to prepare some things. For example, handing over the management of the store in Yunwu City to Yu. But what does random site selection mean? System, isn't it me who chooses the address to open a branch? After Qi heard the system's words, the anticipation in his heart was like being poured a basin of cold water. If the system were to randomly select the location, who knows what strange places the branch would open to. This store in Yunwu City is located in a remote place, and that is impossible. Who said that at that time, Qi only had this store in his hands? But it's different now. If Qi could say a word, he would like to open a branch. The address for keeping the entire Donghuang can be chosen at will, and you can drive it wherever you want. And don't even need half a spirit crystal. This kind of advantage is here, and the system actually said that the location should be selected randomly. Isn't this a joke? System, What are you thinking, host? The location of the branch is carefully selected by this system. How can it be decided by you? Qilu heard the words and was immediately stunned. The address of the original branch has already been selected by the system. Before that, I was foolishly thinking about where to open a branch. Isn't that a waste of emotion? Then don't you mean random selection? After Qilu reacted, he asked again. System, of course it's randomly selected, but it's just a random selection in the carefully selected options in this system. Ha ha. Hearing the system's righteous words, Qilu sneered and expressed his emotions. What a shameless system. No, it's shameless. It doesn't seem right. When will the system pass its face? System, don't think about it anymore. The host, this system won't change your mind, just accept your fate. Nothing, I didn't think about anything, you go on. Qilu shrugged and forced a smile from his face. But the inner mood, of course, is a smile on the surface, but in the heart. System, next, is the last item of the guaranteed reward, a new purchase channel. System, now, ask the host to look back and start extracting new purchase channels. As soon as the voice in his head fell, a slot machine with a height of one person appeared behind Qilu. Qilu turned his head to look, and almost didn't panic. A slot machine as tall as one person appeared silently behind the back. Anyone who turned around and saw it suddenly would break out in a cold sweat. Why didn't you move at all this time? Qilu took a few steps back and almost fell out of the window. After a long time to calm down, I asked in my mind. System, host, don't you think making such a big noise in the middle of the night is very disturbing? You still know the word nuisance? Qilu asked in surprise. System, of course, the quality of this system is not comparable to a stupid host. Pooh. Qilu spat without hesitation. I really have a saying in my heart, I don't know if I should say it or not. System, now, please ask the host to start extracting new purchase channels. Probably because I felt embarrassed, the system quickly skipped this topic. Okay, then I'll see what flowers you can play. Before Qilu came to the slot machine, he first looked up and down to make sure that there was nothing wrong, and then set his eyes on the start lever of the slot machine. This slot machine is different from the normal slot machine. On the screen, there is only one reel. Only one option will appear on the screen at a time. And the options that now appear on the screen are Artifact? Qilu looked at the two words on the screen and his eyes widened. There really is an artifact purchase channel. System, if I don't smoke anymore, this is all it takes? Without saying a word, Qilu immediately pointed to the screen of the slot machine and said to the system. System, host, please wake up a bit. If you want to dream, this system recommends that you fall asleep first. Qilu was speechless about the system. It doesn't matter, then let your ignorant system see, I will match someone's luck. Qilu took a few deep breaths to cheer himself up. Then pull the start lever of the slot machine and pull it hard to the end. Crash! The wheel immediately turned rapidly. About half a minute later, the speed of the runner began to gradually slow down. One option after another passed in front of Qilu's eyes. Finally, I stopped at the option that also had only two words. Title. What is this? Qilu looked at these two words, and the whole person was not well. Name purchase channel? Can a title still be sold as a commodity? System, congratulations to the host, I have drawn the title purchase channel. Wait, system, slow down first, I need your explanation, what exactly is a title? Qilu quickly stopped the system. Qilu knew about the title. For example, Ling Ao's Fire Emperor and Gupingchuan's Dharma God belong to titles. Kind of like a nickname. However, it is difficult for Qilu to understand the title evolution channel. Could it be that whoever is given the title that he draws out can afford this title? For example, Xuanhuan's title of God of Law is something that not everyone can afford. System, sure enough, it's a stupid host. The title belongs to a special type of commodity with a bonus effect. You only need to treat it as a special piece of equipment. Special equipment? Qile rubbed his chin, feeling as if it was indeed the case. However, the purchase channel of this title, what it is like, still has to be purchased from the inside to know. That's alright, let's just use this title as the purchase channel. Qile confirmed to the system in his mind. System, the confirmation is successful, and the title egg pool is officially opened. This sentence made Qile successfully stunned again. Another egg pool purchase channel. System, are you plotting against me again? Qile roared with grief and indignation, loudly accusing the system of being wrong. System, what are you talking about, host? If you don't confirm the receipt, you won't be able to draw a second time. Is it necessary for this system to count you? Oops. As the store manager's level increases, the IQ of this ERB system increases day by day. Qile thought a little surprised. However, although egg pond purchase channels have shortcomings, they also have many advantages. The most critical point is that the egg pool type purchase channel will never be out of stock. Unlike the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel, and the black market for special items, the refresh time is simply worrying. You have some truth in what you said, so let's continue. I have contributed so much in this mission, so there should be a lot of extra rewards. Qile thought about it, but gave up the problem of continuing to struggle with the title egg pool. Rather than struggling with these, it is better to argue with the system for extra rewards. System, host, this system recommends that you collect additional rewards after opening a branch. Why? Qile was a little curious. This is the first time the system has persuaded in this way. In the past, at most, it was just pocketing rewards. Don't you want to give the same extra rewards this time? System, because after the branch is opened, in the additional rewards, there will be rewards that focus on the address of the branch. It turns out that there are such hidden rules. System, are you thinking of me? Have you finally realized how good this host is to you? Qile was slightly startled, and then said, quite comfortably. It seems that this system has finally enlightened, and finally it is no longer against the host. This is a normal and good system. However, the next sentence of the system made Qile dismiss this idea. System, in this way, the host can also manage the branch better, and the branch will not be too depressed. TSK. Qile was very angry and tisk. It turned out that the system suddenly persuaded, and it is best to focus on the issue of turnover. Don't you care about the host's problems at all? If you don't have your own sales methods, how can such a high turnover come from? However, having said that. But the system still allowed Qile to make a decision. Okay, let's wait for the location of the branch to receive additional rewards. Qile is not in a hurry. Anyway, the location of the branch is a matter of the past few days. However, you shouldn't secretly swallow my reward again. After making the decision, Qile said suspiciously. System, please, the host, do not doubt the reputation of this system. When has this system ever done such a thing? When did you do it? Is there less to do? Qile murmured a few words in his heart, but didn't say anything. After all, between Qile and the system, in the final analysis, it is still a win for both, and a loss for both. Let's just say it's a loss, it's not really a loss. Anyway, the number of times Qile usually fools the system is not a few. Now, open the personal properties panel for me. Qile said in his mind. Soon, a simple personal attribute panel appeared in Qile's mind. Host, Qile. Manager level, level 6. Number of stores, 1, the location of the branch is ready, and the second store can be opened. Purchase channels, medicine egg pool, common, excellent, weapon egg pool, common, excellent, armor egg pool, common, excellent, accessory egg pool, excellent, title egg pool, common, excellent, rare, treasure. Class heritage scroll, temporarily closed, black market for special items. Owned shop buildings, trial room, level 5, combat power improvement training room, level 4. Owned shop machines, snack vending machine, beverage vending machine, pet card changing machine, equipment synthesizer. Store share increased to 40%. Comments, intermediate store manager, a store manager who has accumulated a lot of experience, is out of the category of novice, and understands a lot of things, and can be a good store manager occasionally. For the evaluation in the personal attribute panel, Qi Li wisely ignored it selectively. In Qi Li's view, this thing is more like a systematic joke, basically without any substantive significance. However, there was another piece of information that Qi Li couldn't help but ignore. System, there are treasure-level goods in the title egg pool? Qi Li was a little surprised and a little surprised. As for the product grades that can be drawn from the egg pool, since the system said it, it has begun to be displayed in the purchase channel of the personal attribute panel. In the previous 4 egg pools, the highest level of commodities that can be drawn normally is the excellent grade. In other words, only good-level commodity pools can be opened. Those rare-level goods are all high-level goods that are added by 10 consecutive draws in the excellent-level goods pool. And this time, the title egg pond is clearly stated from the beginning, and it is possible to draw out treasure-level goods. If the 10 consecutive draws, wouldn't it be? System, this system needs to explain that the title egg pool is a special type of purchase channel, so the 10 consecutive draws will not come with higher-level products. A fluttering sentence instantly shattered Qi Li's fantasy. There will be no higher-level products attached. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Qi Li was silent for a few seconds, and then quickly accepted the matter. Because no matter what, in the title egg pool, there are always treasure-level products that can be drawn. Compared to the first 4 egg pools, I don't know how much better it is. Overall, it's still something to be happy about. System, in addition, this system will explain the extraction rules of the title egg pool. System, because the title egg pool is a special egg pool, the ordinary title, excellent title, and rare title are limited to 10 times a day, and the treasure title is limited to 1 draw per day. What did you say? Before Qi Li could be happy, the system spoke again. And the news that came out this time instantly dispelled Qi Legang's good mood when he was ready to be happy. Why does egg pool limit the number of draws? Qi Li couldn't help roaring. At first, he was drawn to the title purchase channel, and when he found out that this purchase channel was also an evolution channel of the egg pool type, Qi Li was also excited for a while. After all, egg pool evolution channels, generally speaking, are synonymous with unlimited purchases. Just have enough principal. Normally, as long as the principal is sufficient, the egg pool type purchase channel should be able to purchase goods indefinitely. But now, the system actually said that the title egg pool limits the number of draws per day. This is tantamount to cutting off the biggest advantage of egg pool type purchase channels. How can you bear this? System, host, please don't get excited, because the title is a special type of equipment, it is difficult to make, and it will not be damaged, so the supply is limited. System, by the way, tell the host here, the extraction price and the selling price of the title egg pool. Ordinary level title, 1 spirit crystal is drawn once, and the price is 100 spirit crystals. Excellent grade title, 10 spirit crystals are drawn once, and the price is 1,000 spirit crystals. A rare title, 100 spirit crystals are drawn once, and the price is 10,000 spirit crystals. Treasure level title, 1,000 spirit crystals are drawn once, and the price is 100,000 spirit crystals. Wow, system, you really don't have a black heart for this price? Not to mention the rest, the price of this title really surprised Qi Lu. A small title, the price can be so high. You must know that the current treasure-level weapons and armors in the store can only be synthesized in the equipment synthesizer. And the overall price is less than 20,000 spirit crystals. But the title of the treasure level, the opening is 100,000 spirit crystals. A full 5 times the price. Such a high price directly made Qi Lu give up and continue to ask why the title egg pool limits the number of daily draws. Don't say anything else, just say the title of a treasure of 100,000 spirit crystals. Limit 1 draw per day. But this time, there are a few more customers who have the financial resources to buy this treasure level title. What's more, the system also said that titles are different from weapons and armor. The title will not be destroyed. If there are too many on the shelves at one time, it is really not good. After all, weapons and armor, as well as accessories, all have the problem of durability. Frequent replacement is required. And the title, if it is not necessary, I am afraid that it is normal to change it every few years. However, at this price, it is really. System, host, please don't ask such stupid questions again. The products off this system are absolutely innocent and worth the money. This is beyond dispute. The system produced, it must be a boutique, not a joke. Of course I know you're not going to cheat on merchandise. But at this price, it's really persuasive. Qi Lu shrugged and said nothing more. When it comes to the price tag, the system never budges. Whether it is greed for money or principled, in short, these seemingly shady prices are always wrapped with products that surprise customers. This is where Qi Lu has nothing to say. If that's the case, then let me see what's so special about this title egg pool. Qi Lu touched his hair and felt that there was not much water, so he put down the towel. Then I saw consciousness sinking into my mind. In fact, the pattern of the egg pool purchase channels is similar. Even if the title egg pool is a special commodity, the method of extraction has not changed much. That is, the extraction altar looks a little more gorgeous. Let's take a look at the ordinary title first, draw it 10 times, and start it. Qi Lu decided to start with the title of the lowest level, and see where the difference between the title and the equipment, such as weapons and armor, is. 10 spirit crystals were directly deducted from Qi Lu's share by the system. Then the altar, which symbolized the title egg pond, began to glow dazzlingly. Soon, 10 badges resembling a miniature shield appeared in Qi Lu's mind, suspended above the altar. This is what the title looks like. On these badges, there are also some patterns and characters engraved. Qi Lu looked at it intently, and all the information of the 10 badges appeared in Qi Lu's mind. Novice Warrior, normal level title increases the title owner's physical damage by a small amount. After entering the battle, there is a small probability that the attack will have an armor-piercing effect. Restrictions on use, all fighting Qi classes. Novice Knight, ordinary title increases the title holder's physical defensibility a small amount. After being attacked, there is a small probability of a block effect, and the block does not exceed the attack of the professional class. Restrictions on use, all fighting Qi classes. Novice Magician, common title increases the title owner's magic damage by a small amount. After entering the battle, there is a small probability that magic will become double damage. Note, the promotion limit of this title for magic is the occupation class, and the magic that exceeds the occupation class will not be able to be upgraded to damage. Restrictions on use, all magic classes. Dochi Rookie, normal title increases the damage of the title owner by a small amount of martial arts. Restrictions on use, all fighting Qi classes. Magical Newcomer, common title increases a small amount of magic effect of the title owner. Restrictions on use, all magic classes. There are 5 titles in total, which completely cover all types of practitioners. This is also the first time Qi Lu has seen that from the ordinary level, there are products with limited use. So this is the title? Qi Lu looked at the information that appeared in his mind, and in his heart, he was somewhat clear about the special equipment of the title. The title badge can indeed be regarded as a special piece of equipment. Moreover, it is an equipment that can exert its effect as long as it is worn on the body. This is similar to jewelry. But in effect, the title badge is much stronger than the accessories. Moreover, there are other guesses in Qi Li's mind. It's just that, just by looking at the title badge of the ordinary level, Qi Li still can't be sure of his guess. Then let's see what effect the title of excellent grade has. System, Continuetto draw. 10 times. Qi Li put 10 ordinary title badges into the warehouse, and then continued. Title badges are drawn very quickly. The light on the altar flickered again, and 10 title badges appeared above the altar. Novice attacker, superior title increases the physical damage of the title owner by a small amount. After entering the battle, each attack will be superimposed with a layer of the attacker's mark, up to 20 layers. Each stack of attacker's mark increases physical damage by a small amount for the title holder. Usage restrictions, all warrior classes. Novice defender, excellent title increases the title holder's physical defense by a small amount. After entering the battle, every time you are attacked, a layer of defender's mark will be superimposed, up to 20 layers. Each layer of defender's mark increases the title holder's physical defense by a small amount. Usage restrictions, all knight classes. Dochi apprentice, excellent title increases the title owner's martial skill damage by a small amount. After entering the battle, every time a martial skill is used, a layer of Dochi apprentice mark will be superimposed, with a maximum of 20 layers. Dochi apprentice, excellent title increases the title owner's martial skill damage by a small amount. After entering the battle, every time a martial skill is used, a layer of Dochi apprentice mark will be superimposed, with a maximum of 20 layers. Each layer of Dochi apprentice mark will increase a small amount of martial arts damage for the title holder. Restrictions on use, all fighting Qi classes. Magical apprentice, excellent title increases a small amount of magic effect off the title holder. After entering the battle, every time a magic is used, a layer of magic apprentice mark will be superimposed, up to 20 layers. Each tier of magical apprentice's mark increases a small amount of magic power for the title holder. Restrictions on use, all magic classes. There are only these 4 kinds of badges for the title of excellent class. And these 4 excellent grade title badges are basically enhanced versions of the 5 ordinary grade title badges. Moreover, they are all effect types with high ceilings. Once the 20-layer mark is fully stacked, the increased combat power is absolutely no less than a rare weapon. This is just a badge for the title of the excellent class. As expected, the effect of the title badge is stronger than I imagined. However, there seems to be a little difference from what I guessed. When Qi Li said this, his expression was a little complicated. Both joy and thought. The effect of the title badge is naturally powerful. Even if the price is not very friendly, it is definitely worth the money for this powerful effect. Then, the system continued to extract the rare title 10 more times. However, in order to verify his guess, Qi Li didn't think for too long. The altar flashed again. Soon, another 10 title badges appeared above the altar. Elite proof, rare title increases the moderate amount of all type damage to title owner, and after each battle victory, will permanently obtain a layer of elite proof, up to a maximum of 20 layers. Each layer of elite proof will increase all types of damage by a small amount for the title owner. Restrictions on use, Grandmaster level. Assassin's Fong, rare title increases all types of damage by a small amount for the title owner. When the title owner performs an assassination, Before being discovered by the target, each attack of the title owner will be accompanied by a Feng effect. Poison Feng effect. The powerful poison will continuously erode the target's vindictive energy and magic power. The stronger the target's strength, the weaker the erosion effect. Restrictions on use, Grandmaster level. Priest's Mercy, rare title, greatly increases the magic effect of all auxiliary magic of the title owner, and generates a magic shield after entering the battle. Magic shield defense limit, a full strength strike at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster. Restrictions on use, Grandmaster level. This time, the types of title badges have been reduced again, and only 3 are left. But a whole new description of the effect has emerged. All types of damage. The so-called all-type damage includes all types of damage such as martial arts damage, magic damage, and normal attack damage. It is a very comprehensive addition method. This also shows that the title badge of the rare class is a type that can be worn by all classes. And the use limit also proves this. The title badge of the rare level only limits the realm of the wearer, and does not limit the rank. That's it, I understand. Qi said suddenly. It seems that my guess, although a little wrong in the details, is generally correct. Looking at the information on these 10 rare title badges, Qi suddenly realized. The product level set by the system really corresponds to each realm. Ordinary level title badge, corresponding to the brave level. At the stage of the hero level, the path of the cultivator is not completely clear, so although there are restrictions on its use, it is generally divided into 2 types, fighting chi and magic power. When it comes to the badge of the excellent class title, in the usage restrictions, it begins to indicate the class restrictions. And in the title, there is also a clear tendency. Because the working class is the realm where practitioners can clearly define their own path forward. Offensive or defensive? How to go depends entirely on the cultivator's own thoughts. When it comes to the rare title badge, there is a very clear difference in the title style. Elite badges need to be fought head-on in order to exert the greatest effect. Assassin's Fangs is a title that is suitable for the class of assassins who will not engage in direct confrontation. And the Clergy's Mercy, naturally, is the auxiliary type of rank. For example, a class like a pastor. At this point, the title explains the fighting style. And this is exactly the same as the title in the conventional sense. For example, Ling Ao is called the Fire Emperor, that is because Ling Ao is a fire element magician, and his fighting style is extremely domineering. And Gu Pingchuan is called the God of Law, precisely because the fighting style of the great magician class relies on magic that dazzles the enemy, making the enemy hard to guard against, and thus winning the battle. And these title badges seem to be this naming style. And in effect, it will also correspond to it. However, compared to the conventional sense, those that can correspond to individual titles. The title badge obviously can't do that. After all, the types of goods in the egg pool are limited. Therefore, the effect of the title badge can only be added from the combat style or some other large type. Otherwise, the title badge will probably become the smallest commodity. It is similar to the class inheritance scroll. However, the class inheritance scroll is a rare treasure that can be encountered but not sought after. The inheritance of the ancient class, who doesn't want it? And the title badge, at best, can only be regarded as a special equipment with powerful effects, and it is far worse than the class inheritance scroll. But when it comes to this, Qi Lu is a little distressed. I don't know when the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel will bear a stirred. If you figure out the essence of the title badge, it will be easy to handle. System, today's treasure level title, draw it out for me. After Qi Lu wanted to understand, he shouted in his mind. Title badges are sure to sell well. Because almost every class can find a title that suits you. For cultivators, they will spare no effort to obtain any way to improve their strength. Things like weapons, armor, and accessories. Another example is those pills. There are also persistent snacks and drinks every day. And the title badge, compared to these equipment, has an advantage that will never be replaced. That is not to be damaged. At this point, those weapons, armors, and accessories can't do it. Therefore, even if the price of the title badge is a little higher, it can still attract people. Since there is no worry about sales, this is an excellent purchase channel for Qi Lu. Let me see how strong the treasure level title, which can only be drawn once a day, is. Qi Lu rubbed his hands and looked at the altar with great anticipation. The patron of magic elements, treasure level title. The title owner will receive the favor of magic elements, greatly enhancing the effect of element magic, and reducing the consumption of magic power when releasing element magic. The more abundant the magical element in the surrounding environment, the stronger the effect of the title of the patron of the magical element. Restrictions on use: Grandmaster Pinnacle, all magician classes. Hide dash. As soon as the information about this title appeared, Qi Lu took a deep breath. O blesser of the magical elements! To be blessed by magic elements is what all magicians dream of. Spending 100,000 spirit crystals to buy the title of the patron of a magic element is really not a loss at all. The magic element favors this effect, and the stronger the natural owner is, the more perfect the effect will be. Especially for heroic powerhouses. Not to mention 100,000 spirit crystals, 200,000 spirit crystals, 500,000 spirit crystals, they are all willing to smash them out. Because as long as they wear the title of blessers of magic elements, their strength will not be doubled, which is too exaggerated. But it is no exaggeration to say that it can be stronger by 50%. No wonder you dare to say that the system is worth the money, and the old man is not deceived. What's the value for money here? It's simply great value for money. Qi Lu looked at the title badge, and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Qi Lu felt that it was indeed not a loss for him to be able to draw the title purchase channel. It might even be possible to make a lot of money. Very good, I am satisfied. Qi Lu nodded and muttered to himself. The new purchase channel has been received perfectly. Next, only the location of the branch is left. The night passed quickly. The next day, Qi Lu, who was in high spirits, put the title badge on the shelves. I saw you Xier walking down from the second floor. Xier, did you feel better after taking a day off yesterday? Qi Lu asked with concern. Well, much better, it's all right now. Thank you, manager, for your concern. Yu Xier nodded and replied with a smile. Although last night, Yu Xuanhuan and Yu Xuanhuan chatted in the bedroom until the middle of the night before falling asleep, but Yu Xier is not sleepy at all now. The wolf hunting clan has been wiped out, and the revenge of the moon cat clan will be avenged. In addition, being able to return to the store again made Yu Xier feel that there was nothing else to do, which made her feel even happier. From now on, Yu Xier knew that she would stay by Qi Li's side for the rest of her life. If Qi Lu abandoned her that day, it would probably be the last day of Yu Xier's life. That's good, then Xier, come with me. I have a lot to tell you today. Qi Lu carefully looked at Yu Xier's complexion and found that there was nothing wrong, so she said. If you want to open a branch, you must first arrange the store. System, help me open the warehouse dedicated to shop assistants. After greeting Yu Xier, Qi Lu said it in his mind. A warehouse dedicated to shop assistants is a warehouse that is purely used for replenishment. All new products will only appear in the warehouse that Qi Lu can enter first. Only after Qi Li's confirmation will it be put into the store staff's dedicated warehouse for replenishment by the store staff. As long as you say hello, the system can quickly complete such a trivial matter as opening a warehouse dedicated to shop assistants. The location of the new warehouse is the room next to the previous warehouse. Xier, this is the warehouse for replenishment. Come here to confirm your identity. When I'm not in the store in the future, remember to fill up all the goods before opening the store. Qilu brought Yu Xi'er to the door of the store clerk's warehouse, then stepped aside and pointed to the warehouse door. Well, I see, store manager. Is this the warehouse for replenishment? Yu Xi'er nodded and looked at the warehouse door in front of her with joy. The replenishment warehouse is the most important place in the store. You know, in the past, no matter how busy or tired you were, and how many things you needed to move, Qilu would do it himself. You can see the importance of the warehouse. But now, Qilu's willingness to open the warehouse to Yu Xi'er is undoubtedly putting Yu Xi'er in the ranks of the most trusted people. Yu Xi'er naturally understands this truth, so her heart is filled with joy. Go in and take a look. First, familiarize yourself with the replenishment process. You should be responsible for replenishing most of the time in the future. Qilu opened the warehouse door and greeted Yu Xi'er. But the last sentence made Yu Xi'er stunned. Store manager, won't you stay in the store in the future? Yu Xi'er looked at Qilu in amazement and asked. Listening to Qilu's words, there was a sense of caring for an orphan, which made Yu Xi'er a little stunned. According to Qilu, only when Qilu himself is not in the store will Yu Xi'er come to replenish the goods. But now again. Doesn't that mean that Jiu Hui is often not in the store? What's the point of Yu Xi'er staying alone in the store? Because for Yu Xi'er, it doesn't matter whether she is a clerk or not. Whether or not he can stay by Qilu's side is the most important thing. What are you thinking? I'm the store manager, how can I not stay in the store? Qilu looked back at Yu Xi'er, found that Yu Xi'er's expression was different, and said with a smile. To be precise, I plan to open a branch. That's why I plan to find the most trusted person to help manage this store. Are you willing, Xi'er? Qilu didn't plan to hide from Yu Xi'er about opening a branch. I just forgot to say it. The most trusted person. Hearing Qilu say these words, Yu Xi'er's heart was filled with joy. I do. These 3 words, Yu Xi'er said without thinking, and answered firmly. As if answering the words of the master of ceremonies. Even Qilu had an unstoppable weird feeling in her heart after hearing Yu Xi'er's answer. Then go ahead and come to the warehouse first. Qilu tried hard to dispel the strange feeling in his heart, and then walked into the warehouse first. Replenishment itself is not difficult. The main thing is to get familiar with new products, and then supplement the products according to the situation. Because the quantity of some scarce commodities is really limited, there is no way to replenish them in many cases. After all, Qilu will not always draw goods from the egg pool for those high-end goods with extremely low shipping rates. Qilu won't always draw goods from the egg pool for those high-end goods with a very low shipping rate. That is a very waste of spiritual crystals. So many times, those high-end goods are shipped by chance. For example, elixir that permanently increases attributes. And the knowledge of replenishment is probably here. As for other things, there is not much to learn. When replenishing goods, there is no need to fill them all up, and it is appropriate to leave some vacancies on the shelves. I usually look at the store. If I feel tired, I can ask you Xuanhuan to look at the store for you. If you encounter problems that cannot be solved, remember to contact me with your membership card. While walking in the warehouse, Qilu taught Yu Xi'er how to manage the store. By the way, tell Yu Xi'er the information of the new product. When all that was to be said was almost finished, Qilu left Yu Xi'er in the warehouse to digest what she had just learned, and then went to open the store by herself. Fortunately, managing Qilu's store basically has nothing to learn. After all, dealing with customers making troubles basically doesn't happen in Qilu's store. Because elsewhere, the customer is God. And here in Qilu, customers can't wait to see Qilu as God. Make trouble? Non-existent. After all, if there is really trouble in Qilu's store, then I'm afraid I can really see God. Mr. Qi, good morning. The timing of your opening is really coincidental. As soon as the door of the store opened, Qi Lu saw that Gu Pingchuan happened to be walking over from the entrance of the alley. After seeing Qi Lu, Gu Pingchuan also said hello in a friendly way. President Gu, is the matter of the dragon ruins finished? However, after seeing Gu Pingchuan, Qi Li's first thought was this. It's done. There is at least more than half of the territory in the ruins of the dragon, and I am afraid it will become a real barren land. When Gu Pingchuan was talking, he couldn't help sighing. In the battle of the powerhouse level, it is easy to wipe out the vitality of a piece of land. And this kind of power to wipe out vitality, in ancient times, when the heaven and earth were full of luck, was not a big deal. Just wait a few years, and the luck of heaven and earth will naturally restore the vitality of this land. Yet now, I am afraid that after waiting for decades, it may not be able to recover. President Gu doesn't need to sigh, it's the best situation now. Qi Lu comforted. Killing the spirit of the demon abyss in the ruins of the dragon is already the least affected situation. Fortunately, the ruins of the dragon were originally a deserted place. Otherwise, the casualties caused by that battle are simply unimaginable. I know, don't talk about it. Now the major forces are counting losses and then rebuilding. Next, the entire eastern wilderness should enter a period of keeping a low profile. This is also the direction I most want to see. Gu Pingchuan waved his hand and quickly adjusted his mentality. The academy forces have always wanted peace. Keeping a low profile means that there will be no struggle. Now this is undoubtedly the best result for the three major colleges. As for now, let the old man drink orange juice and talk about it. During the raging period of the Shadow Palace, I haven't had time to come to the store. I really miss it. After Gu Pingchuan finished speaking, he bypassed Qi Lu, walked into the store, and went straight to the beverage vending machine. While talking, Gu Pingchuan walked into the store and went straight to the beverage vending machine. At the realm of Gu Pingchuan, drinks and snacks want to have an effect. Then you have to work hard with water. Take the number to stack. So many times, a strong person like Gu Pingchuan prefers to eat or drink something that suits his taste. President Gu. Qi Lu followed behind and was silent for a while, then suddenly shouted. Manager Qi, what's the matter? Gu Pingchuan took a sip of orange juice and looked at Qi Lu suspiciously while heaving a sigh of relief. In the impression, Qi Lu seems to have never called himself so simply. A little thing. Actually, during this time I may need to go out to do some errands, so the shop will be handed over to Sheer. So I want to ask Dean Gu to take care of one or two when he has time. Qi Lu said politely. Asking someone to do things is arrogant, that's a fool. Qi Lu still understood this basic etiquette. Manager Qi, this seems to be the first time you have said such a thing. Gu Pingchuan was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile. Don't worry, this kind of thing, even if you don't say it, we will take care of it. After all, everyone likes that little girl very much. Considering Gu Pingchuan's age, it's really no problem to call you Sheer a little girl. In fact, what Gu Pingchuan said was right. Yu Sheer's popularity among customers is much higher than that of Qi Leke. After all, compared to a lazy store manager, the vast majority of customers are more willing to go to the lovely shop assistant after encountering a problem. Say it again, always feel at ease. Qi Lu shrugged, and then his face returned to his expressionless state. By the way, Dean Gu, I have a new product to recommend to you. Oh? What is it? Hearing this, Gu Pingchuan immediately became interested. You know, Qi Lu will not actively recommend products under normal circumstances. But once recommended, it is basically a boutique. It's just a simple title badge. The title holder will be favored by magic elements, greatly enhancing the effect of element magic. Qi took down the blessers of magic elements from the shelf and put it in front of Gu Pingchuan. Then I introduced the effect of the title of Blesser of Magical Elements. Is this what you call a simple title badge? Before listening to Qi Li's introduction, Gu Pingchuan's eyes widened. His were full of fiery heat. For all magician classes, blessers of magic elements are quasi-artifact level equipment. There is no magician who can refuse this kind of powerful, quasi-artifact equipment that can perfectly fit his class. Gu Pingchuan is no exception. Manager Qi, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? The sound of swallowing saliva sounded. Gu Pingchuan looked at the Blesser of Magical Elements title badge in front of him, and managed to restrain himself from reaching out to grab it. I want to take it out earlier, but this is a new product. Just this one. Qi Li said lightly. Okay, don't talk about it. What is the price? Let's talk about the number. Gu Pingchuan said it very directly. For this powerful piece of gear, it's just a matter of knowing what the price is. There is no need to consider whether the price is reasonable. Because no matter what the price is, it is reasonable for Gu Pingchuan to value the patron of magic elements. With regard to the value of Gu Pingchuan's blessers of magical elements, there is no need to consider whether the price is reasonable. Because no matter what the price tag is, it's reasonable. 100,000 spirit crystals, no bargaining. Qi Li slowly quoted the price. Cheap. A loud shout sounded. No matter, these two words were not spoken by Gu Pingchuan, but by Ling Ao, who was standing at the door of the store. Ling Ao, why are you here? Gu Pingchuan looked back. His body wanted to block the title badge, intentionally or not. Fortunately, I came here, or else I wouldn't know that Manager Qi has such good things here. President Gu, you don't have to block it, I heard it outside the store. Ling Ao took 3 steps and took 2 steps, and came to Gu Pingchuan's side. Then he stared at the title badge placed on the table. This is the Blesser of Magic Elements. 100,000 spirit crystals, at this price, Manager Qi, you are really too conscientious. This sentence, Ling Ao said sincerely. For these hero-level magicians, the patrons of magical elements, let alone 100,000 spirit crystals, even if it is 1,000,000 spirit crystals, it is a low price. Because for Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan, the powerhouses of this realm, being able to get the favor of magic elements is a huge improvement in combat effectiveness. Under normal circumstances, this kind of improvement cannot be bought by spirit crystals at all. However, now, it can be solved with spirit crystals. This is not a low price, so what is a low price? Etc., etc. Ling Ao, this matter has to come first, then store manager, Qi said that there is no bidding here. Gu Pingchuan hurriedly stood in front of Ling Ao and said righteously. Of course I know. So I'm not here to find Manager Qi to see if there are any other options. Ling Ao forced himself to turn his head away and stopped looking at the tightly off Blesser of Magic Elements, for fear that he would not be able to resist it. It's just the expression on his face that looks quite painful. Oh, come a step late, it will be hated through the ages. Seeing this, Gu Pingchuan immediately hummed an unknown tune. After activating the membership card at the counter, he paid 100,000 spirit crystals. Shut up. Ling Ao looked at Gu Pingchuan with a tangled face. That is to say, the relationship between the two is good, so they can make such a joke. If it is replaced by someone else, I am afraid it will be a fight. Okay, this time, although I am the first step, if there is such a good thing next time, I will let you go. Gu Pingchuan said cheerfully, he was obviously in a good mood. Although in fact, the next time he encounters this kind of powerful equipment that perfectly fits his rank, Gu Pingchuan will still take it righteously into his pocket. But what should be comforted is to be comforted. Okay, I don't know who you are. I'm not lucky this time, and you will definitely not be able to grab me next time. Ling Ao waved his hand and bought a bottle of cold beer. It's a drink to drown your sorrows. Sheila watched the two bickering and didn't speak. I am happy to see this kind of thing a lot, and in the New World mode, two people still have to team up to brush the dungeon. Things here are almost settled. System, you can start the branch location selection tonight. Standing behind the counter, Sheila called the system in his mind after seeing Sierra coming out of the warehouse. In the middle of the night, Chi Li's bedroom. After confirming that he was well dressed and fully prepared, Sheila called the system out. Let's start the branch location selection. System, the branch location request confirmation, the location selection is about to start, please prepare the host. System, the transmission process may be a little uncomfortable, please don't panic, so the symptoms are all normal. With the drop of the system sound, the scene in front of Chi Li's eyes began to blur. Then very quickly, it changed from a patch of ghosts to complete darkness. I don't know how long it took. Chi Lu, whose consciousness slowly regained consciousness, suddenly felt a tumult in his stomach. Then, vomit. You damn second stroke system, what's wrong with this? I'm about to vomit to death. Wow. Chi Lu felt a little better after he vomited into his stomach and had nothing to vomit. It's just that the feeling of dizziness in my head can't be eliminated for a while. This feeling, like motion sickness, is extremely uncomfortable. It's just that Chi Lu is a halo teleportation. It's really uncomfortable. It stands to reason that with my physical fitness, it shouldn't be. Chi Lu took a few deep breaths, trying to dispel the urge to vomit. Probably nothing to vomit. After sitting and resting for a few minutes, Chi Lu finally felt much better. Then he stood up and began to observe the surrounding environment. It looked like it was in a big room. The decoration style of this room is biased towards the fresh and environmentally friendly nature style. The whole body is decorated with a variety of wood materials, tables, chairs, benches, counter sofas, shelves, and card seat. No, is this the hall of the branch? Sheila looked at the familiar layout style in this large room and thought in talk. System, congratulations, host, you answered correctly. System, this is the lobby of the branch. The voice that suddenly appeared in his mind confirmed Chi Li's guess. No way. Chi carefully looked at the layout of this large room again. Really very familiar. It's just that the decorative style has been replaced with a variety of wood decorations. Moreover, compared with the stores in Yunwu City, this hall is also much smaller. No wonder Chi didn't recognize it at first. After all, after staying in the store in Yunwu City for a long time, if you come to the lobby of this branch, you will feel that the area here is too small. Then where am I now? No, it's this branch, where is it? After Chi Lu reluctantly accepted this incident, he thought of another important question. However, in the store in Cloud City, it was night when the teleportation started. So when I got to the branch, it was still dark outside. Chi Lu walked around the store twice and found that the architectural style of the houses outside was completely different from that of Yunwu City. But farther away, Chi Lu couldn't see clearly. Because it is different from the bright lights at night in Yunwu City, the night here is only a little bit of light. Like fireflies in the forest. So if you want to see what's going on outside, it's best to wait until the day. So Chi Lu walked around outside, thought about it for a long time, and finally returned to the store. The situation at the location of the branch is different from the bright lights in Cloud City at night. At night here, there is only a little bit of light. Like fireflies in the forest. I can't see far away at all, and even close up is a little blurry. So if you want to see what's going on outside, it's best to wait until the day. So Chi Lu went back to the store after walking around outside. It was dark outside the store, and Chi Lu was unfamiliar with life. If he got lost, the fun would be great. So Qi Le made a wise choice to come back. Fortunately, the store is still very bright. After returning to the store, Qi Le found out. In this branch, not only the area of the hall has become smaller, it seems that there is even one less bedroom on the second floor. Is it because there is no clerk in the branch, so even one bedroom has to be deducted? Qi Le found this, so he chose a sofa in the hall and lay down. Everything in the store is new anyway. There are also no items. The deck is also empty, and the crystal ball in the combat power improvement training room does not exist. The whole is an empty shelf. Hey, call the system, come out for me. Qi Le shouted in his mind. System, is there any problem with the host? Yes, and many. Qi Le said a little unhappily. System, host, please speak. First of all, please tell me where this place is. Qi Le was the first to ask the most important question. If you don't even know where you are, something will happen. System, the address of the branch is the City of Life in the North Mountains. And many more. After Qi Le heard this sentence, he felt as if he had grasped the point. North Mountain Range, what place is it? Qi Le can be very sure that he has never heard of a place called Beishan Mountain in Donghuang. System, the North Mountains are naturally the North Mountains. System, host, you don't think that you are still in the Eastern Wasteland? This sentence made Qi Le ask, dumbfounded. Am I not in Donghuang now? Qi Le asked in surprise. Because listening to the meaning of the system words, the Beishan Mountains do not seem to belong to the Eastern Wasteland. However, isn't Donghuang the name of the largest area? Even the will of heaven and earth in the East Wasteland came out before. Could it be that there are other places outside the East Wasteland? System, stupid host, you'd better look at this information first. As soon as the words fell, a document appeared in Qi Le's mind. And the information in this document almost made Qi Le stare out his eyes. It was said in the previous incidents of the Shadow Palace that the far north of the Eastern Wasteland was the Moonlight Forest. And in the extreme south, that is, the ruins of the dragon. As for the west side, it is the small space where the hidden family is located. In the eastern wilderness, starting from the Moonlight Forest and heading north, a cliff will suddenly appear at a certain point. The depth of the cliff is immeasurable. At least so far, no one has ever heard of someone who fell, and there is a record of surviving. Therefore, this cliff is also called Tianyuan. And the length of Tianyuan is also immeasurable. There used to be hero-level powerhouses flying forward along the Tianyuan, but never found the end. So the latecomers also gave up the idea of looking for the end of Tianyuan. Moreover, in the materials of Donghuang, there is also a record of Tianyuan. This so-called Tianyuan is the boundary of the eastern wilderness. There was once a powerhouse-level power on the edge of Tianyuan and felt the power in Tianyuan. It can be determined that what emanates from the sky is a space force that is so vast that no one can resist it. All things that delusionally cross the abyss will be completely crushed by the power of space. Even if it is a powerhouse-level power, it cannot resist the power of space in Tianyuan. As long as it touches even the slightest bit, it will be ruthlessly crushed. After all, no creature dared to approach Tianyuan. However, what is recorded in the information given by the system is that across the Tianyuan, it is the northern mountain range. Here is a world of the same level as the eastern wilderness. No, it should be said that it is the same level of heaven and earth as the former Donghuang. That is to say, within the northern mountain range, there are powerhouse-level powers. Qi Le thought of this and couldn't help swallowing. Powerhouse-level power, that is a realm that completely overwhelms the hero level. There must be some respect for this kind of power. But, system, who gave you these materials? However, the question that Qi Le couldn't understand the most was this. The information in the eastern wilderness is absolutely impossible to record the information of the northern mountain range. Because no one can cross the abyss at all. System, these data were given to this system by the will of the East and the Earth, so the host does not have to doubt the authenticity of the data. What did you say? Qilu heard the words and was so shocked that he couldn't even speak for a while. When did this Erbi system have such a good relationship with Donghuang's will of heaven and earth? No, the system can only trust 3 points. That is to say, the data must have been obtained from the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang. However, it is not clear whether the system has used any bad means. However, these things are not within the scope of Qi Li's consideration. What Qi Li needs to think about now should be where the northern mountain range is. Only after crossing the Tianyuan from the eastern wilderness can we reach the northern mountain range. If you want to tear such a powerful space barrier, it is no wonder that the discomfort of this transmission is so strong. Qi Li thought about it now. It seems that I vomited even stomach acid before, which is really not a loss. Just in terms of being able to cross the abyss, the system may be much stronger than those powerhouse-level powers. System, since you are so powerful, you can bring me to the North Mountain Range. Presumably you also have information about the Northern Mountain Range there. Thinking of this, Qi Li flattered the system directly. This is idiomatic for a system whose IQ is often insufficient. And it turns out that the narcissistic system has always been this way. System, of course, the supernatural powers of this system are not blown out. Before the complacent voice fell, the information about the Beishan Mountains was transmitted by the system. Qi Li lay on the sofa and changed to a more comfortable position. Then I started to read the information. In these materials, most of them are about the customs of the North Mountains. After all, even if it is the will of heaven and earth in the eastern wilderness, the understanding of the northern mountain range is limited. But for Qi Li, it was enough. Open a store, as long as you know what products can sell well. The northern mountain range is different from the eastern wilderness. The eastern wasteland is the territory of the human race. The number of the orc tribes living in the east of the eastern wilderness and the demi-humans in the moonlight forest are really not worth mentioning when compared with the human races. Therefore, in the eastern wilderness, there are mainly imperial forces, sect forces, and academy forces. And other races, basically rarely appear. But the races of the northern mountain range are not dominated by human races. There are 3 largest races within the North Mountains. Elves, dwarves, bestiars. The human race is the 4th largest race under these 3 races. In terms of quantity, it is not comparable. In terms of strength, it is even more incomparable. The reason for this is probably also related to the terrain of the entire North Mountain Range. The terrain in the East Wasteland is mostly plains, or forests, and deserts. These terrains are very suitable for the survival of the human race. Whether it is building a city-state or building various buildings, it will be very convenient, and there are many sources of materials. However, the terrain on this side of the North Mountains is mostly mountains. High mountains and dense jungles. The terrain is ups and downs, and it can't be said to be flat at all. And these topographical landforms are just suitable for the survival of the elves, dwarves, and bestiars who love nature. So this happens. But the adaptability of the human race is no joke. Even in this environment, the human race is still the 4th largest race in the northern mountain range. Although the overall strength is weaker, it is not something that any race can provoke. At the end of the information, there is an introduction to the location of the branch. City of Life. A large city-state within the territory of the elves. In terms of prosperity, it is second only to the most important city-state of the elves, the Holy City of Elves. As for why the system chose the location of the branch in the City of Life, rather than the most prosperous elf holy city among the elves, there are naturally some considerations. And the most important point is the problem of passenger flow. Although the holy city of elves is prosperous, it is because the holy city of elves is the most important city-state of the elves. Therefore, the control in the holy city of elves is equally strict. It is precisely because of this that people of other races choose to go to the elves. The priority for the city of life is far above the holy city of the elves. Although the holy city of elves is prosperous, when it comes to the number of foreign tourists, it is still the city of life. Elves. Qi Lu flipped through the information in his mind, and he didn't know why, but felt a little bit of anticipation. After all, if you can see other different races, you should really look forward to it. Although it was a bit unexpected, the northern mountain range was not the home of the human race. But for Qi Lu, what does it matter? As long as the spirit crystals here can still circulate, it will be fine. Whoever earns spirit crystal is not earning it. Do you have to capture the spirit crystals of the human race to earn money? Then let's start setting up the store now. System, what about the products in the branch? After reading the information, Qi Lu immediately asked aloud. The branch is still just an empty shelf, with no products at all. Moreover, Qi Lu tried to open the egg pool type purchase channel in his mind before, but found that there was no way to open it. Do you invite customers in during the day to see the decor in the store and tell them how tasteful it is? System, due to the limitation of space barriers, there will be no direct connection between the branch store and the main store's warehouse. What the system means is that if Qi Lu wants to replenish the branch, he has to restock. But the problem is that the purchase channel for egg pools can't be opened now. System, the training room for combat power improvement is temporarily closed. When the number of customers in the branch exceeds 10,000, it will be opened again. System, because the forging level of Beishan Mountain is obviously higher than that of Donghuang, the branch will not be able to sell common level weapons and armor. Qi Lu had no doubts about this matter. The dwarves are naturally good at forging, so it is normal for the forging level of the northern mountain range to be stronger than that of the eastern wilderness. Besides, ordinary level weapons and armor, unless the purchase volume is particularly large. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to compare profits with excellent level weapons and armors, as well as rare level weapons and armors. As for the title badge, it belongs to special equipment. Except for the system, no one can forge it at all, so it is not restricted by level. System, next, ask the host to select the products that can be sold. When Qi Lu heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, and then immediately stopped the system in his mind. Wait, system, what does it mean to choose a sellable item? Qi Lu didn't know that there was still such a situation when opening a branch. Don't you just move all the products in the main store directly? Even if there is no market for ordinary level weapons and armor, it shouldn't be reduced to the point of choosing sellable goods. System, due to some special reasons, Donghuang's purchase channel will not be able to directly connect to the northern mountain range. Please understand the host. System, other products will be gradually opened up after the passenger flow increases in the future. System, so, host, you should choose the products that can be sold now. Special reason. To be honest, Qi Li's so-called special reason is really not difficult togus. When I was in Donghuang before, the system was familiar with Donghuang's will of heaven and earth. But now, the North Mountain Range is a whole new world. As an outsider, the system naturally needs to be cautious in words and deeds. Okay, I get it, let's get started. After trying to understand the reason, Qi Lu couldn't say anything. This is indeed not allowed on the hard conditions, and it is really not a system problem. It is no wonder that all the purchase channels cannot be opened. It turned out that the system was temporarily shut down. The first is medicine pills, and the system has given 5 places. Considering the ubiquity and universality of elixir, Qi Lu quickly gave a choice. The 5 kinds of medicinal pills are healing pill, Jiu Hui pill, body refinement pill, wind spirit pill, and small battle spirit pill. There are no restrictions on use, and every cultivator can use it. So there is absolutely no need to consider the issue of sales. In a short period of time, only the 5 selected pills will appear in the warehouse of the branch store. As for the other medicinal pills, all of them will be sent back to the store in Yunwu City to replenish the warehouse. This is also the source of goods that Yuxia replenishes. The same is true for the purchase channels of other commodities. So even if Qi Lu is not in Yunwu City, the goods in the main store will not be out of stock. There are only 5 medicinal herbs, so it's really hard to choose. System, go ahead. Although Qi Lu can understand the difficulties of the system, he still has a headache where he should be. The second choice was weapons, and the system only gave 3 places this time. Weapons are different from medicine pills. In terms of the amount of change in combat power, a good weapon is undoubtedly higher than a medicinal pill. So in terms of places, the number has dropped again. When choosing a product without knowing what products can be popular, the first point to consider is the versatility. So Qi Lu made a choice after thinking for a long time. Windchaser Bow, Cyclone Longbow, and Dragon-marked Axe. The elves are the darlings of nature, their fighting style is as fast as the wind, and they are good at jungle combat. For the choice of weapons, in addition to magicians, most of the elves will choose bows and arrows. And a short sword that is only used after being approached. Therefore, as far as the fighting Qi class is concerned, it is mostly different from the warrior class and knight class in the human race. In the elves, the archer class is definitely the mainstream. It is for this reason that out of the 3 weapons, 2 of them, Qi Lu chose bows and arrows. Among them, the wind-chasing bow is an excellent weapon, which can increase the user's attack power by a small amount, and add a wind-cracking effect to attack. Wind-splitting effect, enhance the speed and power of arrows, and add wind attribute attacks to the arrows. The hurricane longbow is a rare weapon. It can moderately increase the user's attack power and effective attack distance, and add a split effect to each attack. Rupture effect, destroys a small amount of the target's armor. The effect can be stacked until the target's armor is 0. The so-called zeroing of armor means that the armor, body protection, fighting ki, and various magical barriers have all been destroyed. And the hurricane longbow also comes with a skill, Hurricane Eye. Hurricane Eye, passive skill. Effect 1. The hurricane longbow does not require additional arrows and can condense the arrows by itself. Effect 2. When the hurricane longbow only opens the bow and does not release arrows, a layer of hurricane effect will be added. For each additional layer of hurricane effect, the difficulty of opening the bow will increase by 50%, and the damage of the next attack will be doubled. This effect can be stacked infinitely, but after the hurricane effect exceeds 10 layers, the durability of the hurricane longbow will be greatly consumed. Although the hurricane longbow is restricted to the archer class only. But for the elves, the most indispensable class is the archer. On the contrary, there are very few archers in the human race. This time, it was fine. All the bows and arrows accumulated in the warehouse can be sold. As for the dragon-marked axe that was finally selected, it was completely selected from the rare weapons with the smallest usage restrictions. Since the forging level of the North Mountain Range is high, let's compare it. See if your forging level is higher than the rare weapons provided by the system. After the weapon is selected, it is the choice of the armor. The same 3 places. Qi Lu gave the answer after thinking for a moment. Wind Spirit Light Armor, excellent grade armor, can increase physical defense by a small amount, with a light spirit effect. Lightness, slightly increases the user's speed. Water Spirit Cloth Armor, excellent grade armor, can increase physical defense by a small amount, with soft water effect. Soft water, when the user is hit, it will randomly flash to any position within 20 meters around. This effect has a cooldown of 24 hours. Fire Spirit Leather Armor, excellent grade armor, with a small increase in physical defense, with Ring of Fire skills. Ring of Fire, actively release a ring of fire to knock back enemies around you, with a 6-hour cooldown. The 3 pieces of armor are mainly lightweight and can assist the user to fight more agilely. These 3 pieces of armor can be said to be very suitable for the fighting style of the elves. As for other armors, basically it looks a little bulky. If it is placed on the dwarves, it is very suitable. But the City of Life is the city-state of the elves. Although it was mentioned in the introduction, there are many foreign tourists in the City of Life. But it's always right to prioritize the needs of the elves. Then there is the choice of accessories, which is still 3 places. It seems that in the quota of these equipment, there should be all 3. This time, Chila didn't think about it for a long time and made a choice. Bronze storage ring, needless to say. For all cultivators, this kind of storage equipment is a good thing that can be encountered but not sought after. And then there's the wind bracelet. It can increase the wearer's shooting speed, and when attacking, there is a small probability to trigger the wind/effect. Wind/effect, condense the wind blade, attach it to the next attack, and increase the destructive power and armor piercing of the next attack. Finally, there is the headband of Lin Ji. It can improve the wearer's movement, and when attacked, there is a small probability to directly evade the attack. These 2 accessories can greatly improve the class of archers whose fighting style is more agile. After the accessories, it is the choice of the title badge. However, just as Qi Lu had already thought about it in his heart, when he was going to choose those title badges later, the system suddenly spoke. It is said that the title is a special type of equipment, there is no limit, and it can be sold directly on the shelves. At this point, all equipment products have been selected. As for the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel that is temporarily closed, you don't need to worry about it until it is opened. The black market for special items is also not within the scope of restrictions. After all, the black market shipments of special items can't be compared to pool-type purchase channels. After all, there are only 5 items a day. And in most cases, Qilu has no interest in the items refreshed in the black market of special items. After the goods in the purchase channel are selected, next, it should be snacks and drinks. By the way, the system, snack vending machines, and beverage vending machines, why aren't there in the branch? Qilu thought of this and suddenly asked a question. System, host, in fact, it's not just snack vending machines and beverage vending machines, in fact, all the machines in the store are rushing to make core accessories. System, so, during this difficult period of the new branch opening, I also ask the host to work hard. When talking about these words, the system seems very unconfident. After all, the location of the branch was chosen by the system, and now it was overwhelmed by the will of the North Mountains, and it was also found by the system. So let's face Qi Li's question again. The system really can't be hardened. But it's too hard. Qi Li covered his forehead, expressing some headache. But soon, Qi Li's eyes lit up. Forget it, there would be no vending machines. It's okay to set aside a few shelves for snacks and drinks. However, the system has to help me put all the snacks and drinks on the shelves every day. I don't want to waste time on this kind of thing. Qi Li thought about it for a while, and quickly put forward his own conditions. At this time, there is no point in benefiting, but when will it be? System, no problem, a trivial matter. Also, you have to put other products on the shelves. Qi Li continued. System, of course, this is what this system should do. And then let me think about it. Qi Li touched his chin and looked around the store. The pet card swap machine is not yet in place, nor is the equipment synthesizer in place. It seems that the system is indeed in trouble. But it doesn't matter if there are difficulties. As long as this difficult period is over, the rewards of the system will definitely be huge. What's more, compared to the time when the system was just obtained, it is much better. So, what are the options for the system, snacks, and beverages? Qilu had no plans to ask about the pet card. After all, the core of pet cards is to draw cards. If there is no pet card swap machine, there is no way to operate it. As for equipping synths, sorry, if the restrictions on weapons are not removed, even if there are equipment synthesizers, there will be no raw materials. System, no restrictions on snacks and drinks, just no vending machines. When Qilu heard this, he finally figured out the cause and effect. It turned out that those restricted commodities were all commodities that could directly increase combat power. The improvement of the combat effectiveness of snacks and drinks requires a long period of accumulation before it can be reflected. So there is no limit at all. No wonder. The combat power improvement training room is restricted. How can those weapons, armor, accessories, medicine pills, and other commodities not be restricted? Tisk, it's troublesome now. Qilu scratched the back of his head, and he knew it in his heart. It will not be restricted in Donghuang, that is because Qilu is from Donghuang himself. But this side of the North Mountains is different. If Qilu came with a large number of weapons, medicinal pills, and the like, it will be tantamount to a military invasion. For the will of heaven and earth in the North Mountain range, nature is not allowed. These guys have a lot of shit. After he figured it out, Qilu wanted to curse. System, you can't say the same thing, host, the so-called people are under the eaves, they have to bow their heads, it will be fine after a while. In fact, the system is also correct. Just like the frozen fruit that appeared in the black market of special items and was bought by Qilu. It's obviously not what this world should have. That is to say, the system is very capable, so the frozen fruit demon has been changed into a treasure that conforms to the rules of this world. And there are not many of them. Both are modified versions. After all, although the system is powerful, it is not practical to compete with the rules of the world. At least for now, it doesn't seem practical. So, there is a situation where this product is restricted. System, this system is just a first-timer loss. After this period of time has passed, this system will let it know how powerful it is. Okay, I get it. The reward for this upgrade mission, just wait for a while, before claiming it. How could Qilu not hear the meaning of the system? The will of heaven and earth does not have the ability to think, but only has instinct. The sudden arrival of the system made the will of heaven and earth feel threatened, so it was so restricted. But when the heaven and earth will of the northern mountain range finds that there is no threat to the system, this limitation will naturally disappear. The system has always emphasized that it will be fine after a while. It was nothing more than telling Qilu that he had to stop for a while. If that's the case, then to receive rewards or something, just wait. Qilu also thought very clearly. At this time, even if you receive the reward of the upgrade task, I am afraid it is useless. It is better to wait for this difficult time to pass. Besides, the snacks and drinks that Qilu needed most were not restricted. Others, just wait. It is estimated that this matter, even the system did not think of it. But in life, accidents are common. That's it, it will open on time tomorrow. To be plotted against by the will of heaven and earth, for Qilu, it was the first time in his life. If this is placed in the history books, it is estimated that it will be admired by countless future generations. To be feared by the will of heaven and earth, how tyrannical it must be. But Qilu didn't want such a strange reputation. Although there are many restrictions at the branch, it can be used as a means. Standing at the door of the store, Qilu looked at the gradually brightening sky outside the store, and thought silently in his heart. If you can't be flexible, you're not a qualified businessman. Anyway, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell the products produced by the system. Then just sell it in limited quantities. Sometimes, if there are no limited quantities, customers simply cannot appreciate how precious these products are. Take a look back at the store. The shelves are filled with snacks and beverages. The weapons and armor were hung on the wall by Qi Lu. Medicine pills, accessories, title badges, and other smaller products were placed in a transparent glass showcase by Qi Lu. After confirming that the goods were placed correctly, Qi Lu opened the store. The City of Life is the second largest city-state of the elves. At the same time, it is also known as the city-state that major races are most willing to visit. Although it can't compare to the holy city of Elfin Majesty, but in terms of prosperity and beauty, the City of Life is definitely the first city-state that deserves it. It's just that after being sent over last night, it was too late. Therefore, Qi Lu did not experience the feeling of prosperity and beauty at all. However, after the first day in the Beishan Mountains, Qi Lu opened the store door. It was only then that I discovered that the location of this branch seems to be a rather remote place. The city-states of the elves are not as row upon row of architectural styles as the city-states of the human race. Because it is a city-state built on the jungle, the arrangement of most buildings will be adjusted according to the distribution of trees. Plants, such as small trees and low shrubs, are uprooted and leveled to create a large number of connected buildings. But those towering trees that have grown for hundreds of years are basically immobile. It is precisely because of this that the prosperity and beauty of the City of Life has been created. So that the City of Life can be perfectly integrated into this big forest. However, this situation is fine though. However, it is also because of this architectural style. It made Qi Lu sad to find that the place where the branch was located seemed to be isolated. Because it was too dark last night, I haven't found it yet. However, when he looked at it now, Qi Lu realized that there were 3 towering trees not far from the branch. I don't know how many years it has grown. But conservative estimates are at least 300 years or more. This kind of towering tree is impossible to eradicate in the plan of the Elvesto build a city-state. It will even protect it from being hurt. It is for this reason that there are no other buildings around except for Qi Lu's store. No wonder there were no lights at all outside the store last night. It turned out to be because there were no other buildings around. The nearest building can only be found at a distance of 1,000 meters. For the first time, I felt that the nature of the elves to love nature is not a good thing. Qi Lu said sadly. Immediately after the conversation turned around, he began to question the culprit of this incident. System, is this the branch address you chose? What a great place. System, host, don't be so angry, the hermit master, you have to pay attention to your image. I'm still paying attention to the image of a hammer. You Urbi system, haven't you heard of Da'in hiding in the world? Even a hermit master. I just want to hammer you to death now. Qi Lu is also considered to have a good temper, so he can endure his anger without swearing directly. The current situation is even worse than the main store in Cloud City. The main store is just a little out of the way. But the branch is just fine, and it becomes a seclusion directly. However, considering the construction style of the elves, it should, probably, maybe, just a semi-reclusive state. On the system side, probably because of a guilty conscience, Qi Lu didn't reply after he said it for a while. But silently disappeared. But this is the case, what can be done? Can only pray someone finds this place. After Qi Lu opened the store door, he shyly returned behind the counter, sat in a chair and started to doze off. I don't know how long it took. Qi Lu was a little full before opening his eyes. But there are still no customers in the store. Although he was already mentally prepared, when he faced the reality, Qi Lu was still a little helpless. If the location of the store was better, what would it look like? But at this time, blaming others can't solve the problem at all. Better to calm down. At least feel a little better. Call. Just when Sheila took a deep breath to relax, the store door was suddenly pushed open. "Is there anyone in the store?" At the same time as the voice sounded, an elf girl walked into the store. It must be said that the elves are indeed a unique race. This unique advantage is not only reflected in the talents of the elves far exceeding other races, but also in their appearance. Just like this elf girl who came to the store. Picturesque eyebrows, temperament such as orchid. Pale blonde hair is soft like a waterfall, but with a little curl at the end. The pointed ears prove the identity of the girl, and the light blue eyes areas clear as the clear sky. The figure is well proportioned and delicate, which is pleasing to the eye. But the most striking thing was the leather armor on this elf girl, which was engraved with complicated patterns. It is even more difficult to detect magic fluctuations escaping. If Sheila guessed correctly, this should be the armor created by the forging masters of the dwarves. Because the elves are not good at forging. It seems that the master forging of the dwarves really has some means. Sheila thought silently in his heart. The armor on this elf girl is based on the product classification given by the system. It can almost be compared to the boutiques in ordinary level armor. No wonder the system prohibits shops from selling common level weapons and armor in the North Mountains. But these things, or to find out later. What to do now is to greet the first customer of this branch. "Hello, I'm the manager of this store. My surname is Chi. You can just call me Manager Chi." "Excuse me, what do you need?" Sheila stood up and said to the elf girl. "Manager Chi. Are you a human?" The elf girl glanced at Chi Lu with a little surprise in her eyes. Human race is rare in the City of Life. Because unlike the elves that love nature, the human race is not willing to leave in such a place. "That's right, I'm a human race, do you have any questions?" According to Chi Li's understanding, the City of Life should not exclude the human race. And from the eyes of this elf girl, I didn't see any disgust. "No problem, I just rarely see Terran. However, Manager Chi, the store you opened is a bit remote." The elf girl waved her hand, and said while looking at the decoration of the store. "Just a little out of the way?" Chi Li's adjective for the elf girl was almost moved to tears. This kind of semi-reclusive store, it turns out that it is just a bit remote in the City of Life. That's really good. I like quietness, so I opened my shop here. However, although Chi Lu was overjoyed in his heart, he still remained calm on the surface. "Is that so? No wonder I didn't see any other guests." The elf girl seemed to suddenly realize it. But before she finished speaking, the elf girl suddenly thought that it was not very polite to talk like this. "I'm sorry, Manager Chi, I'm not saying your shop is not good. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lillian." The elf girl Lillian stuck out her tongue and said a little embarrassedly. "It's okay." Sheila shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't care. In my heart, I have a little more affection for this seemingly innocent elf girl. There are probably not many people who can apologize for their unintentional words. "So, Lillian, do you need anything?" Sheila asked again. After all, Lillian was also the first customer to come to the store, so she had to be more enthusiastic. Otherwise, the next customer will not know when to wait. "Manager Chi, in fact, I came to the City of Life to buy a bow. But I went to many weapon shops and forging shops, and I couldn't find a suitable bow, so I don't know if you have any." "Well, a more powerful bow." Lily settled down for a while, before using an inappropriate word to describe the weapon she wanted. Although the City of Life is a city-state built by the elves. But the races living in the City of Life are far more than the elves. In fact, you can find almost any race in the North Mountains in the City of Life. The dwarves who are naturally good at forging are no exception. Therefore, when people of other races want to buy a hand-sized weapon or suitable armor, if they don't want to go to the Dwarven Sapphire City, then coming to the City of Life is one of the best choices. In the prosperous City of Life, there are countless shops of all kinds. Weapon shops or forging shops opened by forging masters of the dwarves are naturally not rare. And Lillian also came here for the fame of the City of Life. However, after searching around, Lillian did not find her favorite weapon. After all, although the dwarves are naturally good at blacksmithing, but the weapons used by the dwarves are basically heavy weapons, such as giant hammers and giant axes. Long-range weapons, such as bows and arrows, have never been avoided. It can be said that among the dwarves, not a single person is an archer. Even if it is a long-range weapon, the forging masters in the dwarves are more willing to build heavy crossbows rather than long bows. That is, he came to the City of Life in order to take care of the elves. The dwarf forge masters in the City of Life will start to study how to forge bows and arrows. But even so, compared with other weapons, the forging level of bows and arrows is always a lot worse. That's why Lillian couldn't choose the bow and arrow she wanted. As a result, he started to wander around, and finally came to Chi Li's store by accident. Of course, if Manager Chi is not here, it doesn't matter, Lillian added at the end. After all, if you want to compare the forging ability between the human race and the dwarf race, it is difficult for the strong. Since even the forging masters of the dwarves could not find satisfactory bows and arrows. In Chi Li's store, Lillian naturally didn't hold much hope. In fact, many powerful bows and arrows in the elves were jointly completed by the Master Forge of the elves and the Masters of the dwarves. Although in the forging of other weapons and armors, the elves are completely inferior to the dwarves. But only in bows and arrows, the forging masters of the elves have a unique advantage. However, today, there are fewer and fewer forging masters in the elves. After all, forging is the ability of the dwarves to survive. Only the dwarves could not give up forging. As for other races, just buy it directly from the dwarves. Anyway, the weapons and armors forged by the master blacksmiths of their own race are simply no better than those forged by the dwarves. What's the effort then? Thankfully, why bother? So this is where Lillian is troubled. Otherwise, I wouldn't go to the City of Life to buy bows and arrows. Moreover, if there is no satisfactory bow and arrow in the City of Life, Lillian might have to go to the City of Huthfire. A bow and arrow? It happens to be in the store, wait for me to pick it up and show it to you. Sheila didn't care what Lillian added. To be honest, such a simple girl is rare. In addition, Lillian was the first customer of the branch, so Chi Lu was a little more attentive. In fact, it is because the address of the branch is really problematic. If the branch was really opened in some bustling downtown, Chi Lu might let the customers take care of themselves, and then choose the goods to hand over the spirit crystals at the counter. Professional class. When Chi Lu was taking the bow and arrow, he deliberately looked at Lillian. I checked Lillian's realm. It has to be said that the heaven and earth of the northern mountains are indeed much stronger than those of the eastern wilderness. The strong luck of heaven and earth brings about the overall strength of the Beishan Mountains. Although it does not rule out the reason for the strong talent unique to the elves. But judging from Lillian's age, it is indeed not easy to reach the professional class. You know, in Donghuang, Lillian's age is calculated. To be able to reach the hero level is considered a genius. Since it is a professional class, then take both bows and arrows and let her choose it herself. Chi Lu thought silently in his heart. Rare hurricane longbow, although only limited to the archer class. But Chi Lu is very clear about the hidden limitations. If you are not in the professional class, you cannot be called having the archer class. To put it simply, that is, whenever the equipment that restricts the rank, the minimum realm requirement is the rank. Moreover, rare-level equipment contains powerful power. For practitioners with insufficient strength, it is difficult to control. Take the hurricane longbow, for example. although Qilu decided to let Lillian choose. But, really speaking, with Lillian's strength, it may not be able to fully pull the bowstring of the hurricane longbow. Not to mention triggering the secondary effect of cyclone longbow cycloniability. The premise of not letting go of the bow. It's capable of completely breaking the bowstring. These are the two kinds of longbows in my shop, one is called the wind chaser bow, and the other is called the hurricane long bow. Qilu quickly took the two bows and arrows to the counter. Then I briefly introduced the functions of the two longbows to Lillian, but did not elaborate. After all, the northern mountain range is not like the eastern wilderness. In Yunwu City, Qi Li's shop is truly famous in the entire eastern wilderness. Customers who come to the store know that every product in the store has magical functions. But no one here knows. So Qilu didn't go into details, but just said some precautions in general. Sometimes, the details need to be experienced by customers themselves. Wow, these two bows and arrows are so handsome. Lillian saw the two longbows that Qilu brought, and small stars suddenly appeared in her eyes. Weapons produced by the system, regardless of the function, what the accompanying skills are. As far as appearance is concerned, it is extremely eye-catching. Cool, domineering, elegant, handsome. Always find a suitable adjective. And in the end, there is only one purpose. That's what grabs the customer's attention. Want to try it? Qilu asked. Weapons are such a thing, you can only know if it is suitable after you have tried it. However, for old customers, there is no question of whether to try it or not. Just replace it with a new one and you're done. In any case, the difference is only the durability, and there is no difference in other aspects. Can you? Then I want to try this wind-chasing bow. Lillian heard the words, and immediately said aloud. Compared with the domineering hurricane longbow, the relatively small and delicate wind-chasing bow is obviously more suitable for Lillian. Sure. Qilu nodded, indicating that Lillian could try it out directly. Thank you, Manager Qi. Lillian politely thanked first, and then carefully picked up the wind chaser bow from the counter. In an instant, a wonderful force poured into Lillian's body. Slightly increases the user's attack power. This will be directly reflected in the user's attack, resulting in a more powerful destructive force. What a magical bow and arrow, is this the legendary enchantment? Lillian looked at the wind chaser bow in surprise. Enchanting is one of the ancient skills. It is also a powerful skill that only true master blacksmiths can master among the dwarves. Other races don't even think about it. This is also the reason why the forging level of the dwarves can stand out among all races. However, in the process of handing down the enchanting skills, it is inevitable that some things will be lost. To this day, the remaining enchanting skills, if you want to compare with the enchanting skills of the ancient times, are nothing but a dream. But this is the case. Weapons and armors that have been blessed with enchanting skills are still much stronger than ordinary weapons and armors. In fact, the technique of enchanting is also spread in the eastern wilderness. It's just that in Donghuang, the enchanter disappeared as early as 2,000 years ago. Enchanting skills are naturally impossible to pass down. On the other hand, the northern mountain range is obviously better than the eastern wilderness. At least the enchanting skills have been passed down a little bit. Otherwise, it would not make the system reluctant to sell ordinary level weapons and armors. But, that's all there is to it. Enchanting is an extremely difficult skill. It is divided into 3 types: magic core enchantment, array pattern enchantment, and simple magic enchantment. The magic core enchanting is to add the power of the magic core to the forged weapons and armors to make them more powerful. The most critical part of this enchanting method is how to release the power in the magic core without overwhelming the guest and destroying the enchanted weapon or armor. Pattern enchanting is also the most commonly used enchanting method by the current dwarf forging masters. Delineate the pattern, bless the power. It is similar to arranging a magic circle, but it is not the same. For example, the leather armor on Lillian's body is this kind of pattern enchantment. As for the last magic enchantment, that is the most advanced enchanting method in the enchanting technique. Directly add powerful magic to the forged weapons and armors to strengthen the forged weapons and armors. This way of enchanting is more free and more stable. And the effect of enchanting is naturally more powerful. However, magic enchanting not only has very strict requirements on enchanting skills, but also has extremely strict requirements on the realm of fiendchanter. Therefore, as early as hundreds of years ago, the art of magic enchanting was completely lost. Even in the ancient books of the dwarves, there are only sporadic records. But even so, enchanting is no secret to the people of the northern mountains. That's why Lillian was so surprised. Because of enchantment, it is a high-level skill that only dwarves can do. Qi Lu is a human race, but he sells enchanted weapons in the store. This is insane. Enchanting? It should be. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. For things produced by the system, there is definitely no possibility of enchanting. However, it is more difficult to explain clearly. So Qi Lu simply responded. This way, the explanation is much simpler. All the wonderful skills that customers can't understand are pushed to the enchantment and it will be over. Anyway, the enchanting skill was a very advanced skill in the ancient times. I can't understand, isn't it normal? It turned out to be an enchanted weapon. That's really nice. Lillian looked at the wind chaser bow in surprise. It's no wonder that as soon as I get the wind chasing bow, I can feel a wonderful power blessing me. Lillian said excitedly. The skill of enchanting, even among the dwarves, can only be mastered by those true master blacksmiths. Just like the leather armor on Lillian's body, it was made by the forging masters of the dwarves after spending a lot of money in Hellfire City. In the City of Life, I want to find a master blacksmith who has mastered the art of enchanting. That's basically looking for a needle in a haystack. Otherwise, Lillian could not have found a satisfactory bow and arrow all the time. Let me draw a bow and see. Lillian took a deep breath, then pulled the bowstring of the wind chaser bow. The moment the bow was drawn, a wind element condensed on Lillian's fingers resting on the bowstring. This is the wind-splitting effect attached to the wind-chasing bow. It's just that Lillian hasn't taken an arrow yet, so this wind element won't cause damage. What a powerful force, it can even attack with the element of wind. This kind of enchantment can already be regarded as a very high-level enchantment. Lillian's eyes widened in surprise. The power of the wind-chasing bow was even more shocking. This level of enchantment, even those master blacksmiths and the dwarves, I am afraid that no one can do it. However, this is also a matter of systematic evaluation. The forging level of the dwarves, coupled with the enchanting skills they master, can indeed surpass ordinary weapons and armors. But that's about it. After all, the enchanting skills of today are far inferior to those of ancient times. If the complete enchanting skills are passed down, I am afraid that the system will not allow Qi Lu to sell even those relatively low-quality rare weapons and armors. However, things are not if. Most of the enchanting skills are lost, and that is lost. If you can't compare to the superior level weapons and armor, you can't compare. How, are you still satisfied? Want to try another hurricane longbow? Qi Lu asked aloud. In fact, looking at Lillian's expression, Qi Lu knew that this business would definitely be successful. However, the first customer will inevitably have some preferential treatment. Well, I want to try. Lillian slowly put the bowstring back, and then put the wind chaser bow back in the counter. Just picked up the hurricane longbow. In an instant, a more powerful force poured into Lillian's body. How can that be? Rare weapons are not comparable to good weapons. The power that appeared when she picked up the hurricane longbow was enough to shock Lillian. Unbelievable, this power has completely surpassed all the enchanting effects I have ever seen. Lillian looked at the hurricane longbow in disbelief. Then, want to try pulling the bowstring? For bows and arrows, only after the bow is opened, will you know that this bow is not suitable for you. However, for the hurricane longbow, Lillian finds. I can't seem to draw the bowstring fully. Lillian gritted her teeth and tried her best, her face flushed red, and she couldn't completely pull the hurricane longbow away. This is simply more incredible than the enchantment on the hurricane longbow. How can this happen? Why can't I even pull the bowstring completely? In the end, Lillian had no choice but to give up. A longbow that cannot fully draw the bowstring, no matter how powerful it is, it will not be a longbow suitable for you. Manager Qi. Lillian pouted and looked at Qi Lu with some grievances. Then he raised the hurricane longbow in his hand. However, Qi Lu just smiled and said nothing. Just kidding, even among rare weapons, the hurricane longbow is considered a superb item. Especially the second effect of the hurricane eye skill, infinitely stacks the power of the next attack. Even a master-level cultivator wants to superimpose the hurricane effect attached to the hurricane eye, which is a difficult thing. It is of course impossible for practitioners of the professional class to completely draw the bowstring. There is no way to find Qi Lu to solve this kind of thing. Then I'm going to chase the wind bow. He probably knew that the level of the hurricane longbow was too high to be a weapon that he could use. So Lillian finally gave in. Choose the wind-chasing bow at the beginning. An excellent level weapon is just right for professional level practitioners. Qing Hui, 200 spirit crystals. Qi Lu reported the price of the wind-chasing bow. Hey, is it only 200 spirit crystals? Manager Qi, didn't you say the price wrong? Lillian was stunned when she heard Qi Li's offer. 200 spirit crystals, to be honest, is not a high price for such a high-level enchanted weapon. Even the leather armor on Lillian's body, it took nearly 1,000 spirit crystals to invite the master forging of the dwarves to take action. And the quality of this leather armor is completely inferior to the wind-chasing bow. So Lillian was naturally surprised. Of course not. The price of the wind-chasing bow is 200 spirit crystals. However, the hurricane longbow requires 4,000 spirit crystals. Qi Lu said lightly. 4,000. Lillian glanced again at the hurricane longbow on the counter. The longbow that I can't even pull the bowstring completely, for 1,000 spirit crystals, it seems. Not too expensive. I see, Manager Qi, I will come again next time. Well, it won't disturb your purity. Lillian made a quick decision. For 1,000 spirit crystals, although I don't have them now, the elders in the clan must have them. Next time you have a chance, you must bring the elders of the clan over to seat. Okay, do I need a membership card? Qi Lu nodded slightly and asked again. Such a convenient thing as a membership card is naturally popularized in branches. So, let's start with the first customer. Membership card? Lillian was stunned again. Then, under Qi Li's explanation, combined with knowledge of enchanting and other aspects, Lillian happily made a membership card. And filled it with 2,000 spirit crystals. Goodbye Manager Qi, I'll see you next time. Lillian took the wind-chasing bow and waved at Qi Lu at the door of the store. Goodbye. Qi Lu also waved his hand in return. Then he watched Lillian leave the store, bypass the towering tree outside the store, and then disappeared. The first guest. Oh, this place is really remote. The cold image that Qi Lu had managed to maintain collapsed immediately after Lillian left. Leaning on the chair lazily, he stared dully at the store door. Lillian was able to come here by accident. But that doesn't mean other people will come too. At least, Chila had no expectations at all. After buying a bow and arrow that satisfied her, Lillian quickly ran back to the downtown of the City of Life. Although the city-state built by the elves needs to be planned according to the terrain of the jungle, but there are not many lively streets. In the City of Life, people are constantly flowing. People of all races visit the City of Life to see, or to find what they need. On both sides of the street, there are also stalls selling all kinds of goods. The stall owners were shouting loudly. Here, you can find almost everything possible in the North Mountains. The difference is just the quality. And on one of the streets, a middle-aged elf clan was looking for something anxiously. From time to time, I asked the passerby or the stall owner by the street, and then continue to look for it. Lillian, who returned to the downtown with the wind-chasing bow, happened to see this anxious middle-aged elf clan, and immediately ran over with excitement. "Uncle Kurd, what are you looking for?" Lillian tilted her head and asked, curiously. "Lillian, where on earth have you gone? Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Do you know how worried I am about you?" This middle-aged elf clan, that is, Kurd, immediately began to preach after seeing Lillian. The clan asked Kurd to follow Lillian to the City of Life, just to protect Lillian. Lest Lillian, who is not familiar with the world, be deceived. But who knows, it will not be long before I come to the City of Life. After visiting most of the weapon shops and blacksmiths, Lillian disappeared. This time, Kurd was so anxious. If Lillian really had an accident, let's not talk about the accountability of the clan. Kurd's own self-blame alone can make Kurd regret it for a lifetime. Fortunately, Lillian came back on her own. "Sorry, Uncle Kurd, I won't dare next time." Lillian knew that Kurd was also worried about herself, so she honestly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. "You still want a next time?" Kurd stared at Lillian, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Lillian's chasing bow on her shoulders. "Huh? Lillian, have you found a bow and arrow that you are satisfied with?" The tone of this sentence is obviously a little surprised. Lillian's background is noble, and she has a lot of knowledge. The horizon is naturally not low. This can be seen from the enchanted leather armor on Lillian's body. Lillian does not lack these good things. It is precisely because of this. Therefore, in the entire City of Life, there is not a single bow and arrow that Lillian is satisfied with. However, what Kurd didn't expect was that after Lillian separated from herself, she actually bought a longbow. And as far as Kurd knows, what Lillian is willing to buy must be something she's satisfied with. Otherwise, I wouldn't have visited almost the entire City of Life. Right. Uncle Kurd, let me tell you, I found a very powerful shop in a very remote place. The manager of that shop is very nice. And all the bows and arrows sold are enchanted weapons, which are really powerful. Lillian heard the words, her eyes lit up, and her words suddenly increased. Enchanted weapons? Kurd was startled, thinking that Lillian would not be deceived. So he asked tentatively, that store manager, is the forging master of Fed Dwarfs? After all, enchanting skills are highly advanced skills that only dwarfs can do. So when it comes to enchanted weapons, Kurd instinctively thinks of Fed Dwarfs. No, it's a human elder brother. Lillian shook her head and said aloud. Human. Human. Kurd frowned, and then put his suspicious eyes on the wind-chasing bow that Lillian straddled on his shoulders. This is by no means that Kurds do not have a favorable impression of the human race. In fact, in the northern mountain range, the various races get along well together. Although there are occasional conflicts, there are few major disputes. However, when it comes to enchanting skills, not to mention the human race, which is not sensitive to enchantment perception, even those races that are relatively good at forging dare not say that they know the art of enchanting. So in Kurt's view, Lillian should have been deceived. Lillian, can you show me your bow and arrow? Kurd finally decided to identify it himself. If Lillian was really deceived, then Kurd would definitely seek justice for Lillian. Let the liar of the human race know that not everyone's spirit crystals can deceive. Sure. Lillian readily took off the wind chaser bow and put it in Kurd's hands. In fact, what Lillian wanted most was the hurricane longbow. It's just that due to strength reasons, even the bowstring of the hurricane longbow can't be fully drawn, so Lillian can only temporarily give up this option. Use the chasing bow to make do with it first. But when Lillian feels that she is strong enough, she will definitely buy the hurricane longbow. Kurd took a deep breath and gathered his grudge in the palm of his hand. This is an easy way to identify enchanted weapons. Enchanted weapons contain powerful power, and this power will naturally form a kind of protection for the weapon itself. So as long as you try a little, you can tell the true and false of the enchanted weapon. However, the chasing bow fell into Kurd's hands. Before Kurd could use the vindictive test, a wonderful force poured into Kurd's body. There is no binding weapon, naturally anyone can use it. As for the products in the Chila store, the only ones that can be bound out present seem to be pet cards and bronze storage rings. Of course, there are reasons why this happens. Naturally because of durability issues. Weapons, armor, accessories, except for the bronze storage ring, all have durability restrictions. So it doesn't make much sense to bind it. The pet card has no durability limit. As long as the summoned pet is not killed, it can exist forever. Of course, if there is an artifact that will not be damaged in the future, it will probably also require a ceremony, such as a blood drop to recognize the master. However, that's all in the imagination. Just think about it. Anyway, Qi Lu is dreaming about the source of the artifact. Unfortunately, it has always been a dream. This is impossible. This is actually an enchanted weapon, and the strength of the enchantment isn't low. After Kurd felt the power of the blessing on his body, he was immediately stunned. An enchanted weapon that can actively grant power. At least, it has to be a high-level enchantment. Enchanted weapons of this level are extremely rare even in the Hellfire City of the dwarves. Lillian, are you sure the manager of that shop is a human race? Kurd asked again in disbelief. Of course, Manager Qi is very nice. And this wind-chasing bow, he only sold 200 spirit crystals. Lillian nodded immediately. 200 spirit crystals. So cheap. Kurd was even more shocked now. 200 spirit crystals, I want to buy an enchanted weapon at this level. It was just a dream. If you put it before, someone told Kurd that 200 spirit crystals can buy an enchanted weapon with high-level enchantment. That Kurd would definitely scold that guy for a daydream. But now, the facts are in front of us, but Kurd has to believe it. A human race can sell such a powerful enchanted weapon. And it's so cheap. Could it be? Countless thoughts passed through Kurd's mind in an instant. The final conclusion is not much. Or, there is an extremely large force behind that shop, providing him with enchanted weapons. But, what kind of stupid force would do such self-destructive things? What good can you get? Well, if it's not for this reason, there's only one possibility left. It is this human race who, by chance, has obtained the inheritance of the ancient enchanting skills, and has already mastered it. Because only in ancient times, there is no missing enchanting skills. Only in order to comprehensively crush the enchanting skills mastered by Fedwarfs today. Isn't that? Kurd's eyes lit up when he thought of this. The enchanting skills of the ancient times, it is a good thing that can make the entire northern mountain range and all races flock to it. If Kurd can obtain this enchanting skill, then he will definitely be able to strengthen the power of his lineage. Elf, that's just the name of a race. In the elves, there are also many branches. Then major families and major forces were formed. However, elves are not the same as humans. After the human race is divided into various families and major forces, it is really separated, and there is almost no relationship between them. But no matter how far apart the elves were, they were all under the command of the elves. Therefore, among the major branches of the elves, there is naturally a mentality of competing with each other. If I can offer the enchanting skills of the ancient times, then the branch I belong to will definitely be favored by the elf queen. The more Kurd thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. So Kurd returned the chasing bow to Lillian, and said in a very excited tone, "Lillian, where is this shop? Does Uncle Kurd also want to buy bows and arrows? Then I'll take you there." Listening to Kurd's tone, Lillian thought Kurd also wanted a wind-chasing bow. Lillian is still very willing to bring a new business to Manager Chi. But Manager Chi likes quietness, so Uncle Kurd, don't get too excited after you go there. After a short pause, Lillian reminded again. Of course, it is normal for such a hermit to have some personality. Kurd nodded, indicating that he understood. Then come with me, Manager Chi's shop is a bit remote. Lillian took the lead and ran back to the place where she had just come out. Yawn. Sheila sat in the store, yawning boredly. Thinking back a few days ago, when I stayed in Yunwu City, there were so many guests. Why would you go to this place to suffer? Chilu reached out and wiped away the teardrop squeezed out of the corner of Ofi's eye because he yawned, thinking silently in his heart. Manager Chi, I'm back again. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the store. Lillian, who had gone back and forth, pushed open the store door and greeted Chi Lu very familiarly. If they didn't know, they thought Lillian and Chi Lu were very familiar. Who would believe that this was the second time Lillian came to the store? Lillian, why are you back? Did you forget to buy something? Chi Lu immediately stood up from his chair, showing the good manners of a store manager. No, Manager Chi, in fact, I came to the City of Life with Uncle Kurd. Uncle Kurd said he wanted to buy a bow too, so I brought him here. Lillian pointed to a middle-aged man who followed behind. Pointy ears prove the man's identity. Also an elf clan. To be honest, although Chi Lu knew that the elves were rich and handsome men and beautiful women. But I never thought that these guys could become temperamental uncles when they got older. Hello, I'm the manager of our store, my surname is Chi. Chi Lu nodded to Kurd, his eyes drooping slightly. With Chi Li's current perception, even without using the power of the system, he can easily see the realm of the elf clansmen in front of him. Not long after entering the hero level, the realm has not yet stabilized. Although the overall strength level of the northern mountain range is much higher than that of the eastern wilderness. However, every powerhouse level power has to bear a share of heaven and earth luck. With the fate of heaven and earth in the mountains to the north, there must be a powerhouse level almighty. But the quantity? Countless. Therefore, the hero level powerhouse is also the top combat power in the Beishan Mountains. That's why Kurd was sent to protect Lillian. Although it is only the beginning of the heroic realm. But no matter what, Kurd is a heroic powerhouse. Whoever wants to take action against Lillian has to weigh his own weight. And from here, it can also be seen that Lillian's life experience is indeed not low. Hello Manager Chi, I heard that you sold a wind-chasing bow to Lillian. After I saw it, I was also amazed. So this time, I specially asked Lillian to bring me here, and I want to buy a long bow that is suitable for hands. Kurd said very politely. This is also a test. If there is only one piece of wind-chasing bow in Chi Lu, then it can be said to be a fluke. But if there are a lot of them, then it must be the inheritance of ancient enchanting skills. For this inheritance, the Kurds are bound to win. And hero-level strength is Kurd's biggest reliance. You want to buy a bow too? Sheila raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect Lillian to come twice, it's just 2 deals, she's really a lucky star. That's right, I don't know if there are still wind-chasing bows for sale in Key's store? Kurd nodded. The chasing bow may not be suitable for you. I recommend you to buy another one, the hurricane longbow. Qila glanced at Kurd before speaking slowly. An excellent class wind-chasing bow, placed in the hands of a hero-class bowerhouse, can't help but toss for a long time. After all, the weapons produced by the system are not orthodox enchanted weapons. It has a durability limit. Qila didn't want to carry a deceitful name on his back. Hurricane longbow? Kurd was taken aback for a moment, apparently never heard of the name. Uncle Kurd, let me tell you, the hurricane longbow is much more powerful than the wind-chasing bow. Uncle Kurd, I know that. The hurricane longbow is much more powerful than the wind-chasing bow. Imid even satisfied with the bowstring of the hurricane longbow. Lillian immediately introduced a word to the side. So that's the case, then I'll trouble the manager, Qi. Kurd nodded, then said to Qi Lu. I also understood in my heart. It is another new enchanting weapon. This time, it can be confirmed that this store manager, Qi, must have obtained the inheritance of ancient enchanting skills. Now, just waiting for a chance to make a move. Thinking of this, Kurd looked at Qi Lu, and there was a little greed in his eyes. Hurricane longbow, 4,000 spirit crystals, no counteroffer. Qila took the hurricane longbow expressionlessly, put it on the counter, and said. Can you let me try it out first? Kurd pretended to say. Please. Qila nodded indifferently. Hearing this, Kurd no longer hesitated and picked up the hurricane longbow. In an instant, the power carried by the hurricane longbow poured into Kurd's body. The strength was so strong that Kurd's whole body froze. The reason why enchanting skills are difficult to master is also one of the very important reasons for its requirements for realm. Among the dwarves, those master blacksmiths who have mastered the skills of enchanting are all strong. Even most forging masters do not have the heart to fight for power and profit. But the mighty power they possess makes people not dare to despise them in the slightest. And this was ignored by Kurd subconsciously. After all, the enchantment on the wind chaser bow is strong. It can even be said that it was so strong that it shocked Kurdish. But if it is the ancient enchanting technique, maybe the requirements for its own realm will be lowered. Even at the peak of the master level, Kurd can shoot without hesitation. However, the power contained in the hurricane longbow made Kurd wake up. A strong man who can forge such a powerful enchanted weapon can never be just a grandmaster. There is no doubt that the store manager Qi in front of him must be a heroic powerhouse. Moreover, it should be a veteran hero-level powerhouse. Gudong. Thinking of this, Kurd swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his heartbeat could not help speeding up by 3 points. With Kurdish's strength, if faced with a veteran hero-level powerhouse, there is almost no ability to resist. The elves have always been good at fighting. As for close combat, that is the strength of the dwarves. What's wrong with you? Think it's expensive? There is no discount in my store. Qila glanced at Kurd, who was suddenly sweating profusely, with some doubts in his heart. Could this guy be frightened by the price of 4,000 spirit crystals? No, it's not expensive, this price is simply too cheap. After being awakened by Qi Li's words, Kurd quickly spoke. Whether it is intimidated by Qi Li's strength, or the powerful strength of hurricane longbow. These words are not offensive words. 4,000 spirit crystals, if you can buy such a powerful enchanted weapon, it will be a huge profit. What's more, for a hero-level powerhouse, 4,000 spirit crystals are really nothing. Oh, all right. Qila nodded and said nothing. Since it's not expensive, that's fine. However, even if this guy is absolutely expensive, it is impossible for Qi Li to discount it.